In this massive course, you will go from having no coding experience to having the essential skills of a front-end developer. You will learn various front-end technologies and build a few projects along the way. Zach Goldwitzer teaches this course. Zach is an experienced software engineer and full-stack developer.
Hey everyone, my name is Zach, and today in this 20+ hour course, I'm going to take you through the core foundations of front-end web development. Now, before I get into what that actually entails, I wanted to spend a minute to thank freeCodeCamp for having me on the channel. It's always a privilege to share my content with such a broad audience, reach so many different people, and I genuinely hope that you find this course helpful. If you do, be sure to give them a big thumbs up and a subscribe. They're an awesome channel, contributed to a lot of my early learnings as a web developer. So without further ado, let's get into it. The first thing that I wanted to start off with is some background context, because a lot of the content within this course was obviously not filmed all at once. It's quite long. It's something that I worked on over the course of a year, pieced it together lesson by lesson, and a lot of the content is on my YouTube channel. Just separated out into different videos. I wanted to compile it all together as it does follow a very logical sequence from start to end, and it's perfect for the complete beginner. So this should take you from never having written a single line of code in your life to having at least a solid grasp of what coding languages are, particularly JavaScript, and what is web development, particularly front-end web development. You should be able to build basic web pages and understand basic fundamentals of coding after this course is complete. While this course is mainly geared for the complete beginner, some of the later chapters of it, where we get into CSS Flexbox and stuff like that, could actually be more intermediate level and be useful to anyone. So be sure to look through the chapters below and you can skip around to what interests you. So basically the structure here is the three main tenets of front-end web development. And those would be HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, oftentimes you'll see tutorials kind of start with HTML and CSS and then move into the more complicated, more challenging JavaScript. I've actually reversed that a little bit. We will be starting with JavaScript, which is going to be the biggest section. And I think it's useful to do that because, number one, if you're going to be a front-end web developer, you have to know all three anyways. And also, I think there's a lot of concepts that you'll pick up learning a general programming language like JavaScript that will kind of help you catch on to the HTML and CSS and bring it full picture for you. My goal with this course is to be the course that I needed when I was starting out. And what I'm really trying to do here is connect all of these concepts together. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript are not born in isolation. They all work together to build a web page. And I'll talk about this analogy a little bit later, but you can think of these three core tenets of front-end web development just like you would building a house. So when you build a house, you've got the framework, the structure, which is the concrete foundation, all of the 2x4s that go up, and the roof. That would be your HTML. Then you get in there, you put some wiring in there, you put some plumbing, all the other stuff. That would be your JavaScript, which makes it actually functional. And then finally, you put the finish on. You put, the roof tiles, you put paint on the outside, the inside. You just make it look good, and that will be the CSS. If you walk away with anything from this course, I want you to understand, most importantly, the relationships between these three and have a pretty firm grasp of each of them in isolation as well. The last thing before I actually get started is to let you know that in the video description, there's going to be a link, and that link is going to lead you to a page that gives you all of the resources that you need for this course. We'll have some timestamps, some chapters, so that you can navigate around the course, and then I will leave code snippets, solutions to any of the challenges, and even some additional resources and next steps for certain topics if you want to take them a little bit further. So that's it. Without further ado, let's jump into front-end web development foundations. I want to start here with a quick win. I want you to see the power of code and see what we can do with it very early on
so that you can kind of have that confidence to know that you don't have to go through, download a bunch of crazy things onto your computer and write a bunch of crazy lines of code in a terminal to actually do something cool. Since we're going to be jumping into code here in the first lesson, before you know anything about it, you're going to be confused, and that is very okay. Don't worry about that. I promise we'll go back through everything that we talked about in this video, and a couple videos from now, you will probably be able to actually do what we're going to do in this video. So if you're a fan of the Netflix series Stranger Things, you might remember in the first season, the kids were talking to their professor about this thing called the upside down. And basically what the professor was talking about was a lot of physics concepts and stuff like that. But basically he was talking about this tightrope where there's a human on the tightrope and then a flea on the tightrope. And the flea can actually go around this tightrope and see all different sides of it, but the human cannot. And that's ultimately what we're going to be doing throughout this series. We're going to be looking at something that you've spent a lot of time with already and actually go to the other side of it and understand what's going on behind the scenes. And the first thing that we're going to touch on is something called browser developer tools. Now, you might have seen something like this before. This is called a web browser, and you probably use it every day of your life. But have you ever right-clicked and clicked Inspect Element and gone into this tool on the right where there's all these different, applications that you can go through to see what's going on this web page? As a full-stack web developer, or more particularly a front-end developer, which is kind of a subset of full-stack development, you're going to be using these developer tools a ton. And you're going to get very used to them. And in this video, I actually want to walk you through the most common parts of these developer tools and actually write some code within them to give you an idea of what this is all about. The first thing I want you to do, though, is download the Firefox web browser. So just type in Firefox download, go to the download, and get that onto your computer. I want to be working with the same tool across the board. Although you have developer tools within any other browser, whether that be Edge or Chrome or Firefox, you have these developer tools there, but I want to make sure that you're looking at the same thing that I'm looking at. And Firefox is actually a great web browser for developers because it has some really advanced developer tools, and in my opinion has probably some of the best developer tools of any browser. So get that downloaded, and then once you have it downloaded, go to google.com and take a look at this pane on the right. And if you don't remember, I just right-clicked anywhere on the page and I clicked Inspect Element. Now the first thing we're going to talk about here is the inspector. Now the inspector is probably the portion of developer tools that you will become most familiar with. And the reason is it allows you to basically, as you might expect, to inspect the page that you're looking at, or the web page. So as I'm scrolling over these different lines of HTML code, you'll see that different parts of the web page are actually highlighted. And I can click down and drop this down and get more specific at what I'm selecting. So I can basically see what's going on in this web page. And then if I go to the bottom here, these are all these stylings or the CSS styles that go along with the HTML. Again, don't worry about this. We're going to get into these, languages later into the course, but for now I just want to show you the landscape. And to really show you what's going on, let me open up another tab here, go to google.com/images, and let's just type in dog. Let's grab any dog here. I like this one here. And we want to open this in a new tab. So let's say copy link location. Now we come back here to the page and let's click this button up here. This is kind of our selector for different elements of the page. And let's click on this image here. You can see at the top there, well, I can't show you, but there's an IMG or image HTML tag. Let's click that and then let's go into this source attribute and paste in that link that we just grabbed of the dog photo. Once we press enter, you'll see that our web page has actually updated, and we can close the developer tools, and google.com just got a makeover. Now, this is not permanent changes. Obviously, this would not be permanent changes, but we can right-click Inspect Element again. Let's click on the image, and let's make this a little bit smaller. So let's put a width of 100. And now you can see that the dog is a little bit more styled on Google's homepage. But as I said, this is not permanent. These developer tools are great because they allow you to make very temporary changes to your web page. So you might have the code that you're writing, on the back end and in your terminal or your code editor, and those are the live changes, but you can come here to just make little changes. Like you saw how the picture was too big, so I went in and changed it to a different dimension, and I can kind of test out these different changes. And the power of this is just, it allows you to do things in real time. But the second that we click refresh on the page, you're going to see that it goes back to the original web page. So you are the only one seeing these changes within the inspect utility. Nobody else sees them, and the changes are not permanent. Like I said, we're going to be spending a ton of time here, so don't worry if none of this really made sense. But as you can see, we're clicking through. We can click on different elements. So let's maybe click this little icon down here. And you'll see how powerful this is once we get into this stuff in the bottom right, where we can see the box model, and we can actually look at the document object model, or the DOM. We're going to get into all of these things. But the next thing I want to show you is this thing called the console. Now, the console is probably the second most popular tool within developer tools, or at least in this series, we're going to be using the console quite a lot. And what the console is, it's actually called a REPL, and that stands for read, evaluate, print, and loop. Now, you don't really need to know that. What I want you to remember about this console is two things. Number one, it allows you to write JavaScript. And number two, it allows you to actually modify the document object model, or the DOM. And we're going to talk about that a little bit later in the series, but these are the two main things that the console allows us to do. And to show you, I'm going to just give you a short example of how we can use the console to make some of the changes that we are also making here in the inspector. So if you remember, we kind of changed the image within the inspector. We can also do that within the console. So let's grab a different dog picture here just for fun. Grab this one here, I like this, and copy the image location. And all that's doing is just copying the actual file that we're looking at. From here, we can go back to our page. And what we want to do is actually select the image tag on this page. So all we have to do is say document.querySelector and then type in img. And you can see that when I do this, this little element here that we were editing earlier is highlighted. And down here, it's actually printing out what we're going to get when we press enter. So when we press enter, we get this image, but we actually have to save that in a variable real quick. So let's say our image, and again, don't worry about what's going on here. We'll talk about all of this later. But we'll say document.querySelector img. We'll save that. So now our image is actually representing this element on the page. And then we can say our image.setAttribute. And what I want to set is the source. And I want to set that equal to the link that we just copied from that dog photo. And when I press enter, it's actually going to change this on the page. And I can also resize this just like we did earlier. So our image.setAttribute. Or actually, no, it's not set attribute. It's style.width equals, let's say, 100. I'm sorry, it's actually not. It is an attribute. So let's set the attribute. Sorry, I'm doing this in real time here. So let's go with width, and we'll go for 100 here. And you can see that it goes down, resizes accordingly. So this is just a short example of how we can use the console to actually edit the document object model, or we can just think of it as the web page for now. Not only that, but we can also write pure vanilla JavaScript within this REPL or this console. And to show you that, I've actually already showed you that because I saved our element in a variable, a JavaScript variable, but we could also write a function. So we could write a function that says change image or something like that. And it takes a URL, and then it's going to actually change the image. So let's go ahead and make that function. And what that's going to do is going to say document dot query selector img dot set attribute, and we're going to say source, and then we're going to pass in the URL. Once again, don't worry about what I'm doing here. This is just examples. And then I'm going to say enter down, and that's our function. So now I can execute this function, and I can paste in that URL and click enter, and I guess it's already there, so it's not going to change. But if we went over to a different dog picture and run this function, you'll see that it changes the image in the browser. So we can write JavaScript, we can modify the web page, all that stuff within the console. And we're actually going to be learning a lot of the initial concepts of JavaScript here in the console because it is so easy to set up and get going. All you have to do is, as we showed, you just right click, inspect element, click on the console, and boom, you're ready to write JavaScript. So it's a great place to start so that we don't have to set up all this elaborate stuff just to write basic JavaScript. There are a couple of other features within developer tools that I want to show you here, but they're less important than the first two that we looked at, so the inspector and the console. Now, just to remind you, right click, inspect element, and from here I want to go up to the network tab. So this network tab is something that you will be using a lot later on, and if we refresh the page, you're going to see that there's some activity here. And what's happening here in this network tab is you're actually seeing all of the resources that are being transferred to and from over the network to this web page. So Google's backend servers are actually sending resources to the front end, and you're actually seeing all these resources displayed in the browser. So an example of that would be this Google image right here. And if we click on the images part, you can see that the December holidays in the response is actually the image that we're looking at here. And if you wanted to see other things about this, such as the timings, how long it took to load, you can look at the HTTP headers, all that kind of stuff. This will be very useful for us as we get into more of the backend development, where we're talking about API requests and HTTP and all that kind of stuff. So we'll come back to this. We'll spend some time here a lot later in the series, but I wanted to expose you to it initially so you can see that this is something that we will be using. Now, another thing we will be using, if you click this little arrow over here, is storage. And storage is useful for a couple of things. Storage is going to be useful for tracking user behavior on a site. So not to play the blame game here, but when we talk about Facebook and all of the cookies that Facebook puts on your web browser, on your mobile phone, all that kind of stuff, this is where this is being stored. So you can see Google is storing these cookies about us as the user. And although these probably won't mean a whole lot to us as people using the site, these have specific IDs and all sorts of identifiers that allow Google to know things about the user. This is also great for authentication. This is how we're going to actually log in and register people to our app. And when we build our backend dashboard for editing our blog for our personal website, we're going to need authentication because we don't want just anyone coming and editing our blog. So this storage tab is what we're going to use to actually do that. And while it's a very advanced topic that comes later down the road, I also wanted to show it to you. Everything else that you see here, whether it be the inspector console, debugger, network, style editor, all this kind of stuff, everything else is not quite important enough for us to cover here, so I'm just going to leave it there for now. You probably won't even use anything outside of what I talked about for at least several months or even years, or maybe even ever as a web developer. All right, so I think I've covered mostly what these developer tools are about. Just to review, right-click anywhere on a web page, inspect element, and you'll get to these developer tools. Now, the last thing I want to do in this video is actually show you what coding is all about and have you write your first JavaScript program. Well, you probably will not understand the concepts behind the code we're about to write. I want to get you in the habit of actually writing code and get you feeling comfortable in this console that we talked about earlier. So open up a web browser, hopefully the Firefox browser you just downloaded. put this video on the side, open up the console. So right click, inspect, go to the console. You can even type clear with 2 little parentheses to clear the console. And we are ready to get started. Now the goal of this program is going to be every time we click on Google's web page, so when I click it, I'm actually clicking right now, I want the background of the page to actually change color, and I want that color to be a random color. We can do this with JavaScript code, and I'm going to walk you through line by line how we're doing it and kind of explain what each line does just to give you a feeler. Again, don't worry about how everything's working. We're going to go into the details of the JavaScript language in future videos. The first thing we have to do is save the body HTML tag in a variable. So when I say body HTML tag, every web page that you're going to go to has this thing called the body. And this represents kind of the container for the entire web page, aside from, of course, the topmost container, which is called HTML. So we want to select this body, and this is what we want to actually change the background for. So we can actually do this manually. And we can come down here, and right now you see on the body the background is hashtag FFF, which is just the hex code for the color white. Now we can type in green, and you can see that the background actually changes in our web browser. Now what I want to do is do this in vanilla JavaScript and do it every time we click the screen. So in order to do that, the first thing that we have to accomplish is saving that body tag. So let's type clear to get a clean space, and then let's type in a variable. So here's our JavaScript variable. We want to set that equal to document.querySelector, and then we want to get the body tag. So when we press enter, that's going to be the HTML body. You can actually print that out and see that we have successfully retrieved that and stored it in that variable. From here, we actually need to create a function. Now this function, we're going to save in a variable, and I know this is getting a little bit confusing at this point, but bear with me and type along as I'm doing this. So we're going to go through this function, and we're going to assign something called an array. So this array is going to contain various colors of our choice. So you can put as many as you want in here separated by commas. I'm just going to put in a couple random colors here that I've saved. So 2942, these are just hex codes, so you can actually go hex codes, something like that. You can go to Google and you can see all the different hex codes here. There's various tools that you can use for this. But anyways, we're going to save these as a comma-separated array. And let's go add a few more. And then you can also, a valid CSS value would be something like red, blue, or green. So we can also type in red, blue, green, yellow, orange, and maybe even purple. All right, so we have saved this colors array. Now the next thing that we have to do is get a random index from this array. And when I say index, each of these values are at a certain index within this array, and we'll talk more about this later again. But this one would be the 0th index, this would be the first index, the second, third, so on and so forth. To get this random index, we have to actually use a built-in JavaScript library called the math library. And we need a random index between 0 and, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's 8 items within this array, so we want an index between 0 and 7 because arrays are 0 indexed. They don't start at 1. So we'll get a random index here. That'll be equal to math.floor. And we're going to pass in math.random. Please don't worry about what's going on here. This is just an example. And this will give us our random index. And I actually pressed enter a little bit too early, so we actually have to rewrite this function. Okay, I've kind of returned to where I was before I pressed enter and screwed this all up. But basically, we're getting a random number between 0 and 7. And the way that we do that is actually get the length of the array by typing colors.length. So let's not make that mistake again. Let's enter down a couple times. And now we have to actually grab the random color and save that in a variable. So we'll grab the random color. That'll be equal to colors, and then we'll insert our random index that we have generated. Then we are going to actually style the body. So all we have to do is grab this variable that we saved up here called HTML body. And then we want to go to the style and then background color, not clip, background color. And then we want to set that equal to our random color here. So that's going to actually do what we showed earlier and change the background color. And then the last thing I want to do is just print to the console a confirmation that this worked. So we'll do something like this. We'll say the user clicked and set the color to, and then we'll concatenate this string in here and say random color. Okay, our function is done. Hopefully it works here. And the way that we see if it works is by running it or executing it. So we'll do random click function. And it looks like the user has clicked and changed the color. Now to finish this program off, the last thing we have to do is set an event listener on the HTML body element. Now this is a little bit advanced, but it's kind of a cool feature of JavaScript and all that kind of stuff. So all we have to do is go to HTML body and say on click. So it's saying when the user clicks, I want to execute this random click function. All right, so once I press enter, now we have wired it up so that every time we click, it's going to change the color. So I'm going to click a couple times. Since it's random, we might get a couple duplicates here, but then we can even close this and keep clicking and get all sorts of different results here. So it's actually a pretty cool program that we just wrote. And you can see, even you who have never written a line of code before were able to kind of follow along and type what I was typing and write your first little program. In other words, you just did something that almost everyone in the world does not know how to do and will never know how to do. Your brain is probably in utter confusion right now, but don't worry. In the next couple videos, we're going to actually be deep diving into this JavaScript programming language, and we're going to be learning how I wrote this program, what are all these different symbols that we're typing into the console, and all that kind of good stuff. So don't worry if you're completely confused. This video was mainly to give you an introduction to the developer tools that you can have within any browser. We're using Firefox, but it just gives you that introduction and also just some exposure and some comfort levels actually writing real JavaScript code. And that's it for this first video. Be sure to hit the subscribe button and also that little bell so you're notified when new videos are posted to this series. And thanks for watching. Today we're going to be talking about what is JavaScript and why do we use it. Let's see what Wikipedia has to say because we know that's going to be simple. JavaScript, often abbreviated as JS, is a programming language that conforms, and I think I'm going to stop right there because this is not a useful definition, especially for most people watching this. What you can remember JavaScript as is just a programming language. And more specifically, it's a programming language that is made for the web. You have other languages like C++, Python, PHP, Ruby, C#, all of these different languages, and they all kind of have their unique characteristics. And JavaScript's unique characteristic is that unlike these other languages that cannot run in a web browser, JavaScript can. This has been the case for quite some time, but recently, as you can see, the 1.0 version of WebAssembly has been released in 4 different browsers, which does let you write all of these other programming languages to run within the browser. But for now, just think of JavaScript as the programming language of the web because it's the easiest to write in the browser, and even with WebAssembly, there's a lot of complicated steps to get all of that set up. So you say JavaScript is the programming language of the web, but is that all it can do? Well, the answer is no, but if you asked that question 20 years ago, you might have been laughed at. Since that time though, JavaScript has gained a lot of traction in development communities and was the most used language in the Stack Overflow Developer Survey of 2020. And to name a few things that you can do with JavaScript, let's pull this up here. You can create web applications. So there's lots of front-end frameworks like Angular here. You've also got React. I think this is the most popular one at the moment. You can do back-end pieces of your web application or back-end servers with things like Nest.js. You can also create desktop applications. If I pull up my Visual Studio Code, which is a code editor, this is actually a desktop application that was built using this tool called, or framework called Electron. So you can build desktop applications for various operating systems. You can also create mobile apps with React Native and NativeScript. And then finally, you can do AI and machine learning data science projects with TensorFlow.js and a couple other libraries. So to say that JavaScript is not a powerful language is a bit of a miss here because JavaScript has many different applications. The next question that you might ask is, can JavaScript get you a job? And the answer to that is a resounding yes. But JavaScript alone is not going to do it. You have to actually learn frameworks such as the ones that I've gone through here, Angular, React, Nest.js, Electron, React Native. All of these frameworks that are built around JavaScript are what you get hired for. And speaking of frameworks, what is a JavaScript framework, or any framework for that matter? Well, the way that I think about it is the framework is something on top of a programming language. So it's an abstraction on top of JavaScript that enables a developer to do something more efficiently in less time. Facebook is created largely with a framework, a front-end framework called React. And this is a very popular framework. We just went over it. And Facebook could definitely have been built without a framework. It could be built in just JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. But the reason that it wasn't is because the developers there decided, hey, this is getting really repetitive and we have certain things that we do over and over and over again that we want to kind of automate. And therefore, React was born. React is something that the developers at Facebook kind of created in order to make their jobs easier and more efficient. We can use a little bit of a construction analogy to think about frameworks. If you're trying to build some commercial real estate building, are you going to use a shovel and a ladder to create this whole entire building and, drive all the materials back and forth in pickup trucks? The answer is no. You're going to get huge trucks, you're going to get bulldozers, you're going to get cranes, you're going to get all sorts of big materials in order to build this huge building. And it's the same thing with building web apps or honestly anything that you would build with code. If you're trying to do it with just a language like JavaScript and you're not using some of the popular frameworks that have been built on top of that, you're basically showing up to a construction site with a shovel and a pickup truck. So you don't want to do that. In order to be employable, you need to understand how to use these different frameworks like Angular or React, or even a framework like Electron, which enables you to write desktop applications like Visual Studio Code. All right, I think that's enough on frameworks for now. Could do a whole video on it. Let's go to the next question, which is JavaScript the same as Java, or at least similar? And the answer to that is no. If you search enough on the internet, you'll probably stumble upon the analogy of a car versus a carpet. They both have car within the word, but they're nothing alike. And that's kind of the story with JavaScript and Java. Now, Java was actually the inspiration for JavaScript way back in the day, and JavaScript was meant to be a companion to Java. So they do have some similarity, but when you're writing each of the languages, they could not be more different. The next question, is JavaScript better than Python? Or honestly, insert any language there. The answer to that is always going to be, it depends. And the reason that I say that is because all these different languages that you're choosing between have different unique use cases. And while they can all kind of do the same thing, they all are programming languages, some of them are better for certain types of industries than others. So if you're asking me to build an app like Facebook, I'm probably going to go with JavaScript and use some JavaScript frameworks because that's what those are made for. They're made for creating apps like Facebook. But if you wanted me to do some machine learning and build out the computer that sits in a Tesla, I'm probably not going to use JavaScript. I'm probably going to use Python because Python has a much more mature ecosystem around this topic of machine learning, AI, data science, all that kind of stuff. So when you're asking whether you should go with JavaScript or another language, it really depends on what kind of industry you're getting in, what you're trying to build, all that kind of stuff. If you're trying to build a web app like Facebook, JavaScript is great. If you're trying to do some machine learning, Python is great. If you're trying to create an extremely efficient, we'll say banking application or something like that, a language like C++, which is much faster in execution than a JavaScript, would be a good choice. There's no right answer here, but there are different ecosystems around each of these languages, and you'll kind of notice as you study them that certain types of developers kind of gravitate towards different languages. Another question that you might have is HTML and CSS required to work with JavaScript? And the answer to that is yes and no. It kind of depends on where you're actually running that JavaScript. Now let's start with the front end because this is a little bit easier to explain, and then we'll move on to the back end. If you don't know the difference between those, I actually made a video on the difference between front end and back end development. Anyways, let's go over to my browser here. On the left side of my screen, I have an HTML file that is actually open in Notepad here on the right. Not doing any fancy editors here, just want to get a few points across. So let's create a basic HTML document here. I know I haven't actually gone through how this all works yet, but we will get there, I promise, at some point here. In the body of the HTML, I'm just going to create a button that says click me. So when we refresh the page, we should see all of this reflected on our web page. And you see that we have a very unstyled button, which is just click me. So this is a example of a web page. This is no different than the home page of Facebook, except for the fact that it is not including both CSS and JavaScript. So this is HTML alone. Now, if we add CSS to the picture, we're actually going to be able to style this. Now we can add some styles to this button. So let's do that right now. We'll add a background color of transparent. And then I want to say the border is going to be 1 pixel, solid navy. Then I want to add some padding to it. So we'll say 20px. We want the font size to be 1.4 rem, just somewhere in that range. And let's go ahead and close that bracket off, save it, and refresh the page. You can see that we have a much better styled button here. We can also add some hover styles to it. So let's go down here and say button hover. And now I want the background color to be navy. And I want the, the border to be none. I want the color of the text to be white so that it stands out on that navy background. Save this, refresh, and you can see that we have a styled button that changes styles when we hover over it. So this is the power of CSS. But if I click this button, it's not going to do anything. It does nothing. It's just a static element on the page, and while it looks like it's changing, looks like it's doing something, that's only being done with CSS and HTML. Now, in many web applications, you have various buttons and forms that users can click on in order to do things within the app. So I'm sure you've been to a login page before where you enter your email and your password and you press login. Well, that is actually being triggered by JavaScript. And while you do need the HTML and preferably CSS if you want a web app that people are going to visually like, you need JavaScript to actually react to different interactions on the page by the user. If you just have HTML and CSS, your login form is going to not do anything and you're going to have a useless app. To kind of give you an idea what I mean, obviously this is not realistic, but I added some JavaScript to this HTML document that also has CSS, and you can now see that every time I click on this button, it's going to add an element to the page. So I'll click it, and you can see that I'm adding a p tag with the text "click to the button" every time I click it. And this is just to demonstrate how once you add JavaScript to your HTML and CSS, you can actually interact with the page rather than just looking at a static website. Well, in this case, all I did was add some stupid text to the page. You can see that how every time we click the button, we can fire an event and maybe send in the login credentials to our backend server, authenticate, get the response back, and then redirect that user to a different page of our site. When we're working with JavaScript on the front end or in the browser, HTML and CSS are pretty much required for JavaScript to run. Now, yes, it could run without them, but it would be completely useless. You'd just be running it in the console like we did in the previous lesson. So it has to have something to actually interact with. Now, on the back end, since JavaScript is both a front-end and back-end language, we can actually run JavaScript without any HTML and CSS, and it can be extremely useful. When we're working with JavaScript in the browser, HTML and CSS are required to make this JavaScript do anything useful, because ultimately the JavaScript in the browser is all about taking those HTML elements and modifying them and interacting with backend data, all that kind of stuff. So HTML and CSS are required in the front end. On the back end, if we're using the Node.js runtime, which is the way that we can run backend JavaScript, we don't need HTML and CSS. Let's write a simple Node.js program to demonstrate that we don't need HTML and CSS. In order to do that, once again, we have not covered this in this series yet, so bear with me. But we need to create a sample.js file. And then we'll open this up with Vim, which is going to allow us to edit this. So once we have this, again, haven't covered this either, but we can make a do math function, something like that, where we can enter in two values and get some result. So let's do a multiplication problem. So we'll just, we'll say return x times y and close the braces. And then in order to actually run this program, we are going to actually store it in a result variable. So do math, and we'll say 5 and 80, something like that, big enough where we can't necessarily do it in our head. We'll do like 87 or something. And so it's going to store that in the result, and then we want to print the result to the console. So from there, we can save and quit, and then we can clear the console and run this sample.js program, and you'll see that it did that multiplication for us. So obviously this is very useless and you wouldn't ever do such a simple function, but think about back when we were working on the front end and when we clicked that button. So let's say that it was a register form, you add your email and your password, you click the button, the JavaScript in the front end is going to say, okay, the button was clicked, I need to do something. And so what it's going to do is grab all that data, the email and password, it's going to send it over to your backend server, and your backend server is going to run the Node.js version of JavaScript, and it's going to say, okay, I got an email and a password, let me look up this email in the database, hash the password and compare the hashed password to the one within the database. And then I'm going to send some data back to the front end in order to tell it whether the user has successfully authenticated. So you can see how these different sides of JavaScript work in different ways, but the point is, no, you don't need HTML and CSS on the back end, but yes, you need it on the front end. And the last question that I'm going to cover is, what is the difference between something like ES5 or ES6 and JavaScript? Well, there's actually an organization called ECMA International, not even sure if I said that right, but this is just a standards organization. And in order to really visualize this, I want to go into a quick example of something that's not related to JavaScript. Well, not entirely. And that is the ISO 8601 date standard. So we're going to go through this example, and then I think everything else is going to make a little bit more sense. So if I open up the console like we did in the first lesson of this series, and I run, let me save a date into a date variable, and then I want to print this date as an ISO string. And you can see that I have this uniquely formatted date, and it looks very standardized, and that's because it is. And it's actually standardized by this, organization called ISO, which is, I think, the International Standards Organization. And there's actually organizations like this across the world for various, different standardized things. And the same thing applies for JavaScript, and that is where ECMA International and the ECMAScript specification, or in other words, you might hear this as ES5 or ES6, all different versions of this spec. This is where these have originated. And so JavaScript is actually an implementation of this specification. And the reason this is so important is because of browser compatibility, among other things. So if you go to this MDN Web Docs article, you can see a grid of all the JavaScript APIs that are supported within different browsers. And the reason that this ECMA standards is so important is because the specification just needs to be updated and maintained in one place, and then all of the different browser developers, you've got different teams for each of these different browsers, they can look at that specification and implement their browser knowing that all of these specifications are not going to just randomly change when, say someone working on the JavaScript language decides that they want, a new API feature. So just remember, JavaScript is an implementation of the ES6 or ES5 or whatever version you're working with. It's an implementation of that specification. All right, I think that does it for this first rapid fire Q&A session that was not very rapid fire whatsoever. But this last part of the video is totally optional. It's for the people who really want to learn the ins and outs of web development and want to continue on with this series here. And what we're going to be talking about in the last part of the video is just the question of what is a programming language? So we talked about how JavaScript is a programming language and it's kind of unique because it can run on the back end and the front end in a browser. But we didn't really cover what is a programming language. And I think that this is a very important question to ask because if you're going to be writing a lot of code, you probably should understand what's happening behind the scenes, at least at a high level. So for this last part, what we're going to call a programming language is a group of tokens or symbols that when combined together in a very, very specific way, can be translated by something called a compiler into machine code or ones and zeros that all computers know how to run. You can think about it like this. Let's take a spoken language, something that I don't know, which is pretty much every language except for English, but we'll call it, I don't know, something like Portuguese. If you started speaking Portuguese to me, my brain would not be able to comprehend what those words and symbols and expressions actually mean semantically. Although I can't understand Portuguese, what I can understand is the body language of someone speaking it. So if you've got someone speaking Portuguese and they have a very, sad demeanor to them, I can understand generally that what they're saying is not a happy thing. And it's the same thing with computers. Well, a computer cannot understand JavaScript, it cannot understand Python, it cannot understand C++. It can't understand any of these languages. But if we use something called a compiler, which is just another program, more code that actually reads other code and compiles it down into ones and zeros that a computer can actually understand. So it's taking a language and it's compiling it down into ones and zeros, or we can think of them as body language because all computers understand ones and zeros. Now, this is where it gets really complex, and I'm not going to actually dive into it during this video. Once we start talking about compilers, then we have to get into the topic of operating system theory and what is our target runtime that we're dealing with, like where are we actually executing these ones and zeros, because each computer is going to have a slightly different CPU, slightly different ALU or arithmetic logical unit. All of these things matter when we're compiling code down. And for each different language and kind of each different operating system, you have to have slightly different compilers and other tools that I'm not mentioning here in order to do that. Now, if you're someone who really wants to understand this in a great level of detail, something that was very important to me, then I recommend reading this book right here, which is The Elements of Computing Systems. And you'll see within this book, I'll see if I can show like a little page here, but we actually get into things like the arithmetic logical unit and how these ones and zeros are actually translated into commands for the computer. Now, I will say, if you're going to read that book, I will warn you right now, it's going to take you months, and it's very difficult to get through. That said, I came out of it learning in a ton, and I was really happy with what I learned from that book. But if you're trying to get a job quickly, you're trying to become employable as fast as possible, do not read that book. It's going to take you too long. It's going to distract you from actually writing web applications. Now, if you're someone who wants to understand this stuff but doesn't have time to build a computer from scratch, which is what you'll do in that book, I recommend a book called Code by Charles Petzold. And this is going to give you all that information. It's going to teach you the ones and zeros, compiling, all that kind of stuff. But it's going to do it a little bit quicker, and you're not going to be quite as hands-on with it. And the final question of this video is, where does JavaScript actually run? And the answer to that is very similar to the question that I asked earlier, which is HTML and CSS required to run JavaScript? And I said, well, it depends whether you're running it in the front end or the back end. And what we're asking here is, where does JavaScript run? And this is where we get into the topic of something called a runtime. And a runtime is basically an environment where code is run, and it gets into those topics that we just talked about with compilers and how do we target different platforms and compile down to ones and zeros. And there's actually two runtimes for JavaScript, and that would be the Node.js runtime and then the browser runtime. And believe it or not, the browser runtime within Google Chrome uses something called the V8 engine. And this is going to actually do all of that compilation that I was talking about. And it's going to get into a bunch of other stuff, some optimization using the just-in-time compilation method, all that kind of stuff. It's going to basically take your JavaScript code and convert it to something the computer can read. And Node.js, which is kind of the back-end version of JavaScript, or the runtime that we're going to use for our back-end JavaScript servers and stuff like that, that also uses the V8 engine, which is similar to Chrome. So you can kind of guess that the creators of Node.js and the creators of the V8 engine that runs in Chrome and Node.js have kind of become good friends here over the last couple of years. But this is not the only way that we can run JavaScript. You have Node.js, which is the most popular way to run JavaScript on the back end, and Google Chrome, which is one of the most popular browsers. But in this course, we're using Firefox as our web browser because I think the developer tools are a little bit better there. And with Firefox, we're not actually using the V8 engine in order to compile the JavaScript down. We're using something called Spidermonkey, which is the original engine for JavaScript that was built within the Netscape browser way back in the day. And as a side note, if you really want an interesting podcast to listen to, look up Browser Wars. I think it's by the podcast called Business Wars. And it's a really cool story about Netscape and how all these browsers gained market share. Really worth checking out, in my opinion. So in summary, JavaScript can be run on the back end or the front end. And if it's run on the back end in Node.js, it's being compiled down using the V8 engine. If it's running on the front within Google Chrome, it's also using the V8. If it's running in Firefox, it's using Spidermonkey. If it's running in Safari, it's using some other compilation method that I can't think of off the top of my head. But ultimately, these are all different runtimes, and you do have to be aware of where you're running your JavaScript code because it's going to run differently. There are things that you cannot run within the Node.js runtime. If I tried to, let's say, open up the Node.js runtime here, all I have to do is type node and it'll bring me into the console. If I tried to say document.query selector and then grab the body tag of the HTML and I press enter, it's going to say uncaught reference error, document is not defined. And that is because in the Node.js runtime, the document object model does not exist like it does in the browser. So you have to be aware of these different runtimes and understand that certain types of code can run in the different runtimes. It's all JavaScript, but you kind of get what I'm saying here. And at this point, per usual, I've droned on way too long, longer than I ever thought that I would. But you have reached the end of the second lesson of my Full Stack Web Developer Roadmap series. And while we haven't written any JavaScript yet, well, I guess we did in the first lesson, but we haven't actually learned JavaScript yet, we do have a lot of context around it now, which was the purpose of this video. I really wanted to put this video together in order to give you that context so that when we start getting into the details, variables and data structures and functions and loops, all that kind of stuff, you have a little bit of a background to understand it from. If you liked this video, please give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel if you want to follow along with this series and series in the future. And with that, hope you enjoyed the video and I'll see you in the next lesson. In this video, we're going to be talking about JavaScript variables and data types. And be sure to stick around till the end of the video because I have some challenges and some practice questions that you can use to apply the skills that you learned in this video. Before we start talking about variables and data types, I just want to mention that as we go through this series, I'm not going to be covering everything that there is to know about the JavaScript programming language. There are a lot of different features within JavaScript, a lot of built-in functions and syntax shortcuts and all sorts of things like that you can do, but they're not absolutely necessary for you to write JavaScript code. For example, let me create a basic array here. So we'll say my array, and then we'll put some numbers in it. And this is actually what this video is all about. So don't worry if you don't understand this quite yet. But JavaScript has some built-in methods that we can use on this array. So we could say myArray.push, and then we can add a number to the end of this array. So just return the length of our new array. And if we print it out, you can see that there's the number 50 at the end of it. Now, that is an example of a very useful and commonly used built-in JavaScript prototype method that we're going to be covering in this series. But there are other methods, and there are a lot of them, that we will not. So, for example, we can say myArray.reverse. Now, this one's pretty simple. All it does is it reverses the order of the items within that array, as you can see. But this is not critical for you to learn to write good JavaScript code and be a web developer. So I'm going to selectively exclude things like that and try to focus in on the most important things of JavaScript. Likewise, there are also some very complex topics that we can discuss around the internals of JavaScript and how it works behind the scenes and how prototypes work and why it's technically not a class-based language. And all of these things are important for you to understand later down the road, but when trying to get you from, zero to deploying your first full stack web application, they're not completely essential per se. And believe it or not, a lot of web developers that work full-time jobs and are employed getting paid lots of money don't fully understand the internals of JavaScript. And that's why this series called You Don't Know JavaScript, written by Kyle Simpson, or his GitHub username is Getify. And he's written this wonderful series or book series on JavaScript and how it works. And you can go to each of the series on GitHub and actually read all about, how JavaScript works under the hood. And he has a tremendous understanding of this language and explains it in great detail. But I would say that you would use this as a reference, and personally, I think it's geared towards someone who has written JavaScript for some amount of time, and it's something that I reference back to even now after writing JavaScript for about 4+ years. It's still a great resource to look back on. So just know, as we go through this series, I'm not going to be covering absolutely everything. And if you have questions, be sure to just Google it or go to this You Don't Know JavaScript series and pick the section you want to learn about and kind of read a little bit more about it. And finally, if I can get through this long intro, we'll finally get to variables and data types. But I want to show you one thing real quick, and that is the console.log statement. So when we're working within the JavaScript console in our Firefox DevTools, you can print a variable by using the console.log statement. And this is built into JavaScript. You can use it on the front end in the JavaScript console or the back end in the Node.js console. And we can print something like hello world. We've done this already once in a previous video, but this is how we print different variables. So if I just say my first variable and set it equal to 20 and then console.log that first variable, you'll see that it prints it to the console. That's going to be used heavily within this series, so I want you to be familiar with it. The next thing is the concept of comments. So if you put 2 forward slashes before your code and then you write something, this is obviously invalid JavaScript, and you press enter, it's not going to throw an error on you. Well, if you type it like this, it's going to say that there's a reference error because we haven't commented it out. There's another way to write comments. Let me clear the screen here. And you can put a forward slash and then a star, and then you can enter down, write whatever comments you want, and then you just have to close it out by a star and then a forward slash. And when we press enter, it's not going to yell at us with any sort of error because we have written a comment. So I just wanted to basically introduce those concepts, the console.log, the single line comment, and the multi-line comment. You're going to see them a lot, and they're very useful for marking up your code and remembering things about the code that you've written. A big congrats if you're still watching this video. It means that you are dedicated to learning how to code. And for that reason, let's jump into variables and data types in JavaScript. So when I think of a variable in JavaScript, I just think of a data container. And a good analogy for this is the Amazon warehouse. So they've got these big vertical yellow stacks of containers with different products in them. And then on the bottom, they have little robots that kind of drive these containers around according to when the items in the containers are meant to be shipped. And I like to think of this as an analogy because JavaScript variables are very similar. In that Amazon warehouse, each container is registered and all the robots know exactly where to find the container and the products that are within that container. Same thing goes for JavaScript variables. Your computer knows exactly where to find all of these JavaScript variables that you declare and assign values to, and it's able to retrieve them instantly. So you can think of JavaScript variables as, you write them, and then they are basically like little Amazon products that get put into these containers and put in the back of the warehouse, but the computer at all times knows exactly where to go in that warehouse to find the values of these variables. In computer language, we wouldn't really call it a warehouse, we would just call it memory. But it's a good analogy to go by, and I think it'll help you remember what variables are all about. Just like Amazon's containers can have various types of products stored within them, so can JavaScript variables. And we can look at this here. We're going to just go through a couple examples of variables. The first one will be, we'll say your first variable, and we'll say learning to code gives you superpowers or something like that. So that would be one example of a variable, and that is actually a string variable. We'll go into that a little bit later. Now you can have your second variable, which will be equal to a number this time, so equal to 10. And finally, we'll say your third variable, and that'll be equal to an object. And we'll say that this object has a property that says something like hello world. And this is also a valid variable. And to print these variables, once again, we can use this console.log statement, and we can print your first variable, something like that, and you can see that it prints it out to the console. So these are just examples of writing variables, And now I want to go into each component of these statements. So as you can see, we have this keyword called const. We have a little space here. Then we have what seems to be our variable's name. Then we have this equal sign. Then we have some sort of data and a semicolon at the end. These are all really critical parts to writing JavaScript variables, because when the compiler goes to basically interpret the code that you have written, it reads it in a specific order and it looks at every single what we call token within the code. So for example, if I tried to define a new variable, and this time I'll just say another hello world, something like that, this would be valid. But if we took out just even this single little quotation and pressed enter, it's going to give us a syntax error. And you're going to get a lot of these syntax errors when you first start out, because they basically say, hey, you haven't written this JavaScript program correctly. You've missed a specific token within your code. Now, a lot of times you don't have to actually worry about these syntax errors. What I have pulled up here is Visual Studio Code, which is a code editor we're going to work with a little bit later in the series. We're not there yet, but what I want to show you is that if we tried to say new variable and then we define hello world with a semicolon at the end, it's going to look fine. But if we go over here and delete this little quotation, you're going to see that Visual Studio Code picks up on the fact that there's an error in this syntax. So a lot of the times when you're writing code, we're not going to see it, here in the console, which is what we're using right now. But once we get into code editors, it's going to point these things out, and you don't really have to worry too much about getting everything right as you're writing your code. The next thing we have to talk about with JavaScript variables is the concept of declaration and assignment. To properly use a variable, you have to do that sequence of steps in order. So you first have to declare the variable, then you have to assign a value to it. Now, if we typed in, something like new variable, and I'm going to actually refresh the page so we clear out all of the variables that we had already written. So if I say new variable, something like that, and we say hello world, that is going to not only declare but also assign this variable at the same time. So in many cases, we're doing it simultaneously, but we can also break it out into individual steps. And we can do that by using the let keyword, and we'll say let another variable equal, we'll say 20 this time. Or actually, no, we need to just put a semicolon at the other end of it. And by doing that, we have actually declared the variable. And now we have to assign a value to it. And we don't have to put the let keyword at the beginning. We just assign a value. And we can print this to the console by saying another variable. And you can see that it equals 20. So in the second example, I declared it, then I assigned it. And it's important to understand this concept. You don't necessarily have to think about this while you're coding, but I wanted to point this out. And it brings up another good point about this const versus let versus var keywords at the beginning of your variable expressions. Let me go ahead and write the same variable per se in 3 different ways. So first we can say variable 1 equals 10, and that's using the const keyword. Then we can say let variable, we'll say 2 this time, equals 10, that's valid. And then we can say var variable 3, can't type here, equals 10. And you can see that all 3 of these ways of writing a JavaScript variable are valid. So you might ask the question, well, how do we decide between const, let, and var? You need one of them at least to create a variable. If we just tried to say, random keyword and then variable 4 equals 10, it's going to give us an error because random is not an assigned keyword such as const, let, or var. Let's go ahead and start with var, and that is the only keyword that I would recommend against using. It's kind of a legacy keyword within JavaScript. It's something that existed in the old versions and standards of JavaScript, and nowadays we have the const and let keywords, which will pretty much cover every situation that we need to. Now, the reason var is not used anymore is because it can be redeclared. So if we say var my variable equals 10, and then we say var my variable equals, I'm sorry, I can't type today, equals 20, it's going to actually update the value of that variable without yelling at you at all. But if you use a keyword like const, so we'll say another variable equals 10, and then we say const another variable equals 20, it's going to say that there's a syntax error and it's going to yell at us for redeclaring a constant variable. With the var keyword, being able to redeclare a variable seems convenient, and it actually is when we're working within the console. But when you're actually writing code, it can be kind of dangerous and you can have some unwanted side effects by being able to redeclare a variable. The next keyword I want to talk about is let. And let is something that you will use whenever you expect to reassign a variable at some point in your code. So we just kind of talked about redeclaring a variable, and that's very different from reassigning a variable. So if you remember, you first declare the variable, which is basically saying, go back to our Amazon analogy where we're talking about, the containers and the robots have to remember where those containers are in the warehouse. Well, your computer has to first register or declare these variables, and then once it's declared, it kind of allocates some memory space on the hard drive or something like that, or in RAM, to basically remember where to retrieve that variable from. So that's the declaration step. And then the assignment step is where we take an actual value and we say, okay, put this value in this variable, and so the computer will go find that variable that was declared into memory and assign your new value to that little memory slot. So we will always use let when we expect to reassign a variable. So let me show you what this basically looks like. So let's say that we have a counter and we start that counter at 0. And then we want to actually increase the value of that counter. So we can say counter equals counter plus 1. And we can also say counter plus plus. That will do the same thing as the previous line that I just wrote. So now we should have it equal to 2. And you can see that it is now equal to 2. And you can see that we are reassigning the value of this variable multiple times. Now, if we tried to, let me refresh the page real quick so that we can use this variable again. And if we tried to say counter equals 0 with the const keyword, and then we tried to say plus plus, it's going to say that we have a type error because we can't assign or reassign a value to a constant variable. So that's when you want to use constants, is basically when you expect the value to never change. So a good example of that is, say we have a program that calculates some sort of income statement, and you want to put in a tax rate for this individual. So you might program in something like a tax rate, and that will be equal to 0.08 for 8%, and you press enter, and now this constant variable is never going to change. Your tax rate's never going to change. And that is the best use case for a constant variable. So just remember, you use let when you expect the value to be reassigned to a variable, and you use const when you expect the variable to never change values. Now, the concept of a constant is pretty universal in programming, and it spans across many languages. Oftentimes, you'll see constants written something like this. So we'll say tax rate equals 0.8%. And you can see that the variable has been written in all caps and separated by an underscore. Now, you'll see this very often, but this is just a semantic difference, and it's functionally the same as what we had written before. And that actually leads us into our next discussion, which is about variable naming conventions. I'm going to paste a couple different versions of variables in here. And we'll press enter, and you can see that all of these are actually valid in JavaScript. They're all written slightly differently, but they're functionally kind of the same. So these are all saying your first variable, but JavaScript recognizes them as different variables. That's why we're allowed to declare all of these at once. And they all functionally operate the same, but there are a couple of these that are more preferable in the JavaScript programming language than others. So for example, the first variable that we have here is written in something called Camel Case. And that is basically where the first letter of your variable is lowercase, and then each successive word or logical separated word within your variable is going to be capitalized. So this is called Camel Case. And then there's another version down here which is called Pascal Case, which is basically where it's the same thing as Camel Case except the first letter is capitalized. The second variable here where we have underscores in between lowercase letters is called Snake Case. Then you have this one right here that we just talked about, which is called Constant Case. And then finally, you just have a totally lowercase variable. And these are all different semantic styles that you can put on a JavaScript variable or any programming language variable. And oftentimes, these indicate to other programmers something about your code. I'll talk about what these mean in just a second, but first I want to talk about what makes these valid. So you can really think of a variable in JavaScript kind of like a Twitter hashtag. So if you were to write a Twitter hashtag and we'll say the full stack roadmap, which is the one that we have for this series, this would be a valid Twitter hashtag because it's all one word. Now, if I put a space here at the end, then Twitter's only going to recognize that first part, or full stack, and then it's going to treat roadmap as just normal text. And that's exactly how JavaScript works with variables. If we tried to define this as a variable, so let's say const full stack roadmap equals 10, it's going to give us a syntax error because we have a space in between these two words. To have a valid JavaScript variable, you have to put everything in one word and use one of these conventions up here at the top. Now, there's also a few things you can't do. So we cannot do something like this where we say full stack equals 10. You can't have these little quotes here. This is not going to work. And then you also cannot start a variable with a number. So you can see that I put 1 at the beginning of this variable. It's going to throw an error. But if I put full stack 1 at the end, so now we have our number at the end of the variable, that works just fine. So these are just some of the things to watch out for. It's fairly intuitive and you'll get the hang of this really quickly. And if you don't get the hang of it, the JavaScript debugger is going to yell at you and it's basically going to give you a bunch of syntax errors. All right, so now that you know how to validly declare and assign a variable, let's talk about something called a style guide. And this goes back to the concept that we see up here where we have all these different semantic ways to write a variable. They all work, but some of them are more preferable than others depending on what language you're writing in and what you're trying to do with the individual variable that you're declaring. If you type in JavaScript style guide into Google, you'll find a couple different style guides by different companies. So this is Google's JavaScript style guide, and here would be Airbnb's JavaScript style guide. So basically what these are specifications for the employees of these different companies that says, here is how we want you to write your JavaScript for our company. And what this might entail is different naming conventions, different use cases of different JavaScript features, all that kind of stuff. There's a plethora of things that you'll find within these style guides, but the one I want to look at is naming conventions. So we can find this within each of the style guides. Kind of have to look for it here real quick. So here is naming for Google. So we have the naming style guide for Google and Airbnb, and you'll see that each of them recommend Camel Case. So we can see package names need to be lower camel case, class names are upper camel case. Let's go down to normal variables, so non-constant field names should be lower camel case, local variables, lower camel case. You kind of get the point. They're all pointing towards this lower camel case convention. And if we go to Airbnb, you'll see here that it says use Camel Case when naming objects, functions, and instances. This is a bad example. This would be a good example. So you'll see within these two different companies, they're both recommending Camel Case. And that's actually a recommendation across all of the JavaScript community. So you'll see a lot of JavaScript code written in this Camel Case, as we saw here with our first variable. And this is what I would recommend you do as you're starting to learn how to write JavaScript. The last thing I want to talk about with naming conventions for variables is what we're actually naming them. So you'll see here that these are very descriptive. This is clearly indicating to the programmer that you're practicing, you're writing your first variable. But there's also going to be programs where you're going to have multiple variables within a single function or a class, and you need to identify between these different variables. So tell me, would this be an appropriate way to name a variable if we just said q equals 20? Well, the answer is no, because how are you going to ever know what that q is supposed to represent? Maybe it represents a counter in a for loop. Maybe it represents, I don't know, the tax rate on something. You know, whatever it means, you need to name your variable accordingly. So if this 20 represents a 20% tax rate or something like that, we need to call it tax rate for net income or something like that, where you're clearly specifying what this value represents. Now, there's also the case where you can get too complex with this and write out a variable that's way too long. And in that case, it gets hard to write that code because you're constantly having to type this super long variable and it takes you longer. So you want to find that middle ground where you're not being so vague where it's just saying the variable's name is q, and you're not so specific that you can't, write your variable within 10 seconds. The next thing we have to talk about is the left side of the variable expression and the right side of the variable expression. So let's write our first variable. JavaScript gives you superpowers, something like that. We'll press enter and let's take a look at this. So on the left side, when I say the left side, I'm talking about everything left of this little equal sign in the middle. And when I say the right side, I'm talking everything right of this little equal sign in the middle. So it's very important to make a distinction between the left and the right because depending on what you're putting on each side, you're going to get different behaviors. The left side of the equal sign is always going to include two things. It's going to include either const or let, and you could use var, but I don't recommend it. And then it's going to have a single space right here. And then it's going to have your properly constructed variable name. And then I always use another space. This is just good code formatting after that, and then an equal sign. And everything left of the equal sign is considered the target or that container that you're trying to put some sort of data or value into. So this is where you're storing your container. Now on the right side of the equal sign, you have the actual value that you're assigning. So the right side could be one of many different things. And this is where we get into the concept of data types. In this case, we have a string on the right side of our equal sign, and then followed by a semicolon. That's to indicate the end of the variable expression. So I want to touch on that real quick. Let's say that we had one variable equals 20, and then const second variable equals 30. This would be a valid expression. We wrote them on the same line, but we ended each statement with this semicolon. Now, if we were to pull this up again, all I did was press the up arrow key to get my last statement in the console. That's a quick shortcut for you. And if we were to take out this semicolon here, and let's go ahead and, rename these variables so that we can actually experiment around with them. So 1 and second, and then press enter, it's going to yell at us because we don't have a semicolon at the end of our first variable declaration, and that's why that semicolon is so important. It kind of indicates the end of an expression. Just for an example, here's a bunch of code that I wrote. that is demonstrating that we can have multiple different things on the right side of our expression. So you can see in each line we have our basic variable declarations, but on the right side we have anything from a number to another variable, to a string, to an object, to an immediately invoked function, to a combination, sorry, it keeps disappearing, a combination or addition of variables. And if we were to console.log variable 6 here, you're going to see, hello, my name is Zach. And basically what that's doing is it's taking the value derived from variable 5, which is returning us this hello, my name is, and then it's adding to variable 3, which is Zach. So you can see how we have a lot of different options on the right side, and this is always going to equal the value, which could come from a function or a specific data type. It can come from a lot of things, and that is assigned to the target container on the left side of the equal sign. All right, let's go a little bit simpler here again. I'm going to paste in 3 variables. The first one we have is a number, the second is a string, and the third is a Boolean. So let's talk about these different data types a little bit. There are a couple different data types in JavaScript, and the 3 most common are sitting on this screen right now. These are kind of the primitive data types. Now you might notice that as we have declared and assigned these variables, we didn't really mention what data type we are specifying here. And in a lot of languages such as C or C++ or Java, they actually require you to specify what type of data you are assigning to this variable. Another example of that would be Typescript, which is actually a superset of JavaScript that we might talk about a little bit later in the series. But basically, it's a language that compiles down, or it's actually transpiled down to JavaScript, and it allows for type checking or static typing. So this is how you would declare a variable within Typescript. So we would say the variable 1 equals a number, and that is equal to 10. So in this declaration and assignment, we are saying, okay, we have this variable 1, this is a number, and here's the value, which is a number assigned to it. And this is what we would call a statically typed language. And when we say statically typed, all we mean by that is the fact that you are, before you run your code, telling the compiler what types of data to expect. Now, JavaScript is what we would call a dynamically typed language, and you can see this above where this variable 1, the compiler is going to have no clue what type of variable this is until it actually evaluates the assignment value that you've given it and figures out what type it is. And you can actually see the type of each variable. So if we typed in variable 1 using this built-in type of function, we can also say variable 2 and variable 3 to see the different types of the variables. So you might say, well, if JavaScript is dynamically typed and we don't really need to specify the data type that we're assigning to the variable, then why should we even care? Well, that is exactly the reason you should care, because if you're writing code like this and you're assigning all sorts of different values to these variables, it's really important that you always recognize what types of values you're assigning to your variables so that you don't try to do something like this where you say variable 1 plus variable 2, and then it will say 10 some value. So clearly something happened here. You tried to add a number and a string together, but JavaScript has magically coerced the first variable, which is a number, into a string, and it has combined those or concatenated those strings together into a single string. So without understanding the different data types that you're assigning to your variables, things like this are going to get very confusing, and you might try to add things together or combine variables together, and you don't know why they're combining in the way that they are. This right here is actually called implicit coercion of a variable type. We're not going to talk about this quite yet, but basically what's happening is it's taking variable 1, which is of type number, and variable 2, which is of type string, and it's saying, I want to coerce this number into a string and then combine the values together. So you can have a variable such as number1 will be equal to 10 as a string, and then we can say number2 equals 20 as a number. And if we said the type of number1, it's going to give us a string, and the type of number2 is going to be a number. But what we can actually do is explicitly, rather than implicitly, coerce these two variables together. So if we implicitly do it and say number1 plus number2, it's going to give us 1020 because it is basically coerced this number of 20 into a string and concatenated together with this first string, which is 10. But if I wanted to add these two together as numbers, all I have to do is use the built-in math function to, number function to put the number 1, which is a string, into a number, and then I can add that to number 2, which is already a number, and now it's going to give me the correct answer, which is 30, and that is the addition of those two numbers. So you can see that if you're not paying attention to the types of data that you're working with, you might have unexpected results, as we saw right here when we added a string and a number together. All right, so now that we've talked about the importance of data types, let's go through each of them and just get an overview of what they look like. So let's clear this out. So the first one we're going to do is a string value. And there are actually two ways that you can declare a string value. You can first say something like hello world with these single quotations, and that would be valid. You can also say another string value and specify with double quotations hello world, and that's going to work just the same. There's no better way to do this, but I would say just like we use lower camel case for writing JavaScript variables, the convention within the industry is generally going to converge on these single quotes, and a lot of code linters, which actually a code linter is something that will take a big style guide like the ones we looked at before, and it'll actually write these rules into code, and then while you're typing your code within a code editor like Visual Studio Code, it will take all those rules and it will apply it to the code that you're writing as you're writing it. So a lot of these code linters are going to specify that they want your code written with these single quotes rather than the double quotes that you can also write a string as. Moving on to numbers, these are a little bit easier. All you have to say, let's say number values are variable. All you have to do is specify a number, and there's nothing to it here. Now the one thing that you might mess up on at some point, let's just make this a different variable. You might try to add a comma in there to specify a larger number. And when you press enter here, it's going to give you a syntax error because this is not a valid way to write a number. You always have to just write the number as one big number. There's no commas or anything that you can put in it. Booleans are also pretty simple. So if we want to write a Boolean, Boolean value is going to either be equal to true or it's going to be equal to false. So that's pretty simple. There's only two possible values that you can put in there. That's Booleans. Now the next one is arrays, and this is where we start to get into a little bit more complex data types. So let me clear the screen to work on this real quick. And if we wanted to say first array, and then we want to put in some numbers here, we can do that. And you can see that an array is specified by these opening and closing brackets, and then values here that are separated by commas. So you can think of an array, and I know computer science people would yell at me for saying this, but you can think of this array as just basically a list. And this list is separated by commas, and within this list you can actually put any data type that you want. So we have numbers in this first array, but we could also put in a variety of data types. So we can put in a number, a string here, we can put in an object. We're going to get to that in a second. And we can also put in another array. So we just put in another array within this array. So these are all valid things you can put in an array, and you can kind of mix them together. You probably won't do this very often where you're mixing data types, but just wanted to say that you can do that, and that's part of JavaScript's dynamically typed language feature. Now, the important thing to understand about arrays is that they are indexed. And when we say index, each of these values separated by commas are identified by a single index. And these indexes start at 0. So they don't start at 1 as you would think. So in this first array, you might say, oh, this value 10 is represented by the index of 1. Well, no, that's not the case. This is represented by the index of 0. And then you just count up in order. So 10 would be represented by 0, 20 would be represented by 1, 30 by 2, and 40 by 3. And we can retrieve these values from the array by saying first array. So you type out your array variable, and then you use brackets just like you did to write them, but this time you pass in the index. So if we wanted to grab this value of 10 from the first array, we just type in the 0th index and press enter, and it's going to give us that value from the array. Now we can also retrieve these other values. So say from the second array, let's say that we wanted to get this last value, which is actually another array. We could say console.log second array, and then we can use brackets, and we'll count, this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, and then this would be the third. So we can say 3, and that's going to give us this array. And we can even tack on another set of brackets, and we'll say we want the third, or the second value. I'm sorry, I'm misspeaking totally here. We want the fourth value from this array by using the index of 3, and then let's say we want the 0th value, or this value of 1, from the array that we've grabbed there. And now you can see that we can grab values from nested arrays. So that's the important thing to know about arrays. You have to pay attention to the indexes, and then you use bracket notation to retrieve those values from their respective indexes. The next thing we'll talk about is objects, and in JavaScript these are very important. You might even hear the phrase that everything is an object in JavaScript, and that is true. I don't want to get into the subtleties of it today, but it is very important nonetheless to learn how these objects work in JavaScript, because you're going to be using them in every single program that you ever write. To understand objects, just think of them as a complex container. So going back to that Amazon analogy where you have those carts of different containers, and then within the containers, let's say that you have other containers that have the Amazon products. So let's say that you have some sort of jewelry product that is sold on Amazon. You might have a big container, and then you might have 30 different little containers within that big container. And then within each of those 30 little containers, you have different pieces of jewelry. So that is kind of what a JavaScript object is all about. You can make it infinitely complex, infinitely nested. There's just so much you can do with it. So let's jump in and see what a basic object looks like. So we'll say object variable, and then this is indicated by these little curly braces. This is what you enclose an object in. And then within an object, you have to give it properties. So these properties are written just like a JavaScript variable, and you can kind of think of them as variables contained within the object. So we might say prop1, and then you use a little colon to say, okay, that variable I want to assign the following value to. So we'll say we want to assign the number 20. And then to create another property, you have to put a comma after the first property. So it's sort of kind of like an array where you have a bunch of different values separated by commas, but in this case, you kind of have to think of it as a key value pair. So this is the key, which would be the prop1 or the variable, and then this is the value right here on the other side of the colon. If you want to say prop2, and then we want to set that to 50, you can do so like that. And then you put your semicolon at the end, press enter, and now we have the object variable with prop1 and prop2. Now, to access these properties within the object, we use something called dot notation. So unlike the array where we would say object variable and then you put little brackets and say 0 or something like that, we can't do that. That's not going to work. But if we said object variable dot prop1 like that, then we're going to get the value of 20. So we access the properties using dot notation. And this can be infinitely nested. So let's construct an object right here. We'll say it's a nested object and it'll be equal to, we'll say layer 1 and then layer 2. And we're just making a bunch of objects nested within each other. And then we'll say target value will be 20. And so this target value is simply a property nested within several other properties within this object. So we'll press enter, and then to get that value, you just say nested object dot layer 1 dot layer 2 dot layer 3, and then dot target value, and you get the value of 20. So you can see how this dot notation allows you to basically grab the values of the properties off of the object. And notice how when I'm using this dot notation, I'm specifying the property. So we could also do this. So we're going back to our object variable right up here. So we can also, like I said, you can't use this 0 here, but what you can do is you can use this bracket notation. You just have to define the property that you want to grab in that bracket notation. So that's another way to retrieve a value from an object. I prefer the dot notation usually, but in some cases you might need this because maybe you know the name of the property. So you know the name of the property is property 1. So instead of explicitly writing this property as a string, you might store it in another variable and then pass the property value variable into your object. I don't want to get too far into that because that's going down a little bit of a rabbit hole, but you may need both of these in certain situations. The last thing we'll talk about is functions, and we're not really going to talk about them much. But I did want to say that functions are valid things that you can assign to a variable, and this goes back to the concept of everything is an object in JavaScript. So let me just show you a brief example. We'll say function container variable just to be descriptive here. And then we can write a function like this. And this function will maybe return the value of 20. So we are storing that function in this variable, and then we can actually call this function like this and get the value of 20 that was returned from it. But we haven't learned how functions work, return values, all that stuff, so don't worry about this. I just wanted to show you that this is a variable and we can actually assign a function to that variable. So that's a valid thing to put on the right side of that equal side. All right, if you're still here, huge congrats. You're probably one of very few people that have the patience to sit through a video of mine that goes into sometimes excruciating detail about things. But thank you for watching. I just want to go through a quick summary of what we learned here and then offer you some exercises that you can use to actually practice the concepts we learned in this video. So just to summarize, when using variables, we first have to declare it and then we have to assign it a value. And these are often done in the same line of code, the same step. When we are using the different keywords, so let, const, and var, we probably never want to use var, but when we use let, it's because we want to reassign the value of a variable, and when we use const, it's because we expect the value of this variable to not change within the program. Next up, the left side of the equal sign represents the variable that will hold the value that you're assigning. So it's kind of the target for that data. The right side represents the actual value. There are many ways to write a JavaScript variable, but Camel Case is the preferred way. You'll see this most often in the JavaScript community. And then there are 5 main types of variables. You have strings, numbers, booleans, arrays, and objects. and those functions that we just talked about kind of fall into that object data type. So the final thing is that a semicolon represents the end of a JavaScript expression. You always put that at the end, except if you're using an object, in which case you can enter down onto multiple lines and you actually have to use commas to separate those different object properties. That's it for the summary. Now let's move on to the challenges and practice for this video. So like I said, you're not going to be able to just watch these videos and learn how to code. You have to actually apply them. And at the end of each video, I want to at least give you a few challenges to work through to apply your knowledge. So I'm going to just put these challenges on the screen here for a few seconds, and you can go ahead and work through them in the console within the Firefox DevTools that we talked about in the previous lesson and how to use that. And the answers are going to be on my GitHub account, and I'll link to those in the description so that you can see if you got them right. All right, on to the challenges for today. Good luck, and I will see you in the next video. Today we're going to be talking about JavaScript operators, and be sure to stick around till the end because I have a handful of challenges for you to try out and solve on your own to practice the skills that you learn in this video. Before we talk about JavaScript operators, I want to do a little review of what we talked about in the previous video, which was JavaScript variables and data types, because they're going to actually come into play during this video. So if we right click anywhere in our Firefox web browser and click Inspect Element, let me make this a little bit larger for us so that we can see. And then you go to the console, you're going to get into a REPL, or I think that stands for Read, Evaluate, Print, and Loop, which basically allows you to execute JavaScript without setting anything up. So we're going to be using this to code in this lesson, but also to review what we did last time. So last time we talked about JavaScript variables, and the way that you declare and assign a variable is one of three ways. We can say const, and then a space, and then the variable name. We're just going to call it A here, and then you give it some sort of value. This is a valid way to define a variable. We can also do it with let A equals 20, and we could, or not, we can't use A actually because we already declared this up here with the const. So we need to do something like B. And then we can also use var, but I don't recommend using this because it's kind of an outdated legacy feature of JavaScript. But nevertheless, it still works. We can still declare and assign a variable that way. Now, we also talked about how you cannot reassign something that you assigned as const. So if you wanted to say value will not change as the variable name, and you set that equal to 20, and then you try to say value will not change equals 30, it's going to give you an error because you assigned it with const. But if you say, instead of const, you say let, and then value will change equals 20, then you can come down here and say value will change equals 30, and it lets you do that. So that's the difference between const and let. Again, we don't use var because it's kind of a legacy keyword in JavaScript. Now, we also talked about the different data types that you can use. So I'll just use the const keyword for our variables here. We'll say my string equals hello world. So we can define a string value, which is represented by these little quotations, the single quotations, and declare that as a variable. Now we can also, again, I just pressed the up arrow on my keyboard to get that last command that we typed, and we can kind of circle through all of the commands that I have typed along the way. But anyways, we can declare a string. So we'll say the second string. This is basically just a different variable. And we can use double quotes to do the same thing. So these are functionally equivalent. Some style guides would recommend that you use single quotes. Others would recommend double quotes. It doesn't really matter. You just got to pick one. So that's how you define a string. And if we wanted to define a number, so my number, we just give it a number. That's pretty easy. We also have Booleans, which are going to either be true or they're going to be false. So that's pretty easy. There's only two answers that you can possibly have there. And then finally, we have arrays and objects. Let me clear some space here. So we'll start with my array, and we can fill that with pretty much anything. So we can do some numbers right here. So that'll be our first array. And then maybe we can say our second array will be something like string 1 and string 2. And if you remember, we can access the properties from these arrays by using bracket notation. So we just look for the index. This would be the 0th index, the first index, the second, and the third. So we use that here to identify different objects or different values within that array. And then finally, we have objects, which are going to be a little bit more complex, and they're kind of the cornerstone of JavaScript. But we can say property 1 equals some value, and then so that's a string value, and we can access that by just saying using dot notation. So we just say my object dot and then property 1, and that's going to give us some value. We can also, with objects, use bracket notation, and if we pass in the string version of that property, it will still give us some value. So that's just a quick review of how JavaScript variables work and all the different data types. Now we're going to take these concepts and extend them a little bit further in talking about JavaScript operators. So the first thing we got to basically resolve is, what is an operator? Well, an operator is something that exists in all coding languages, not just JavaScript, the one we're working in. You'll see these operators in anything from JavaScript, Python, Java, C, C++, all of these different languages have this concept of operators. And there's not a really great way to explain it without just jumping in, but basically how I'd summarize it is an operator is something that allows you to either compare two values or more than two values. You can modify values, modify variables, combine them together. It just allows you some more flexibility in kind of to test the different equalities of different variables. So I know that's a kind of a tough explanation, but let's just jump in, you'll see what I mean. Now there are four main types of operators. We're looking at arithmetic, assignment, comparison, and logical operators. You'll see how these kind of fit in just a second when we jump into them. We'll start with some of the easiest ones, which would be arithmetic operators. So this would be plus, minus, or addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So you can see how this works. It's pretty easy. We can have a series of numbers, and remember, we're using a JavaScript console, which basically reads the value of a JavaScript expression and then prints it back to us. Once we start writing code in files later in the series, we're not going to be able to, let's just say some random variable here equals 20, and you can see that all we have to do is type in some random variable and press enter, and it's going to evaluate what the variable actually has stored in it. We don't actually have to use this console.log statement that we have been looking at in prior videos. You definitely can, and it's going to print 20, but you don't have to. You can just type it the variable. So this is going to be very useful when looking at these operators here. So in any JavaScript console, you can just take numbers like this. So we'll say 20 plus 50, and that will equal 70, and it shows how it evaluates those. And this plus sign in the middle is considered a JavaScript operator. So you can already start to see what these operators actually represent. You can also do something like 50 minus 20. I'm trying to space it out here for us, but we can say 50 minus 20 equals 30. And we can also do some division. So 20 divided by 2 is 10, as well as multiplication. 2 times 2 is going to be equal to 4. So these are all what we call operators. This plus operator, the subtraction operator, division, and multiplication. And these are the most basic arithmetic operators. At this point, you might be wondering, well, what are we doing here? I've never seen this syntax written before. Well, this is not actually valid JavaScript code. It works here in the console, but if you tried to write it in a file, it's not going to work out so well. Generally, you're going to be doing these operations and assigning the value to an actual variable. So let's say that we want to do a result variable, and we want to say 20 plus 50 divided by 2, or something like that. And we save that, and now we print out the result, and it's going to be 45 because we did 20 plus 50 is going to be 70 divided by 2 is 45, and then it stores it within this result variable. So what we call the right side here, and this is going back to the prior lesson, we talked a little bit about the left side of the equal sign and the right side of the equal sign. So this equal sign right here, so we got left and then right. Everything on the right side is what we're going to be calling a JavaScript expression. And so we're using all of these different values along with the operators to create some sort of expression that is going to be evaluated in full. And then once it's evaluated, it's going to take that single value that it came up with and assign it to the variable on the left side of that equal sign. There are actually a couple more arithmetic operators as well. So we can use something called a modulus operator. So let's do 100 and then a little percent sign, and then we'll say 50, and that's going to equal 0. And basically what this is doing a division problem, so 100 divided by 50, and then it's figuring out what is the remainder of that division problem. In this case, 50 is a factor of 100. It goes into 100 2 times with no remainders, so we're going to get 0. But what if we said 100 modulus, I don't know, 77? Well, we're going to get 23 because 77 goes into 100 one time with a remainder of 23. So this may not seem very useful to you right now, but I promise you there's going to be times when you're coding where this modulus operator will come in handy. Moving on, we also have the exponent operator. So if we wanted to say, I don't know, 8 to the power of 2, so generally you would see it written like this. Well, this is not actually what the exponent operator looks like. We would have to put in 2 stars here, and we'll say 8 to the power of 2 is going to equal 64. 8 times 8 is 64. And that's how we use the exponentiation operator. So that's 2 little stars. You can remember that where the multiplication is going to be 1 star. So 8 times 2 is 16. And then if we do 8 double star 2, that's 8 to the power of 2. So that's the exponent operator. And then finally, there's a couple operators that are not going to kind of fit into this this schema that we've been looking at so far. It's going to be a little bit confusing, but I'll try to explain it best I can. One of those is going to be the increment operator, and then the next will be the decrement operator. So let's say that we have a variable. I'm going to intentionally mess this one up. So let's say that we have a starting number, and that will be equal to 0. Now notice what we used here. We used the const keyword here, so we cannot reassign this value. So the operator that we're trying to use here is called the increment operator. And the way that it works is you take a variable or some value and you put 2 plus signs at the end. And when we press enter, you're going to see that it's invalid because we have a const declaration or a value that cannot change. Now, if we wanted to declare this with the let operator, so we'll say start number, this is a different, or actually let's just clear the whole screen so that we're very clear on what we're doing here. So we'll say let starting number equal 0. Now this value can be reassigned. So all we have to do is say starting number plus plus, and when we press enter, it's going to say 0, but the actual value of the starting number variable is actually equal to 1. And we can see that by printing it out once more. And if we do this increment operator again, and then we print out starting number again, we're going to get 2. So you can see how it's adding 1 to the variable. And this is actually equivalent to saying starting number equals starting number plus 1. So you take the previous value and you add 1. So if we press enter, now you're going to see that the starting number is equal to 3. Now we can also do this with a decrement operator. So we can say starting number Actually, let me clear the screen real quick. We'll say starting number, which is currently at 3, and put 2 little minus signs at the end, and it's going to now equal 2. And we can do it again, a couple minuses, and now it's equal to 1. So you might say, well, why is this useful? In many cases, when you're going through loops, which we're going to talk about in a future video, this is going to come in handy. So we just made it through the arithmetic operators, but now we can move on to something called an assignment operator. And believe it or not, we've actually already covered this. So when we write a variable, my variable equals 20, we're actually using an operator already. So this equal sign that we've talked about so much is actually an assignment operator. And believe it or not, this is the only assignment operator that you're ever going to need. Although this is all you'll ever need pretty much forever, I want to show you some of the other assignment operators that we can use, just so that you know that they're out there. But once again, these are not required, and quite honestly, I don't even use these. A lot of programmers that have been coding for 20, 30 years will never use these. So this is just for educational purposes. Honestly, I would recommend just writing your code out long form, and I'm going to show you what I mean in just a second. Let's say that we had a value. We'll assign a variable equal to 10. Notice how we use this let keyword so we can reassign this variable. And what if we wanted to add 5 to it? Well, this would be pretty simple. All we would have to do is say x equals, and then we want to take the previous value of x, which is currently equal to 10, and we add, using the addition operator, 5. So that's the end of our expression. Press enter, and now x is equal to 15. Well, there's actually a shorter way to write this, and all we have to do is use a different assignment operator. So the way that we would do this, let's start over. I'm going to refresh the page, clear out all this nonsense up here. And let's say that we have our variable, again, equal to 10. Well, we can also write it like this. We'll say plus equal 5. And when I press enter, this is actually going to reassign that variable of x from 10 to 15. So add 5 to it. And you can see that if we print out x, it's now equal to 15. So you can see this little operator here, the plus and then the equal sign. This is an assignment operator, which works the same as just our normal equal sign, but instead it's going to take whatever's on the right side of it, and it's going to add it to the variable on the left side. We also have this for every different operation. So we have the plus equals. So let's just start with x. We'll use this as an example here again. So we'll say plus equals 5. This should turn it into 20. We also have x minus equal to 5, which should bring it back down to 15. We have x divided by equals, and then we'll say 3, so that should equal 5. And then finally, we have x multiply equals, we'll say 2, and that's going to equal 10. So you can see how we have several different assignment operators that are just shortcuts for us to do something that we could already do writing it out longhand. And what I want to say about this, like I said, you don't need these operators. All you really need is this one right here, and that's the equal sign. And the reason being is, sure, you could save a few characters of code, but it's just a lot more clear if we wanted to take our value. So let's get x. This is currently equal to 10. It's much more clear, in my opinion, if we just say x equals x plus 5 rather than saying x plus or equal to 5. And it just eliminates the need to memorize a bunch of stuff. You really just don't need these, and I would recommend just not worrying about them. So just to do a little recap, we have our arithmetic operators. So let me just write this out in a comment. So we have our arithmetic operators, and this is going to be plus, minus, multiply, divide, modulus, increment, decrement, and I believe that covers all of it. I apologize if I missed one here, but these are all arithmetic operators, and they allow us to basically modify different variables. We also have assignment operators. So assignment operators, And this is going to be the equal sign that we're very familiar with, the plus equals, minus equals, multiply equals, and divide equals. These are all valid assignment operators, but once again, I just recommend learning this one and being done with it. Now, the next sort of operators that we can talk about are comparison operators. And in my opinion, these are the hardest to understand because it introduces a concept that we haven't really looked at a lot yet. Let's go ahead and start with a basic example. So let's assign a result variable, and we'll assign it equal to the following JavaScript expression. And when we print out this result variable, it's going to equal true. And if you can just kind of logically think through this, not to be confused with logical operators, but if we can just think through this, 20 is greater than 18. This is actually the greater than operator. We're going to talk about all of these in a second. But you can basically figure this out intuitively. This is bigger than this, so the result should be true, right? Well, let's bring in something a little bit more complicated. So let's say something like, I don't know, constant result 2 is going to be equal to 20 equal sign 3 times and then 20. So in this case, it's a little bit harder to understand what we're doing here. We've got an equal sign here and then we have 3 more over here. And this has probably got you thinking like, well, what's going on here? The answer to this expression is going to be true. And that is because 20 does equal 20, but we have to understand what's going on here on the right side of the equal sign before we can really think through this. So to really understand this, we have to get super clear when we're talking about the left side of the equal sign and the right side of the equal sign. We talked about this in the last lesson, but we're going to go into this even deeper now. So if we look at this second expression that we did, this is the assignment operator, and we have to be clear what we're looking at here. So the left side is going to be the variable that we're assigning the right side over here to. So this right side, as I talked about a little bit earlier, is going to evaluate to some value, some single value. And this is what we call a JavaScript expression. And in this case, we're using a special operator, which is the triple equal sign. And this triple equal sign behaves in a certain way that basically says, well, is the left side of it and the right side of it, or maybe this is a little bit confusing, is 20 equal to 20 in both value and type. So we talked about data types before, and this is where that all comes into play. So as we go through these, make sure that you're being clear about what you're looking at. So the left side versus the right side. These equal signs over here are not doing the same thing as this equal sign right here. Think of this as kind of like the master equal sign that kind of determines everything about this whole JavaScript statement, and then any other equal sign that you see are actually going to be operators that are doing some sort of comparison. When we're talking about comparison operators in JavaScript, there are 4 main comparison operators that have to do with equality. So we have the triple equal sign, we have the double equal sign, we have the not equal sign with 2 right there, and then we have the not equals with 1. So you can think of these two, so this one right here and this one right here, these are kind of opposites, while the double equals and the single exclamation and single equals are kind of functionally opposite. Now, what do they actually do? Well, to find out, we need to start playing around with a few values. So once again, just like we could do 20 plus 20 and get 40, we can also evaluate different expressions using these comparison operators. So if we said 20 double equals 20, that's going to evaluate to true. We could also say 20 triple equals 20 is going to evaluate to true. So what's the difference between the two? Well, the difference is it has to do with the data type that we're working with. So if you remember from the last lesson, 20 written like this is going to be very different from the 20 written like this. In the first case, we're looking at a number. In the second case, we're looking at a string. And you can see that the expression evaluates to true, but we're not quite there yet. So let's say we want a number value, and that'll be equal to that 20. And then we also want a string value, which is going to be equal to, I don't know, we'll say 50. But notice how we have these single quotations. We could also have done double quotations here. Doesn't really matter, it's just another way to write it. And so now we have a number value and a string value. And if we use the type of operator, this is actually one that we'll, we've already used a little bit, but this is actually an operator itself. And then we put the number value, it's going to evaluate to number. And we can also put in the string value, and that'll be a string. So we know that this number variable and the string variable are of number and string types, but we can try to compare them with each other using the double equals and triple equals equality. So I kind of messed up here. I meant to say that this string value should be equal to 20. So let me just go ahead and redo this once more. So we'll say string value equals 20, and then we'll say number value equals 20, and we're back to where we started here. And now what we can do is we can say string value double equals number value. And this is going to be equal, and it's going to return a value of true, which is a Boolean. And the reason being is because while these are not the same data type, they are the same value. So if we were to convert this string value into a number, so we can use the built-in JavaScript number function and pass in the string value, we're going to get 20, which is a valid JavaScript number. And what's happening here, when we compare the string value to the number value using the double equal sign, what it's doing is it's first converting them to the same data type. So it might convert the string value to a number and then compare it to the number value. So it's comparing apples to apples. And then it checks whether the actual values are going to be equal to each other. In this case, they're both equal to 20. So we have a resultant expression of true. Now, if we tried to do this with triple equals, so string value triple equals number value, we're going to get false, because this time, if we do triple equals, it's not going to convert the types to match each other. So basically what it's saying is, well, yeah, the numbers, the actual values are the same, but the data types are not, so therefore this expression evaluates to false. So when we're looking at these different, the double equals and the triple equals, the double equals does not care about the data type, while the triple equals does care about the data type. And in almost all cases, I would recommend using triple equals because we're just being a lot more explicit about what we're writing in our code that way. Well, you can see that string value does resolve to true when we compare it with the double equal sign. This is only because it is implicitly coercing the data type of these values. Now, if we did it with the triple equal sign, it's obviously false because they're different values. But like I said, we could do the number string value. So this is explicitly, not implicitly like JavaScript does with the double equals, but we are explicitly coercing this string into a number, and then we can triple equals compare it to this number value, and it's going to equal true. Like I mentioned, these comparison operators are probably the most difficult of all the operators to kind of grasp your head around. Nevertheless, hopefully this makes sense when we're talking about double equals versus triple equals. And then furthermore, if we were to set a result variable equal to the value of string value triple or double equals number value, which we know equals true right here, then what's going to happen, even though we have these equal signs on the right side, remember right side versus left side, we have this expression, this entire expression on the right side of this equal sign. And therefore what JavaScript is doing is it's saying, okay, first let me look at this expression, let me evaluate it and see what it results in. In this case, it results in true. So now I have a true value on the right, and now I want to assign this into the result variable. So we press enter and we're going to get the value of true in that result variable. Now moving on to the not equals, or this little exclamation point with the double equals, or the exclamation with a single equal sign. These are basically the opposite of what we were doing with the double and triple equal signs. So let's try this once more. We'll say we want a number value of 20, and then we want a string value of also 20, but this is in string form. So these are not going to be equal if we use the triple equal sign, because that cares about the value and the type, but it will be equal if we use the double equal sign. Now, if we just plop in this exclamation point, it's going to reverse everything. So if we do the exclamation point with a single equal sign, and then we say string value, that's basically saying, is the number value not equal to the string value? And in this case, it is equal to the string value because we're using only one equal sign. So the answer is false. I know that's a little bit tough to wrap your head around, but if you think about it long enough, it'll make sense. Now, if we plop in this double equal sign and put in the string value, this is going to evaluate to true, because remember, if we have the in the case of, let's say, hold on one second, triple equals, this is going to care about the value and the type. So it's the same deal with this exclamation point in the double equals. So basically it's saying the number value is not equal to the string value because the types are not equal, and it evaluates to true because no, they're actually not equal to each other. So just try to reverse it in your head. Don't think about this too much. When the time comes, you'll figure out how to use these, but I just wanted to briefly go over them and show you that they're just the exact opposite of double and triple equals. Now with these equality operators, it gets a little bit tricky when dealing with different data types. So thus far, we've only compared numbers and strings. So if we said 20 triple equals 20, that equals true because it's a number in comparison to a number and they're of the same type. We can also say 20 double equals 20 because, you know, that's kind of saying the same thing. It doesn't care about the types are the same, doesn't care, but the values are the same, so it equals true. We can also compare strings. So we can say hello world, and that is going to be triple equals to hello world, and that's going to equal true. And we're also able to remove one of those equal signs, and it's going to give us the same answer because the values are the same, the types are the same, it doesn't really matter there. So we can use it with numbers and strings. We can also do booleans. So if we said true triple equals true, that's going to give us true. Now I know that's a little bit of a tongue twister there, but we're saying that the value of true, which is a boolean, is equal to another value of true. So that expression evaluates to a truthy value and it prints true. So I've said true about 50 times in the last 30 seconds, so let me stop doing that. But basically, we can do strings, numbers, and booleans with our equality operators. Now, if we try to do arrays and objects, the game changes a little bit. So let's say that we have an object, which is equal to, we'll say property 1, some value, and then we'll go down. Actually, I needed to hold shift down while I did that. So let me redo this real quick. So starting over, we have my object, and this will be equal to property 1, which is equal to some string value. And then we have, we'll say property 2 is going to be equal to a number, and there's our object. We also will define my array, and this will be equal to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, just a bunch of numbers in there. And all we have to say to prove this out is my array equal to my array? And the value here is going to be equal to true because you're comparing the same variable with itself. But let's say that we created another array, and this time it's going to equal the same exact thing. So I'm going to put in the same exact numbers. It's going to look exactly the same, We'll press enter, and now if we compare my array triple equals another array, it's going to equal false. So in the first case, when we were comparing the same variable with itself, it equals true, which makes sense. But why does this not equal each other? Why does my array not equal another array? They look exactly the same. And this is one of the quirky parts of JavaScript. You'll hear that a lot, but I'm not going to get into why these are not equal and actually how to compare two different arrays using JavaScript. It's just too complex for what we're talking about. But just know you cannot compare everything. And the same goes for objects. So if we said my object triple equals my object, it's going to equal true because we're comparing the same exact object. But if we say another object and we make that equal to the same exact one, so property 1 is going to be equal to some value, and then property 2 is going to be equal to 20. So this is the same exact object that we had up top, but this time if we say my object triple equals another object, we're going to get false. And you might be wondering, well, maybe this is just because we're using triple equals. Well, that's not the case. Even if we used my array double equals another array, it's still going to be false. And if we use my object double equals another object, it will also be false. So you cannot compare with these comparison operators arrays and objects. You actually have to use a different library in a lot of cases, and a lot of developers turn to a library called Lodash. So if we just type in Lodash into the browser, you'll see that this is a utility library that basically provides you with a bunch of different methods that you can use to do a bunch of common JavaScript operations that would otherwise take you writing a good amount of code to do. But again, this is way too complex for what we're doing right now, so we're going to go back and keep going with our discussion on operators. So we've gotten through the bulk of these comparison operators. The hardest ones are done. Now we just have to talk about numeric comparison operators. And these will not come as a surprise. We have the greater than, less than, greater or equal to, and less than or equal to operators. And you can see how these work. 40 is greater than 20, that's true. 20 is less than 40, that's also true. 20 is less than or equal to 20, that is true. And 20 is greater than or equal to 20. So you can see how these all work. They're pretty common, and if you took any sort of math class, you'll know exactly how these work. Now, the final operator that falls into this comparison operator category is something called the ternary operator. And that is spelled, let's see if I can spell this, ternary is what I'm saying here. And this ternary operator is going to look like this. So we'll say we want to assign a result variable, and we want to assign this equal to the following expression. So we'll say 20 triple equals 20. We'll add a little question mark, and then we'll say values match. And then we'll add a colon, and we'll say values do not match. And we'll press enter, and you're going to see that the result is values match. So this is a very confusing expression to look at first glance, but you will get used to this. This is something that a lot of programmers really like. Some of them do not like it because they think it makes it more complicated. We haven't talked about conditionals yet, but I think you'll be able to understand this a little bit, so I'm going to try to explain it real quick. This expression right up here is going to be functionally equivalent to the following expression. So we'll say if 20 triple equals 20, then we'll say return, or actually no, we need to redo this real quick. We need to first say or declare a variable. So we'll say result variable, and we don't need to assign a value to it yet. We'll say if 20 triple equals 20, then we want to assign the result variable equal to values match. And if it does not equal, so else, then our result variable is going to be equal to values do not match. If I can spell right. Okay, so when we press enter, it's going to say that it evaluated to values match, just like it showed up here when we printed the result. And if we type out result variable, you can see that it has been assigned that value. So I wanted to show you this, even though we haven't gone through the if-else statements yet, the conditionals, but I think it's fairly intuitive to understand. We're saying if this expression evaluates to true, then I want to assign the variable to what is after this question mark, or the values match. Otherwise, this else statement, which is going to be substituted by the colon, we want to assign it to values do not match. So in other words, this question mark is kind of like the if part, and this colon is kind of like the else part. And this everything left of the question mark is going to be the expression that we're actually evaluating. And remember, this is where it gets, this is where it's kind of confusing when you're first starting out. Remember, we have to keep the right side and the left side separate in our head. So we're looking at this equal sign. What is to the left side of the equal sign? Well, that is the result variable. Now, what is to the right side of the equal sign? Well, that's everything here. So this entire expression is to the right side. And when JavaScript looks at this, the first thing it does is it says, what's on the right side? And furthermore, how do I evaluate that? And then it uses the rules of this ternary operator to say, okay, first I want to look at 20 triple equals 20. What does that resolve to? Well, that resolves to true for reasons we discussed before. And therefore, I'm going to grab this value right here. Now, if it would have resolved to false, then it would say, okay, I don't want this. I actually want this one over here. And then once it's found that answer, it's done all of this work on the right side. It's come to a single answer, which is the values match. Now it's going to assign that to the result variable. So you have to be very clear with yourself whether we're talking about the right side, which could be a really long expression, or the left side, which is the target variable that we're assigning the end result of the right side to. We are finally done with the comparison operators. I know this took up most of the video, but they are very important, and you'll see why once you start writing a good amount of code. You're going to use them a ton. Now, the last type of operator is what we call a logical operator, and there's only 3 of them. We have this double and sign, we have the double pipe sign, and then we have the exclamation point. Now, the exclamation point is kind of the same as what we talked about earlier with this exclamation equals, but it's kind of going to function in a different way, using it as a logical operator. We'll start with the and sign, and basically all this is doing is it's saying it's looking at 2 different expressions, so 20 triple equals 20, and then we put the and sign, and now we can say 10 triple equals 10, and what it's saying is, okay, on the left side we have this expression, 20 equals 20, which evaluates to true. And then in order for the entire expression, so this whole line, in order for this to be true, both sides have to evaluate to true. So in this case, we get true, but we could also say 12. And in this case, it's going to be false because the left side does equal true, but in order for the entire expression to be true, both sides have to be true. And you can see on the right side, these are not equal. So we get false. Now, the or operator, if we did the same example and we said 20 triple equals 20, and then we use these double pipes, this is basically or, and now we can say 10 triple equals 12, and it's going to be equal to true because it's saying this entire expression is going to be equal to true if one of them is equal to true. So in this case, the right side is equal to true, and that's all that we need for this to work. Now, if we tried to write this expression where both sides are actually false, I actually did that wrong there. We only have one pipe in there somehow. So we'll say 20 triple equals 18, double pipes 10 triple equals 12. Both of these are false, so it's going to be false. Now, the last one that we're talking about, let me clear the screen, is going to be this exclamation point. What the exclamation point does is basically reverses everything. So generally we're going to be talking about a Boolean value here. So let's say that we have an expression 20 triple equals 20. which evaluates to true, obviously. If we put some parentheses around this, and then it still equals true, but then we put an exclamation at the beginning of that statement, it's going to reverse it to false. Now, it's important to note you cannot put this at the end. That's not valid. You have to put it at the beginning of the expression that you're trying to reverse. So that's what this exclamation point does, and it's a little bit different than if we were to put in the exclamation and then the double equals. That does a slightly different thing as we talked about earlier in the video. So just to show you a practical example of how you might use one of these, this is a pretty common one that I've seen and I've used in my apps. And we're not going to actually be writing the code that I would write in an app, but you'll kind of get the point. So we'll have a variable that says is user logged in, and we'll set it equal to true. So our user is going to be logged in this case, and then we'll say does user have permission, and we'll say false on this one. So it might be a pretty common thing to see if we were to check both of these values to see whether a user can perform a specific action in an app. So what we might do is we'll say can user perform action, and then we'll set that equal to is user logged in and does user have permissions. And in this case, if we were to evaluate this expression on the right side of this equal sign, the is user logged in is true, but this does have permissions is false. So this entire expression resolves to false. So in many cases in our apps, we might say if can user perform action or something like that, then we can allow them to perform the action. So that's just a practical example of how we might use these operators in the real world. And the final part of this video, before we get to the actual challenges that I'm going to give you, is going to be combining all of these operators. And this is where this concept of an expression really comes to life. So I'm going to put a pretty complex expression on the screen here, and we're going to walk through how it's actually working. So we'll say result is equal to exclamation point. We're going to put a couple parentheses here. Say 40 divided by 20 equals 2. And then we'll say something like, I don't know, true. And then we'll say on the right side, try to make this clear, we'll say or, and then put another parentheses, yes, triple equals to no. And when we evaluate this expression, we're going to see that it equals false. And this is actually a totally valid JavaScript expression, although it's very confusing to look at. But if we take this step by step, I think you'll understand how we can combine all these operators into a single expression. Now, I will say before we get into this, you generally are not going to be writing something this complex. If you're writing something that is this confusing to read, then you could probably break it out into several steps, and it's not a sign of intelligence when you're trying to make it so complicated like this. You want to be as simple as possible, and in many cases, you're going to write more lines of code in order to improve readability of your code. So this code is not readable. This is something that would take someone, let's say that I wrote this code and you had to go review this code. This is going to take you, at least 20 seconds to figure out what it's doing. And in most cases, we want it so that you can see exactly what the code is doing as quickly as possible. Nevertheless, we can see how this evaluates by breaking it out into different steps. So I'm going to just store each step in a variable, and then we'll kind of work our way down to understanding the entire expression. So if you remember, we're talking about the right side versus the left side. Left side is the variable, right side is the entire expression. So we'll say step 1 is going to be equal to 40 divided by 20. So we'll start right here. So we'll save that into step 1. Now the second step is we take this 40 divided by 20 and use the equality operator to set it equal to 2. So we'll say step 2 is going to be equal to step 1 triple equals 2. Okay, so now we can check this at this point. We're equal to true right now. And the next step is going to be taking this entire expression that we just basically combined into step 2 and adding the and sign and putting it to true. So we're going to say const step 3 is going to be equal to step 2 double and true. And you can guess that since we already had it equal to true right here, and we're doing another Boolean value of true, it's going to equal true. So step 3 is actually equal to true right now, and you can see that right there. And now we want to combine this with, we've already done this entire expression here, so maybe we want to store this in a variable. So we'll say step 4 is going to be equal to yes triple equals no, which is obviously going to be equal to false. So that's our step 4. So now let's take our step 3 right here and our step 4 and combine them using these double pipes. So we'll say step 5 is equal to step 3 double pipes and then step 4, and that's going to be equal to, let's see, step 5 will be equal to true. I'll try to scroll up here. So we've got this one, and this entire expression evaluated. So the last thing we need to do is just add the exclamation point at the beginning of everything. So all we have to do here is say step 6 is going to be equal to not step 5, and step 6 is going to be equal to false. And if you see up here, the total result of this entire expression is equal to false. And all of these steps that we did down here were just intermediary steps that we used to kind of break out this entire expression and figure out what the result variable was ultimately assigned. So in summary, an expression on the right side of the equal sign can be as complex as you want it to be. And furthermore, it can actually be something other than just what we've been working with. We've been just looking at simple variables like numbers and strings and simple comparisons, but it can be much more complex than that. So you could even have something like a function evaluating to a specific variable. So let me refresh the page, and we're going to set result equal to a function. And we haven't covered this yet, but I just want to demonstrate what I'm talking about here. So in this case, we're going to return 20 from that function. So what's happening here is, again, we have to be very conscious of the left side versus the right side. So left side is going to be our result variable, and right side is going to be the entire function. So in this case, we're going to set the right side equal to a function that returns a value of 20. Now this is not going to automatically execute itself, so we have to actually assign it using something called an immediately invoked function. And once we do that, we're going to actually be assigning that result variable on the left equal to whatever this function here returns when it is evaluated. So you can see result is equal to 20, and this kind of just demonstrates for us how the right side of this equal sign can be infinitely complex, and that's why it's so important to understand that an expression should be solved in individual steps. That's how the computer looks at it, and that's how I would recommend you to look at it when you're trying to figure out what it's going to set that variable to. Like I've been saying throughout this series, watching these videos alone is not going to do it for you. You have to actually practice. So let's jump into some of the challenges that I've put together for this video. And I'll say that as we get better writing code and as we go through all of the different parts of JavaScript, not just variables and operators, but getting into loops and functions and conditionals and basically learning how to write code, we're going to actually migrate ourselves over to a site called Code Wars. So if you go over to codewars.com, you're going to see this is actually a pretty popular site for doing different programming challenges. And I'm going to actually start recommending challenges from this Code Wars site, and we can basically work on them. I'll have a profile, and you can kind of go through these challenges on your own. But for now, we're not quite advanced enough to look at that, so I'm going to pop up a few challenges on your screen, and then I'm going to walk you through each of them and how we go about solving them. If you want to get the most out of this, I recommend trying them on your own first, so pause the video for each of them and try to work them out in your browser or your DevTools console. And then once you've figured them out, I'll kind of go through the explanation. All right, so this is the first challenge, and the question is, why does this code not work? And the answer is going to be because of the const declaration that we've made at the beginning of the code. So if you remember, when using const, we cannot reassign the value. So if we say const number variable equals 0, and then we try to reassign this using our increment operator, it's going to give us an error. But if we go ahead and change that to let instead of const, so we'll say let number variable equals 0, and then we can say number variable plus plus, number variable plus plus, and then do it one more time, we're going to be able to do that. And then in the end, if we console.log number variable, it's going to be equal to 3. So that is the solution to the first challenge. Challenge number 2. So this one is a little bit of a trick question. These are not going to evaluate to the same value. I think you could probably figure that out. But the second part of this question is, which one of these would you recommend? And the answer to that, I would not recommend either of these blocks of code. So the first one is going to evaluate to false because we're using triple equals, while the second one is going to evaluate to true because we're using double equals. But in this case, the problem is not either block of code, but the variables that we're declaring. So this is how I would actually write this rather than what we have in both of those code blocks. So we'll say first number equals 20. We'll say the second number also equals 20. And instead of the string value, let's just put a number in there. That's the real solution right there. And then from there, we can define our result, which will be equal to first number triple equals second number, because we always want to favor triple equals, be explicit when we can. And then now we can print out the result, which is going to be equal to true. So that's how I'd solve that problem. Challenge number 3. Now this one is a little bit trickier, but I think you probably could have gotten it. Let's refresh this screen real quick. Now the question was, what does the expression 5 resolve to? And the answer to that is that expression 5, let me make sure I get this right here, answer 5 is going to resolve to false. And this is why it's going to do that. So let's just walk through each of the lines and see what they resolve to. So we have 100, we'll save them in the variables. So expression 1 is 100 modulus 50. And if you remember, 100 divided by 50 is 2 with no remainder, so we should get 0 for this. So expression 1 should be equal to 0. You'll see that here. Now expression 2 is going to be equal to 100 divided by 50, which does equal 2. So that's going to be equal to 2. Then expression 3 is going to be equal to expression 1 is less than expression 2. And in this case, expression 1 was equal to 0, and expression 2 should be equal to 2. So this expression right here should evaluate to true. So let's press enter on that and see if that's the case. We'll say expression 3, that equals true as we would expect. Now expression 4 is going to be equal to expression 3. We'll use the and symbol, and we'll say 300 plus 5 triple equals 305. So this is a little bit trickier. How we look at this using the order of operations is we first look at this one on the right. So we'll say 300 plus 5, what does that equal? That equals 305. And then so we replace this basically and say 305 is triple equals to 305, which is going to be equal to true. So then we kind of replace that with true, and expression 3 is true. So they're both true, and expression 4 is going to result in true. And then finally, we're just going to reverse that. So expression 5 is going to be equal to exclamation, or the reverse of expression 4. So it's going to flip this true to false, and we're going to get false for the final answer. And if you tried to solve the problem of getting this all into one expression, I'm going to just copy this into the console and just show you how it works. You can see that we get false just like we just looked at. And this is how I would combine this into a single expression. Remember, the order of operations matters here. Moving on to challenge number 4, this is actually a slight review of last time combined with the concepts that we learned in this video. So we're looking at an object and an array. So we'll say my object, I'm just going to write this out so that we have something to work with. And we'll say prop1 is equal to first value, and then prop2 is going to be equal to 20. So there's your object, and then your array, so my array here, is going to be equal to 40, 50, and 2. Now, if you remember from last time, the way that we access properties from objects and arrays is with dot notation and bracket notation, respectively. So if we wanted to, say, get this value of 20 from this object, all we would do is say my object dot prop2. You could also use the bracket notation with a string for prop2, and that will give you 20. But I would always prefer using this dot notation, so we'll just get it this way. All right, so if we wanted to get one of the values from this array, say we wanted to get 50, we would have to use bracket notation. And if you remember, an array is 0 indexed. So this is index 0, this is index 1, and this is index 2. So if we wanted to get that 50, all we would say is my array bracket, and then we want to pass in 1 because the index of 50 is 1. And that will give us that value of 50. So knowing that, this problem gets pretty easy. So we said in our result array, we are saying my object dot prop2 triple equals, and then my array 0 divided by my array 2. So if you remember, we'll store that in the result variable for now, but you just have to basically break this down into different pieces. So what is my object dot prop2? Well, that equals 20. Now, what is my array with the index of 0? Well, that is going to be equal to 40. And then what is my array with the index of 2? That is going to be equal to 2, if I can type it out here. So we got 2. So basically what this expression is it's saying 20 triple equals 40 divided by 2. And if we look at that expression, that's going to resolve to true because 40 divided by 2 is 20, set equal to 20 is true. So if you break it down into pieces, it's not all that hard. Now, challenge 5 is a little bit of a tough one, but we're going to use the same method that we did in challenge 4 to solve it. So I'm going to actually just copy in the object and the array, or basically just all the code here. So we'll copy this in, we'll resolve it, and let's open this up, and we need to print the result, which is going to be true. Now, we have to walk through each step of this one by one to really understand it. So the first thing that we have to remember is how to access different properties. So if we wanted to access the quantity of nested object 1, all we would have to do is my object dot nested object 1 dot quantity, and that's going to give us a value of 5 down here if we were to evaluate that expression. Now, the only tricky part here is this line right here. We're actually putting the array, or we're assigning each of these nested objects as the values of this array. So to access this nested object number 2, we could do one of two things. We could say my object dot nested object 2, and then we might say the price, which is going to give us 150. Now, since we put this into our array here, we can also access it like this. So we can say my array, and then we would say we want the nested object number 2, which is the index 1. So this is index 0, this is index 1. So we're going to grab index 1, and you can see it's really nice in the console. You'll see exactly what that evaluates to. And then from there, we can use dot notation to get the different attributes from it. So the price, which is 150. So knowing this, it's pretty easy to evaluate this expression. So if we looked at my array 0 dot price, which is the first part of our little expression, this is going to evaluate to 100. Then we can say my array 0 dot quantity, which is going to be 5. And then in the second part of this expression, we have the second object in the array, and we're just getting the price and the quantity. So really what this result variable is saying is it's saying we want to look at 100 times 5 and compare that. We'll say that's greater than, and then we'll say 150 times 2. And what this evaluates to is true because 100 times 5 is 500, which is greater than 150 times 2, which is going to be 300. So that's going to give you the result variable, and you can see how if you just break it down into little steps, you'll be able to figure out what the expression equals, and you can actually access nested objects and array properties by mixing them together. In today's video, like I said, we're talking about functions, conditionals, and loops. And in the previous videos, in lessons 3 and 4, we talked about JavaScript variables. How do we declare and assign a variable? And then also JavaScript expressions, which includes all of the different operators, whether those be arithmetic operators, assignment operators, logical operators, etc. That's what we're going to do in this video. We're going to cover a lot of ground here, and then we're going to supplement it with a ton of practice problems. So I'm making a video where we're going to have 25 JavaScript challenges, and I'm going to walk you through them and kind of explain how I'm going about solving them, what I'm thinking about, and we're going to use the topics that we covered within this video and the previous lessons to kind of solve these problems, and we'll fill in a lot of the gaps that are not covered in the main content. All right, let's jump into conditionals in JavaScript. So we've actually covered this already, just briefly in previous lessons. We haven't talked about how it works though. So let me show you a basic conditional statement. We're going to say if some string, so we're talking about a string data type, is triple equals to, so we're comparing value and data type, another string. So these are obviously not going to be equal because although the data type is the same, the value is not. If that is the case, we're going to console.log the strings are equal. And then if it's not, we're going to say else, and we're going to console.log the strings are not equal. All right, so that is our basic conditional statement. When I press enter, you're going to see that the strings are not equal. So it basically went into the second code path. That's what we kind of call it, is the different paths that the code can take. So we're saying if this is equal, then I want to execute the code within these two brackets. Otherwise, so else, we're going to execute the code between these two brackets. So there's a couple things I want to point out here just to connect the dots for the previous lesson that we talked about. So let's just get the basic structure of an if-then statement. We have if and then else, and this is basically what we're looking at. And obviously there's indentation, line breaks, all that kind of stuff. That's just formatting, but this is the basic structure. So in this parenthesis, we have a JavaScript expression. And then we have some brackets that contains the code for the truthy code path, so if that expression evaluates to true, and then we have a brackets where we can put our code for the falsy path, so if the expression is false. And we've previously covered expressions in JavaScript in terms of variables, so we might have said something like, I don't know, say 20 triple equals 20 and 50 triple equals 50. So obviously both of these are going to evaluate to true, and then you combine it with the AND operator, and the whole expression evaluates to true. And then we assign that true value to the variable right here. Now, that's all we've looked at in prior videos, but you can actually take this expression, which is right of the equal sign, and you can drop it into this parenthesis for the conditional statement. So just a different way to use an expression. You'll see it a lot, and it's something that I think is worth pointing out. I'm going to drop a couple of different ways that we can write conditionals on the screen. So it's a lot of code. We're going to walk through each of these. So let's open this up. So I've declared a couple of variables up top. So we have two number variables, 20 and 10, and then a JavaScript expression, which is basically saying, is the first number greater than the second number, which is going to result in true. And then we've put these in some different conditionals. So the most basic one that we can do is going to be a basic if statement. So you don't even need to have an else statement at the end of this. You can just use if. And this is actually really useful. You'll see as you start coding when this comes into play. So we're saying if this JavaScript expression is equal to true, that's what we mean by just putting it in there. So usually you're kind of getting used to seeing like an equal sign put in an expression. Well, if we're looking at a Boolean, all we have to do is drop it in the parentheses, and it's going to evaluate to either true or false. So since this does equal to true, we would expect that this console.log statement will be reached, and it'll print this expression is true. And if you come down, the first console log has been printed right here. Now, moving on to the next one, we have an if-else statement. I'm going to skip over this because we just covered it. Basically, if JS expression is true, console.log this, otherwise this. And then finally, we can include other conditions. So not only can we do an if-else statement, we can also add some other code paths for our code to go down. So if this is equal to true, we want to console.log the expression is true. Else, if the first number is greater than 0, so basically what we're saying here is, sorry, I closed that out there. But if the JS expression is false, we're going to skip this first block of code, and then we're going to go to the next condition. So we know if we get to the next condition, that first one is going to be false. So we know JS expression is false, and then we're checking if the first number is greater than 0. If that is the case, then we're going to say the expression is false and the first number is greater than 0. But if it is false, so if the expression is false and the first number is less than or equal to 0, we're going to fall into the else statement, which is basically a catch-all for any other condition that we might have. So the expression is false and first number 0 or less. So in this case, obviously the variable is true, so we go down this first code path and you see this expression is true down here. Or I guess the expression is true. And then finally, the last one that we have is just a formatting difference. So we have an if statement, but we've put it all on one line. And this is just to demonstrate that we don't have to format it, all pretty like we did up here, although it helps for code readability. And in other languages, such as Python, the indentation and formatting actually does matter for running your code. But in JavaScript, it doesn't. It's more of just a readability thing. The last type of conditional that you might see is called a switch case statement. And this is equivalent in many ways to the if, else if, else if, else if, else type conditional. So if you have a lot of conditions that you're testing, then a switch case statement might be appropriate for you. So let me paste some code on the screen again, and we're going to execute this. The output is the color is blue, and we'll see exactly why in a second. So first I put an array up here, and I put the indexes or indices on top. So the first one is an index of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have to get a random index. So this is just some code that I wrote. You don't have to understand this, but we're basically going to get a random number between 0 and 4 and assign it to this random index variable. So just think of this random index variable as carrying any value between 0 and 4, which happens to correspond with the indexes of the colors array. Then we're going to grab a random color from the array. So remember, we can get something from an array by passing in the index value using bracket notation. And since random index here carries one of those values, we can pass that in to the colors array. So the right side expression is going to evaluate to one of these colors, but we don't know which one because we have a random index being generated. Then we come down here and we can write some basic conditionals. So if the random color, so again, this is going to be one of the array values. If it's orange, we're going to say the color is orange, and then you can kind of look down here and just see it's doing the same thing for all of the different conditions. If we get to the last else statement, there was no color found, but that's never going to happen because we know that we have an index between 0 and 4. In this case, the color turned out to be blue, but it was a random color, random choice. We didn't know that as the developer before it happened. Now, the reason that I bring this up is because this if-else-if statement, where we have a lot of else-ifs in here, it gets very confusing and it's tough to read sometimes. So this is why we might want something like a switch case statement, and I'll show you the same code written in the switch case format. Oh, and by the way, if you're tired of getting into this browser console, remember you just right-click Inspect Element to get here. I promise you we're going to get to an actual code editor soon, but I just want to keep this focused on JavaScript. We're not getting into setting up a local development environment yet. So anyways, here is that switch case statement. Same thing up here, same colors array, same random index, same random color. Obviously, since it's random, it might not be blue, which I think is the one we last saw. So let's press enter. It did turn out to be blue. Might have been a coincidence there. But basically what we're doing is everything's the same up here, but we come down to the switch statement. And what we're saying is that we have a switch statement and we put the expression that we're evaluating in the parentheses. So similar to the if-then or the if-else statement, we can put in that condition into the parentheses, and then we come into these little brackets, which is going to contain a bunch of cases. So if the case is orange, or in other words, if the random color variable evaluates to the value of orange, then we're going to hit this code right here. And when we hit this code, sorry about that, when we hit this code, the color is orange, it's going to print that to the console, and then this break statement is a special statement that we can write to basically say, okay, I've found the correct case, now stop executing the code entirely. So if we were to get the random color orange, it's going to print it to the console, and then it's going to break, and then basically all of the rest of this code down here will never be reached because we broke out of that statement. So that's what it's doing. It's basically just going down the different cases. It's saying, okay, what does random color equal? Does it equal orange? No. Okay, does it equal green? No. Does it equal yellow? No. Purple? No. And then we finally get to blue, which it does equal, and so it's going to console log that and then break out of the switch case statement. Now there's this last condition down here, which is called default, and this is basically the catch-all. This is the else statement in our conditional, and it's saying if random color does not evaluate to any of these cases, let's go to the default value, which we're just going to say no color is found. So that is the basic switch case statement. Let me write this, let me refresh, and I'm going to write this in a little bit simpler format. So we have switch, and then here we have case, or the different cases, and then the break statements. So this is obviously not valid, but we have a switch, then we put our condition in here, which can be any JavaScript expression, and then between the brackets we put all of the different cases. So Switch case statements, how often are you going to use them? Well, in my experience, I haven't used them a ton. Usually an if statement or an if-else statement is going to be sufficient. And oftentimes, if you start using too many switch case statements, that's kind of an indication that you may not be writing the most efficient code. But that's to worry about later. Right now, I just want you to kind of be aware of this, understand how it works, and just be familiar when you look it up and try to use it for the first time. All right, continuing on lesson 5, so conditionals, functions, and loops. We're going to talk about loops right now. And looping in JavaScript is a very effective concept, and you will use it all the time. So you really have to understand this. There's not a whole lot to it, but I think the hardest thing is understanding why we need loops in the first place. As we go through coding challenges a little bit later, and you do more coding challenges just in general, you're going to use loops a lot, but it's generally just to solve some sort of challenge. So you often will wonder to yourself, well, why do we actually need this in the real world? And the reason, at least in my opinion, the reason we have loops, or the most common use case of a loop, is to iterate or loop over a set of resources. So when we're talking about something called a resource, that's basically saying that we have a bunch of pieces of data that are very similar to each other, so often stored in a database. And that might include something like, if you have a blog, it might be a blog post. I'm trying to think of another thing. If you're running an app, you have a bunch of users. And there's a lot of different concepts that you can replicate. But basically, resources is a list of similar types of data. And when we have those, it's more efficient to actually loop over those than to manually print them out. So again, if we have an array, something like this, so I'll just say array, and then we have 20, 40, 60, something like this. We can go ahead and print to the console using this bracket notation. So array of 0. And then array index 1 and array index 2. So that's how we can manually print each value of the array. But when you have 1,000 different blog posts that you want to render onto a web page, it's not going to be efficient enough for you to just go into your code and start typing out each and every index. Not only that, but once we add new blog posts to our database, we're going to have to go in and change the code, which is going to be extremely cumbersome. It's not recommended. You won't get away with that in software engineering. You have to do things more efficiently, and that is when loops come in. To demonstrate this, let's take a look at maybe a sample array of blog posts. So this is not something that you have seen before in my tutorial videos, because we've been writing arrays on a single line. But arrays, just like conditionals and anything else in JavaScript, can be indented and broken onto different lines. This is all just a formatting thing. So basically what we're doing here is we have 3 different objects. So here's one object, then we have another object and a third. And you can see these objects are very similar looking. In each of them we have a title property, an author property, publish date, and content. Now, obviously, the values of these properties is going to be a little bit different for each of the objects, but you can see that, you can already start to infer that if we're looping over this array of blog posts, we can use the fact that they have similar properties. And let me just show you something really quickly that we could do using a loop. Now, I'm not going to explain how the loop works yet, but just to show you what I'm talking about. So let me collapse this so that we have some room here, and I'm going to paste in this line of code. This is what we call a loop, and there are several ways to write a loop, but again, I'm not going to cover that quite yet. But what you can see is that instead of hard coding the indices that we are passing in to our blog post array, so in other words, we want to retrieve a certain blog post object from that array, we would need an index to do that. Instead of hard coding it, we're using this variable called I. So all I'm doing with the first four variables here is I'm grabbing a specific object from this array, so I'm only grabbing one of them, and then I'm taking all of the properties and grabbing the value of those properties and assigning it to each variable. Then I'm printing the variables below. So when I press enter, you're going to see it loops through all of our blog posts pretty much instantaneously, or at least it seems like it to our human brain. And it's going to loop through and it's going to print each of the values for each of the blog posts. So this is our first one. What is JavaScript? It's by me, December 20th, 2020, and some post content here. And you can see that that is the first object in that array. And then we go to how do arrays work, and then how long does it take to learn coding. So you can see that here, and then finally here at the bottom. So we have looped through every blog post in that array. Now let me talk about how these arrays actually work. We're going to go into a little bit simpler examples so that you can really isolate these concepts in your head. So let me write a basic loop in JavaScript. So we're going to let I equal 0. We're going to go until I is equal to 100. That's just an arbitrary number that we're coming up with. You can obviously pass a variable in place of this like we did with that first example. And then we're going to increment the value of I. So remember this from the last lesson. This is basically the same thing. I'm going to come out here just for a second. That's the same thing as saying I equals I plus 1. So basically saying if I is 0, then we're going to increment it by 1. And then we're going to put some brackets here and press enter. And so everything within these brackets here is going to be considered one iteration of this loop. So the code within these brackets is going to be executed as many times as we do this loop. In this case, we've set the stop condition at 100. So let's walk through each of these and kind of connect the dots between the previous lessons that we've talked about in this series, and I think you're going to really understand this. So the first thing that we see here is we declare this for loop using the for keyword. So this is similar to how we have an if statement. So we say if, and then we put parentheses and some brackets. Now we're just saying for. Now in the parentheses is going to be the loop conditions. The first one is going to be the variable that we're looping over. So let I equal 0, and notice this semicolon to end that statement. We're just starting I at a value of 0. And the reason that we start it at a value of 0 is because arrays start at an index of 0. So it makes sense that if we're looping through our array, we want to start at the first value in that array, which has an index of 0. You might also ask, why do we choose I? What is I? Well, I is just a variable. We could put in anything that we want. We could say my iterator or something like that. And then all we have to do is replace each occurrence of that with our new variable. So we can choose whatever variable name we want. And if you see this entire expression, this is very similar to, or it's the exact same thing that we use to declare a variable in JavaScript. Now, the one thing you'll notice is that we're using the let keyword, and that is really important. It's important because this iterator variable, so I'm going to flip this back to I really quickly because this is kind of like an industry standard. A lot of developers will just use this as a convention when looping. So we're going to use the let keyword because I is going to be reassigned throughout the loop. As you can see at the end, we talked about this is going to add 1 to I after each iteration of the loop. So that's basically the same thing as reassigning it. And if you remember from the previous lesson, when we try to use this increment operator on a variable that was declared with the const keyword, it doesn't work. It throws an error. So that's why we need the let keyword in here. And then finally, we have this code in the middle, which is probably the most difficult to understand. This is the stop condition. So basically what we're saying here is we want to go through this loop. We want to do as many loops until I equals a value of 100. So each time we go through the loop, it's going to increment by 1. So basically, since we're starting at 0 and we're saying less than, we're going to go through 100 iterations of this loop. So all I'm going to do here is just demonstrate this. I want to console.log the value of I, And you're going to see when I press enter, it's just going to go 0 to 99. So we press enter, and we got 99 here at the bottom, and we started at 0. So that's 100 iterations, remember, starting at 0, ending at 99. And the significance of this is, we printed console.log, we just printed a number here, but you can do all sorts of things like we saw with the blog post array. You can loop through the blog post array and assign values and all that kind of stuff. To finish this topic off, let's just go through a super simple example. So let's make an array. We'll call an ARR for array, and then we're going to put in a couple different values here. So I'm just going to put some random strings in here. These are string values, nothing of significance. Just put whatever we want. And then let's put in some numbers. And then a couple more strings. And what we're going to do here is combine our knowledge of conditionals that we looked at in the previous video and looping to do an example. So let's write our loop here. We'll say I equals 0. And then we want to go until the array is complete. So you'll use this quite often where you're going to look at the array you're looping over, and you're going to grab the length of the array because that basically means we're going to loop until there's nothing left to loop through. So that's a very common thing that you'll see within arrays. And then, of course, our increment operator, and then we'll jump into our loop. And then in this case, we want to set a conditional. So we're going to say if the type of array, and then we'll pass in I. So remember, this I is going to be incrementing each loop of the, or each iteration of this loop. So it starts at 0, and then it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way up to the length of this array. So when we pass in I, we're basically saying, okay, I want to grab whatever's in this array at the index that I is currently at. So it'll start with 0, and we'll grab this first value, then it'll go to 1, and we'll grab this value, so on and so forth. So we're saying the type of the array value. So basically, this is equivalent for the first iteration of this array. If we copy this down here, the first iteration is basically going to be saying type of this value. And of course, this is going to return string as we've seen in prior videos, while the numbers are going to return the type of number. So let's bring this back to what we had previously. So we grab the array variable and we pass in I. And what we're going to say is if the type of the array, and I actually didn't even put a condition in here, if it equals number, so that's what it will return if we have one of these numbers, then I want to console.log the array at that index. So basically what this loop is going to do is it's going to loop through that entire array, and it's going to look at the value, see if it's a number, and if it is, it's going to print it to the console. In other words, we're going to skip all of those gibberish strings that we put in there. So let's press enter, and you can see that we have only the numbers printing. So this is just a super simple example that demonstrates how we can use an array to quickly iterate over, or use a loop, to iterate over an array. In this part of lesson 5, we're talking about functions, and we finally get to do something fun with JavaScript. In the previous videos, previous lessons, we've been talking about the rather mundane parts of JavaScript, things that you can't really do much with. But when we combine all of those concepts with functions, we have limitless possibilities that we can have with JavaScript. Of course, there's other things, but like I said, in this video series, I'm taking you through the most important parts. We're not going into the super fine details yet. We're going to do that through practice problems and through real world practice. We're going to fill in those gaps there. So again, we're talking about functions in this video. And the first way that I want to start this out is by writing out a basic function. So here is how we write a function in JavaScript. We're going to say my function. So if you notice, this is kind of similar to what we've been doing with the if statements, the conditionals, and the loops. we have some sort of keyword at the beginning, then we have, well, this is different, we have a name of the function, and then we have a parentheses. So it's kind of similar syntax, and then we have these brackets here where our code will go. So with the function, we have to give it a name here. And in the parentheses, we don't actually have to put anything in there. We'll talk about that in just a second. Let's go ahead and print something. Hello world, this is my first function. We're going to end that statement with the semicolon and press enter. And what you'll notice is that it doesn't do anything. And this is different from what we've talked about with some of the previous concepts where everything happens at once. So remember, if we declare a variable, set it equal to 20, something like that, when we press enter, the variable is declared and it's assigned at the same time. And with functions, what's happening is we break out those steps into 2 steps. So up here, what we've done is we've declared the function. But what we haven't done is called this function, or what we call invoked this function. Those are kind of synonymous terms. In order to do that, we just grab the name of the function, which, as you can see, similar to this variable, this myFunction word right here, this is just a variable that the computer remembers. So since the computer remembers it, since we already declared it, it's going to recognize it when we type it out. So if we said type of myFunction, it's going to give us function because it remembers what that is. And to execute this, so I'm kind of using all these different words, to execute a function, to call a function, and to invoke a function, for our purposes, they are all the same thing. So anyways, we call the function using these 2 parentheses right here and a semicolon. And when we press enter, it's going to say, hello world, this is my first function because it ran the code within the function. So just to review, with functions, you first have to declare it, and then you have to call, invoke, or execute it, all the same kind of terminology. Now, there is one way that we can declare and call the function in the same step. And although you're not going to use these all that often, I do want to show you them just so that you have an awareness of them. And what these are called is an immediately invoked function. So let's say that we write another function, so another function here, and we enter down, we say console.log, hello. Now, if we pressed enter, this is going to just declare it. But all we have to do is wrap this entire function in some parentheses, and then put our parentheses that we used to call it at the end, semicolon, and you're going to get this function to declare and execute at the same time. Obviously, the computer does it in different steps, but for our purposes, it's happening all at once. This is what we call an immediately invoked function. And like I said, you're not going to use this a ton, but just be aware of it. You might see it pop up in some Stack Overflow answers, or you might even use it at some point. So we got a basic function, but it's not useful. Like, what are you going to do with the function that we just wrote? Obviously, there's more to it. And the thing that I want to introduce next is the concept of parameters and arguments. And what I would say with these 2 terms is they're kind of 2 sides of the same coin. And once you get into more advanced programming, programmers are probably going to be using these parameters and arguments terms interchangeably because, like I said, they're 2 sides of the same coin. But for our purposes, we're going to distinguish between these. So let's write a function. We'll say my function again, and we'll enter down onto a new line. Now, what I want to do to add into this parenthesis is going to be something called a parameter. Now, these parameters are basically saying to the computer, hey computer, I'm going to pass in some sort of values into this function, so be ready for them. So basically what I'm going to say to this function is, hey, I'm going to pass in some number, and then I'm going to pass in some string value. Now, obviously, with JavaScript, it's a dynamically typed language, so you don't have to say like some number or some string. This is just an example. Maybe we could even say something like param1 and param2. So let's just go with that. These are arbitrary names that we have. And then what I want to do is console.log param1, and then we'll go on to a new line. Oh, I accidentally messed that up. Let me go ahead and try this once more. Oh, and we really messed up here. Okay, 1 second. Let's refresh the browser, clear it out. And then we need to enter to a new line and console.log param2. All right, so what we're doing here is we're taking the value of param1 and the value of param2, which in this case, within the function, these are variables. These are variables that we can retrieve the value from and print out. So we're going to declare that function. Well, as you can see, it's a little bit later in the day here, so I had to take a break, but getting back to what we were talking about with these parameters. So the question is, what are they equal to? What is param1 and param2 equal to? Well, the answer to that is we don't know yet. And we don't know because we haven't assigned them as what we call arguments. So we know that this is a declared function, but we still have to call or invoke it. And to do that, you know how to do that. You just put in the little parentheses at the end and you'd press enter. Now, if we just press enter right now, it's going to return undefined because we didn't pass in any parameters. So when this code tries to execute and it tries to reference these parameter variables, there's no value to grab because we never gave it a value. So to answer the question of what they represent, well, they represent the arguments that you pass into the function. So if we have this function, we can pass in, say, a number and then some string of some sort. And now these are what we call the arguments. Now, like I said, arguments and parameters are kind of the, two sides of the same coin. But in this case, whatever we pass in, the values we pass in are called the arguments. And then the initial variables that we were declaring would be the parameters. So 20 is going to correspond to param1. And then some string is going to correspond to param2. So we should get 20 and then some string printed out when we run this function. Don't worry about this little undefined here. That's just kind of part of the console. We got our 20 and some string printed in order according to the function that we wrote. So that's just a basic overview of arguments and parameters. Now the next thing that we're going to talk about is a brief introduction to scopes in JavaScript. So when I say scope, what I'm generally referring to is where these variables are available in the code. So in other words, we noticed that param1 and param2 were used within this function, but if we were to just try to print param1 into the console, it's not going to work. And the reason is param1 is not available in the global scope. It's only available in the function scope, which is any code that's written between these two little brackets right here. So we pass in these values, but these are only available to the function. It's not available to the rest of the code that you're writing in the file or the console that you're writing the code in. So that's just a basic introduction to scopes. There's a lot to this topic, and as I said, we're not trying to cover every last detail of JavaScript. That's something that I think you'll have to fill in kind of outside of this tutorial and as we do practice problems and get into some more like real world examples, you'll start to understand these scopes, and I'll try to point them out as we go through. Like I said, the You Don't Know JavaScript series is a great way to get a super deep dive into things, topics like the topic of scopes, but beware, it's very complicated and there will be a lot of confusion if you kind of go down that route. Up until this time, I've shown you how to write a function as we see on the screen right now, but there is actually another way to write a function. And let me show you how that's done. So let's go ahead and clear this, this console. And we'll create a function just like we are used to creating. So no parameters going in there, just a basic function, and we'll console.log something. All right, so that's our basic function. Now another way that we could write this is by assigning it to a variable. So in this case, the my function variable is already defined and it represents a function, so we can't use that in our variable declaration, but we can say something like another function. And then we want to set that equal to a function. So this is just a normal variable, and all we have to do is say function, define it, and we'll console.log another thing. All right, so we set that equal to another function, and if we say type of another function, it's going to give us the type of function. Now I'm saying this word a lot, so I gotta slow down here, but anyways, if we wanted to invoke this function or call it, it works the same way that we were using it before. So just like we call my function, just like this, and it prints out something, we can invoke another function the same exact way, even though it is a variable. Now, there are a few little subtle differences between these two ways of writing functions. And like I said, it gets into some details that we're not quite ready for, and I'm just going to leave out for now. It's not, and these details are not essential for you to write good code and get it up and running. They're more like edge cases where your code doesn't work and you can't figure out why. Well, it's because of this subtle nuance. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. All right, so we've got these two different ways. The main difference that I want you to recognize is the fact that this function right here does not have a name. This is what we call an anonymous function. And the reason we can use an anonymous function is because we are assigning it to a variable. So we're giving it a name. Now up here, we just do it all at once. We just give it a name and we're done. So if you tried to write a function without a name, so something like this, you're not going to get it to work because this is an anonymous function and you need to declare some sort of name. And you see the syntax error, it says function statement requires a name. So that is not valid because it's anonymous. You have to assign it to a variable. Now there is another way to write functions, and this is a little bit tricky, but I'd like to cover it because you're going to be using this next type of writing a function a ton. So as of 2015, when the ES6 standard came out, so if you remember back from, I think, lesson 2, we talked about ECMAScript standard and how there's a standards body that basically defines the spec for the JavaScript language. Well, they upgraded that spec in 2015 with ES6, and they came out with something called a arrow function. So that arrow function looks like this. So we'll say arrow function equals, and then we'll put some parentheses. We'll put an arrow, and then write it just like normal. So we'll say I am an arrow function. All right, so we press enter, and like our other functions, we can call it or invoke it the same way. So we just press arrow function with the two parentheses at the end, and boom, it executes. So it's functionally equivalent in a way. Again, there's some subtle nuances that we're not going to get into, but this arrow function is mainly here so it improves readability. And another benefit that it has is it really helps out with the scopes of your code, and specifically the this keyword, which we'll get into much later, but it does improve on that. That's why they came out with it in the first place. So this is a very different way of writing a function, but here's the basic syntax. You just have this little parentheses, which is basically here's where you put the parameters. Then you have this arrow, that's why they call it an arrow function, so an equal sign and then a right caret, or greater than sign. And then you have these two brackets just like you would any function. Once again, you cannot just use this alone. This is kind of similar to that anonymous function we looked at, and you can't just define a function like this and this won't work because it doesn't have a name. So you don't have a name specified. It didn't throw an error like the previous one, but you have no way of referencing back to this. You don't know how to actually call it because there's no name for it. So you have to assign these anonymous functions and arrow functions to some sort of variable. These arrow functions or anonymous functions can also be used in something called a callback, but again, that's going to be a little bit later down the road. All right, from now on, I'm going to be focusing a lot on these arrow functions. I'm going to be writing them for the most part. Now, obviously, if you're defining a function on its own, you have to write it, with the normal syntax. So you have to write it with the name and then the parentheses just like this. But for a lot of cases, we can just assign it to a variable, and I'd like to get you practicing the arrow functions because you're going to use them so much. So the next thing that we're going to talk about here is the concept of return values in functions. So far, we haven't returned anything from our functions. And if we're writing these, so let's say my function, save it to a variable, and use the arrow function syntax, and then we just console.log something. All right, very simple. My function does not actually return anything. So if we were to assign a result variable to it, so we're going to say my function, and then we're going to call it. So remember, this is just executing the function we defined above, and then it's assigning the result of that function to the result variable. So we press enter, and this is just the console.log that was executed as part of the function. But if we type out result, it's going to give us undefined. And the reason is because our function didn't return anything. So if we want our function to produce a value, we have to put a return statement in there. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. Return function, that's what I'm going to name it here. That's just a variable. We'll use the arrow syntax, enter down, and this time we're going to return a value of 20. And we also could have returned, some string. Or we also could have returned a variable. So if we wanted to, make a variable called a, and that equals 20. I accidentally hit enter there. But if we wanted to, we could come down here and return a. Now it's going to bug out on me because I've already declared it like right here on accident. So let's refresh the page real quick so that we can get back into this. So we'll just say my function this time. We've got the fat arrow function, enter down, we'll define a variable, set it to 20, and then we will return that variable. Now we could also return like some sort of expression. So what if we wanted to return a is greater than 30, which it's not, obviously. So this would return false. So let's just see, how these different return types affect the function. We're just going to return a, which will be 20. And now we want to set that equal to a result variable. So we'll get my function, we're going to execute it, and then assign the result to that result variable. And now when we print out the result, it's going to equal 20 because it took the result value of the function and assigned it to that variable. Like I said, you can do expressions here. So if we wanted to define another function, we'll just put 2 at the end so it's unique. And then we want to say a is less than 30, which it is. This will return true. I'm just going to put a comment there. And therefore, we would expect that this whole function is going to evaluate this last expression here and then return it. So let's press enter, and then we'll say result2 is equal to my function 2. And then if we get the value, it's going to be true. So you can see that there's a lot of different things that we can return from a function. Heck, we could even return a function from a function, but that's getting into way too much detail and it's not necessary for what we're trying to do. So I'm going to skip that. Hopefully this gives you a brief overview of return values. Now the last thing that we have to talk about is what happens after the return value. So let's say that we had, I'm going to go ahead and clear the screen. We'll say improper return function. And then we're going to set that equal to our arrow function. And we're going to return 20. Or no, let's go ahead and set a variable. I messed this up again. It's kind of tough working in the console, but we will eventually get to a code editor, which is going to be a lot easier on us. So let's say my function, do this one more time. And in this case, let's define a variable. So we'll say let my number equal 20, and then we're going to return my number. Now let's enter down onto the next line, and then we'll say my number equals 50. All right, so we're going to press enter, and it's going to give us an error. It says unreachable code after the return statement. You won't get this from this is just in the console. You may not get this error anywhere else, but this is giving us a hint that we've done something wrong here, but it is still valid. So basically what we're saying here is we're going to run the function. It's going to return 20, and that's because we've returned the value before we reassigned it. So this is valid code to write, but it's useless because this last line right here is never going to be reached no matter what happens. It's always going to return beforehand, and you'll never return a value of 50. So just know that for the return values, whatever happens after it doesn't matter, and you pretty much will never have a return value before the end of your function. So let's say that we have a global variable. We'll just say something like my number equals 20. All right, so we're going to set that in the global scope. Again, scopes are going to get important here soon, so just kind of keep that in the back of your head. Now we're going to define a function. So we're going to say, let's go ahead and use let, because in case I screw up again and we have to reassign it. So we're going to go ahead and say my function, and we're going to set that equal to an arrow function. Now we're going to say if my number, so this kind of seems like going against what I told you earlier about scopes. So if there's a parameter that has a function scope, it cannot be accessed at the global level. But if you have a global variable, you can access it from within a function. So it goes one way but not the other when it comes to scopes. So since this is it's in technically a higher scope than the function has, the function can actually recognize what this variable is equal to. So we're going to say if my number, and then we're going to enter down, and actually I need an expression here. If my number is, we'll say, less than 15, then I want to return the function early. All right, and then we're going to enter down, and then we're going to return 40. These are all random numbers I'm making up here, but it's just trying to show you that if you have a condition where, if the number is less than 15, which it is not in this case, you can actually return multiple things from the same function. So my number is not less than 15, so we're going to actually skip this return function and return 40. But if we change that, so let's say we change that to less than 50, and 20 is less than 50, so we're going to actually return this function early, and we'll never reach the second return statement. So let's go ahead and enter that down and execute it, and you'll see that we get that returned the function early output. So you can have multiple return statements within a function, just you can't have like two of them on the same line. So if I were to recreate this function and maybe have, like a return statement of 50 and then return 40 right after it, both of these code paths are going to be reached. So this doesn't make any sense. You only want to return one value. So that's just an overview of return values. We're going to get a lot more into this as we start writing some more realistic code. Just wanted to give you a brief overview. The last thing that I want to do prior to getting into the 25 practice exercises or coding challenges I have for you, I want to talk a little bit about objects and functions together. So this is a little bit of a confusing topic, but it's going to hopefully help you understand when we start talking about the built-in functions of JavaScript. We're going to talk about that in a few minutes. Hopefully this will help you understand that better. So let's go ahead and define a function. We're going to call it my function again. And then let's, return a value of 20 from it. So this is a very simple function. We'll go ahead and execute it just to demonstrate. It returns 20. Now, what if I wanted to set this equal to another variable? I can actually do that even though it's already called my function. So I can say, alias. An alias is just another name for something. So we'll say alias variable equals my function. All right, so if we press enter, now alias variable is exactly equal to this function declaration that we made above. So if we wanted to execute that as alias variable, we're going to get the same answer of 20. So we can assign it to different variables, which means that we can also assign it to object properties. So let's go ahead and clear the, well, I guess we don't need to clear the screen. Let's go ahead and create an object. So we'll say my object, and then we'll set that equal to prop1. We'll just give it some random value just to have something there. And then we'll say prop2 is going to be equal to my function. All right, so we have declared my object, and prop2, just a random property name that I've given it, is going to be exactly equal to the function declaration, just like we made this alias variable equal to the function declaration. So what does this mean? Well, we can actually execute the function by accessing a value of, or by accessing a property of the object. So if we come down here and let's just go ahead and say my object, and then we need to get a property from the object. So let's go ahead and get property 2. And you'll see in the autocomplete down here, it's pretty much telling us that that is equal to my function. Now, if we wanted to execute it, we can still put those little parentheses at the end, and it's going to execute and give us the same answer. So what we did here was we grabbed an object, we grabbed a property off of that object using the dot notation, and then once we had that, we just threw those little parentheses at the end and executed it. So I just wanted to get you familiar with this because what we're about to talk about is the built-in functions of JavaScript. So JavaScript has a bunch of built-in functions and objects and all sorts of other stuff that we can use without having to write any code. And if you go to, there's several resources that you can use to see these. I'm on Tutorials Point, which has a good list of them, but they're all over, documented pretty much everywhere. And within JavaScript, there are different data types, as we have talked about. So you have strings, you have booleans, you have numbers, and all of these different data types will actually have some built-in functions that you can call on top of them. So if we go here and just look at some of the different methods, so method is another, I guess, synonym for function. We can call, like, it's not completely synonymous, but if you have like an object and then you have a function attached to that object as we just showed, that's called an object method. So it's kind of the same thing. And you can see that we have number methods, we have Boolean methods, and we have string methods, and we have array methods probably down here somewhere. So array methods. And depending on the variable type that you're working with, you can use all of these to modify your variables and just take a bunch of shortcuts with your code. So let me go ahead and show you a few of these just to give you an idea of how they work. Because when we go into the coding challenges throughout this course, we're going to be using these as much as we can. Now, the first thing I'll say here is don't try to memorize these. These are not to be memorized. There is documentation for a reason so that you can Google it and look it up when you need it. You'll pick up on a few of them over time, but for the most part, I only have a few of these actually committed to memory. All right, so let's go ahead and try out a few string methods. So let's say that we wanted to, I don't know, use this replace method. We go back to the console, let's clear everything out, and let's define ourselves a string. So we'll say my string equals Zach. And then we're going to use the replace method. So maybe I spelled my name wrong. This is how you spell my name, but what if there's a K at the end? So I might want to replace it. So I can say my string dot replace, and then I'm going to replace the H with a K. And when we press enter, it's going to return Zach with a K, and now my string is actually going to still be equal to the original because it didn't replace the value. It just returned a new value. So it doesn't alter the original value here, it just returns a new one. So if we wanted to say new name, we can just say my string dot replace H and K. And then we set that equal to new name, and now my new name is going to be spelled differently. Now, something that I want you to notice when we're looking at this is that we're using the same notation here that we used earlier when we accessed that property of the object and executed it as a function. Now this works a little bit differently than that, but you can kind of think of it that way. So maybe the myString is considered your object, and then you use dot notation to get a property off of that object called replace, which happens to be a function that takes two parameters. And the first parameter it takes is the letter or string that you want to find within your string. So I want to find the letter H within my string. And then I want to replace it with the string K, just a letter. So my string will be replaced. So these are the parameters, and if you were to look at the replace method and you go ahead and click on it, it gives you a description of this, and we're going to learn how to, read through documentation a little bit later. But anyways, you can go down here and just see what kind of parameters are required for this. So here's the syntax, and it gives you the parameters that you want to search for, then the parameters you want to replace it with, a couple examples, some output, all that stuff. So that's how I've figured out how to use that. Again, we're going to go through it quite a bit as we go through the coding challenges. I'll just go through a couple more examples just to get you comfortable with what's going on here. So let's go ahead and use myString once again. And this time I want to use the string method called toUppercase. And you can see what that does is it returns us the uppercase version of our variable. Now I know we got a lot of different versions going on here, so let's go ahead and clear that out and reprint myString. So that is what myString variable is equal to right now. We can also chain the methods together. So this is a little bit of an odd concept to someone starting out, but you'll see how this actually works once we get into the challenges. So let me just do a simple example here. We have myString equal to Zach, but let's go ahead and say we want a new string or something. So let's call it, I don't know, let's make a new one. We'll just call it str for string. And this one we're going to say hello world in there. So that's the string right there. And what we want to do is first make it uppercase. So we'll say toUppercase, and we'll execute that method that sits on the string object. And that's going to output us hello world, as it's kind of telling us here. Now we can put another dot there, and we can chain these methods on top of each other. So I'm going to use another method called split. And what split does is it's going to take whatever delimiter that you put as a parameter, or not a parameter, as an argument. So if we put in a space right here, it's going to look at the string and it's going to say there's one space in there, so I want to split hello and world apart from each other. And then what it does there, as you can see down here, is it actually changes the data type from a string to an array, where the first part of that array is the hello, and the second is world. So let's set this equal to a variable. We'll just say a result variable is what we want. And our result variable is now an array. And from there, we can actually do array methods. So let's go ahead and go back to the documentation here. And let's scroll down to some of our array methods that we can use. So what would be a good one to use? So we'll use the index of method. So this just basically gives us the index of a value. So we'll say result.index of, and then I want to search for the word world. And when we press enter, it's going to return us 1 because this is an index of 0 and this is an index of 1. And that matches the string that we are searching for that we passed in as an argument to this function. Now, of course, you don't have to do this by chaining them together. You can do it in separate steps. So in the case of above, we made this toUppercase and then we split it into an array in a single step. But if it gets too complex for you and you just want to stick to the basics, you can do this in different steps. So we'll say, first, let's see what string is equal to. It's still equal to hello world because we, while we did this right here, we didn't modify the original variable. We just assigned it to a new one. So string still represents hello world. And in this case, we'll say step1 variable. We want to take that and we want to make it uppercase. All right, so we'll make it uppercase and then maybe just type it out to make sure that it worked. Now we're going to do step 2 right here, where we say step 1. So we want to grab whatever values in step 1, and then we want to split that based on a space. All right, so we set that to step 2, and then step 2 we can print out and we see that it's an array. And then we come to say step 3, and we'll say step 2, whatever values in that variable, and then we'll say index of, like we did above, and then we'll search for the word world, and we'll set that to step 3, and we get an index of 1. So you can see we can split these out into different steps, but I just wanted you to know that as you see some different syntax when you're reading through code, this is a valid way to use these built-in methods in JavaScript. All right, there was a lot here. There's a lot going on in this video, and I would never expect you to take it all in at once and process it and understand every last bit of it. And that is why we're going to use a bunch of practice exercises or coding challenges to brush up on these skills and really cement some of the concepts. We've talked about variables, we've talked about operators, we've talked about conditionals, so if else, or else if, doing a tongue twister there. We've talked about loops and we've talked about functions. So there's a lot going on here, and to combine it all together and actually write code, I think it's useful to go through some exercises. In this video, we're going to go through 25, maybe a few more. We'll see how it goes. But we're going to go through some coding challenges, and these are going to be at the very beginner level. So like very beginner level of coding. And what I want to do with this is walk you through my own thought process and help you understand how I'm thinking about this and how you should use the previous lessons that we have gone through. So lesson 3 and 4, where we talk about the basics of JavaScript. I want to apply those to actual coding challenges. Like I've said throughout this series, I'm not taking you extremely deep into the JavaScript programming language. There are other people who have done that, and I think at this point, when you're just trying to get off the ground, digging into complex topics like, hoisting and advanced scopes and stuff like that, it's not necessary for when you're just starting, and you can fill in the blanks as you go later on. And partially why I'm making this video with these challenges is to help you do that. So if I haven't talked about it in the previous lessons, hopefully we'll kind of fill in the blanks here with these challenges. And to do so, we're going to do this on a site called Code Wars. And if you go here, pull up the screen, this is going to be the collection that I've put together. So there's 25 exercises here that I put into a collection. We'll see how it goes. I might add a few more if we blow through these. But basically, just hit the link in the description to find this series of questions, and then get to this page right here, create a profile. Go ahead and follow me too. Let's see what my profile is, Zach Gall. Just look me up, follow me, I'll follow you back so that we can do this together. And then once you get to the collection, again, link in the description, you'll go to this top left corner and click Train Now. And when we click this, it's going to drop us into each of the problems that I have basically chosen for this video. And I just want to give you a quick tour of Code Wars if you've never been on here before. I actually just started using it for this purpose, just to go through some practice exercises. But basically on the left side here, we have the instructions. So it's going to tell us the instructions, this code does not execute properly, figure out why, basically fix it. You can see the output here. This is when we actually run our test. So if we run our test, obviously it's going to fail. And this is where we see the output. And then over here is where we write our solution. So we can write valid JavaScript code over in this terminal over here. And then finally at the bottom, this is the sample test that we can look at. So Obviously, this is a little bit more advanced than we're probably accustomed to at this point if you're watching this video, but this is going to basically be a bunch of code that actually tests the code that you write. So it takes the inputs that, or it takes a set of inputs, it puts those inputs through the code that you've written, and then it gets the outputs and checks to see whether that matches the expected output. So that's just a brief tour. Just a few other things. You'll notice that we're writing in the JavaScript language. That's what this video is about. Node is going to be the runtime. So Node.js is kind of the back-end version of JavaScript. But, just like we've been working on in this series, we can, this is the browser DevTools console. And this would be, the same code that we're writing here. So nothing new here. And then finally, this Vim versus Emacs thing, if you click either of these, it's going to actually drop you, or it's going to create this editor right here into, like, say, a Vim editor. I have a video on this if you want to check out the Vim code editor or text editor, but don't click this for now. That's a whole different ball game that we would get into if we started using those. So keep those unchecked. All right, so from this point, we're going to go through the exercises. I'm going to walk you through how I'm thinking about them. The first one is rather simple. If you've been following along with this roadmap series, you'll know exactly what we need to do here. It's saying this doesn't execute. How do we fix it? Well, right now, if we ran it and did the output, we ran it earlier, it says it expected undefined to equal 1. So basically that's saying that we haven't returned anything from this function, and therefore we just need to add a return statement right here, and then we can test it and it should pass. So we pass it, go ahead and click attempt at the bottom right corner. It passed all of our tests, so we'll submit it. All right, once you submit a solution and you did it correctly, it's going to show you other people's solutions to this same problem. And this can be useful, but also detrimental. So listen up here. The way that this can be useful is by scrolling down and just seeing the possibilities, because you can solve every one of these problems in many different ways. And so sometimes it's fun to see how other people have solved them. And it also can open your eyes to different types of thinking that you wouldn't have thought about. So it is good in that way. It's not good because sometimes people will solve these in very clever ways. And when I say clever, that does not mean the best way. Now, I'm not a competitive programmer. I don't claim to be. I don't really have any plans on becoming one. But when you get into the world of competitive programming, it's all about optimizing your solution, writing the least amount of code or the fastest code, that kind of thing. And I'm not that. I just want to write some code that helps you understand the solution and help you read the code in the simplest way possible. And some of these solutions down here, for example, this one right here, this is unnecessary. There has, nobody said that you have to check and validate all of the argument inputs. So in this case, A and B are the inputs to our function. And what this person has done is basically checked to make sure that, the inputs are not some, invalid input. It makes sure that they're a number. And this is totally unnecessary for this solution. It never told us that we have to check that. And this is just overly complicated in my opinion. You'll see that there's a lot of votes for the clever. And in many cases, when you see a lot of votes for the clever solution, it's probably not geared towards the beginner. It's probably not what we want to focus on right now, at least. Now, I will point out one that's a little bit useful for us, and that's down here. So this would be our solution. That's what we came up with. We just added a return statement and called it a day. Now, there's another way to do this that is actually, it's very clever, but it's also something that we talked about in a previous lesson. So I think it was the previous video, we actually might have mentioned this at one point. But basically, if you have an arrow function, which is what, we don't have an arrow function in the original solution, we just have this, standard function, a named function, but we could set this function equal to a variable called multiply, and then we set it equal to an arrow function. And with an arrow function, if you put it all on one line, you don't actually have to put a return statement in there. So this is a nice thing to look at because it gives you, kind of opens up your world to understanding, oh, I can write it like this as well. All right, so enough on this. We're not going to spend this much time on every challenge, but I wanted to walk through how you think about these solutions here. All right, so if you clicked that button, so let me actually go back to make sure that we're clear on this. We'll go to collections, go to the lesson 5 practice challenges, and if you just click on one of these challenges, it's going to take you to that challenge, but when you click next, it's not going to keep you within the collection. So make sure that you've clicked this Train Now button so that when you solve the problem and click next, it takes you to the next one in the collection. So I guess we got to solve this one again real quick. So we'll attempt it with that solution. We passed it. Let's submit it. All right, and now we can press next kata or kata. I don't actually know how to say that. I'm sure there's a reference to that I'm not getting. Be sure to leave that in the comments if you do know what it means. Anyways, this is the next problem that we have. So let's go ahead and, or actually is this? Yeah, this is it. So let's train again. I guess I've already opened this at one point. Yeah, when I was putting the collection together. So the function is not returning the correct values. Can you figure out why? So this is going to actually get us into the switch case statement that we talked about just in the previous couple videos. And if you remember with the switch case statement, this is basically like saying if and then else if and then a bunch of else ifs to test a specific condition. If you remember from the switch case statement syntax, we are missing something right here that is causing our solution to be wrong. And I think what's going to happen if we execute this, we're going to get Neptune every time. So let's see if that's the case. Yeah, so we got Neptune every single time. And the reason that's happening is we don't have any break statements here. So in other words, we're getting the ID passed in correctly. So that's passed in as an argument. ID is the parameter that we're defining within the function. And then what it's doing is it's looking at that ID, so that's in the switch statement, and it's saying, what does the ID equal? And then once it figures that out, it goes to all the cases, and so it says, does the ID equal 1? Okay, if it does, we'll set the name equal to Mercury, and then we'll return the name down here. But the problem is, since there's no break statement, it's always going to hit the last case. So let's say that the ID, we go down to the test and they're passing in 2 as an argument, and we're expecting that that will return Venus. So if we, pass in an ID of 2, it's going to get passed in, and then we're going to look at case 1 and say, okay, ID does not equal 1, so let's go to the next one. All right, ID does equal 2, so let's set the name equal to Venus. But instead of breaking and coming down to the return statement and returning that answer, it doesn't do anything. It's just going to keep going down all of the cases. So it's going to say, does case equal 3? Does case equal 4? Does case equal 5? So on and so forth till it hits the last one. So we need to add some break statements in here. And all we have to do is just put in break with a semicolon. And we'll do that for all of these lines. All right, so we've got our break statement. Let's test this once more. And this time we're passing it. So that's all we needed to do. This was purely a syntax error, and it's something that you would have had to kind of look up the documentation for a switch case statement or watch my previous lesson to figure out. So let's go ahead and attempt it. We know it's going to pass, and we'll submit it. All right, let's see what everyone else was doing. There's some clever solutions here. Obviously, this one is very clever, but I would not recommend doing this at our skill level right now. So looks like we did it okay. In this case, this person has opted to use a return statement, which is valid, but a break statement works just as well. So you can see that this was the top solution, most common, and that's kind of what we used there. The one thing I'll point out is I put a break statement after Neptune, but that wasn't really necessary since it's the last one. All right, we'll go to the next challenge. This is reversing a string. So let's go ahead and train on this. So basically all we're doing is taking this string and reversing it. And I know how to solve this solution with just a single line, but I don't actually know exactly how to do that. I can take a guess. So let me try and just return string.reverse and see if that works. Okay, so reverse is not a function, as I kind of suspected. So in JavaScript, as we talked about in the previous video, there's a bunch of built-in functions that come with JavaScript. And you can look these up. So we'll just say JavaScript built-in functions. And then we'll go to tutorials point. I like this one. It's pretty simple. And then if we go to the string methods, that's where we want to go, because what we're trying to do is reverse a string. So anytime that you're trying to modify a certain data type, you can first look to those built-in methods so you don't have to do something manually. So in this case, we're working with a string and we need to reverse it. So let's go ahead and see what we can do using the string methods. And it turns out if we're just looking through these different string methods, there's nothing that says reverse here. I had actually, for some reason, thought that we did have a reverse method. Don't know how that slipped my mind, but we don't, so we have to think of another solution. Now, realistically, if we were solving this problem, in the real world, where we had to write some code that reversed a string, what I'm going to do is this. I'm opening up Google, and then I'm going to type in how to reverse a string JavaScript. All right, and usually there's going to be a Stack Overflow post, because Stack Overflow is where you basically get the answer to anything when you're coding. And what's going to happen is we're going to find a solution here. So I wasn't that far off. We actually do have a reverse method, but this is not going to be entirely apparent to you if you're like a complete beginner. But what we're doing in this solution here is we're actually converting this to an array first. So let's go back. This is all I need to see for now. Let's go back to our documentation and take a look at the array methods. So if we have a data type of an array, we can actually reverse it. So it looks like there's a reverse method right here. And I'm going to go ahead and go to the dev console. Just right click anywhere on the screen. Let's just show you how to do that. Right click, inspect element. If you've been watching the series, this is not news to you. And now we can type away with any JavaScript. So let's see how we can do this with an array. We'll just set an array equal to 1, 2, 3. And if we want to reverse this array, we can just say array.reverse, and it's going to reverse the values in the array. So basically what this Stack Overflow solution is telling us is that we first need to convert the string into an array by letter, and then we need to reverse it, and then we need to join it back into a string. So this is a one-step solution where we can basically do it all in one step. We talked about chaining these built-in methods in just the prior video, but I want to break this out into individual steps just for clarity. So let's go ahead and do that right now. The first thing we want to do is split the string into an array. So basically it's going to take every character in the string and it's going to make each character a value of that array. So again, let's come back to our console. Let's say that we have a string and that's equal to hello. All right. And then we want to say string dot, what were we using here? We're using split, and we're going to just split it with an empty character. So if I can get back here. So we'll say string.split, and we'll put in just an empty character, and that's going to give us an array where we have each letter being separated in the array. All right, so now that we have the array, we can we can reverse it. So let's just go back and do that here. So the first thing we have to do is put it into array. So string.split, and then we just need to pass in an empty character. And then from there, we can reverse it. So as we saw, so we'll save it into a reversed variable. So we'll say array.reverse. All right, so that's going to assign it there. And then oftentimes when I'm solving a problem like this, I'm going to write some code and then actually test it out before I move on. So let me go ahead and console.log the reversed value, and then we'll click test, which is obviously going to fail. But what we do see is that we get some output. So you'll see that we logged this to the console and this to the console, which basically tells us that we have our reversed variable is an array, and that array is reversed from the original string. So the last thing we need to do, since we have it in the form of an array data type, is we need to take that reversed array and just combine it together into a string. And to do that, I think all we have to do is join it. So if we do string.split and then we say join, it's going to join it by a comma. So we actually will have to replace those commas. Let's see how the Stack Overflow solution did it. Okay, let's see. And we have to, when we join it, we have to also enter that empty string right there. So that's just a little tricky part to this. So let's go back to our problem, and then we'll say final answer equals the reversed array. So this is an array, and then we join it by that empty character, and then we go ahead and return the final answer. And let's go ahead and test that. You can see that we passed all of the tests, so let's attempt it. I think we'll be fine here. And we solved it. So that's just how we take it out into different steps. Of course, we could have solved this by just saying we want to do string.split, .reverse, .join, and this we can delete all of these intermediate variables right here. We can test this, and it's going to pass everything. Let's go ahead and attempt it and submit it. So like I said, there's a couple different ways to solve it, but you might be asking at this point, well, you're cheating. Like you went on Stack Overflow and figured this out that way. And well, yes, if I was doing a programming competition, I would be cheating. And that's why I'm not a competitive programmer. I'd never want to be, because Google is, your best friend when you're a programmer. And it is not cheating to Google something. So we'll try to do more of these on our own for the remainder of the video, but for now I just really wanted to beat that into your head that it is okay to go to Google and search something like that. And that's how pretty much everyone that operates in a real-world environment is going to do. So just a tidbit of knowledge there. Take it for what it is. All right, so we'll go to the next challenge. See what we got here. Okay, even or odd. Let's see what we are trying to solve. So it says create a function or write a script in shell. That's not something that we're going to do. That takes an integer as an argument and returns even. So notice that they're asking for a string, a capitalized string that says even for even numbers, or capitalized odd for odd numbers. All right, so let's see what we can do here. The first thing I'm thinking about is maybe a modulus operator, but I don't even think that we need to do that, or do we? Yeah, that is correct. So a modulus operator, if we were to divide something by 2, right? Okay. I don't know what I was thinking here. So just divide it by 2, right? So let's go over to our little playground here and refresh, just so that we can test a few things out. So if we got 20 divided by 2, that comes out to an even number. If we have 21, which is odd, divided by 2, we have a decimal. Now, we would have to complete some additional steps to actually figure out which one's a decimal, which one's a whole number. So I kind of like the idea of the modulus operator, because if we do 20 instead of divided by 2, but modulus 2, it's going to give us 0. But 21 modulus 2 is going to give us 1. So basically, every time we have an even number, doing modulus 2 is going to return 0 because there's 0 remainder if we do that division operation. So in previous lessons, we talked about this modulus operator in my video about operators. And basically what it's doing is it's doing a division problem and it's returning what the remainder of that division problem is. So as we know, going back to basic math, if you divide something and it goes into it evenly, there's going to be a remainder of 0, which we're going to see for any even number. So if we do 40 modulus 2, that's 0. If we do 2 modulus 2, that's 0. So that's basically how we're going to solve this. And we could do some intermediate steps, but we can actually just return the solution. Or actually, no, we do have to do some intermediate steps. So if we need a conditional in here, we want to say if the number, so we're grabbing that from the parameter, and then the test cases are going to pass in different arguments, and then this parameter called number, just think of it as a variable available to this function, is going to be different per the test case. So replace that number with whatever argument you have, and then what we want to do is write an expression that says the number modulus 2. All right, so we want to say if that is equal to, so we'll use triple equals to check both the value and the data type to be the same, and we want to set that equal to 0. So if the number modulus 2 equals 0, then we know that it is an even number. So we'll drop down into our if statement and we'll return what we need to return based on the instructions over here called even. All right, and then we'll put an else statement so we know that if it's not even, it is odd. So we're going to just return odd in that case. And let's test this out. All right, we passed all our tests. Let's go ahead and attempt it. And we passed all of our tests. So let's submit this answer and see what everyone else did to answer this. I'm sure there's some more clever solution than what I came up with. All right, so this is just using the ternary operator. We talked about this very briefly in the operators video, but it's basically just a shorthand, clever way to write an if-else statement. And we could have used this, but I just don't want to confuse anyone unnecessarily. This looks to be our solution. Actually, there's not much variance here. So these are just abbreviated ways to write our function. They're just using the arrow functions rather than our classic function here. So we did pretty good on that one. Let's go to the next challenge. All right, we're counting sheep in this challenge. Let's see what we got here. Okay, we are returning the number or the count of the vowels in the given string. We will consider A, E, I, O, U as vowels for this problem, but Y is not going to be in there. Okay, so that's good to know. The input string will only consist of lowercase letters and or spaces. All right, so this is another point that I really want to bring up. If you're just starting out, you're a beginner, and you're solving problems, this is kind of how an interview question might be laid out, where the last part is going to tell you something about the input. So obviously the functions that we have been writing here, they're being executed by something, and that something are the automated test. This is a sample test down here, but there's code that's going to run when we actually click this test button. This site is going to execute our function with a bunch of different parameters to make sure that we implemented it correctly. You know, you don't want to just test it with one set of parameters. You want to put in a bunch of different things. And with that, we could have an infinite number of things passed into this function as arguments. And oftentimes in more complex problems and harder challenges, they're going to challenge you to handle all of the different edge cases that might come up. And when I say edge cases, you know, it might be something like, okay, what happens if I pass in an undefined value as my argument? Or what happens if I pass in you know, a number instead of a string into this as an argument? Well, all of these things need to be handled by your code. So this last sentence here it doesn't seem very useful, and you might even ask, like, why is it here? But this is telling you something about the input. It's basically saying to us as the programmer, it's saying, hey, this is only going to give you lowercase letters and or spaces. And that's basically saying, in other words, we're not going to pass in numbers. We're not going to pass in undefined values, null values, Boolean values. You know, all you need to worry about are, you know, single lowercase letters and spaces. All right, so that is very useful information. It's going to save us a lot of time when we're solving this problem. All right, so it says enter your magic here, spelled incorrectly, at least in English. I don't know how we spell it in other languages. Anyways. Let's see what we got here. So we have a starting point. Now, one thing I'm going to fix here, they're using the var keyword, and in the lessons, I've basically told you we're not using this, and I also stand by that. So let's go ahead and set that equal to let, because it looks like we're going to have to reassign this at some point. All right, so this is actually a fairly easy solution once you've been programming for a little bit. How I see us solving this is, first, let's put in our input into an array of some sort. And then I want to loop over that array and check if it's a val. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. There's actually a lot of ways that you can solve this, but let's just stay consistent with what we did in the previous one. So we'll take, we'll convert this to an array by saying string dot split, and then we want to pass in that empty character. So if you remember, what that does is it takes every letter of the string and it puts it out, it expands it out into an array. So going back to this tab, we'll just say, you know, let's look at an array, and then, or no, we'll look at a string. So the string will be hello, and then we can just say string dot split, and then that's what it's basically going to do here. So it's going to split it into an array. And then from an array, we know that we can write a loop. So this is kind of the previous couple videos that we've been talking about loops. So we're going to loop over every single value in that array. So to do that, we're going to say let I equal 0. This is just the syntax we use for looping. And then we want to go for the length. So the array that we just created has a certain length, has a certain amount of characters, but we don't know that beforehand. So we're just going to pass in array.length, and then we're going to increment I using the increment operator. All right, so we're going through this array, and now we're just going to write a simple if statement. So we'll just say if, let's say we'll grab from the array each of the indexes. So remember, I is going to increment. It's going to go from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, and all the way till it reaches the end of that array, which has the individual letters of this, you know, input argument. So we're going to grab that, like basically this array or ARR bracket I is going to represent a single letter of that array. So we're going to ask whether that equals any of the vowels. So there's actually some really short ways that you can write this, but I'm going to go ahead and do this the clunky, you know, really drawn out way, just because it's the most clear for a beginner. So we'll say if the array, or actually we can use a switch statement, as we saw in a previous challenge. So the thing that we want to evaluate is that single letter, and then we're going to come down here and we're going to say case, does it equal A? All right, if it equals A, then I want to take this vowels count variable and increment it by 1. So that's what we're doing there, and then we will break out of the statement. Remember, that's very important. All right, so we're going to do this for all of the different vowels, and we're just going to paste this code below here. And it's going to get all messed up with formatting. So let's see. And like I said, there is a much quicker solution, and I'm sure that we'll see someone that used it. But this is, in the scope of what we've talked about already. So I just want to stay consistent with what we've talked about, not throw any huge curveballs here. All right, so we're getting to our last one. Let's pass that in. We actually don't need a break statement for this last one here. And so basically what's going to happen here is we're going to loop through this array. So basically we're going to look at every single letter in the array from that original string, and we're going to ask, does it equal A? If it does, we're going to increment the vowels count. Does it equal E? Increment the vowels count. And if it doesn't equal any of those, the vowels count variable is going to stay where it is. So at the end of this loop, we're going to have a total count, and then we just return it at the bottom. So let's go ahead and run the test on this and see what we get. You can see we passed one of the tests, so let's go ahead and attempt it. And we passed all 5 of them. So we obviously got this correct, so let's submit it. Guess it didn't submit, so let's try that again. Sometimes this is a little bit slow. It has to actually run a bunch of tests. So, all right, so let's see what we got here. The first answer, very clever. This gets into regular expressions, which we haven't even come close to touching on, and I don't want to, so we'll skip that. This right here looks a little bit similar to what we did. So this is actually a double loop, so we're actually looping through 2 different arrays. I really don't want to get into that either because that will make anyone's brain spin, to be honest. Got some more regular expressions. Let's see. I'm just looking for the one that I was thinking of that would be a lot. Okay, there it is. So we looped through this array, and what we could have done is just checked, instead of writing out this switch case statement, all we would have had to do is put the vowels in an array, and then we would have to, take that array and use the includes method, and then loop through all the letters and check if that letter was included in that vowels array. So that's what I was thinking of, just a little bit easier way to do it. Looks like this person kind of solved it like us. But like I said, there's a ton of ways to solve each of these challenges. We can solve them however we want. So let's go to the next one. Looks like Jenny's secret message. I wonder what Jenny's secret message is. So let's train on this. I gotta take a little break here. Solving all these challenges. It's tired. All right, here we go. So Jenny's secret message. Jenny has written a function that returns a greeting for a user. However, she's in love with Johnny and would like to greet him slightly different. That's romantic. All right, she added a special case to her function, but she made a mistake. So let's look at the function. It looks like we're just trying to edit some code here. All right, the first thing I'm going to do here is just run the test, see what we're getting. Kind of gives us some clues. All right, so now let's look at the code. Let's see what's happening here is that we have a single parameter called name. So that's basically saying, all right, this function expects a single argument to be passed through it when it's executed, and that is called name. Then we're going to use that name to figure out if we're dealing with Johnny. If we're not dealing with Johnny, then we don't want to add, any specialized message. We just want to say hello to that name. So up here, this is how we would do that. We're just concatenating a bunch of strings together. So we're saying we have a hello string, and then we're adding the name that is passed in, and then an exclamation point. So this is basically what we want to return for everyone except Johnny. All right, so that's what we want to return there. Let's space it out a little bit. And then if the name is Johnny, we want to return hello, my love. All we have to do here, I think, is reverse these. So what's happening right now is we're going through this function and it never even gets to this if statement because we're already returning something. So basically every time we run this function, it's returning hello, name with an exclamation point at the top. It never checks to see if Johnny is the name because that's like this code block down here just never gets reached. So all we have to do is cut that from there and put that at the top. So if the name equals Johnny, return hello, my love. So let's go ahead and test that. And it's going to pass. Now, something that you might be wondering about right here, if you've been watching the videos, is this if statement. So normally we write an if statement with these brackets, and then we would put the return right in there. And that's how I prefer to see it, but JavaScript has a bunch of little quirks. And if you have a simple if statement like that, where you're just returning a single line, you don't actually have to add the brackets. That's just a syntactical thing. This is totally fine. If we run the test again, it's going to pass. And let's go ahead and attempt it. So we passed the test. Let's go ahead and submit. Just going through a couple of the possible answers. Again, this is another ternary, or no, it's not. Yeah, this is using a ternary operator, so it's basically enclosing that ternary operator within parentheses, and then it's putting it in the middle of that string concatenation that we're doing. So very clever, but it's not something that we need to do. Totally unnecessary, and it's honestly not quite as readable as what we have done. All the other ones, these are rather simple. This is a nice one. This is a good solution. If the name is Johnny, we return this, else we return something else. We kind of did something similar, we just didn't add the else statement. All right, let's go to the next problem. The next problem is n divisible by x and y. Let's see what we got here. Okay, so we got quite a few examples. Create a function that checks if number n is divisible by two numbers, x and y. All inputs are positive non-zero digits. So again, this last sentence is useful because it's telling us, hey, we're not going to throw any, crazy arguments through this function. You don't have to worry about handling, different types of data. You don't have to worry about a string being passed into this data. In that case, you might have to convert it or just throw an error. But in this case, all inputs are positive non-zero digits. So it's going to be from 1 to infinity, basically. All right, so here are some of the examples. We might as well use these. So n equals 3, x equals 1, y equals 3. This is true because 3 is divisible by 1 and 3. All right, n equals 12, x equals 2, y equals 6. True because 12 is divisible by 2 and 6. All right, so it's basically, looking at all these numbers, trying to figure out if they're divisible by each other. All right. Immediately, I'm kind of thinking about that modulus operator again, because anytime we look at something that says, is it divisible by, that comes in handy. So, and then also the other thing that I'm thinking about initially is that it's saying checks if number n is divisible by both of these numbers. So this and is capitalized, which tells me that we're probably going to be using this and operator at some point. So just keeping that in mind as we solve it. Again, all inputs are positive non-zero. So basically what we're going to do is we're going to do two different math problems. So we'll say result 1 is going to be equal to n divided by x. And then result 2 is going to be n divided by y. All right, so we're just running both of the math problems and we're getting it into a result variable. And then from here, all we have to do is basically divide. Let's see. So let's go ahead and console.log out these results just so that we can see some output that we're receiving. So we will test it. Obviously, everything failed. But you can see what we were getting here. So we're getting some decimals as we might expect if it doesn't go into it evenly. Now, a good way to check whether a number is a whole number or a decimal is using that modulus operator. And if you think about it, if we divide a number by 1, it's going to always go into itself, right? Unless it is a decimal. So if we were to, let's go over to our playground here. If we divide this by 1, it's going to give us 20. 19 divided by 1 is 19. But 2.5 divided by 1 is 2.5. So it's not a whole number, it's a decimal number. And because of that, the modulus operator is not going to return 0. So if we did 20 modulus 1, that's 0. 19 modulus 1 is 0. But 2.5 modulus 1 is 0.5. So any whole number is going to, if we do modulus 1, is going to return us with 0. So we can use that in our solution here. So we'll say if result 1 modulus 1 equals 0, and then this is where that and statement comes in, and result 2 modulus 1 equals 0, then we know that we have a correct answer. So let's see what it wants us to return again. It says checks if it's divisible, okay. Okay, so we're returning true or false. So in this case, we're going to just return true, and then if that's not true, then we return false. So if the first result, the first division problem, and the second division problem, if both of those are not equal to 0 when we use the modulus operator, then we return false down here. So let's test it, see what we get. Looks like we passed. That's great. Let's attempt it. And you can see that we passed all the tests. Let's see what everyone else was doing here for this. I'm going to guess that a lot of people solved it this way. But of course, there's always these clever folks out here that are just solving it in one line. This is interesting right here. I'm not going to go into it. You know, these are not totally relevant to us. We solved it in a very straightforward way. It wasn't clever, but it was very straightforward, and that's all we're asking for here. So feel free to look through these. Let's go on to the next challenge. At this point, I'm going to try to solve these a little bit quicker, just so that we can blow through the rest of the video. I'll point things out as we go, of course, but I've kind of, harked on a lot of the most important things, like how to look at a test, how to think about it, how to Google, all that kind of stuff. So we'll try to speed through these a little bit faster. All right, so this one is return negative. In the simplest assignment, you are given a number and have to make it, or in this simple assignment, you are given a number and have to make it negative. But maybe the number is already negative. All right, so it's kind of implying to us that we have to check whether the number is negative first, and then we have to apply some sort of operation on it. So immediately we know that if we multiply something by a -1, then it turns it, the opposite sign that it was. So all we have to do is say if the number is less than 0, we know that it's negative. So we're just going to return the number because it's already negative. Otherwise, if it's not less than 0, then we're going to return the number multiplied by -1. And that should be the solution right there. We passed. I think this is going to work. It's a pretty simple, straightforward answer. So again, if you have caught on to this, when we're using the if-else statements, that's an opportunity to use a ternary operator. And you're going to see that in some of these solutions. So here is the ternary operator at work. It's basically the same exact thing that we did, has a little bit of a different thing. So if you can just put a negative at the beginning of your variable to flip the sign of it. That's just a shortcut in JavaScript. But then there's another solution. This is actually interesting. If you use the built-in math function called the absolute method, that's going to turn any number to a positive value. So if we just turn everything that we get to a positive value and then reverse that to a negative, we're always going to get a negative value. So that is a clever solution, and honestly, I think that's the best solution if you just thought of using this. But of course, if you're a beginner, you're not going to think of using the math.absolute method because you probably don't know about it. But again, you can look up these JavaScript built-in functions, and I'm sure that this one might not show you. Yeah, so we have the math methods down here, and you could, once again, I'm on tutorials point, I just searched for JavaScript built-in functions, but we have these math methods, and the first one is the absolute method. So it returns the absolute value of a number, and if you knew that, you could think of it and just use that for our solution. So anyways, like I said, we're not going for the most optimized solution. We're going for the most straightforward and clear solution for a beginner. All right, so we're finding the smallest integer in the array for this one. All right, given an array of integers, your solution should find the smallest integer. All right, so this looks like a perfect opportunity to write a loop. And you can see in our solution here, this is actually getting us into the concept of classes, which we have not talked about one bit so far. But basically, each class is going to have several different instance methods, and then the find smallest int is actually an instance method. So I'm not sure if we might be able to edit this. Let me see. Well, as you can see in the test, it's instantiating this new class, so we can't really do anything about it. But I'm just telling you, don't worry about the class right now. All we have to do is implement this method, and we should be good. So within this method, we're going to get some arguments. This is actually what we would call this would be params, because that's what the params are, what we define within the function declaration, and the arguments are what we pass through it. But again, in those previous lessons, I told you that arguments and parameters are two sides to the same coin. And in this case, that's been demonstrated there. We're using args and params interchangeably. All right, so we'll just change it to params to stay consistent here. And then from here, we're going to go ahead and loop through this array. So the params that we're going to receive is an array of integers. All right, so and then it says at the bottom, you can assume for the purpose of this challenge that the supplied array will not be empty. So we don't have to handle the case where it's empty, but it doesn't say anything. Well, actually, yeah, it does. We're going to get an array of integers, so we're good. So let's go ahead and assume that the params is an array. So I actually want to name this something even more descriptive. So we'll call this array of numbers, just so that we can remember what we're doing. And now we're going to make a for loop. So basic for loop here. And let's go ahead and go until we get to the end of this. So we're going to grab the length of that array of numbers. And then for each number in the array, we're going to check if it is the smallest integer. So to do this, we actually have to declare a variable here that's going to keep track of the smallest integer as we loop through the array. So let's just call this the smallest number, and we're just going to declare it because we have not looped through any of the numbers yet. So, or actually, yeah, let's go ahead and declare it the smallest number that we can possibly get. It's an array of integers, and we might get negative numbers. So let's just go ahead and initialize this at 0. So just for comparison purposes, you'll see what I mean in a second. So as we loop through this array, the way that we're going to get an individual number from the array is by using this syntax here. So we're going to grab the array itself, and then we're going to pass in the index, which should be I, which is going 0, 1, 2, 3, all the way till the length of the array. So that's going to represent our number. And just for clarity, I'm going to go ahead and say that. So we'll just say individual number equals that. So that's what we're going to do for each loop. We're going to declare and assign a variable for that. Then we're going to check and we're going to say if the smallest number is greater than the individual number. You also could have said if the individual number is obviously less than the smallest number, either way works, then we're going to set it to a new value. So if the smallest number is greater than the individual number, so well, maybe we should name this something more descriptive. So individual number, array, we'll just say array number. That's a little bit more descriptive. I'm sorry, this is not right even at all. I just need to take a little break here from talking. So what we want to do is we want to say if the array number that we're looking at, in this iteration, if this is less than the existing smallest number, then what we want to do is we want to set the smallest number equal to that array number. So it takes its place as the new smallest number. And basically what's going to happen is as we loop through the array, it's going to check each number, and if it's not smaller, then it's just going to skip it and it's going to go to the next iteration of the array. So we really can come down to the bottom of this and return from this function the smallest number after we've looped through all of the numbers in the array. Let's go ahead and test this. Looks like we failed some, so I think this is because we didn't handle negative numbers. Let's see. Oh, actually, this is just a mistake on my part. So I initialized this at 0, but this is a problem if we have positive numbers, because if we have an array that are, full of positive numbers, so let's say that we had an array that looked like this. We had 2, we had 5, and we had 6. It's going to loop through all 3 of these numbers, and it's going to compare it to our already smallest number of 0. And none of these are smaller, so the smallest number at the end is going to return 0. So we need to actually not declare this. We're going to actually just declare it and not assign it. And then the first thing we're going to do at the very first iteration of the loop, we're going to set the smallest number equal to that first number. So we're just going to say if I equals 0, which basically means we're at the very first iteration of our loop, we want to set the smallest number equal to the array of numbers, and then we want to grab that index of I. And actually, we can actually put this below. So let's get the number that we're talking about first, and then we can replace this now with array number. Okay, so just to review what I just changed here, what we're doing is we're saying we're going to initialize this or declare this variable. It's not going to have a value yet, so we have to assign it a value on the first iteration of our array. So the first value of the array basically. And we know that that's always going to be when I is equal to 0. So first, let's get the number that we are looking at in this specific iteration. We'll assign it to the array number variable, and then we're going to ask, is this the first iteration of the array? If it is, I want to set the smallest number variable equal to the first number in the array. So now we have something to compare against, and in the same iteration, so still on the first iteration of this array, we're going to compare the array number to the smallest number. They're going to be equal, so we're not going to get there. It'll go through, and now it should work a little bit better for us. And now we have an infinite loop because I'm just getting scatterbrained here, and I actually set I equal to 1 when I was looking at this conditional. And that is a big no-no, because what's happening is now we're going through this for loop. In each iteration of the loop, we're resetting I to 0, and therefore we have an infinite loop. And that is actually something that you'll stumble upon a lot, and infinite loops are not fun. So make sure you don't make that mistake. Let's replace this with triple equals, which is going to actually do a equality comparison. We should be better off this time. So we passed all of them. Let's attempt it. And we passed the test. At this point, I'll probably take a break because I'm getting a little bit fuzzy in the brain here. So let's submit this. and let's just look at what other people did. Obviously, there's a better solution in all cases, but I don't think any of these are at the level that we're at right now. At this point, I just can't even think anymore, so I'm going to take a break, and we'll come back and finish the rest of the problems. The next challenge is grasshopper summation, so we'll see what that's all about. It says write a program that finds the summation, the sum, of every number from 1 to the variable called number, or num. The number will always be a positive integer greater than 0. Remember, pay attention to this right here. We don't have to worry about negative numbers in this case. Let's just look at an example because I want to go through that first. So if the number is 8, it's just saying go from 1 to 8 and add everything together in succession. So the first thing that we'll notice here is that it's only adding 1. So it's not only adding 1, but the number that we're adding only increases by 1. So it looks very similar to a for loop. So we can probably write a for loop. So let's go ahead and template that out. So we'll let I equal 0 to start. We might have to change that actually. And then we'll say I is less than num. I is less than num because we want to go through as many iterations as we need to get to num, or the value that's passed in, and then we'll say I plus plus. So we start at the value of 0, and if we add 0 to something, that adds 0, so that doesn't matter. So we're fine doing that. And then it wants to go until I is less than the number. So in this case, we may have to actually start this at I equals 1, and then we say I is less than or equal to number. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's start it at 1 and then go up to the number. And for starters, I just want to print this out to the console and see what we get. So I want to print out I each time in the loop, and since it's not a very good place to do that, I'm just going to go over here to my DevTools console, and we're going to paste that in there. And of course, num is not defined because we don't have that passed as a argument or anything to the function. So let's just put a random number. Let's put 10 in there and press enter. And what we're going to see is that it counts 1, 2, 3, 4 all the way to 10, which since we started it at 1, we get to 10. But if we were to start this at 0 like we normally do for a loop, and then we take away this equal sign, it's going to go from 0 to 9. And if we add all these numbers, it's not going to add up to the right sum. So it's very important that we start it at an iteration of 1, and then we go all the way up to 10. So we put that little equal sign. We also could have, deleted that and gone up to less than 11. But you kind of get the point. Just be conscious of that. Now all we have to do is make a variable called the sum, and we'll initialize that at 0 because we start at a sum of 0. And then all we have to do is say sum equals sum plus I. So when I starts at 1, so we're saying 0 plus 1, then I increments to 2, our sum is going to be stored at 1. So we do 1 plus 2, and then we go I equals 3, so our current sum is going to be 3 because we did 1 plus 2. So then 3 plus 3 is 6, so on and so forth. So that's going to give us our sum. Another way we could write this, if you were paying attention during the previous video where we went through the mathematical operators, you can just do plus equals, and then you can say I. So what this is going to do is it's going to take sum, and it's going to say, what is the value of the variable called sum? And then once it finds that value, it says take that value and add the value of I to it. So this is an abbreviated version of doing that. But again, I'm going for readability here. So I'm just going to say sum equals sum plus I. That's the most clear way that we could probably write that. So then we get to the bottom. We've gone through all of our iterations. So this sum variable should equal the sum of all of those different I values. So now we just return the sum. Let's see what we get. We passed both test cases. I think we've got it. All right, so we passed all 105 test cases. Not sure why anyone would want to write 105 test cases for this, but nevertheless, let's submit our answer. All right, let me just check to see where we are within this series. We'll go to collections. All right, so we are on get the mean of an array. So let's see where we are here. All right, so we're right here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 left. All right, not bad. Let's go ahead and train on this. So get the mean of an array. All right, the instructions say, it's the academic year's end, fateful moment of the school report. I'll remember that. The averages must be calculated. All the students come to you and entreat you to calculate their average for them. Easy, you just need to write a script. All right, when they say a script, that's basically just saying you need to write some code. Return the average of the given array rounded down to its nearest integer. The array will never be empty. So you're always going to get a number in this array. And it says round it down. And what I'm going to think about immediately is we are going to use one of those utility functions or the built-in JavaScript functions. So how do we round a number down? Let's go to the built-in functions. We're already looking at the math methods. And we can see that if we look at the floor method or function, it says it returns the largest integer less than or equal to a number. So basically rounds it down. So math.floor is going to round our numbers down. And if we go to the console here, let's go ahead and clear this because we got so much stuff going on. And if we say math.floor and then pass in a number 20.54, it's going to give us 20. So it just rounded it down. So that's basically the round down function. We're going to use that in our practice or our challenge here. This is kind of a useless comment. Once again, this marks right here, I don't like the name that they've given this, so I'm going to rename it because we can name our parameters anything that we want. So I'm going to say score array. So we're going to have all of the test scores or whatever scores we're doing here. Now within that array, let's see, what do we have to do again? We have to get the average. Okay. So what is the average? The average is going to be the sum of all the numbers divided by the count of all the numbers. All right, so that's your average formula. Pretty simple there. So to get the count, that's the easy part. We'll just say the score array dot length. So that's going to give us how many numbers are in this array. And then for the sum, unfortunately, this is something I know from just writing code. There is no sum function of an array like built into JavaScript. So if you were to go to Google, let's go to Google and search how to sum values in array JavaScript. And let's go to Stack Overflow. You can use this method called reduce, and then you can actually use an arrow function. But this is rather complicated, and it's not really at the level that we're trying to be at right now. Right now, we're just trying to do it in the most straightforward way possible, and this kind of comes later when you're more experienced writing JavaScript code. So in our case, we can do it a little bit easier with a for loop. So all we have to do is write ourselves a loop, start it at index of 0. We want to go until we've hit all the numbers in the array. So we can actually, in this case, we've already gotten the length of the array. So all we have to pass in here is the variable count that we stored that in. So that's a way to simplify your code. And then finally, let's break down here. All right, so we're going to loop through each of these. And what we want to do is add them all together. So kind of similar to the last problem we did, but in this case, we want to assign, so we don't want to count, we don't want to say the same variable. So we'll say the sum equals 0 right now. And for each iteration, we're just going to say sum equals the existing sum amount, so it starts at 0. And then each time we iterate through the array, so the score array, we're going to grab that individual number that we're looking at and add it to the existing sum. So now we get down here to the bottom, we have the count and we have the sum. So let's go ahead and just return the average, which is going to be the sum divided by the count. Let's see what this results in. All right, so we passed 2 of them, but we failed 1 of them. And the reason is because we forgot to round down. I forgot that requirement. So all we need to do is surround this with the math.floor function, and that should return the right answer. I could have broken this out onto the another line just for simplicity. So we'll say the average is the sum divided by the count. And then we can say rounded down equals math.floor, and then pass in the average. So take the variable we just assigned here. And then we just want to return the rounded down variable, and that should give us the same answer. Hopefully we get this right this time, and we did. Let's attempt it. We should be able to get this. Awesome. So that's just how we would solve that problem. So as you can see, just to take a slight break and review what we're doing here, a big part of solving these problems is obviously getting the instructions right and understanding what type of input we're going to be receiving into this function. The second part, with these easier challenges, we're going to do a lot of looping through arrays and stuff like that, and that is actually really consistent with the real world. When we're writing code and building apps, we're going to be doing stuff like this quite a bit. We're not going to be solving useless problems like this, but we're going to be looping through arrays a lot and setting counter variables and sum variables, all that kind of stuff. So this is actually going to be testing us on very useful skills that you're going to use in the future. All right, so if you remember from that Stack Overflow question, they're talking about reducing it to get the average, and you can see that that's exactly what the top solution, or I guess the best practice solution, is doing. It's basically using marks.reduce, so this is going to get us the average. Then we're going to divide it by the length, and then we're going to put it to the floor, so basically round it down. So that's what I was talking about with this Stack Overflow solution. Honestly, if you ask me, it's kind of weird that the arrays don't have an average method. Seems like a very common one to have, but nevertheless, we don't. So, all right, so this challenge looks like we have a picture to look at. Let's do some rock, paper, scissors. Okay, so it says, let's play. You have to return which player won. In case of a draw, return draw. Okay, and this is just a reminder of how rock, paper, scissors works. I think most people would know that. Immediately when I look at this, I'm not a huge fan of this. So we're naming the variable that we're storing this arrow function in as RPS, or rock, paper, scissors. I'm going to just rename this because we need to have meaningful variables here. So we're going to name it rock, paper, scissors spelled out. And then P1 and P2, again, these are not very descriptive. So let's replace those parameters with something that makes more sense. So player 1 and player 2. All right, so now we've got this written out. I like this a little bit better. Now let's go through our different cases. So first thing you might want to do is write some pseudocode. So pseudocode is basically, just writing out like logically how this should work. And maybe this isn't even considered pseudocode, but let's write out all of the different scenarios that we can have. So we'll say rock is R, paper is P, and scissors is S. All right, so for player 1 over here, and then player 2, and then the result. So let's go ahead and write these out. We have player 1, we'll do rock, And then since there's 3 different possibilities, we're going to have just a matrix of possibilities. So we'll go rock, 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 paper, 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 scissors, scissors, scissors. Okay, so that's all of the possible plays that player 1 can do. And then obviously we will go through with player 2 over here and we'll alternate. So we'll go rock, paper, scissors. And then again, we'll go rock, okay, so in this comment, we've written out all of the different possibilities and who's going to win in each case. So you can see that there's 3 draws, 3 times where player 2 wins, and then 3 times where player 1 is going to win, as we might expect. So how can we convey this, what we're seeing right here, in code? And to answer that, there's a couple methods that you can go about doing it, but once again, I'm going to try to go with the simplest, most straightforward, and easy to read method. So seeing this written out like this, where we have all these different scenarios, I think that we can say that we're going to go with player 1 and just have 3 if statements. So if player 1 chooses rock, if player 1 chooses paper or scissors. So we'll just put out those if statements real quick. So we'll say if player 1 equals rock, and then we're going to copy that down. Okay, so we got rock, paper, scissors. So these are the 3 scenarios for player 1. And then for player 2, we're obviously alternating between these. So let's say player 1 plays rock. So we could probably put a switch statement in here, but I don't know if we need to. So we'll just say if player 2 equals rock, then that's going to be a draw. So we're going to return draw. Then we'll say if player 2 equals paper, then that is going to be return player 2 won. And then finally, if player 2 equals scissors, then in this case, return player 1 won. Okay, so now we can basically just copy these same 3 down into each of these. And this is going to work. So this one's complete. So let's just fill out the rest of the results. So if player 1 chooses paper, player 2 chooses rock, it's going to be player 1. So if we're going paper against paper, it's going to be a draw. And then player 2 for that last one. All right, and then scissors versus rock. So we're going to say player 2 won. This one will be player 1, and then this one will be a draw. Let's go ahead and test this. Looks like we failed. And it's complaining that RPS is not defined, and that's just because I changed the name of the function at the beginning of this, which I guess I can't do after all, but I would not prefer to see it like this. It should be more descriptive. So let's go ahead and test that. And it looks like all of them passed. So we fulfilled all of our different scenarios that we wrote out for ourselves, but I can guarantee you that there is a more efficient solution, because in many cases we have like overlapping scenarios. But if you're just thinking about this logically and you want the easiest thing to read that, you know, even a beginner could go through and understand what it's doing, this solution works okay. So let's attempt it. We passed our test, and let's see how someone who is going to optimize it a little bit more would have solved this problem. Okay, so here's the first one. So it's saying if P1 is equal to P2, then we return a draw. So that eliminates 3 of our scenarios that we had to write out in separate if statements. So that's already reducing our amount of code by a lot. Then what they're going to do is they're going to put the rules within an object, which is actually quite interesting. So they're basically saying that for one player, here is the rules. So rock is always going to beat scissors, paper is always going to beat rock, and scissors is always going to beat paper. So that's very interesting how they're doing that. And then they're saying if P2, so player 2, is equal to the rules, so it's grabbing whatever player 1 responded with, and then it's going to grab the value of that and compare it to what player 2 responded with. Yeah, so this is a very, very smart solution, very efficient. But at this point, after solving however many we've solved here, 20 or so, my brain's a little shot, and we're going with the simple answer here. Now, this is something a little bit closer to what we might have been able to do. So we could have combined the conditions into expressions. So rather than separating it out into a bunch of if statements, we could have combined them together. This is how we kind of started doing it. So obviously there's a lot of solutions to this problem. All right, this next one looks relatively straightforward. Oh, it says it's pretty straightforward. So your goal is to create a function that removes the first and last characters of a string. You're given one parameter, the original string. You don't have to worry with strings with less than 2 characters. Okay, so this is going to be a great time to use one of these built-in functions. So let's go to the string methods and see what we have available to us. And string, so this is what we're looking at. So we could use this character at because we could specify the end of the string and the beginning of the string with 0, and then we could find the length of the string to find the last character. That seems a little bit indirect though. Let's see. We can also return a substring. This is actually going to be the most direct route here. So a substring is going to return the characters in a string beginning at the specified location through the specified number of characters. Okay, so I'll show you how we're going to use this. But first, let's kind of get an idea of how it works. So if we have a string and that string is hello, what we can do is say string.substring, and maybe I want to start at the very beginning, which is going to have an index of 0. Now, we haven't really talked about this. We've always talked about arrays having indexes, but strings also do as well. You can think of each individual character within this string as being a separate index. So H is going to be an index of 0, E1, L2, so on and so forth. So if we're starting at index of 0, that means we're starting at H. And then the next argument that we get to pass in according to the instructions that we looked at here, I kind of know how to use this already, but you could click on here and it's going to say we're going to pass in what we want to start with and then the length that we want to grab. So let's go ahead and grab 2 characters from this string. So we start at H and then we grab 2 full characters starting there and we get he. So if we would omit this, we're just going to start at 0 or start at the beginning and get all of the characters. But if we replace this with 1, we're going to get all the characters except for that first one. So we're actually partially to our solution. We've got the first character removed. Now we have to figure out how to remove the last character. And to do that, we have to figure out how long the string is in total. And to find out how long the string is, I believe there might be, I think there's a method for that, or a function. So there should be, yeah, string.length. So let's try that out. Let's get rid of this. And we'll say string.length is equal to 5. So if we know the length of the string, and we know that the string starts at an index of 0, we then know where our substring is. So all we have to do is say string.substring. We want to start at index of 1 because that omits the first character of our string. And then we want to end, or not end, we want to grab how many different letters? Well, we want to grab, let's see, the string.length minus, what would it be, 2? Yeah, it would be 2 because we've removed the first letter and we want to remove the last letter. So we want to grab just the total length of the string minus 2. Okay, so that is our solution right there. Let's just go ahead over to our problem and write it out. So this is pretty easy. We just return string.substring, or maybe we can break this out so that it's, you know, clear as day for you. Length of string is going to be equal to string.length. And notice how I have not added these parentheses at the end. That is just the nature of this function, and I just know this by experience, but you'd figure it out probably by Googling it or at some point after you try doing this. So let's say we try to do this as we would think. This makes logical sense, but it's going to say string.length is not a function. Now go ahead and copy this, just copy this, and paste it into Google, and you're going to get Stack Overflow answer that tells you how to do this. And it says, oh, you have to use just .length and you don't have to add those parentheses. So that's how you might figure that out on your own. But I happen to know that that is how we write it, so string.length. And then we need to get the substring, so we'll just return that straight away. String.substring, we want to start at the first character, or actually the second character, and then we want to get the length of string minus 2 characters. Okay, so let's see what we get. Passed the test as we expected. Okay, let's submit it. Now, as you can see, there's a maybe even simpler way to do this. So we can use the slice method. If we go to the built-in functions, if we would have looked, so we grabbed the substring method, but there is a slice method, which is right above it. So extracts a section of a string and returns a new string. Well, in this case, I was just not being smart. I overlooked that and didn't realize, but if you just read through these, this would obviously be a better selection than substring. But it does give us the idea that you can solve this in multiple different ways. And I'm sure that at some point, yep, down here, someone solved it the way that we solved it. In this case, they're doing string.length minus 1, which is very interesting. Oh, so this is actually not the same. So substring is different than the one that we used. As you can see, we have the one that we used, and then substring. So these are two different methods. They work kind of similar, a little bit different. So that's why that one works that way. But you can see that this person used exactly what we did. So multiple ways to solve a problem. Let's see if we can blow through the last couple of these. So let's go to sum of positive. You get an array of numbers, return the sum of all of the positive ones. Okay. So we're going to loop through this. We're going to grab every number from that array, and then we're going to say if the individual number that we have grabbed is greater than, we'll say greater or equal to 0. Or I guess we don't even need that. We just say greater than 0. Then we want to sum it. But we need to have a sum variable, so let's initialize a sum variable and set it equal to 0. And then we'll say if it's a positive number, we're going to say sum equals sum plus the number that we're using there. And then at the bottom, we just return the sum variable, and we should get the correct answer. Passed it all. This is pretty similar to a previous question that we did in this video. So we'll submit this. As you can see, this is a well-commented solution that is kind of the same thing that we just did. So we didn't do too bad. Now, obviously, you can use a simpler method, so reduce, similar to how you'd find the average of an array. But once again, this is pretty complex. Like you're using a pretty complex function on an array, and you're using a ternary operator within here. So that's, that is optimized to the max. So we got some basic mathematical operations. Let's go ahead and go here. It says Your task is to create a function that does 4 basic math operations. It should take 3 arguments. So we want the operation, which is going to tell us, are we adding, subtracting, multiplying, or dividing? And then the 2 values we're doing. So this is rather simple. This person has formatted this function a little differently than we're used to. This is just a different way to format it. I'm just going to bring it back to how we're used to seeing it. Doesn't really matter. Okay, so the basic operation. So the first thing we want to do is write a switch statement. You're probably getting used to this at this point. And for the switch statement, we want to pass in the operation. So it's going to evaluate that and see what the operation is. And in the case that the operation is a plus, we'll do something, add a break statement, and then we'll fill in the rest of these with case statements. And then I believe all we have to do is just fill these in. So we can return from here, or we could set it equal to a variable. So since we added the break statements, let's go ahead and just initialize a variable. We'll call it result. And we're going to say the result is equal to value 1 plus value 2. We can copy this same line down. And then at the end, we can return the result, whatever we get. So let's indent these correctly. Doesn't really matter, just for readability. And then we'll just change the sign here. So we can put a minus sign here. We can put a multiplication sign here and a division sign here. All right, let's go ahead and attempt it. All right, that worked. I have a feeling that someone solved this in one line. We'll see. This is how we did it. Yep, right here. So this is very simplified, but let me explain what this is doing. So if we type in eval, let's look at JavaScript eval, and we're going to learn about this a little bit. So what this does, the eval function evaluates or executes an argument. So if we have 3 arguments passed in, we have the operation, we have the first number and the second number, and it's always going to be the same for each one. So each one we're just substituting this operation. Well, you might think, oh, hey, let's go ahead and train again on this one so that I can show you exactly what I'm talking about. So let's go up here, and in this case, we might just say return the value 1 and then the operation and then value 2. Now this is going to obviously not work. That's not valid JavaScript right here. And all we're trying to do is we're trying to turn this operation into a JavaScript operator. And all we have to do to make that happen is surround it in this eval statement right here. And basically what it's going to do, I believe you separate it by comma separated values. Or no, you put it in one big string. So let's go ahead and create our string. So our operation string is going to equal value 1 plus operation plus value 2. And in this case, some of these are going to be numbers, so yep, that should work because value 1 is a string, so everything else is going to be coerced into a string, so that should work. So operation plus value 1, value 2. And then I want to just console.log that so that we can see what it represents here. So we'll console log that and comment out this return value for just a second. So let's test that. And you're going to see that the console log is giving us the following operations here. And if you look at these look like valid math operations. But right now we just have them as a string. But once we enclose it in the eval function, so we say eval, and then we pass in our operation string, it's going to evaluate that string. So in other words, it's going to evaluate the string of 4 plus 7. And then we can just return the result. And this should work the same as our much longer code that we wrote. So let's go back and just see what that one person wrote there. They just, abbreviated everything but did the same exact thing. So just another way to solve it, more efficient. Next up, we have a string repeat. Write a function called repeatString, which repeats the given string source exactly count number of times. Okay, so this is what we're going to get. They're going to pass in, we want to repeat it 6 times or 5 times, and here's the string that we want to repeat. This is another classic example of where you can use a loop. So we'll just set a loop equal to just the basic syntax. We want to go until I is less than n. So let me replace these number of repeats and then the string that we want to repeat. So number of repeats. Okay, so we're looping through this, and let's go ahead and make a starter string. And we'll just set that equal to just an empty string here. Now, all we're going to do is concatenate strings as many times as this loop goes. So we'll just say starter string equals whatever exists in that starter string plus the string value. And this should return the correct answer for us. It works. Pretty consistent with what we've done in previous problems with the loop. And then we have a variable up here that stores some sort of value that we later return after we've modified it several times with values in a loop. And of course, there's an easier solution. So you can see down here that we can just use the repeat function. I didn't actually know this was a function. But if you go to the string methods, there should be some sort of repeat. So let's see. I'm not seeing it right now. What are they doing here? So that is a string method. Did I miss it? Let's search for it on the page. Don't see it here. This might be a new method. Okay, so maybe use W3 schools. It's more updated. That must have been a recently added method of some sort. Yeah, it looks like this came out in ES6, which is the newest version of JavaScript spec. So that's probably why it's not on the other site there. Interesting. So you can use a repeat string to repeat a string number of times. Very interesting. Okay, go to the next problem. Convert a string to an array. This should be very easy because we've already done it. At least I think. We've done so many problems at this point. I think all we have to do is say string dot split, and then we split it with an empty character. Oh, that's not how we do it. Okay. We don't want to split it like that. So let's see. Oh, okay. So we want to split it by spaces. So there's a space in between these words. So all we have to do is press the space bar in between these quotes, and it adds a space in here that we want to split it by. And this one does pass. You can see that pretty much everyone solved it the exact same way here. Should be getting to the end of these problems here. Congrats if you are still around and solving these problems with me. I would presume that very few people would be. So remove string spaces. So remove the spaces from the string, then return the resultant string. Now this one feels like there is some sort of built-in method that we can use. Since we didn't find the newer methods on tutorials point, let's go to W3 schools. I'm thinking something called trim. Yeah, like trim might do this. It says remove white space from both sides of a string. I think that's what we're looking for here. So let's go ahead and return X, which should be a string. Like, I don't know why they're calling it X here. Just call it a string. So string.trim. Let's see what that does. This is not going to work. Looks like there's some numbers put in here. And it looks like the trim method is only going to do this at the end of the string. So let's try this out in our dev console. Let's do a test string, string that has spaces between. Oh, I'm just blanking out completely. I got to name this variable. So string equals that. Sorry about that, I'm kind of losing it here. All right, so if we use string.trim, it looks like what's happening is it's only removing the spaces at the end, kind of as this tells us. So I wonder if there's another method. Don't know if there is. So what we're going to do is we're just going to combine the methods together. So first, maybe we put this into an array. So we'll say string.split, and we want to split it by a space. So now that we have everything split out, now we want to go through each of these in the array, and we want to remove the white spaces around them. So let's go ahead and write this code out and see what we get. So we'll turn it into an array. So we'll split it by spaces. And then we're going to loop through this array as we've been doing. And for each item in the array, we're going to remove the spaces around it, and we're not actually going to build a new array. And so this is going to introduce the push method. So we'll say new array.push, and what that's going to do is add an element to the end of the array. So right now it is an empty array, and we can push items into the array. And what we want to push is going to be the trimmed version of each string that we have, or each different array item, which just happens to be the subsets of that original string. So in this case, we'll say trimmed string, just breaking this out for clarity, is going to be equal to the what are we looking at? So the array at index I dot trim. So now we know that this string is trimmed together. There are no spaces anywhere. And now we're going to push this into the array. So at this point, let's go ahead and console.log that new array that we're getting. So let's test that. And you're going to see that we have an array in every case that's going to have, you know, the characters with no spaces around it. And in this case, it's just an empty string that's not even a space or anything. So if we combine that, it's not going to add any spaces of any kind. At this point, we can use a method called join. So all we have to do is our final string is going to be equal to our new array.join, and we want to join it by that empty character there. And at this point, we can return the final string, and I think that that should solve the problem. All right, so we passed it. Looks good. Okay, I think we're closing in on the end here. Beginner, lost without a map. Given an array of integers, return a new array with each value doubled. Okay, so there's actually, it says for the beginner, try to use the map method. And this is basically just saying to you as the beginner, like, hey, you could solve this in an easier way, but go ahead and try to use the map method. So we'll do that. We might as well. So we're going to get some array. I'm just going to rename that so that it's not undescriptive. And then we're going to go and look at the map method. And this actually belongs to arrays. So we go to JavaScript Arrays, and then we go down to the array methods or functions. And you're going to see this one called map down here. And what this map function is going to do is it's going to take the original value in the array and it's going to apply a transformation to it. And that transformation is just basically going to return a brand new array where every unit of that array has been transformed. So previously we have been going through these for loops and storing things in variables and in creating new variables and stuff like that, but we could always use this map method. So let's go ahead and try it. So we're going to return the array.map, and then in this case we actually have to pass in an arrow function. So this is what we call like a callback function. We'll get into this a little bit later, but we're going to have a callback function. So this right here, let's just break it out, into a separate space so you can see what we're doing. So all we're doing is writing an anonymous function or a arrow function, and then within that arrow function, we're going to break down into the new line, and we're going to return a value. So this is a very weird setup here. So I'm actually going to I'm going to go ahead and remove this. So I'm going to say our result array is equal to whatever this map function returns, and then we're going to return the result later so that we don't have that weird syntax. So basically whatever we return from this map method, or this function that's actually embedded within the map method, whatever we return is going to be the transformation. And then whatever we pass into it, so we can just provide a parameter. So array item is going to be what's going to be passed into there as an argument. So we're going to just say array item multiplied by 2, which is what they want us to do with each value. So this is going to return us an array with the values doubled in it, and we return the result. We passed. I would suggest reading up on that method, trying it out a little bit, but just realize that what we've done here is we've put a function within this other function that takes that function as an argument. So to summarize this, we've basically passed in a function as an argument to another function, and then that function actually executes our function that we passed in. So it's a bit of a tongue twister, but you will understand this with due time, and I would definitely put this on your radar as something that's very useful in JavaScript. At this point, I'm doubting myself for picking 25 problems. This is exhausting, but again, congrats if you're still around. Let's keep going. All right, is he going to survive? A hero is on his way to the castle to complete his mission. However, he's been told that the castle is surrounded with a couple of powerful dragons. Each dragon takes 2 bullets to be defeated. Our hero has no idea how many bullets he should carry. Assuming he's going to grab a specific given number of bullets and move forward to fight another specific given number of dragons, will he survive? Return true if yes, false otherwise. Okay. So basically what this is saying to us is that we don't know how many bullets are coming, and we don't know how many dragons are coming either, but we still have to figure out if this hero is going to defeat the dragon. So let's see how we do that. The rule is this: each dragon takes 2 bullets to be defeated. Okay. So basically what we could say is if the bullets is double or more than the amount of dragons, then we return true. So we'll basically just say, in this case, let's go ahead and use the ternary operator. I know it's late in the video, brain's probably fried at this point, but let's use the ternary operator. We'll store it in a result variable. So we'll say if the bullets divided by dragons is greater or equal to 2, then we're going to return true. Otherwise, we'll return false. And then we can just return the result, but we don't even need to do that. We can just return that ternary operator. So let's go to the beginning and hit return. So basically what it's doing is it's looking at this expression and it's evaluating whether that expression is true or false. And then if it's true, we return true. If it's false, we return false. So there's actually some duplication going on here. We don't even need this ternary operator in the first place. All we have to do is return that expression, because if this evaluates to true, then the hero defeats the dragon. If not, then we return false. So we should be able to just do this. You passed it and it works. So that's how you would solve this in the most simple way possible. And honestly, it's just a math problem plus a JavaScript expression with some operators. Array plus an array. So let's train again. I'm new to coding and now I want to get the sum of 2 arrays, actually the sum of all their elements. I'll appreciate for your help. It looks like this person was not writing a challenge. They were asking a question. Okay. P.S. Each array includes only integer numbers. Output is a number 2. Maybe they weren't asking a question. Very, very weird wording for this. Okay, so this is not going to work. Let's go ahead and test it as it's written. You can't just add an array together. But what you can do is you can loop through each value of the array. And this is actually a perfect time to talk about embedded for loops. Let's go ahead and do that. First, we're going to write our outer for loop, which is just what we've been writing all this time. So we're going to say until I is less than array.1 or array1.length, I++, and then we go into it. Okay, but we also want to grab the values of array 2. So basically what we're trying to do here, let's say that we have an array of 1, 2, 3 and an array of 2, 3, 4. Our resultant array should be 3, 5, 7 because we added the number at index 0 for both arrays, then we added the number at index 1 for both arrays, and then we put it into a new one. So that's what we're going for. I'm going to leave this down here for a second just for our reference. But in this first loop, all we're able to get is, or actually we don't need an embedded for loop. I don't know what I was thinking there. All we have to do is this. We just have to say array1 value is going to be equal to array1 I, and then we can come down and say array2 value is array2 I. All right, and then we want to say added value, something like that. So we'll say array1 value plus array2 value. That gives us the sum. And now we want to start building a new array. So new array equals something empty. And like we did in a previous problem, we can use the push method to push a new value to that array. So we'll just say the added value here. And now when we get done with this for loop right here, we should have this new array populated with our new value, which should be this resultant summed array. So let's return the new array and see how it goes. Looks like we failed in a lot of cases. Okay, let's see why. Oh, so I misinterpreted this question entirely. We want to actually give a single number. Okay, so I'm new to, okay, blah, blah, blah. So we got two arrays, we want to sum all of their elements. Okay, so we don't need a new array. We just need a sum variable, which is going to start at 0. So the added value, we can keep that. Then we can just say the sum equals the sum plus the added value, and then return the sum at the end. This time we passed it. Okay, just misread the question, and honestly, I don't know if this was the best question to choose. I think this is our last easy question coming up. Maybe so. All right, so this one has some nice clear instructions. That's nice. So the introduction, the first century spans from year 1 up to and including the year 100. The second from year 101 up to and including the year 200. The task is given a year, return the century it is in. So the century of 1705 returns the 18th century. Okay. I mean, this is just pretty basic, so let's go ahead and solve it. Now it looks like the catch here is going to be these two examples. So 1900 is going to be the 19th century, while 1601 is going to be the 17th. So like it says, if it's, you know, one greater than the even year, then we go up a century. Okay. I believe we can use some sort of modulus operator here. Let me try. So let's say that we have a century of 1901. Let's go ahead and do modulus. We'll just start with 100. Okay, so 100 goes into 1901. Well, it would be, what, 19 times with a remainder of 1. But if we had 1900 modulus 100, we get 0. Okay, so that's interesting. So what we could do is we say if the century we have modulus 100 returns us 0, then we want to just grab the first two letters or first two digits of that number and return it. So in this case, 1900, we just want to return 19, I believe. Right, so we just want to return 19. So let's just say that. This may be a bad solution, but let's try it. So if the year modulus 100 equals 0, then that means it's an even century. So we're going to just say we want to return the first two digits. And to do that, we can, let's go ahead and look at some of the number values. Okay, so pretty much what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to convert it to a string, grab the first two, digits or characters, and then convert it back to a number. This may be an indirect way to do it, but we'll try it anyways. So we'll say year to string, then I'm going to chain something on here, and I want to grab the substring. In this case, I want to start at 0 and grab 2 characters. And then I want to turn this entire thing into a number. So we'll just cast it into a number this way. And let's go ahead and test that to see if we solved a couple of these. Excellent. So we solved the ones where it's an even. Now, if it's not, then we know that it's not an even year. So it's always going to be one greater. So 1705 returns 18. So again, we can grab that substring. So we're going to grab first two digits. It's going to be equal to the year, toString, substring 02. So that gives us the first two digits. And we want to keep that as a number. And since we're repeating ourselves here, let's go ahead and put this at the top of our code and just get that from the very beginning. And now we can take this expression here and replace it in here. So all we have to say is first two digits. So now that works the same. We're turning that into a number. But down here, what we want to first do is we want to return a number, of course. Well, it's already, okay, never mind. So this is going to give us a string. We need to return a number. So the first thing we need to do is turn that into a number by saying first 2 digits. And then we want to add, since this is a number, then we want to add 1. So I think this may work actually. Okay, so the problem here is the test for year 89. Since we're doing modulus 100, of course this is not going to work if it's less than 100. So in this one edge case, we could just put this at the top, at the very top, and say if the year is less than 100, we just return 1. So that takes care of that case, and we test it. Should pass all of them. We'll see if it passes all the tests. Okay, so clearly that was a quick fix solution. It didn't actually solve our greater problem. So let's dig in to see what we're dealing with here. Obviously, there are larger numbers at stake and much smaller numbers at stake. So our attempt at using modulus 100 is not going to work very well. So I believe our solution may be close. I'm actually going to go ahead and see if there's something in the discussion down here. So you can always look at the comments and suggestions to see what other people are thinking about. We'll see. Okay, these are very useless. Okay, so this is not really helping us that much. At this point, my brain's so fried, we're going to go ahead and search this on Google Stack Overflow. We'll just say century from year JavaScript Stack Overflow. Just curious to see how other people solved this. Okay, so it looks like what they're doing here is using the math.ceiling function. Let's see what this is. Okay, so here's the ceiling function. It returns x rounded upwards to the nearest integer. So we'll go back and attempt this again and see all of those different test cases. So let's just grab one of them here. So 400, 390. And let's see what math.ceiling returns for that. Oh, and we have to divide it by 100. So let's do that again. So 4004, which is what we're trying to get at because we round this up to the nearest 100. Okay, so that's basically the answer then. Couldn't think of that on my own here today. So let's go ahead and try that. Instead of all this stuff, let's just return it. Math.ceiling is year over 100. And this may not get the cases where it's an even, or maybe it does. Let's attempt it. All right, there you go. So that's very clever, but I guess in this case, when I was trying to solve it here, I did not go through the scenario in my head where the years would be, greater than say 1720 or 1930. Like, I didn't think about what if we have like year 20,000, something like that. So in this case, it's a little bit of the instructions. Like, they didn't, say a whole lot about what the input was going to be. They didn't say that we're going to, go up to a huge input like they ended up doing. So that's partially the instructions, and then it's partially, I should have thought of all the edge cases and should have thought of the fact that the number could be greater than 4 digits like this. So we solved the problem with a specific set of input, but not all of the possible input. And that's very common when you're solving coding challenges. You always have to think of the edge cases. So while I didn't get this the first time, it's definitely a good learning opportunity just to see, how it is when you're trying to solve coding challenges. All right, for this one, we're converting cat years and dog years and human years. So we're only going to get whole numbers, and we're only going to get human years 1 or greater. Okay, so 15 cat years for the first year, 9 cat years for the second year, and 4 for each year after that. 15 dog years for the first year, 9 for the second, and 5 after that. So notice we have some similarities in the first two. They both go up by 15 and 9 in the first 2 years. Okay, so what are we getting here? What's the input? I have a cat and a dog. I got them at the same time as kitten and puppy. That was human years ago. So we're going to get a number passed in here. Return their respective ages now. Okay. So the easiest one is going to be human years plus, or no, we just say human years in there. So that should be the answer to the first part of the array. The second two are a little bit harder. So we have to get the dogs and the cats. All right, so the first thing that we want to do, let's see. Let's say human years is 1. Well, in that case, we're going to return 15 for both of them. So let's make a variable here. And then we'll say if human years equals 1, we want to return this right here. So we're going to say human years, and then we're going to say the cat's age is going to be what? 15, and the dog's age will be 15. If the human years are equal to 2, let's see, we're going to add 9 to that. So we're going to return something very similar, but this time we're going to return 24 here. All right, and then the remainder, we're going to say in the first 2 years we get to 24 for both the dog and the cat, but then they increment by different amounts. So how do we solve this? Okay, so let's say cat excess years is going to be equal to human years minus 2. Or we'll just say, we can just say excess years and use this for both. So we're basically trying to find, how many years above the first 2 years are we looking at here? And then from there, we can probably just multiply it by whatever this multiple is. So we'll say extra dog, or no, we'll start with cat. Extra cat years equals excess years times, what, 4? And then for the dog years, we're going to do 5. So we're just going to make a new variable and say extra dog years. So then we just return at the bottom here, if we have not hit either of these logical statements, because if we return from here, everything's done. We don't reach any of the code below. But if we have not reached either of these code paths, we're going to reach this. And we're going to always return human years just as the number of years. But then we're going to say, we know that we've got at least 2 years if we reach this code. So we'll say 24 plus the extra cat years. And then we'll say 24 plus extra dog years. Let's see if this gets it right. Awesome, we got it right. So that's how I would solve that problem. Let's see how other people would solve it. Okay, so this is interesting. It's a similar concept. We asked if it was the year 1 or year 2, and then we basically just did the same thing, just in less code. So I feel pretty good about that. we did pretty good on that one. So especially not being able to think. I've been going at this for a while now. All right, I think we have like 2 more in total. I'm gonna make it to the end. Our football team finished the championship. The result of each match looks like X:Y. Results of all the matches are recorded in the collection. All right, write a function that takes such collection and counts the points of our team in the championship. The rules for counting points. If X is greater than Y, 3 points. If X is less than Y, 0 points. If they're equal, 1 point. There are 10 matches total, and X is going to be between 0 and 4, or not between, it's going to be inclusive of 0 to 4, and then Y is going to be 0 to 4. Okay. So this games, let's just make this more specific. That's going to be a games array. We'll initialize by saying let total points equal 0, and we're going to set up a for loop. All right, so we're going to go through each, and we expect each value to equal something like this. So we'll just say value, and that's going to be games array with the index of I, which starts at 0. So just for reference, I'm going to say sample value in a comment, and this will be 3:1. All right, so the first thing I'm going to think about doing, since 3 and 1 are used for calculating this, I'm going to split them. So we're going to say parts are going to be equal to value dot split, and we're going to split it by a delimiter of a colon. So now let's console.log the parts of this array, and we're just going to see what that looks like. So these are the values that we're getting in each iteration of the for loop. So we're getting, 1 and 1, 2 and 2, 3 and 3, so on and so forth. And now what we're going to do is we're going to say all of these different scenarios. So we're going to say if parts 0, so the first one, if the first value, so X, so X and Y, so the first one is X. So if parts 0, which is going to be X, we might as well break this out into a descriptive variable. So there's your X and there's your Y, the first and second value of that array. And we're going to say if X is greater than Y, we're just following the rules over here basically. We're going to do something. And if X is, we'll say else if X equals Y. And then finally else, which is just basically going to be that last condition, which means X is less than Y. Okay, so let's just put it in there. We'll say total points equals total points plus, and in this case it's going to be 3. And then down here, let's just use a shortcut because we can. So we'll do plus equal. This is just an operator that does the same thing as here, except just in a shorter way. So we'll do plus equal, and then in this case it's a tie, so it's 1 point, and then otherwise it's 0 points. So in this case we actually don't even need this last block because it's adding 0, which doesn't even matter. Let's return the total points here. All right, we passed it. Awesome. Not even going through the explanation there. I will assume that you're pausing the video to do that. Oh, that's an interesting solution right there. Not going to get into that though. Okay. At this point, I believe this is the last question. No, we finished it. Looks like we finished all of them. I don't know. I think we skipped this last one, the val count. No, we did that at the beginning. Anyways, if you enjoyed this video, give it a like, subscribe to the channel, please. I'm very tired right now from going through all of these challenges together with you. Be sure to follow me on Code Wars, and I'll follow you back. And stick around for the next video in this lesson series. See you later. Now, in the last couple of videos, we have talked about the basics of JavaScript, essentially. So we started with some variables, and we went through, functions and loops and operators, conditionals, all that good stuff. So at this point, we're ready to jump into some of the built-in functions and objects within JavaScript, which is going to save us a ton of time when we're actually writing our code, because it basically it's a bunch of shortcuts essentially, and also just kind of the basis of the JavaScript language. Here's what we're going to cover in this video and the next couple of videos, but all encompassed within lesson 6 of the series. So we're going to learn how to read documentation. That's a really important thing as a developer. We're going to do a quick start, kind of an overview of callback functions. They're a little bit confusing, but we'll get through them. And then we'll talk about primitive values versus object values within JavaScript. Talk about dates, regular expressions, string methods, array methods, the math library, error types, and then a couple data types that we have not actually covered yet. That would be not a number, or NaN, and then also null and undefined values. So we've got a pretty big laundry list of things to cover in this lesson. It's going to take a little bit of time, but I promise you when we get to the end, you're going to have a much bigger overview of what the JavaScript language is all about. Now, the one thing that I'll say as we go into this lesson is this is probably going to be the last one where we're just focusing solely on JavaScript. We have to get through a lot of different things. So we have to cover HTML and CSS and then a couple different other things before we're actually writing our web apps. So this will be the last kind of lesson that we're talking about JavaScript alone. Now, there are other things in JavaScript that we will not cover quite yet. So that would be like the async, await, and promises, and classes, object-oriented programming. It all kind of goes together. And those are some more advanced JavaScript topics that I'm going to pick up later down the road when we've actually written some sort of substantial web app. So hold tight on that. I'm not going to cover it yet, but we are going to get through the basics here, and then we'll start getting into actually building that web app of ours. The first thing that I want to do is actually go through how do we read documentation. And we can start at the Mozilla Web Docs, which is called MDN for short. And we've looked at this previously in the code challenges from the last lesson, lesson 5, but we didn't actually go into depth on how to read this documentation. And I think it's really important to do so. So you get to the homepage of the MDN Web Docs, you go to Technologies, and you'll find JavaScript. Now, JavaScript is documented in a variety of places. This just happens to be what most people consider the official JavaScript documentation. So once we're on the JavaScript homepage, you can see on the left, you've got this navigation bar. There's some tutorials that you don't need to go to because this is a tutorial about JavaScript. But then what we're interested in is the references. So when we talk about references, that's generally going to be a big part of any sort of documentation that you're looking at. Generally with documentation, you're going to have some sort of quick start guide just to get you started with whatever library or framework that you're reading the documentation for. Then you're going to have some sort of tutorial usually. And then finally, you're going to have an API reference. Sometimes they just call it a reference like they do here. Sometimes they call it the API. Sometimes they call it the API reference. Whatever the case, it's all kind of centered around, okay, here's the core of this library or language or framework. And this is where you need to go to learn more about using it. So that's what we're interested in for JavaScript, and particularly right now, since this video is all about the built-in objects and functions, we can go to this built-in objects dropdown. In here, you'll scroll down and you'll see a variety of different types of objects, and these objects have things called instance methods It kind of gets into object-oriented programming, and I don't want to go there. But that's why I'm saying objects and functions. Now it's going to say objects here, but the functions are kind of what we call a method on top of these objects that you can call from the object. So you can scroll down and see a bunch of different ones. Most of these are going to be irrelevant to you as the complete beginner. And quite honestly, they're going to be irrelevant to you even as you get better. So the point of this video is to point out the most important ones, the ones that you're going to be, that you're going to need to get the most familiar with. And we'll go through them in more detail, but I just wanted to give you an overview of this. And then as you click through a specific object, so let's say we go to string, which as you'll learn in a little bit later in maybe the next video or something, a string is actually an object in JavaScript like everything else. So it's a little bit confusing, but you'll get the point in a little bit. Now, once we're on the string documentation page or reference, it's going to give you an overview of everything, and this is kind of the main home page for this string object. Now, in JavaScript, everything kind of behaves as an object, and it has these things called methods on it, which are the functions I'm talking about. When I say method, you can just think of it as a function that is, attached to that object. So as we scroll down here on the left, you're going to see this thing. It says string.prototype.whatever method we're talking about. Now the prototype part, that's a complexity of the JavaScript language that we have not covered and we will not cover in this series. That's a little bit above our pay grade, and we don't need to get into that to actually start writing the code. Once again, I've said this in previous lessons, if you want to understand the prototype chain and all of these complex things about JavaScript, of course, after you've kind of mastered the basics, you can go to the You Don't Know JavaScript series. It's completely free, so You Don't Know JavaScript, and it's actually hosted on GitHub. I think his name is Kyle Simpson. I would go to the first edition branch here, and then you can scroll down and just see all of the different books that he's written on JavaScript. It's a really good guide that's going to take you through the nuances of this language. Anyways, coming back to here, so we have the object at the beginning, .prototype, and then the method. So let's click on one of these methods and see how we actually read the spec or the reference for each method. I think a good one to start with, let's see, which one do we want? So we want to start with the pop method. This is a really easy one to get used to, and this is not part of the string spec, so we need to go to arrays actually. So let's go to JavaScript, and then we'll go to built-in objects and click array. Now, same thing, you have all these methods here, and we're going to go down here to the pop method. Now, when we get to the pop method reference, you're going to see a little summary and then an example. And this is the case for all of these different methods. Usually, you should be able to figure out or get the gist of what this does and how to use it from just this starting section. But it's really important to start developing the skill of learning how to read documentation, and oftentimes it can be a little bit confusing, especially since each language and site and framework and library, it depends on how they've written their documentation. It might look a little bit different. So anyways, the pop method removes the last element from an array and returns that element. This method changes the length of the array. All right, so we know it is mutating or changing the existing array that we're working on. Now, if we come down to the syntax section, this is what I want to focus on in this video, because if you are a more experienced developer, you should be able to kind of figure out all of the nuances of a specific method or function from this syntax section. Now, when we look at the pop method, it just gives us this basic little syntax, and you can see that there's nothing in this parenthesis, nothing that you pass in, and then when you come down to the return value, it says the return value is the removed element from the array, and then it says undefined if the array is empty. So it tells you here's what the normal return value is, and then if you by chance pass in an empty array, which you probably won't unless you're looping through it or something, then it returns undefined. So this is a really basic one, and just by looking at this, you can see how it works, and we can come over to our console. We can create some sort of array here. So we'll just put a couple numbers in here. Now, if we print the array, it's 1, 2, 3, and then array.pop. It's going to return the length of the array. So 3 is the length of the array. But now, if we print the array, we only have 2 elements in it because it removed the last one. Now, this is a really simple one, but the next one that we want to look at is going to be the join method. And that's because it's going to add in a little bit harder documentation for us to read. Now, before I do that though, let me go back to the pop method. So we got this overview section, the syntax. The description just gives you some more context around it, and then you have some examples. Now, as we get to the specifications, this is going to actually take you to the specific link within the ECMAScript spec. And we talked about that in, I think, lesson 2 when we talked about what is JavaScript. But this spec is going to, we might as well click it and just see where it takes us. So it should take us to the pop method, you can see up here. And this is the spec for, the JavaScript language. So just takes you there. It's not something that you'll be probably clicking on all that often. And then finally, you come down here to browser compatibility, and you'll see all of the different browsers, and then you'll also see a runtime over here. So Node.js is not a browser, but it's a runtime that runs JavaScript. So it shows you the compatibility for this method within all the different browsers. In this case, the pop method is one of the oldest array methods in JavaScript, so it's supported by all the browsers. But as you'll see with some other methods that we look at, it's not supported in all of the different browsers, and oftentimes it's Internet Explorer that doesn't support it. So not a big deal. All right, so anyways, let's go back to, let's see, not the pop method. We wanted the join method, which is going to be somewhere here. All right. So looking at the join method, this is going to be a little bit more complex. I'm going to kind of skip over this first section just to get an overview. It says it creates and returns a new string by concatenating or joining all of the elements in an array. All right, so that's the basics. Now coming down to the syntax where we're trying to focus on, you'll see that this code block here has a little bit more complex syntax going on. So it says array.join, and then in here we have this word called separator, and we have these little brackets around it. Now, what these brackets mean within the JavaScript or the MDN documentation, it means that they are optional. So the separator, this is just a description, like that word is arbitrary. So it says separator just to give you an idea of what type of parameter it takes as, I guess, an argument. So remember we talked about parameters and arguments, two sides of the same coin. Parameters are what we define when we declare a function. Arguments are what we pass in to that function when we actually invoke it, call it, whatever you want to say there. So in this case, we have separator, and we can read more about this here. So the separator specifies a string to separate each pair of adjacent elements of the array. The separator is converted to a string if necessary. If omitted, the array elements are separated with a comma. If separator is an empty string, all the elements are joined without any characters in between them. So if you are following along with the 25 practice problems from the prior lesson, we used this method a couple of times, and we actually had to use that empty string to join all of the elements together with nothing between them. So this is where we would have found that. Now, of course, it's optional, so if you don't pass anything in there, it says if omitted, the array elements are separated by a comma. So it's optional. And then we come down to the return value, and it says a string with all array elements joined. If the array length is 0, an empty string is returned. So we can go ahead and test that too. So let's go into our console. We have an array here. Let's actually create a new one. So let me clear the screen, and we'll say string array. and then we'll say hello world. All right, so what if we wanted to combine those together? Now we'd use the join method, so we can say string array.join. Now as we see it right here, we omit all of the arguments. It just joins it with this little comma down here. Now if we go back and look at what else we can do, so if the separator is an empty string, it joins it without anything between them. So let's put in an empty string here. And you can see that it joins those together into one string with nothing between them. Now we can add a space here and press enter, and this is probably closest to what we would want if we were doing this. So that's just how you would read this. Now the last one I'm going to look at for reading documentation is a little bit trickier, and we're going to have to kind of use these concepts we just talked about to get through it. The example that we're going to do is the array.includes method. So let's click on that wherever it is. Now this includes method determines whether an array includes a certain value among its entries, returning true or false as appropriate. Now we're going to cover this a little bit later in this lesson, so I'm not going to go too deep into it, but let's go ahead and look at the documentation here. It says this is the code block that we're looking at, and you'll notice that we have a value to find, and then we have the brackets here and the from index. So breaking this down from how we understand it, there are no brackets around the value to find, which tells us that that is a required parameter. You really can't run this method effectively without that required parameter. Now, it has this comma here, which basically means, okay, we're going to the next parameter that this function will take, and then it's surrounded by these brackets at the beginning and end, which means that the second parameter is going to be optional. Now, if we look down into the parameters description, value to find is the value that we're searching for, and it says it is case sensitive, so that's nice to know. And then the optional parameter is the from index, and it's basically saying you can start looking within this array at a certain index. So, you know, if the value to find is earlier than that index you specify, it's not going to include it. So that's just how we would read the syntax of this. And again, we're going to go through this a little bit later in the lesson, so I'm not going to do an example right now. And just to point out what I was talking about earlier, if you scroll down, so includes is actually a little bit of a new method, I believe. I could be wrong on that, but I thought that it was offered only in the latest spec of JavaScript. So if you scroll down to the browser compatibility, you'll see that Internet Explorer has no support for this method. So if you're developing an application that has to run effectively in Internet Explorer, probably the only case that that's going to happen is if you work for like a really large company and that company kind of has legacy systems and applications that still run in Internet Explorer. You don't want to be using this includes method because it might screw up your application. So that's just what I was talking about earlier. In the next part of this lesson 6 here, we're going to be talking about callback functions. When I first started, I was really confused about these, and I honestly think that it's just because I never stumbled upon a good explanation, something that really broke it out into the pieces that I could understand. So hopefully in this video, I can do that for you and prevent you from suffering from that confusion for several months like I did. Now, the reason we're talking about this is because the built-in functions that we'll see later in this lesson are going to use callbacks or callback functions heavily. And if you don't understand them, you're not going to be able to use those built-in methods. So with callback functions, they're not any different from the functions we were writing in the previous lesson. Use the same syntax, so you can use the regular function syntax. You can use anonymous functions or arrow functions. It's all the same. It's just a different way of using functions, and it's just a little bit different way of thinking in general. To start us off, I'm going to paste in some code that we're going to actually understand by the end of this little lesson. So this would be an example of using a callback function. Go ahead and pause the video just so that you can take a look at it and get yourself acquainted. So I'll press enter here, and you can also simplify that code that we just looked at into this right here. So it does the same exact thing. You can see the answer is the same. And I would just pause the video and just look at those two code blocks just for a few seconds to just get your mindset around what we're doing here. Now, the entire reason that I'm walking you through callbacks here is because oftentimes you're gonna see code that looks like the second option here, which is simplified, yes, and it's how I would write it, but it definitely does not display the concepts that you're supposed to be understanding very well. So in this section, I'm going to be writing code that I normally would not write just because it's a little bit longer form and more broken out than I would write it, if I was developing an application. But hopefully, that longer form of the code is going to clear up some of these concepts for you and really help you understand what callbacks are all about. So let's take a look at each of these code blocks. Let me clear the screen and just get us the main code block, and I have some comments pasted in here. So let me clear the screen and we'll paste this in here, maybe space it out a little bit so that we have some room to work with. All right. And if we look at this code here, there's a couple things going on. The first thing is we have two different functions here. The main function right here, and then the callback function. So oftentimes you'll see the callback function kind of just embedded within that main function. But in this case, like I said, I'm breaking it out for clarity. So this main function, it takes 3 arguments. The first argument is going to be some number. I just called it random number. It's arbitrary. And then should call. So this is going to be a Boolean value, which is basically going to ask whether we should go into the callback. And then the callback itself. So walking through this code, let's first look at result. So the result variable is going to be set equal to the random number. Now, what is random number? Now, of course, random number is a parameter to this function, and therefore whatever we pass in as the argument to the function is going to be the value of random number. So if we go to the bottom where we actually invoke or call this main function, you'll see that the random number is going to be 20 right here. So in this case, random number equals 20, and therefore the result variable also equals 20 because we're assigning it. Now, if we come down to this next part, there's some comments here that's not affecting the code at all. We just have a simple if statement. So we say if should call. So if you remember, we can pass a Boolean value alone. We don't have to put any equal signs or anything. And we can place that within a conditional to evaluate it. So if should call is true, then we're going to reach the code within this, this conditional block. If it's false, then we just skip this conditional block and we return the result. So basically, if should call is false, then we're going to skip this and the result is currently equal to 20, and then we return the result. So the return of this main function is going to equal 20. But of course, it returns 40 as we see down here. So therefore, the should call is true as we see here in the invocation of the function. Now, the last part is the tricky part. That's the callback. Now, the first thing I want to point out here is that callback, this name that I've given it, is entirely arbitrary. You'll see this very often. You might see either this as callback, or you might see the letters C and B for callback. And that's probably a convention that you're going to come across, but it doesn't have to be that way. You can call that whatever you want. It's just a normal parameter, but in this case, instead of passing in a number or a Boolean like we did for the first two parameters, we're actually passing in another function. So basically what we're doing is we're passing in a function to another function, and we're asking that, parent function to execute the function that we passed in. In this case, my callback is what we've passed in. You can see in the arguments down here at the bottom. So we've passed in my callback, which has just been declared, hasn't been executed yet. And so callback right here is going to equal the declaration of this function called my callback. So if you know how to run this, if we wanted to run my callback, all we have to do is put these parentheses at the end and pass in some sort of number. And you can see if we execute this, we get 40, which is the same answer. Of course, that would be the more direct way to do this, but this is a contrived example that's hopefully going to explain callbacks to you. All right, so we've got this value called callback, and that is equal to a function data type that has not been invoked yet. So just a declaration. And we can basically call this just like this, but in this case, the callback is actually the function that we want to call. So we're doing that, sorry about that, we're doing that in this line right here. So if should call, that is true, so we get down to this code right here, and what we're doing is we're taking that function that's been passed in, and we are executing it with the random number parameter, which happens to equal 20. So we're basically doing what we did down here, but within the main function, we're letting our code actually execute the function. So we're setting that equal to result, which returns 40, and then we're going to return result at the bottom. So that's going to return 40, and that's how we've gotten to our answer. Now, like I showed you with that second example a little bit ago, it's a little bit more abbreviated way to do this, and you do not have to write a separate function called myCallback in order to, basically run a callback function. So what we could have done, in the first case, this is how we executed main function. We passed in 20, we passed in true, and then we passed in a predefined function that we had already written up here. But we could abbreviate this, so let me collapse this main part. And what we can do is say main function, and we know that we have to pass in a random number. So in this case, we'll stay consistent and we'll pass in a value of 20. We want the callback to actually be called within the function, so we need to pass in true as the should call argument. And then we need to pass in the function. So in the first case, we just put in my callback and it worked, but we also could do it like this. So we could write a anonymous function, and this function is going to take a number. So that's just the parameter that we're defining. And we know that if we go up to the main function here, it's going to pass in this random number as the argument. So that's what number, or num, is going to represent. And then we have to break it down here, and then we have to return the num times 2, which is going to ultimately return us 40. And that's another way that we could write that callback. There's other simpler ways. So we can also do it like this. So let's do main function, pass in 20, true, and then in this case, let's just put in an arrow function. So we have num, and then we use our arrow function syntax, and then we return the num times 2, and once again we get 40. So just another way to pass that in. And we can even simplify this a little bit more. So we can pass in the same parameters. We don't actually need these parentheses here because it's a single argument. So we'll take num, and then we also don't need to break down onto the second line. We can actually just take num times 2, and that's going to return it the same way. And now we've gotten our answer of 40 once again. So as you can see, that's how we get from the most, contrived, simple, elaborate example to the code that you're probably going to be seeing in a lot of examples. This is what a lot of people will use because it's just a much simpler, quicker way to write a callback function. So hopefully this section, I know it's a little bit confusing, but rewatch it again if you are not totally clear on this, because we're going to be going into the built-in functions that use these callbacks very heavily, and it's going to be important that you understand how they're working. So you might understand callbacks now, but why do we actually need them? They seem overly complicated, don't they? Well, the reason we need them is, in my opinion, this is just based on experience and just observation. The two things that it enables is reusability and asynchronous programming. Now, I'll talk about each of these. We're not going to go too much into asynchronous programming in this video for reasons I'm about to explain. But let's start with the reusability thing, and that is going to be crucial to really connecting the dots when we get into some of those more advanced array built-in methods that we're talking about later in the lesson. To really understand the reusability thing, we're going to look at a common array method that's called map. So we're going to look at this a little bit later in the video too, but I really want to show this as a lesson of why we need callback functions. So what this map method does, if we look at the documentation, is it creates a new array populated with the results of calling a provided function on every element in the calling array. So it's basically doing a transformation, and you're able to define the function that has all that logic to figure out what it's doing to each element in the array. Let's take a look at a very simple example. Now, this isn't going to make total sense, but it will kind of connect the dots from what we just did with that original callback example. So what I'm doing is constructing an array, very simple one at that, and then I'm going to define my custom map operation, and we'll just say callback. So we want to be very specific with what this function represents to us. And then the parameter is going to be the item from the array that we're mapping over. And what we're actually doing here is we're kind of iterating over the array. So when we get each element of the array, which is going to be passed in as an argument into this function, we want to return a value. And that value is going to be the transformed value that will kind of occupy the new array that we have. So we're going to take the item from array and we're going to multiply it by 2. So we're basically going to take this entire array up here, and for each element we're going to multiply it by 2. So we've got that function defined. So far it's not really doing anything, but if we take my array and then we need to set this equal to a new array, because the map method is going to actually return the modified array. It's not going to modify the original array. So we're going to take my array dot map. So we're just calling the function that's built into our array, and what it requires is going to be a callback function. And in this case, we've already defined that, so we're going to pass in my custom map operation callback, and then we're going to execute it. Now, if we look at the new array, you're going to see that every element has been doubled. And what it's done is it's looped through, it started at 2, then it's taken that value of 2, multiplied it by 2 to get 4, so on and so forth. So you can see how we've kind of iterated over the array and applied some sort of transformation defined by our callback function. Now, here is where we really understand this concept of reusability. So in this case, sure, it works, we're multiplying something by 2, but it doesn't really convey to us why this callback is so useful. Now, when the creators of the JavaScript programming language introduced this map array, what they wanted was to enable the developer to use this same method for a variety of use cases. So what if we had an array that was full of strings? So let me copy in a new array here. I need to name it something different. So we'll just say string array. And this is going to have a bunch of strings in it. And you might say, okay, well, I need to find a different built-in method to map over this and do some sort of transformation. Well, because we have a callback as one of the parameters of this predefined function, we have a lot of flexibility. And instead of looking for a new method, we can just redefine our custom map operation. Now, in this case, I'm not going to do it longhand like we've been doing. I'm going to show you the shortcut. So we'll say, not my array, but the string array, which we just defined. We're going to call the map method on it, and then we're going to pass in a callback function. So let me template that out. I'm going to have an arrow function right here, and what I'm going to pass in is going to be the item from the array. So we'll just say item from array. We don't need any parentheses around that because it's a single argument. And now the transformation that we're trying to do, so if we do this on one line, whatever is right of this arrow is going to be returned from that function. So all we have to do is transform it in some different way. So maybe we wanted to construct just the first letter of each of these words. So maybe we wanted a new array that has the letter H, W, M, N, I, and Z. All we have to do is maybe return the item from the array, and actually what I'm going to do here is pass in, no, I don't need to. I'm just going to take item from array, and then I'm going to give it the 0 index, because you can access the first letter of any string by using the 0 index second letter by 1, third by 2, so on and so forth. So you can see that we've returned the first letter of each of these elements in the array, and we did this for an array of strings by just redefining that callback function. So that's the value of these callback functions. It enables us to reuse the same function over and over again, so in this case, the built-in map function, and kind of modify it for whatever needs that we have. And we can do something way more complex than just multiplying by 2. We can have conditional logic in here. We can say, if the number is prime, then we want to multiply it by 2. If it's not prime, then we just want to return the number itself. You can do all sorts of different things with this, as complex as you want it. All right, so I think you probably understand why callbacks enable reusability, why they're important, how they work, all that kind of stuff. Now let's move on to the asynchronous topic. So I told you that callbacks enable asynchronous programming, and what that gets us into is a whole nother topic that I'm only going to briefly touch on here. So when I say asynchronous, all I'm talking about is code that does not run immediately. So with the code that we've run here on this screen, you'll probably notice that when we press enter, it executes immediately. It pretty much seems instantaneous to our human brain. Now, there are times when we're writing code that it might even take up to 2, 3, or 4 seconds for a piece of code to execute. And a good example of that is, let's say our application database that stores all of our data is, in a different continent from where the user is actually clicking. So maybe I host my database here in the United States, but someone from, Italy or something is visiting my web app and has to access the web app from their browser in Italy. And so it's going to send off a request to my server and then to the database. And that request to get all of the information for that web app and perform different functions is going to take a certain amount of time, and it's not instantaneous. So we have to handle that with our programming, and you might just say, well, okay, let's just wait until it's done and then execute the next line of code. Well, in that case, with a web app, you're going to have multiple asynchronous operations going at the same time. So you're going to have multiple calls to a web server that are going to take, half a second, 1.5 seconds, maybe even a little bit more. And if you added all of those together and you just did it in order, your web app is going to take 30 seconds to load. And in that case, nobody's going to use it. So we have to run all of this code kind of at the same time. And for that reason, we have asynchronous programming, which basically allows us to run some code and then run other code while that previous code is still running. Now, I know this kind of gets into the topic of like threads, execution threads on a computer. It's not really what we're talking about here, and I really don't want to get into all of the details of this. But as we go through this series, we're going to be talking about asynchronous callbacks, promises, and the newer ES6 async and await. So these are all different ways that we can write asynchronous JavaScript code. You'll see how it comes into play a little bit later in the series. If you've been following along with this series, you might have heard me say that everything in JavaScript is an object, but I haven't really explained myself on that one. And since we're talking about all of the built-in objects within JavaScript in this lesson, I really want to give an overview of this concept of primitives versus the actual objects themselves. I'm going to put some code on the screen that will hopefully give you a little bit of an introduction and some things to think about here. So when we run this code, you can see that we've defined 2 different strings, and we have compared these strings with each other. So in the first case, we've got this weird syntax here where we're actually using this thing called a new, it's actually the new operator we're going to talk about in a second. And then we are defining our string with this uppercase string, which looks like some sort of object or something. And if you go to the JavaScript docs, or documentation, so let's go to JavaScript built-in objects, and then you go down to string right here. That is the same syntax, the string, that we use to define this string right here. So string 1 is actually an object. Now string 2 is what we call a primitive. Now this is because we didn't, instantiate it with the object syntax, and you can see if we compare the equality of these two, the triple equals, which compares both value and type, is going to return false because in the first case we're looking at an object, in the second case we're looking at a string primitive. And if we use the double equals, they're of course true because they are the same value, they're just not the same type. So at this point, you probably have a lot of confusion in your head. You're probably thinking a couple things. Well, you're telling me that string 1 is not actually a string, and the answer is yes, it is not a string. It is actually an object. And then furthermore, you're saying that this string down here, so string 2, that is a string, but how would we execute any of these built-in methods on something that's not an object? So there's a couple floating questions here, and to understand them, you have to know a little bit of the behind-the-scenes stuff that's going on with the JavaScript programming language. Let's start off by asking the question, what is a primitive? Now, a primitive, this is not a topic that is specific to JavaScript. We talk about primitive data types across varying languages. So, Python, Java, C++, they all have their primitives. But in JavaScript, a primitive, there are 6 different primitives that we can look at, and we can go to the documentation here for primitive, and it will maybe show us all of the different primitives that we have. So maybe it doesn't actually. I thought that it did. But anyways, the 6 that we have are a string, a number, a big int, Boolean, undefined, and symbol. Some of these we haven't talked about, but that's totally fine. We don't need to talk about it yet. But what you can think about when we're talking about primitives is that it is the simplest form of something. So if a coding language had a periodic table of elements, then the primitives would be those elements of the periodic table. So that's kind of how I would think about it. And those primitives can actually be used to build up other things. Now, as you would expect, a primitive data type does not have any sort of methods or functions that you can call on them. So it doesn't make any sense if we were to come here in the console and let's define a string here. So we've got some string, and now I'm going to put a dot at the end of it, just like I was calling a function or a method on an object. And if I were to take this some string and say to uppercase, so that is actually a built-in function on strings. So if you go down to the bottom here, you can see that to uppercase is a built-in method on the string object. But if we're saying that this is a string primitive, then it shouldn't be able to work, right? Well, wrong. It does work, and that is because behind the scenes, when we have a primitive value like this, where we define it with those little quotes or the double quotes even, it actually wraps it in that string object. So what we did up here, right here, this is actually happening behind the scenes when you call a specific built-in method on a primitive data type within JavaScript. Now, this is kind of interesting and all, but what do you actually do with it? Well, the answer to that is not really anything. This is more of something that you should be aware of. It's just good to know type of information so that you're not wondering in your head, well, what is going on here? We're talking about strings, but if we go to the documentation, it sure looks like this is some sort of object here. So it just clears that up for us. And if you go to the string built-in object and scroll down a little bit, we have this section called string primitives and string objects, which kind of explains the same thing that I just talked about. So feel free to read that and really dig in if you want to understand this a little bit better. So the takeaway here is that you should not be using this syntax up here with the string constructor. This is not the way that you write strings. I taught you the correct way to write strings in the previous videos. This is just for clarification. Now, if you go to the actual documentation, you'll see in this section on string primitives and objects, down here it says, for these reasons, the code may break when it encounters string objects when it expects a primitive instead. So the documentation even recommends to not define them like this because JavaScript takes care of it for you. But anyways, that's just some information around here. Now the next thing that I want to talk about is that keyword that we looked at, because this is also a little bit confusing. And as we go into the next couple sections of this lesson, it's going to be important to understand. And that is this new keyword, which is actually considered an operator, although we didn't talk about it when we covered operators in a previous lesson. In the next section of this lesson, we're going to be talking about JavaScript Dates, which you actually have to use that new operator for to actually create. So if we wanted to create a date here, what we have to say is new, and then we pass in the date object with these parentheses at the end. And this is what we call constructing a instance of that date object. So you can kind of think of this in terms of like you have this template that you're working with. So the date object would be the template, and then you're going to actually take a copy of that template and store it in a new variable that has all of those attributes of the template. It does everything that that template has kind of predefined it to do. Now this is kind of an object-oriented programming discussion. I don't want to get too far into it, but just know that this new operator is a special keyword in JavaScript, and that's what it's doing. So if you actually look into the new keyword, it's going to do a couple things. So it creates a blank object, and then it links that blank object to the parent. So when I talk about template and an instance of that template, that's what I'm kind of referring to. So there are additional steps that get into the prototype chain. Again, I'm not going to talk about that because it's another complexity that we don't need to visit right now. In the previous parts of this lesson, we've talked about a lot of the essential concepts that we're going to be using when we're talking about these built-in JavaScript objects. And the first one we're going to be talking about is JavaScript Dates. Now, these JavaScript Dates are a little bit confusing, and I'll be honest, I think a lot of developers, even more experienced ones, have a little bit of trouble with certain types of dates in JavaScript. And the reason is because writing JavaScript dates is not really all about coding skill. You also have to understand how time zones work and all of that stuff when you're actually getting into implementing the date objects and stuff like that. Now, I've written a post on this, so I'm on my site here, so I'll just scroll down. At some point here, I talked about JavaScript dates. So right here, and with this date post, I really go into detail about all of the different time zones and how we use dates and all of the different nuances of it. So I'd check that out if this is not enough detail for you. But here we're going to actually go into the basics of writing dates. And how we do that, I showed it briefly in the last part of this lesson. But all we have to do is define a variable and then assign a new date object, or kind of a copy of that template, which is date. And we're going to assign it. And now if we print out to the screen, it's going to show us a date object here, and it's going to be the current time because we passed in no parameters or no arguments to that date constructor. Now here's where dates get a little bit confusing. What we have defined here, the value that is stored within this date object actually represents the number of milliseconds that have elapsed since midnight on January 1st, 1970 UTC time zone. That's a lot to handle in one sentence here. And you might be asking, why January 1st, 1970? Well, the answer is not so simple. And again, I would read this post that I wrote to really get a background on that. But basically, it's an arbitrary date and time that we are basing all of our future dates off of. And what I mean when I say the value that we're storing within this date is equal to the number of milliseconds, because right here, it sure doesn't look like milliseconds that we're printing. But if you said now, which represents the date that we just defined, and then you say value of, it's going to print the number of milliseconds since January 1st, 1970, and that is in the coordinated universal time zone. So if you converted this to years and then days, you would get exactly to this. with dates, there are a variety of things that you can pass into that constructor as an argument to define a date. And what I'm going to do is just paste a bunch of code onto the screen because we don't need to go through writing all of it. You can pause the video, look through this for a second. I'm going to walk through it. But again, read that post if you want a ton of information about dates. So the first example, we're passing in the year, the month, the day, and then the time, or I guess hour, minute, second, millisecond, whatever. And we're passing that in as comma separated arguments to the date constructor. We can also pass in just a string in a variety of different formats, as you can see in this code right here. And then going down, we can input a number of milliseconds. So we can just give it the value itself, or we can pass it in as ISO 8601 format. Again, that post talks all about it. And then finally, you can do time zones down here. You can pass in time zones. This last part, the date.now, that's kind of an interesting thing that we can talk about here. So, you know, we're used to creating a date by saying new date, but you can also create a date with a static method. That's what this is called here. And you just say date.now represents the same thing as new date. Obviously not anymore because time has elapsed, but it's just giving you the primitive value of that date. Now we're here in this video to talk about some of the instance methods that we can use on a date object, the built-in methods. So let's define a date. So that'll be equal to now, or maybe instead we'll just say my date, because now is sometimes not descriptive because the second you press enter, it's not now any longer. So that's a little bit confusing. So let's create a date here, and that's going to represent pretty much, you know, right now minus a few seconds. And from this date, we can use a couple different methods. So one of them will be the toString method, and that's going to print what we've used here in the console, but of course this is a REPL, so it kind of read, evaluate, print, loop, all that kind of good stuff. So we can use this toString method to print out the string of the date, and this is actually going to print the value of that date, which is stored in the Coordinated Universal Time, or UTC, and it's going to convert it to our local time zone, which is the time zone that our computer has stored on it. So that's actually stored in some file on our computer. I'm not going to go into that, but anyways, here we go for the next method. So we have my date, and then we can use the toISO string. So the ISO string is a specific format, and let's scroll down in my post here because we've got it up anyways. And I think I have a little screenshot of the UTC time, or not UTC, but ISO 8601. And let's expand this just a little bit. And you can see this is going to be the format that we're using for the ISO 8601 standard. Pause the video, look at this if you're curious. All right, so let's bring this back and, well, not clear the screen. And then my date, get date, is going to give us the actual day of the month. So today is the 16th of January, so we get 16. We can also use myDate.get month, which is a little bit unique because this is going to return the zero, or it's going to return the month of the year, but it's going to use zero indexing. So instead of January being equal to 1, January is equal to 0, which is what we're seeing here since this is being filmed in January. So we'll go to myDate.get full year, and that's going to return 2021. So those are some of the basic methods that you can use on a JavaScript date. And honestly, these are probably the most common ones. You won't be looking at anything else for the most part, but you can go to the docs JavaScript documentation. So again, JavaScript, built-in objects, then you can go down to date, and then you can see all of the different methods that we're using here. Something to point out, you'll see this a couple times within the documentation. If you look at the date.getYear method, it has this little thumbs down icon, which basically means that it's deprecated. And a deprecated method is something that is no longer going to be supported, so you don't want to use those. Now, if you click on the get year method, you'll notice that in our example, we used the get full year method. And the reason is because it says the get year method returns the year in the specified date, blah, blah, blah. And it says it is no longer used and has been replaced by the get full year method. So that's how I knew to go to that get full year method as a replacement. So in the previous section, we talked about JavaScript dates, and now we're talking about the built-in object called regular expression. And this is not just a built-in JavaScript object. This is an entire topic. Like, I almost think of this as another language that you're kind of trying to learn in programming. It's obviously not Turing complete or anything, but regular expressions are basically a way to pattern match within strings. And you might be asking, well, why would we want to do that? And to show you why, let me just open up a web application. We'll just go to you need a budget. And this is a budgeting app that I use and really like. But if you go to the login page, log in right here, and you type in your email address, but you type it in incorrectly, it's going to say, please enter a valid email address. And you might be asking, well, how does it know what is an invalid email address? You may go through a bunch of different types of emails, like a big long list of emails. That's probably not going to be efficient, of course, but what we can do is we can use regular expressions to pattern match and basically say, okay, I expect to see these certain characters and then an @ symbol, because every email address has an @ symbol, and then some sort of valid domain or whatever for that email address. So we can pattern match, and that's why regular expressions are so powerful. You can validate emails, and you can also do a whole host of other things. It's great for validation, but it's not only for validation. Now, as we're going through this, just keep this in mind. This is a very loaded topic, as I said, and you don't need to fully understand how to write these regular expressions. It's really not a high priority thing for you right now if you're trying to learn how to code, because you can get away without regular expressions while writing web apps. They're just very nice to have. They can really speed up your workflow down the road, and you need to be at least exposed to them. So all I ask here in this video is you understand what they are, what they do, and just how to read them in general, just kind of understanding the symbols and be able to piece together what a regular expression is doing. I wouldn't worry about learning and mastering how to write them. So if we go to the JavaScript documentation, let's see here, we'll go to Technologies, JavaScript, as we've been doing. I'm just kind of reiterating this. Then you go to built-in objects, and then we can go down to the regular expression object, which is going to be regexp. And it says it's an object used for matching text with a pattern. So as I said, pattern matching. Now let's go ahead and write a basic regular expression. I'll show you how to do this here. So we'll say email validator regular expression, and this will be kind of similar to what we just looked at, where it's validating whether the email address is correct. Now, this implementation that I'm about to write is by no means exhaustive, and it's definitely going to miss a couple cases. And I guarantee you, YNAB or you need a budget is using a much more complex expression than the one that I'm about to show you here. So, anyways, let's go through this and just get an idea of what we're dealing with. So let's say that our user input, this is what we type into the form. So, I go here, I type into the form, I type something. That's what this user input variable is going to represent. And I might put in something like invalid email at G. And obviously this is not a valid email, so we should reject this by using this regular expression. So we'll say a new variable, we'll say it's is valid, and then what we have to do is we take our email validator regular expression from up here, and we can use one of the built-in methods on it. So if you come down to the left, you can see all of the different built-in methods, and one of these, if we go down to methods, are we even on the right one here? Okay, we're on regular expression. Okay, I was just missing it completely. So here are the methods. These are pretty confusing to look at, but the two that we're looking at here is going to be exec and test. So we can use test to just see if something is valid. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to use the test, and then we're going to pass in our user input. So we're saying take this regular expression or this pattern that we've defined and map it up against this string that we have defined. And if you press enter, it's going to, and then show what the value is, it's going to be false because this is an invalid email and that expression up there, that regular expression, did not match it. Now, if we look at this regular expression, there's all these characters which probably look like complete gibberish to you, but I'll quickly walk you through what this is doing and then we'll go back to the basics and really understand it. So this first character just says, I want to start at the beginning of the line. This period represents all characters, and then this plus sign that comes directly after the period says I want to match any character one or more times. Then we have the @ symbol, which is just looking for the @ symbol, and then we have this period again, so we want any character one or more times, and then we use this slash to basically escape and actually look for a period. So if you have gmail.com, we need that period, and in order for this special character to be escaped, we have to use this backslash or right here, and then we use another period for any characters one or more times, and finally the end of the line with the $sign. So I know that's super confusing. I would never expect you to follow along with what I just said, but just to give you a taste of what we're dealing with here. All right, so let's go kind of to the very basics here. With regular expressions, I like to think of it in two pieces. So you have the identifiers and then you have the quantifiers. And the identifiers can be one of a ton of different things. It can be special characters or just the characters or phrases that you're trying to match. These identifiers are what you're actually trying to pattern match within the string. So if we created a regular expression, we'll say new regular expression, and then we're going to pass in the letter G. And now I'm going to pass in a couple of strings here. So we'll say string 1 and string 2. And you'll see that if we're trying to match the letter G, it only occurs in the second string right here. So if we were to say the regular expression dot test and then pass in string 1, we're going to get false. But if we test it against string 2, it's going to give us a value of true because it did in fact match the G in the middle of the string. But in this case, our regular expression is just taking a single character and looking for it, which is probably not what you're going to be doing. You're probably going to get a little bit more complex than that. So maybe you test for an entire word. So let's type another one. So we'll say regex or regex2. Some people would say regex, some regex, regular expressions, whatever. But anyways, we're going to say this one is going to be equal to an entire word. So in both strings, we have the word favorite. So now if we test this second regular expression up against both of the strings, it's going to return true. So no matter which string we put in there, it's going to return true there, as you can see. So we can also match a full word in addition to just a single character. But the interesting thing about regular expressions, or I guess maybe not interesting, but important thing, is that it's case sensitive. So if I were to make another regular expression, let me go ahead and just clear the screen for a second so we get some more room. And let's say our regular expression is going to be equal to favorite with capital letters at the beginning and the end. And we of course need to bring in our strings again because we refreshed the page. But this time, if we map up the regular expression and test it against string 1, we're going to get false because there are no capital, there's no word in there called favorite that has a capital F and a capital E. So you'll see string 2 also returns false. So this is case sensitive. You have to pay attention to the uppercase and lowercase letters. Now, you don't have to just use single letters or single words or phrases. You can use special characters, and that's really where the power of a regular expression comes in. So there are a multitude of special characters that we can use, but I'm going to put on the screen a couple of the really popular or common ones. So the first one is going to be anything that we put into brackets. And another thing that I want to share here is that you don't have to write a regular expression like we did up here. This is one way to do it, just like we saw with the strings. You can modify or create a string in two different ways. Now, the more common way that we're going to be creating a regular expression is you put 2 forward slashes and then you put in your regular expression here. So in this case, I could put in G, and that's going to be our regular expression that we wrote first. We could also put in favorite, and that's going to be a regular expression. And as we saw, you can actually execute methods on, a literal like this. So we can test string 1 against this. But if we go back and lowercase these letters, now it's going to return true. So this will be good for me to show this syntax so we can quickly loop through a bunch of different patterns here. So we're just going to change the regular expression here, and we're comparing it against string 1. The first thing you can do in a regular expression is a character group. And all you do is have these 2 brackets, and then whatever you define in that character group is going to apply to the regular expression. So what we could say is A to Z, uppercase. And what that is doing is matching all uppercase letters. Now in our string 1, there are no uppercase letters, so we return false because it doesn't match. But we can also pass in A to Z, where we have all lowercase letters, which obviously does match at least one of these letters. Moving on, we can also have 0 through 9, which is going to match all numbers within a string. Now there's no numbers here, so it's not going to match, returns false. And then you can combine these together. So you can match all uppercase letters, all lowercase letters, all numbers, and then you could even match spaces in here. So if we added a space here, we could match spaces. And this is going to return true because we're matching the spaces, the lowercase letters, so on and so forth. So that's what we're using with these brackets. You have a lot of different options within those brackets. Now, we talked about earlier that this period, when used in the context of a regular expression, represents any character whatsoever. Now, this is going to return true because it represents any character. Now, the next one we'll look at is \D, and this is going to match all numbers. This is equivalent to saying brackets 0 through 9. So it's completely equivalent, just a different way to write it. In this case, there's no numbers, so it returns false. We also have \S, which will match any white space characters. There's spaces between the words in these strings, so it does match. Then we also have \W, which matches all letters and numbers, so alphanumeric. So these are just some shortcuts that you can use. As I said when I was interpreting that email validator, this little caret represents the beginning of a string. So if we put in the caret and then we put in an F, it's going to return false because the first letter of the string we're testing it against, so string 1, is actually M. Now if we put in M, it's going to return true. But we could put in the F, returns false because we're starting at the beginning of the line. But if we take that out, it then returns true because we're no longer constrained to the beginning of the line. Now what we could do also is the end of the line, which is a $. So F is not the last letter of this string, it's actually K, so that's how we would make that return true. And then finally, we have these little groups that we can make. So if you put parentheses here, and then you can say, you could say code or stake or something like that. And that's going to match either code, the word code, or the word stake. And in this case, we're looking at string 1. Stake is in there, so it's going to match. So those are just some of the different ways that we can write the identifiers, and you can see how flexible this is and how creative you can get to match different patterns within a string or like a line of text. Now the next thing, and the second piece of this equation, is going to be quantifiers. Now, so far we have been using this test method to basically show whether or not we have matched a certain character in the string. But if we, let's rewrite this here. So let's say that we want to match all lowercase letters, which returns true. That's all that's telling us is that in string 1, we have at least one lowercase character. Now, if we come over here and change this test method to exec, it's going to do a little bit different operation. And you can read about this here in exec. It shows you kind of what it returns, the different values of this array that it returns. But basically what this is telling us here is that all that it matched when we wrote this regular expression is the letter M, because it started at the beginning of the string, it matched that one lowercase character and it said, okay, that's all I need to match. Now, if we want to match more than just one character, we want to match a section of a string, then we have to actually tell it that. And the way we do that is through quantifiers. So there are a couple different quantifiers, and I'll try to roll through all of them and explain all of them just really quickly, as this, again, is just an overview. So the first one is a star. And the way that this works is you put your identifier at the beginning, and then you follow that by a star or another quantifier that you're trying to use. And so what this is saying is that I'm trying to match any lowercase letter, and the star is saying I want to match any lowercase letter 0 or more times. So in this case, it's, since we're matching 0 or more of the preceding character, it's pretty much going to return something every time. Now we can change this to a plus sign, which is going to match one or more of the preceding character. And then we can put a question mark to represent either 0 or 1 quantity of that previous character. And in this case, you see that the matched value is going to be only the first letter because we're looking for 0 or 1. Now we can be explicit about this. So we can say we want to match a certain amount of characters. But before we do that, I want to add a little space within this identifier, because right now we're only matching this first word here. So if we add a space in here, now it's going to start matching the entire sentence or string. So if we put in the plus sign, you can see my favorite food is steak, so it matches the entire string because they're all lowercase letters. Now if we wanted to be specific, we wanted to match a certain amount, all we'd have to do is these little brackets as a quantifier, and then we can pass in a specific number. So let's say that we wanted to match, say, 5 characters. Well, it's going to get the first 5 characters, so my space, that counts, fa, and that's going to match the first 5 characters. Now, we can also do a range. So we can say we want to match between 2 and 6 of the preceding character that we're looking at. So it's just going to match 6 because that's the upper bound, but you can match like a range of characters. So these are all the different quantifiers, and you can use these to take the pattern that you're matching and tell it how much of that pattern you want to match. Now, before we go into kind of a final example to just tie all the concepts together, I want to show you one other thing, and that is going to be in the documentation. There is this thing called a flag. So if you define a regular expression, so we'll say our regex is going to be equal to, a new regular expression, but we could also write it with these 2 slashes. You can also pass in a flag, and that goes at the end of these 2 slashes. And here are all the possible flags. In this case, we might want to do a global search, so it will search for the pattern even if it occurs multiple times. And if you wanted to use that, all you would have to do is write your regular expression here. So we might say we want to match all lowercase letters 1 or more times, and then at the end we put a G, which represents that flag. So that's just a slight nuance to this, and you'll see this, so just be able to recognize it. Anyways, let's move into a basic example where we can just apply those concepts of the identifiers and then the quantifiers, and then we'll wrap it up for this section on regular expressions. So we're going to write first a string. So here's the string that we're going to want to match. So we'll say hello world, and then let's put in a couple numbers, 2021, and then let's put in a couple spaces here, and we'll put in, I don't know, we'll put an @ symbol in here as well, and then more of a string at the end. And our goal is to basically write a regular expression that is going to match this entire string. So we can do it in a multitude of ways, but I'll just go with the most obvious ways that I can think of. So we'll write our regular expression, and we're going to use this syntax here. So the first thing that we'll notice is that we have some lowercase letters to start. So we can use the brackets here. So this is, again, not the most simple way to do this, but this will hit home all these concepts for you. So we'll say that we want to match lowercase letters and spaces. So let's add in that space right there. And we want to match that one or more times. And then actually I'm going to do this in real time so that we can see what's happening. So instead of putting it in a variable, we'll do it how we did it before. So we're going to look at all lowercase letters and then add a space. And then I'm going to execute that against the string so we can kind of begin to see what we're matching here. So we're looking for all lowercase letters one or more times. So we got the hello world. Then we're looking for a comma. We can just put the comma in as it is. Then we're looking for some spaces and numbers. So why don't we pass in 0 to 9 and then another space, and we want to match that one or more times. And then we want to match the @ symbol, and then we want to match lowercase letters. So again, A to Z, and then we need a space in there, and then we say one or more times. And then for good measure, this is not necessary, but we can just put this little upwards caret to indicate the beginning of the string and a $sign to indicate the end of the string. You can see here that we have matched this entire string. Now, of course, we can do this a lot simpler. All we need to do is put a period in there and a +sign, which matches any character one or more times, and there we match the whole string. But hopefully this was just a brief overview of a very basic explanation of regular expressions. It's a built-in object within JavaScript, like we talked about, that you're going to stumble upon, and eventually it may come in handy for you, but most importantly, just have an understanding of what they are, what they do, and how to read them. So we've covered a lot in this lesson, but we're finally making it to the string built-in object in JavaScript. So again, let's come to the beginning. So technologies, JavaScript, built-in objects, and then you go down to string right here. So we kind of talked about the string object versus primitives, got an overview of this, but what we didn't do is talk about some of the methods that we can use on this string. And what I want to do, as I've been doing in this lesson all along, is basically give you the most important methods, the ones that I've used a lot myself, that other developers use commonly, and just give you a brief overview of them so that they're kind of in your memory bank and you have them for recall later when you have to use them in your code, or maybe some code challenges or interviews or whatever. So we're looking at strings, and you can see there are a lot of different string methods that we can use. And again, this little downwards thumb means that it's a deprecated method, so don't go trying to use any of those. But again, there's a lot of them here, and I want to point out some of the most important ones. So what we're going to be looking at, let's go ahead and refresh this. Oh, I don't know what I've done here. Okay, there we go. We'll clear the screen. And what we're going to be looking at is the replace all method. We're going to look at the toUpperCase method, the substring method, the trim method, and the match method. So that's what we're going to be covering here and again, just basic examples of each. As we go through these, I'm going to show you the documentation first because I really want you to get used to reading it and understanding how it's working. So let's go to the replace all method. It says this method returns a new string with all matches of a pattern replaced by replacement. The pattern can be a string or a regular expression, so we just learned about that. And the replacement can be a string or a function to be called for each match. Now, we're not going to get into that function piece. That's a little bit complicated, but if we look at the syntax here, you'll see some new symbols here. So this little pipe means that there are multiple types of parameters that you can pass in, or not multiple types of parameters because obviously there are multiple parameters, but for this single parameter, there's multiple types of data that you can pass in. So in this case, it's saying either a regular expression or just a string to match. And then the second parameter, so we have the comma here to say, okay, we're on a new parameter, a new substring, so just a regular string, or a function that will return basically whatever we want to replace it with. So come down here to the parameters. You can read a little bit more about that, but we don't need to because I'm going to show you how to use it. So let's go ahead and define a string really quickly. So we'll say my dog jumped on the bed. My dog is a bad dog. All right, and you'll notice that I have some weird capitalization in here, which is going to be what we're replacing. So we want to say we want a new string, and then for the string we want to replace all. So this is different from the replace method because obviously we're replacing all occurrences of the match rather than just the first. And that's why I use this one more frequently, because in most cases I want to replace all rather than just the first match. So in this case, we could just say we want to replace the word dog with cat, and that's going to assign the new string to our variable, and you're going to see my cat jumped on the bed, my dog is a bad cat, which obviously makes no sense whatsoever because we missed one, and that's because this is case sensitive. But what we can do is write a regular expression, and we just learned about that, so we might as well do it. All right, so we're going to say correct string equals my string dot replace all, and then in this case we're going to pass in a regular expression, and then we're going to replace that with lowercase cat. So all occurrences of the word dog, uppercase and lowercase, are going to be replaced with this right here. So in this regular expression, we're going to put a character group, and we're going to say we want either an uppercase D or a lowercase d, and then we want to match exactly, so we're going to put these little brackets and put a 1 in there. So we're going to match exactly one of these characters, either uppercase or lowercase, and then we're just going to pass in OG because it's always going to end in OG in the lowercase form. So then we're going to finally pass in, let's see, we need to pass in the global flag because we want to replace or find all instances of that. So let's go ahead and press enter and see what we got. So the correct string, it looks like we have cat in all of these instances, so we replaced it correctly. Again, this G at the end is just the global flag, and there's a bunch of different flags that you can bring into a regular expression, but this just means match all occurrences, not just the first. The next method we're looking at is the toUppercase method. This is a pretty easy one. Let's go to the documentation and take a look. It says toUppercase returns the calling string value converted to uppercase, and the value will be converted to a string if it isn't one. All right, so very simple function here, and we can pretty much figure out what it does by just experimenting around. So we'll say that we want my string to be equal to some string, and then all we do, oh, it's saying I redeclared my string, so I need to refresh the browser because I already did that. So my string equals some string, and then we say my string dot toUppercase, and you'll see that it capitalizes every single character within that string. So it's very straightforward. You'll see where this comes in handy in just a second. So the next one we're looking at is the substring method. I use this quite a bit. If we go to the documentation, you're going to see that there are actually two methods, and if you have been following along with this tutorial, in the prior video, the 25 challenges, I actually used the wrong method here. So you can see that we have the two methods. We have the substring and then we have substr, and this substr has the little downwards thumb, which means don't use it, it's deprecated, and of course I used it in the previous video, so apologize for that. But we're going to be using the non-deprecated method, and it says it returns the part of the string between the start and end indices. So if we go down to the function signature, you can see that there's one required parameter. It's not surrounded by those brackets, and then one optional parameter. And these represent the index of the first character that we want to include in the return string, and then the last character if we want that. Otherwise, it's just going to take everything after that first character. So let's go ahead and give this a try. We'll use the same string here. So we'll say my string.substring, and let's say that we want to get everything starting at, I don't know, the letter M. So if you think about this, the S has an index of 0, the O has an index of 1, M will be 2, E3, the space will be 4, and the second S will be 5. So maybe we'll start it at 5, so we just get the second word. And then if we don't pass in a second parameter, it just goes to the end of the string, which is kind of what we want. But you could also pass in something like 7 and it kind of cuts it off there. So that's kind of how the substring method works. Now, I want to provide you with some common ways that we might use all these methods. And one of the common ways that I've found to use the substring method is if you want to maybe capitalize the first word of a sentence. So let's say that we wanted to take my string, which is some string with all lowercase, and we just wanted to capitalize this S and combine that into the full string. So basically what we're looking for is this right here. Now, if we wanted to convert that, here's what we would do. We would say, let's just assign it to a result variable. So we will say my string, and then we want to grab the first letter of the entire string, which is going to be that S. Now we're going to use that toUpperCase method that we saw in the previous method right there. And what that's going to do is it's going to grab that S and then it's going to capitalize it. So all we're getting right now is a single letter. So we can use the plus sign, we can concatenate two strings together. So now we have to get the remainder of the string right here. And the way that we do that is using the substring method. So we'll say my string, and then we want to use the substring method, and we want to start at an index of 1 because we've already got the first, the 0th index of S. So we want to start the substring at 1. All right, and then we can go to the end of the string. So all we would have to do is basically just leave it like that and we're done. But if you, I don't know, maybe have a good reason to do this, you could also grab my string.length to get the very last character in the string as our bounds of that substring. So if you press enter and then you type out result, you can see that we have capitalized this string or sentence if it was longer. So that's just a common use case of the substring method combined with the toUpperCase method. And you can start to see how when we combine them together, it makes our job a lot easier. The next method we're talking about is the trim method. And this may not seem all that useful when we first start looking at it, but I will show you why we might use this in the real world. So the trim method removes white space from both ends of a string. Notice it says both ends. It doesn't remove white space from in the middle of the string. White space in this context is all white space characters, space tab, no break space, etc. And all the line terminator characters, so a carriage return here, but we don't need to worry about that. And the call signature, the function signature, is very simple. You just call it on the string and it removes the white space. So again, you might say, well, this is not very useful, but what if we got some external data that looked like this? So this might be some data that you retrieved from an external database or something, and you have no control over how you receive it. And in this case, we have some spaces in these strings. So how would we go about removing those and returning an object that has kind of a cleaned up piece of data? Well, we can do that using a loop and the trim method. So let's just write a loop, a for loop. So we did this a lot in the challenges, the code challenges from the last lesson, and then we also learned it in the last lesson. So you should be familiar with this. So we're going to write the loop I++. Now we're going to loop through each piece of data, and what I'm going to do is actually break this out. So I'm going to say the current title is going to be equal to external data. Then we're going to grab the index that we're on, dot title, and then we're going to go down and we're going to grab the current author equals external data I dot author. Now we're coming down here, and this is where we're going to reassign the values of these properties to the trimmed version of them. So we're just going to say the external data I dot title is going to be equal to the current title dot trim. So it's going to trim the white space and assign it back to that property. And then we'll do the same thing for the author. So external data dot author equals the current author that we're iterating over dot trim. And there's our for loop. So if we print out external data and we look at the array here, you're going to see that all of these values have been trimmed of the white space. So that's just a way that I've used it in the past, something that has come in handy for me. So I just wanted to show you that method for that reason. Now the final method that we're going to look at, the built-in method on a string object, is the match method. Now this is going to be very familiar to you because we learned about regular expressions already. So I'm going to actually bring in something that we've already looked at here. So let's write a regular expression, and we'll just say we want to match any lowercase characters in a quantity of 1 or more. And that's going to be our regular expression. And then our string is going to just be a bunch of gibberish. Let's write this correctly. Bunch of gibberish, and then maybe some numbers in here, and then some more gibberish letters. All right, so there's our string. And there are actually two ways that we can test this. The first way is something we've already seen, where we just run the exec method on the string. And of course, since we're matching lowercase letters in a quantity of 1 or more, it's going to grab all of these until it gets to the numbers, and then it no longer matches. So that's one way we could do it. But we can also do it in reverse. Like, it does the same exact thing, except we're doing it from the string method. So all we have to do is say string.match, and then we pass in the regular expression, and it's going to show us kind of the same thing. Now, this is going to be exactly the same as long as you are not using the global flag. So if we were to put in, let's say, if we defined the regular expression and we put in A to Z, 1 or more, and then we put this global flag in there, that would be when these two methods do not behave identical. But for our intents and purposes, you can use either one. It really doesn't matter. Just pick one and go with it. To this point in this lesson, we've talked about dates, regular expressions, and built-in string methods, but we haven't talked about arrays, and this is where it gets really fun. Now, I will say that this list of methods that we're going to be going through, you can actually see them on the screen, all of these different methods here. So we have the push, pop, shift, and unshift. Those are kind of grouped together. We have slice, splice. These are actually different. We have find index and index of. They're kind of grouped together. Map, for each, includes, filter, and reduce. And I chose these because these are the ones that you're going to be using most of the time. And these represent kind of the bulk, if we can kind of go with that whole 80-20 rule. This is the 80-20 rule of array methods. And it's obviously not exhaustive, and I'm not going to go into every last detail of each method, but I hope that this can basically walk you through the basics of each so that when you have to use them, it's not a complete shock. You kind of know what's available to you, which is kind of half the battle sometimes. Just remember, these are not to memorize. Don't try to memorize these. Like any built-in method, you can always look them up, and as I've been going through in this video, you know how to read the documentation now, and I'll continue doing that for each of these array methods so that you can just get better and better at acquainting yourself with the different syntax of this documentation. So let's get started. We'll start with the push, pop, shift, and unshift methods, and we're not going to really go through all of these in the documentation because they're so similar. But let's go to JavaScript again, built-in objects, and we're going to the array object, which has instance methods that we're going to be looking at here. All right, so we will start with pop. We've actually already looked at this when we talked about reading documentation. This is going to remove the last element from an array. Now, we also have shift right here. This is going to remove the first element of the array. Then you have the method that we're going to be using the most out of all of these, which is the push method. This just takes an element and or more than one element and adds it to the end of the existing array. And then finally, the unshift method down here somewhere. This is going to add an element or elements at the beginning of the array. Again, I think the push method is probably going to be the most widely used, but let's just go ahead and see what we're dealing with here. So we'll make an array, we'll add 3 elements in there, and maybe let's go ahead and put a gap in there. So we'll skip 4 and we'll put in 5 and 6 or something like that. All right, so there's our array. So what if we wanted to basically add the 4 in there? So basically all we have to do is array.pop. That's going to take off the 6, and it returns 6 not because the value is 6, but because there are 6 elements, or maybe it did. It does return the element that it removed from the array. I'm sorry about that. All right. Anyways, we will go and do that again because we need to remove one more. So now our array looks like this. We just have 1, 2, 3, and now we can push 4, 5, and 6 to the end. And we are back to what we started with, but this time it has all of the numbers in order. So of course we can add the 0 at the beginning, so we just say array.unshift, put a 0 in there, and now our array has 0 through 6. So you can kind of get an idea of how this works, and there's not a whole lot to it. All right, let's move on to the slice method. Now this one is going to come in handy when you need to make a copy of an array. And this is not going to be apparent why this is useful right now, but once you start getting into front-end programming where you're writing code in either Angular or React or Vue.js or something like that, there's this concept that we call state, which basically it's how the data flows through the front end of your application. And when a user updates their profile or whatever, and that data update affects another part of the application, the state is what makes those changes propagated across the entire application. And when we're dealing with state, we often are dealing with immutable objects, things that cannot be changed. So making a copy of the data that you're putting into state is going to be extremely useful. And to do that, you can use this slice method. So let's look at it in the documentation. We'll go to slice. It says it returns a shallow copy of a portion of an array. When it says shallow here, that just means that you have if you have nested objects or arrays, it's not going to pick up on those. It only gets the first layer or whatever. You'll need a more advanced method to do a deep copy of an object, and I'll talk about that a little bit later in this lesson. So basically what it's doing is it's taking 2 optional parameters. So if we don't supply any sort of parameters at all, then it's just going to, let's see what it says. So if we don't put any parameters at all, it's just going to create a copy of the entire thing. Otherwise, it will create a copy of a specific part of an array. So let's see how this works. We have an array already right here, but let's say that we wanted to take out 2, 3, and 4 or something like that. So we've already got an array on the screen, and let's say that we wanted to make a copy of the entire thing. So we can say copy of the array is going to be array.slice. We don't need to pass in any parameters because we just want the entire thing. And now the copy of the array is going to be a perfect copy. Now, if you were to compare these, so copy of the array versus the array, they're not going to be equal. So I say that loosely, but that is a concept that we talked about when we looked at the JavaScript operators in a previous lesson. All right, so if we wanted to grab like a specific part of this array, so another copy, and we want to grab everything starting at 3 till the end of the array, you might say slice, and then you want to give it an index of not 0, not 1, not 2, but you want to start at 3, so you want to give it an index of 3. And now another copy is going to be equal to 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's just a quick overview of the slice method. The next method that we're dealing with is called splice, and it is not to be confused with slice. So if we go to the documentation, click on splice, it will say that this method changes the contents of an array by removing or replacing existing elements and or adding new elements in place. So in other words, this is useful if unshift and push, those two methods we learned about, are not sufficient. You want to actually replace something in the middle of the array rather than just the beginning or the end. Now I want to look at the function signature on this one because it's kind of interesting. So there's a lot going on, but the only required parameter is the start, which is the index at which you want to start changing the array. Then the comma here, it says we're going to a new parameter. We want the delete count. So it's basically saying we want to start at a specific index, and now we need to specify how many items of that array are we going to delete starting at that index. Now, if we don't provide this because it is entirely optional, it says if this is omitted or if its value is equal to or larger than the array.length minus the start, we don't need to get into that, then all the elements from start to the end of the array will be deleted. So let's say that we specified the start as index of 1, then it's going to basically delete everything except for that first element. So the next part that we have are these interesting brackets where we just have item 1, item 2, and then the ... This is basically saying that you can have an infinite number of parameters that you can replace, and it looks like if we come down here to item 1, 2, ... it says the elements to add to the array beginning from start. If you do not specify any elements, splice will only remove elements from the array. So this kind of changes the behavior of the entire method. We go from removing elements to adding elements to the array. So you can see how reading the documentation can be very helpful. In our case, we're just going to go through a basic example. So we'll say that our array is going to be equal to 1, 2, 3, and then we'll put in some string that doesn't belong there, 4, 5, 6. All right, so what if we wanted to, well, hold on. I cleared the screen but did not refresh, and I tried to redeclare that array variable. So let's try again. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And what if we wanted to remove that string from there? So all we'd have to do is array.splice, and then we want to specify that we want to start at the index of 3. So this is 0, 1, 2, and then 3. So we want to start at the index of 3. We want to remove a single element. So we just want to put in a 1 right there. And then at the end, we can put in, let's say, what we want to replace it with. So in this case, we want to remove this string and replace it with something. So maybe something in between. We'll put 3.5 or something. All right, so it returns the item that was removed, and now our new array has the replacement value in there. So at this point, I think it's a good time to just briefly mention the fact that we are mutating this array right here. Now, when we looked at string methods, none of those methods actually modified the existing string. And that is because an array is not a primitive value. Now, a string is a primitive value, and for that reason, it is immutable and you cannot change it. Now, an array is mutable, so that means that these methods that we're using are actually editing the array itself, and you don't have to basically create copies. You could if you use the slice method, though. All right, so the next one that we're dealing with is going to be the find index and index of method. So here's the find index. It returns the index of the first element, so only one, that satisfies the provided testing function. All right, so this is where we start getting into the callback functions that I talked about. So if you don't understand callback functions, be sure to go to that prior part of the lesson here and really wrap your head around those, because from here moving forward, we're going to be dealing with them in pretty much every array method. Anyways, it says if there's no match, so if your testing function does not match an element, you're going to get a value of -1. So we know that if this method returns us -1, then what we're trying to match does not exist in the array. Otherwise, we get the index to grab it from. Now, this is kind of similar, so the find index is kind of similar to the index of method. So if we come down here and grab the index of method, it's just going to return the first index where the given element is found. There's no such thing as this, callback function that matches or anything. We're just searching for a specific string. And again, this will return -1 if that is not present. Now, this is a little bit less powerful, and like I said, callback functions enable reusability. In this case, we just search for a raw string. With the find index, we can specify an entire testing function. So in this case, if you can grasp your head around these callback functions, the find index is going to be a little bit more powerful for you. So let's see if we can come up with a good example for this. We'll use what we got for the index of method. So again, array is equal to this right here. And we could just say array index of, and maybe we want to look for that value of 3.5. And it's going to give us an index of 3. So what we could do here is we could basically say, okay, I want to get that value here, so we can say array, then we can use the bracket notation. We obviously have to pass in an index, and then we can find this index. It's kind of circular here, but I'm just trying to show you how this might be used. And then we pass in there, and now we can actually get the value. So previously we just looked at for the index right here, but now we're actually getting the value returned because we used that index and grabbed it from the array. All right, so that's how you use index of. Now let's talk about how you might use the find index method for a little bit more powerful search. Now, what if you had a more complex array like this? This has obviously got a lot more to it. It's got objects that have 2 properties, first name and last name. Now, if you tried to use the index of method, so more complex array, and then you used index of, and then you started putting an object in here and typing out first name equals Bob, so on and so forth, you're not going to get a match. It will never match because you can't do that kind of equality comparison. So all we have to do is use the find index. So this is going to return us the index of the first match that we have identified within this array. So let's say that we want to identify we want to identify the first item in this array where the last name does not equal Smith. So that's obviously the last value, and that would be the 0, 1, 2, third index. So we expect an index of 3 to be returned. And what this expects as an argument, if we go to the find index again, you'll see that we need to return a callback, and that callback is going to have a couple of arguments that we can use here. So let's look at this real quick. The callback has an element, so that's the current element being processed in the array. That's not new to us. We have the index of the array. We probably don't need that. and then we have the original array that we're looking at, and we probably don't need that as well. And then finally, we have another argument after the callback, and it says optional object to use as this when executing the callback. We haven't talked about the this keyword yet, so we're not going to worry about that. All right, so we need to pass in a callback. Let's go ahead and populate that with the array item, and that's all we're going to use here. We could have passed in the index and the original array, but we don't need to. And then in this case, since we're searching for anything that does not equal Smith, we can just say where array item dot last name does not equal Smith. All right, so what this is going to do is return us a value of 3, which is the index of the first element that is not Smith, which happens to be this last object down here, John Doe. So you can see how powerful this is as compared to the index of method. There's a lot more things you can do with it, but as I said, this is just an overview of each method. The next method we're looking at is the map method. Now, we've already looked at this in the documentation a little bit earlier in this lesson. Let's look at it once more. This was the method we kind of used to prove out the reusability thing. But basically, if we look at the parameters that we can put in here, it says that we have a callback function, and then similar to the previous method we just looked at, we have the this arg, which we haven't covered anything about that, so we're not going to get into it. So basically, if you remember, this is just a transformation function, and it's going to loop through an array and perform a transformation according to your callback function on each element in the array. So let's consider this array right here where we have blog posts from a database, and in this case, all of them are uncategorized. So what if we wanted to return a new array, but in the new array, the category is going to be set to something like web development? Well, all we'd have to do is use the map method. Now, of course, you could, type it out and say blog post from database, and then go at 0, and then type in the category and set it equal to something, but that's going to get really clunky and slow. So what we need to do is say blog post from database dot map. Now this is where we pass in our map function, so we're going to pass in the array item. So as we go through each item, the first thing that we need to do is we need to modify that actual property, and then we need to return the item in full. So we'll say array item dot category equals web development. All right, so there we have modified this individual array item's category property, and now we're going to return the array item which has been modified. All right, so we'll press enter, and now you can see this map function returns the following array, and in this case we now have the category updated for all of these properties. So this would be a really useful function to do in the real world, and I've actually used something very similar to this example in some of my apps. So it's super realistic and super helpful. It will save you a lot of time. Next up in our lineup is the for each method, and until this point we've been looking at arrays and looping through arrays in one specific way. So this is how we've been doing it. If we have an array that has a couple values in it, now we write our for loop. So we initialize I to 0, we go until I is less than the array.length, and then we increment I. Then we drop down into the for loop, and we're going to do something here. So maybe we're just going to print the element of the array that we're at. So there you go, prints it, and we can do all sorts of stuff within that code block. Now there's another way to write a for loop that we haven't talked about yet, and that is the for each method on an array. So here's how we would do that. We would say array.forEach, and now what's going to happen is we have a callback function that gives us the array item, and then we drop down into the function, and we can once again console.log the array item. All right, so that's just a simple way to replicate that array up there. You can also get the index. So if we looked at the documentation of the for each method, it's going to say, here's our callback that we're looking at, and it's going to pass us the current value, and it's going to pass us the index in the original array. So again, this signature right here, the function signature is going to be very similar, if not the same, for pretty much all of these more advanced array methods. So in this case, if we wanted to take this for loop, so let's clear the screen once more. Here's our array that we're looking at. And if we wanted to do the for loop, we use for each. We want the array item, and then we can grab the index. So in this case, we have two things to work with, and we'll console.log, say the array item, and then we will enter down in console.log the index, and you can see that we are printing the value of 1, which has a 0 index, the value of 2, which has a 1 index, and the value of 3, which has number 2 index. So this is really useful, a little bit quicker than our other for loop. Now there are a couple differences, but nothing that we need to talk about right now. You'll find those out as you start programming, and I'll try to point them out within this series if we stumble upon them. The next method that we're talking about is the includes method. So this is going to help you find a single element and determine whether it exists within an array. So there are multiple ways to do this, and I'll show you a couple different ways and kind of prove out why the includes method might be the best in a lot of cases. So let's say that you have the following array. You have my colors. You want to figure out whether the color orange exists within this array using some code. Now there are a couple ways that you can do this, but one way that we can use is what we're basically accustomed to seeing. And we're going to initialize this variable right here. We'll say that it's false. And then if, when we're looping through this array, if any of the colors equals orange, then we set that variable to true. And now we can figure out if orange exists, which should be true. So that's one way to do it. But there is a simpler way to do it with the for each method. So we could say something like this. So we've already got the orange exist variable, and all we'd have to do is loop through it that way, set it to true, and we can say orange exist, and that is going to be equal to true. Now there is a even simpler way, and it's using the includes method. So all we would have to say is my colors dot includes, and then type orange, and it's going to tell us true. That does exist in the array. So as you can see, it's a lot easier to use a method like this than go through all of those for loops and, store the value in a variable and stuff like that. Now, just to connect the dots here and show you that there's a variety of ways to solve problems within coding, you could have also used the index of method. So if we would have said my colors, and then you say index of, and then you type orange, and you return that, it's going to give you an index of 3. So basically, all you would have to say is that statement right there, and you say if that does not equal -1, then our item exists in the array. Because if it returns -1, then it didn't find it, and we know that it doesn't exist. So that's just another way to solve it, and hopefully you've seen that there are, in this case, there are 4 different ways that I went through, something like that, of checking whether something exists in an array. The next method that we're going to use is filter, and this is probably the most frequented method for me. This is the one that I use the most, probably. I don't know for sure, but this one and map are probably the two that I would use the most within my code. Now the filter method does exactly what you think it would do. It filters out different results. So let's say that you go on Amazon and you go to your orders page. It might look something like this. This is fictitious. It's not actually what their data model is going to look like. But you can see that maybe we have some different properties on our orders array, and this is going to represent all of the orders. But when you go on Amazon, you can click on buttons and filter those orders by date, by whether they're open, whether they're canceled, or whether they're digital. And we can do this with the filter method, which is basically going to return us an array that has been filtered based on a callback function that we provide to it. So with this array, you can see that we have this isDigital property, so we could find all of the digital products. We could save that to an array by saying digital orders, and then we'll set that equal to all orders dot filter. And now this is where we pass in our callback function, which again receives the array item, and then we will pass that in to our function and return anything that is digital. So we'll say array item dot is digital, which is a Boolean. So if it's true, then we're going to return a true value, and it's going to be included in our resultant array. So now our digital orders, if we print that out, you'll see that we have two of them, and it says is digital true, so we know that we matched those correctly. Now there's a couple other filters that we could do. We could paste in this and say, okay, we want all of the digital and canceled orders. So we're returning a condition where it says we want to check if it is digital and it is canceled. So in this case, we can print this array digital canceled orders, and we only have one of those where you can see is digital is true and is canceled is also true. So this is a super useful method, and it's often used on the front end where you're, like I said, on your orders page on Amazon, and you click the button and it might execute this filter method and just show the user whatever is filtered. So this is really useful. I use it all the time on the front end, and you can even use it on the back end a little bit as well. Now I saved the hardest for last, of course, because I didn't anticipate the fact that I'd be talking for such a long period of time, but we're gonna go ahead and try this anyways. This is the reduce method. So if we look at the reduce method within the documentation, it's going to give us a very interesting callback function. So instead of the array item and then the index and then the original array that we get passed into our callback, it's going to give us some interesting parameters. So it gives us the accumulator, it gives us the current value, and then it gives us some optional parameters here, index and then the original array. And then finally, we pass in addition to the callback, an initial value that we want to initialize this accumulator to. So I'm not going to go through all of these. I'm going to put this into terms that I think we can all kind of recognize. So let's go ahead and paste this in, and this is the code that you're probably used to seeing. So if we wanted to find the sum of this array, so we wanted to add all of these numbers together, this is how we would do it, and this is how we did it in the 25 coding challenges that we practiced for the previous lesson. So in this case, we initialize a sum variable to equal 0. So we start the count at 0, then we loop through our array, and for each element in the array, we add it to the sum using the plus equals operator. And then at the end, we console log the sum, which is going to equal 99, because that's the sum of all of these values in the array. Now, what I want to point out is the fact that this sum variable is essentially accumulating values. So it's basically called our accumulator. So if we go back to the documentation, it shows that the first argument of this callback is the accumulator. So you can think of this as our sum variable that we just wrote right here. So what I'm going to do is right below here, I'm going to rewrite all of this code, but using the reduce method. So the first thing I'll do is write our reducer callback function. And what this callback function is going to do is it's going to accumulate the value. So if you look at the documentation, it's going to first take this accumulator parameter, which is basically going to act as this sum variable right here. So up top, we defined it like outside of the for loop, but here we can just pass it in as a parameter to the callback. And then we have an array item, so that's going to be another parameter. And we have others, but we don't need them. So let's go ahead and just use this. And now what we're going to do is we're going to return a value. So we always return a value from the callback for each array item. And in this case, this sum variable is going to be accumulated over the course of looping over this array. So the reduce method automatically takes care of that and makes sure that that accumulates a value. So all we have to do is say sum plus or equal array item. And what this is going to do is exactly the same thing that we're doing up here, but we're adding the array item and we're doing it all within a callback function. So let's define that. And now we can say that we want our result to be equal to array.reduce. So we're using the reduce method, and we need to pass in our reducer callback, and then we need to pass in one more thing. So if you go over to the syntax, you'll see that we have the callback, which is encompassed in the highlight right here. But then you'll see after that highlight, we have a comma and then another parameter called initial value. And if you come down and read about the initial value, it's basically saying that this will represent the starting value of this sum variable that gets passed in for every iteration. So we want to start that at 0, just like we started the sum up here at 0. And when we press enter and print the result, we're going to get 99, which has done the same thing as our code above. So while it looks very confusing, it is very confusing, you can kind of anchor yourself to this more simplistic code that we've already written and already understand. So that is the reduce method, and the last thing I want to show you about it is how you can use this to basically get the average of numbers in an array. So we went through some practice problems in the 25 practice problem video previous to this lesson, and we had to calculate an average of an array, I believe. And of course, there is no average method on the array object. I'm not sure why. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. But you can use this reduce method to actually calculate your own average of the array in just a single line. Here's how you're going to do that. All right, so we're going to say array.reduce, and then we're going to, of course, pass in the sum and then the array item. So we're writing the same thing that we have written already. We're just going to do this in one line. So we're going to take the sum plus or equal the array item. All right, so what this should give us right here is going to be equal to, of course, after we pass in our initial value, that's going to give us the sum of the array. And then all you have to do is divide that total by the array.thelength, and now you have retrieved the average of this array. So that's just a way that this can be really useful, and you might take a second to look at this code and see what it's doing, because it's a little bit confusing as a one-liner like this. But anyways, that's just a really practical example. It's something that I've used before in writing actual code. All right, so that is the end of the most common built-in array methods. Now you might be wondering, well, what happens if I find an operation that doesn't have a method already built for it? And the answer to that is you probably will be using some sort of external library to do that. And the most common one for us JavaScript developers is going to be the Lodash library. So if you type in Lodash and you click here, this is a modern JavaScript utility library delivering modularity, performance, and extras. And if you go to the documentation, you'll see on the left that at the top we have our array data type, and you'll see that we have a bunch of different methods that we can do all sorts of really interesting things with. So we have a limited set of built-in JavaScript objects, but the developers of Lodash have taken it a step further and basically created some additional methods. So if you remember, something that was tough for us is comparing the equality of two objects. So if we go in here and create two objects, so we'll say object 1, and we'll set that equal to prop1 and some value. All right, and then we have object 2, and then we want to just set that perfectly equal to this. All right, so we put that in there, and now if we try to compare them, it's going to say false, and that's going to stay false even if we use double equals. And that's because we can't compare the equality of two objects. And if you wanted to write a function that actually compares the equality of two objects, it's going to take you hundreds of lines of code. But if you use the Lodash library, you can actually look at something. Let's go down here a little bit. And we have this method called isEqual. And this isEqual can actually take two objects, as you see here. So these are basically the example we just came up with, and it checks if they're equal, and it returns true. And behind the scenes, this library is running hundreds of lines of code to make this comparison, and you can see how we can extend our functionality by using external libraries. So let's go ahead and look. If we go to the documentation on MDN, go to JavaScript, go to built-in objects, and go down to the math object, you're going to see that there's a lot of built-in math functions. And as a developer, you might be saying, well, hey, I'm not writing a bunch of finance applications. I probably don't need this. Well, I'll show you in just a few seconds why it might be useful for you. All right, so if we go down here, this is a little bit different than we're used to seeing. So if we come into the console and talk about like dates or something, we know that we can make a date by saying new date. All right, so that's the syntax that we're used to. It's called the constructor syntax because we are constructing a, copy of this date template or the object. I mean, these are all terms that I'm kind of using in quotations because they're not perfectly true, but you kind of get the point. All right, so this is the way of constructing an object. Now, with the math library, you'll see that all of the methods, we're just taking the actual object. So we're saying math, and then we're just executing the method against it. So instead of saying, let's say my date equals new date, and then we say my date dot get date or something like that, we are first constructing the object and then using a method on it. And this is how we've done it with all of these. So you might say, well, why don't we say math equals new math, and you press enter and it's going to say math is not a constructor. Well, this gets us into the concept of object-oriented programming. The math library actually has, rather than instance methods, so with the previous ones, with the date object and the string and the array, we have to first construct the actual object, and then we call methods on top of that object, which are called instance, because we have an instance of that object and we call methods on top of it. Now with the math library, we're just using static methods. So we just call it directly from the object, and it's pretty simple. So let's just go through a couple of quick ones that you might find useful. So let's see what my list shows right here. So let's clear the screen. And here are some of the common ones. So we have math.py. That's going to give you the value of pi. We have math.e. So this is, I think, Euler's constant or something like that. That might be something that you use. And then we start getting into the methods. So we have the absolute method. And we can actually pass in a negative number and get a positive or absolute value of that. We also have the math.ceiling method, which is going to round up to the nearest integer. So let's say that we pass in math.py. We're going to round 3.14 up to the nearest integer of 4. Likewise, we have the floor method. So we take math.py again, and it rounds it down to 3. And then finally, we have the math.round method. And again, if we put in math.py, it's going to round it to 3 because 3.14 is closer to 3 than it is to 4. All right, so those are some quick methods that you can use. You can also use the min and the max method. So if we had min, you can pass in a couple numbers, and this is going to give you the smallest number. And then, of course, max will do the opposite. So same numbers, but we get the highest number. All right, and then the final one is math.random. So this is going to give you a random number, or random decimal, between 0 and 1. Now, this has implications that you probably don't understand, but we've actually used this to get a random index of an array for previous videos. And I'll show you exactly how we can do that. All right, so let's decompose this into steps. So first, let's get a random number and set that equal to math.random. All right, so this is going to equal something between 0 and 1. Let's just see what it equals right now. All right, so it equals 0.97. All right, so we know that if we multiply something between 0 and 1 by another number, it's going to give us a whole number between 0 and whatever number we're multiplying it by. So if we multiply random number times 5, we're going to get a number between 0 and 5. So we can use that to say that we want a larger number, we'll just call it that, and we'll say that will be equal to random number times a, we'll say 100. So now we get 0 to 100. And then finally, this is going to be a decimal when we look at it. But if we wanted to bring this down to a whole number, we just say math.floor and then pass in the larger number, and now we have 97. All right, so we can combine this with our knowledge of the length of an array to get a range of random numbers that are within the bounds of an array. So let's just define an array real quick, and we'll just say some values blah blah. All right, so we got 4 values in there. The length of this array is 4. So here's how we get a random index of our array. We'll say random index, and we'll be setting that equal to. All right, so we will say math.floor because we know we need a whole number. Now we want to pass in math.random, so a number between 0 and 1, and then we want to multiply that by the array.length so that we can get from 0 to the length of the array, which is always going to give us a valid index. All right, so we will set that equal, press enter, and now we can just take our array and pass in our random index, and it's going to give us a random value of that array. Next up, we have to talk about error types within JavaScript, and we're going to combine that with some of the data types that we haven't quite talked about up to this point. All right, so error handling in JavaScript is something that a beginner is not going to find the value in, most likely. I know I didn't when I first started out. I could not understand why we need to handle errors within our code. But there are some really important implications to this. So if you have an external library that you're calling, or maybe you're fetching data from an external database or something like that, you don't know what the behavior of that external code is going to be. So it could give you an error. Or for that matter, let's say that you're building an app that's similar to, say, Instagram, and your user, who maybe is got some spotty internet at the time, is about to press post on their Instagram photo, and as they're pressing post, their internet goes out. All right, so clearly the code that's going to be run is going to fail, and what we want to do is handle that correctly. So when you try to post and you got no internet, you're probably going to see a message on the screen that says something like, "No internet, please try again when you're connected." Now that is proper error handling because we have detected that something went wrong and given the user a meaningful message for that. Now if we didn't handle errors and we just ran our code and just threw caution to the wind and said hope it works, well in that case when that user posts the photo and the internet goes out, the whole Instagram app is going to crash. So we obviously don't want that to happen. That's a terrible user experience, and that is the value of error handling. Now in JavaScript, there are 3 main types of errors. There are actually more. So if we go to the documentation, JavaScript, built-in objects, and then we go to error. Now this is going to be what we call the base class. This is the parent error type. And within this error type, there are several subtypes of errors that we might see. Now there are 3 of them that I consider the most common and you'll probably see the most often, and those are the ones that we're going to talk about here in this video. So the 3 we're going to talk about are going to be the reference error, the syntax error, and the type error. And I'm just going to walk you through a couple situations where you might encounter these and just explain what they are, and then finally we're going to talk about how to actually handle an error in JavaScript. So the first one is going to be a reference error. So let's click on that. And this reference error, it says, is going to represent an error where there is a non-existent variable that is trying to be referenced, basically. All right, so a good example of that is if we don't have a variable defined, but we try to maybe print it to the screen or use it. So let's just define some variable. We'll set it equal to 20. And when we try to reference that by just typing it into the REPL or the console, it's going to give us a value. But if we were to type in another variable and press enter, we're going to say it's an uncaught reference error because another variable is not defined. So when we think of referencing, we're basically trying to find a reference in the computer's memory of that variable. And if we haven't declared it yet, then it obviously doesn't exist and we have a reference or a lookup error. So that's the basics of a reference error. Now a syntax error is the next one. So let's look at that. We'll go back to the main error page, go to syntax error. This is where you're writing invalid JavaScript. So this one's not very hard to replicate. All you have to do is write invalid JavaScript. So let's say that we write an object and we set it equal to this right here. So we'll say prop1 some value and put a semicolon at the end, enter down, and another value and put another semicolon at the end. And it's going to give us a syntax error because these semicolons right here don't need to be there. Those should be commas, not semicolons. So we wrote invalid JavaScript and we got a syntax error because of it. So this one's pretty easy. Now the last one, the type error, this one is a little bit more confusing. So let's look at it real quick. Go back to the main documentation, go to type error. Now it's going to say a type error represents an error when the operation could not be performed because you're doing it on, a variable or a data type that doesn't have that operation. So something that you might think is going to throw this kind of error is, adding two objects together. So let's say that we have object 1 and we're going to set that equal to, say 20 here. And then we'll come down and do another object. And this is just totally arbitrary. I'm just making some examples. Now, what if we said object 1 plus object 2? You would think that instead of returning this string with like meaningless object notation, we would actually get a type error because we're trying to do something that can't be done. We can't add two objects together like this. They're not integers or numbers. When you're going to get a type error is when you're trying to pretty much call a method on the wrong data type. So let's say that you have a number. All right, so we'll set that equal to 20. And on that number, you're going to say to uppercase. Now, we know from earlier in this video that to uppercase is a method attached to the string object, not the number object. So in this case, we get a type error because it's not a function. Now, this might also happen, we have these objects up here, and our property on the object is not a function, but if we tried to call it like we call a function, it's going to give us a type error because prop1 is not a function. So that's what a type error is all about. Now, the last thing that we have to talk about is actual error handling. And as we talked about, it's important because you want to give a user the correct message when they, run into an error, and you also don't want your application to completely crash every time an error happens because it happens all the time with code. So to do this, we use something called a try-catch block. So the first part, we put the word try, and then we put these two brackets. So we enter down, and whatever code goes in these brackets is going to be checked for errors. And if there's an error, then it's going to throw that error and send it to the catch block. So let's write some code that actually throws an error. So let's say that same example of we have a number, and then we try to make that number uppercase, which is obviously invalid. So we know that's going to throw an error, but because it's within this try block, we're going to pass that error, it's going to be thrown, and then this error is going to be populated with that new error object. So this could be anything. We could make it E, we could make it error or ERR, or we could make it error. It doesn't matter, it's just a parameter. like we've seen before. So let's enter down into the catch block, and now we can actually check to see what this error is. Now, I'm not going to just console log it because then you might get confused like, okay, what happened? So let's go ahead and actually first let's just cheat real quick. I'm going to put a var here so that we can use this code block again. So let's press enter, and you'll see that no errors were thrown here. And the reason is we had some invalid code, but it got caught here, and then we didn't run any code in the catch block. So if we try this again, no pun intended here, we can actually print some details about this error. So let's console.log something where we say error is an instance of, we'll say type error. And in this case, it is a type error because we're trying to call a method that doesn't exist on this data type. And this instance of operator is basically going to look at whatever is to the left of it, which is that newly populated error object. And it's going to say, is this an instance of, or kind of like a copy of the template that we call type error. Now, that's going to hopefully return true if it does what we expected. And then an error actually has a name attached to it, or a message. So we can say error.message and print out whatever that error message is. So you can see that if you looked at the instance properties, we have .message, so that's how I knew how to access that. All right, so we press enter, and now we get the value of true because this evaluates to true, and then this sentence right here is going to be the error message. So you can see that we have handled an error, what we call gracefully. We have not crashed our application, and this is going to come in handy when we're using external libraries that we don't know how they're going to behave. And finally, kind of going along with these error objects, we didn't talk about those much. We also have 3 more data types that we have not touched on. So let's clear the screen and look at what we're talking about. The first one is going to be NaN for not a number. So that's actually a data type. Then we have undefined, or actually let's go with null. We'll talk about null first. And then we have undefined. And you can see if we go to the documentation, we go to the main JavaScript documentation with the built-in objects, you will see that we have not a number right here. So you can see a little bit about that. You can also see if we look at the built-in objects that we have undefined somewhere. So here's undefined, and then finally we have null value right here. All right, so these are all, built-in objects, and like when we're looking at this, the null and undefined, I believe, are primitives. So let me just check that, make sure I'm talking about that correctly. So yes, the undefined and null are going to be primitives, as we talked about a little bit earlier. So let's start with the least common one, which is going to be not a number. So this is kind of something that it's not really used all that often. You probably won't even see it all that often. It's just nice to know about because you may get this response at some point. So basically, not a number is meaning exactly what you would think it would mean. It's saying that something is not a number. So if we had a string and we set that equal to some string, and then we tried to coerce, we've done this before, if you surround a number or like a string value. So let's say that we had this number constructor or whatever, and then we pass in a string, but that string is equal to a number value, this is going to work fine. But if we tried to pass in my string, you're going to get not a number because you can't possibly convert a string like that into a number. So that's where you might get not a number. You also might get it if you're trying to add that string with a number. That doesn't work either. And then you also will get it if you say my string multiplied by 2, divided by 2, or minus 2. You're going to get not a number in all of those cases. Again, you're not going to see this very often, so I'm just going to move on from here. The next one is going to be null. So unlike not a number, you're going to encounter null values pretty much all the time. And what this represents, how I think of it, is going to be the intentional absence of a value or a placeholder that you put in to a variable. So if you were to define a variable, so we'll say let not placeholder, we'll just say let my number, and then we'll set it equal to null. It says we're redeclaring it because we've already defined my number, so we'll just say num equals null. And we've redeclared this, so I've been typing into this console too much and using the same variables, so let's go ahead and refresh the whole page. All right, so this should work better. We'll say num does not equal 20, it'll equal null. So this is a placeholder value, and this evaluates to a falsy value. So if we say num triple equals false, then it's going to say false because it's not perfectly equal to a Boolean. But we say if num, and then we get into a conditional block. We'll console.log this will not be reached because this will evaluate to false. So this block will be reached. And when we press enter, you'll see this will be reached because we said if num, and num equals null, so it's a falsy value, so this does not get reached. So that's just something nice to know as you're using conditionals. And then finally, we're talking about undefined, which is very similar to null, but instead of being an intentional assignment of value, so kind of a placeholder, this is when you just declare a variable. So let's say we declare a variable called myvar, and we don't assign it to a value. Now, you've probably been seeing this undefined happen within the console, but that's not actually representative of what we're talking about here. So if you were to type console.log myvar, you're going to get undefined, and you're going to get it twice because it always prints undefined within the browser console. But this actually does equal undefined, and if you were to pull up this conditional statement again, and you put in myvar, it's still going to print this else statement because you didn't reach this because this evaluates to a falsy value. All right, so that's it for this lesson number 6. It was a very long one, obviously split up into multiple videos, but if you made it here, congrats, and I look forward to talking about some more complex subjects. We're going to try to get a little bit away from JavaScript, but in the meantime, I do have some practice problems for you, and you can continue on to practice some of the things that we have learned within this lesson. We've done practice problems in previous lessons. We did 25 of them. It took over 2 hours to do, and you can check out this video to go to those. Those will be a little bit easier for you. But now in the previous lesson, or lesson 6, I guess it's this lesson, we went through a lot of the built-in objects and then the associated functions for those objects within JavaScript. So we have a much broader understanding of what's available to us, and therefore we'll be a lot better at solving these challenges. So I'm going to walk through each of them. I recommend that you try them out first on your own, and then you can go through my solution. We'll kind of look at some community members' solutions as well. Now, in the previous code challenge video where I did 25 of them, I didn't zoom in, so I made sure to have a nice big screen that you can see. That was a little bit annoying to actually edit that video, so hopefully this will work out better. But anyways, go to the link in the description to get to the collection we're going to be working on. So this is my profile on Code Wars, and if you go to my profile, or no, this isn't my profile. If you go to my profile here, you can come down and you can see the collections. And you can see that for lesson 5, we did 25 problems, and then for lesson 6, we have some challenges. And once you get here, you can click on the Train Now button, which is going to take you into all of these problems that I've laid out for you here on the right, and there's 10 of them. So we'll go ahead and click Train Now, which is going to basically put us in this list and keep us there when we press, next kata or whatever that's called. I think it's something that has to do with jujitsu. I didn't know in the previous video, but I think I learned since then. Again, leave it in the comments if you know totally what it means. Anyways, let's get started with our first code challenge, which is going to be list filtering. Now, if you remember from the previous couple of videos, we went through the built-in methods, and one of those was the filter method on an array. So in this case, I would guess that we're probably going to be using that to solve this problem. Now, I haven't seen any of these, or I've seen them, I picked them, but I haven't tried to solve any of these, so we're going to be going in real time. But I think the filter method's probably going to be what we want here. So it says, in this kata, you will create a function that takes a list of non-negative integers and strings and returns a new list with the strings filtered out. So this is a perfect use of our filter method. We'll go here and, as we always do, let's change our parameter name so it's more descriptive. So we'll call this num list, or even better, num array. And what we have to do is basically return num array, and then we want to add the filter method on the end of that. And the filter method, as you might remember, is going to basically take a callback function, and whatever that callback function returns, if it returns true on the individual element that we're looping through, then it's going to keep that in the array. If it returns false, then it's going to throw it out and not include it in the resultant array. So just for the sake of clarity, I'm going to actually break this out into a separate function, and then we'll refactor it so that it's a little bit more concise. So we'll say our callback function is going to take an array item. So that's how all of these methods on the arrays work. They pass in the array item to the callback, and then we're going to return a condition. So in this case, we want to look and see if we have a non-negative integer. So any negative number or string is something that we need to filter out. So we'll say, first off, if the type of array item, which is going to return us with the type of the variable, if that is not equal to a number, which we actually have to put in quotes. So let's go to our little playground here, and if we have a number, something like this, and we say type of 20, it's going to give us number in quotes. And then if we put in some sort of string, it's going to give us string. So we're using that knowledge, and we're saying if the array item does not equal number, then we want to filter it out. And then we also want to add a condition. We can say if it's not a number, or with these two pipes, or if the array item is negative. So how do we figure out if a number is negative? Well, we could just multiply it by -1, and if that turns out to be positive, that's the case, but we could also do something else. So in our callback function, we need to return either true or false, which will determine whether this individual array item that we're looping over will be returned in that final array. So in this case, we have two conditions. So we'll put this in a comment. We'll say our first condition is that it is a number. Our second condition is it is positive. So all we have to say is if the array item is greater or equal to 0, and the type of the array item is equal to number, then we want to return true. Otherwise, we return false here and exclude it. So this little type of operator, we've looked at it before a couple of times. Just to show you what I'm talking about, I have up here, if we say type of string, or put a string in there, it's going to return the value of string. But if we put in, say, a number, it's going to give us number. So that's what I'm doing here. I'm saying if the type of the item is equal to number, then we want to keep it. All right, so there's our callback function. This should work. And all we would have to do is say return num array dot filter, and then we pass in our callback function. And let's see if that works when we test it. So it does work, but there's a couple ways we can refactor this. The first way is that we don't need this conditional. All we have to do really is return this expression right here, which if this expression evaluates to true, we want to keep it. And if it evaluates to false, we want to throw it away. So if we just return the expression, it should work just the same. Now, another way we can refactor this is by taking this entire callback function and simplifying it. So instead of passing it in as a declaration or whatever, we can just define it right here. So we can say array item and then use an arrow function to actually return this. So let's break down onto the new line and we will return this expression right here. And then we can get rid of this second function, test it again, and we should pass it. Now the last thing that we can do, we don't even need these little brackets here. We can get rid of those and get rid of the return statement, because if we put it all on one line, it should work just fine. So let's go ahead and test that. Looks like we got some sort of syntax error. Yeah, we have this little semicolon at the end, which is not valid. So let's go ahead and test it now, and we're passing it. So that's how you might take this and refactor it to work correctly. Let's attempt the solution, and we pass them all. So we solved this one just okay. So we'll submit it and see what other people have used to solve this solution. All right, let's go down here and let's see. This one did something very similar to us. Looks like they're saying if this is equal to number. So I don't know if they accounted for negative numbers, but maybe there's something about this that does. Down here, let's see. Well, maybe I misread this actually. So I wonder what the instructions were. Maybe go back and see. I guess maybe we didn't need to look for non-negative numbers. I don't know. All right, let's move on. It's not super important. You can go back and kind of look at that on your own. All right, our next challenge is array.diff. So probably getting the difference of an array of some sort. So let's go into the instructions. It says your goal in this kata is to implement a difference function which subtracts one list from another and returns the result. It should remove all values from list A which are present in list B. Okay, so looking at this, we see that 1 is in both of these arrays. So it's going to remove that and leave us with an array of 2. In this one, we have 2 present in both arrays, so we're going to remove that 2 and we're left with 1 and 3, which gives us our result. So that's basically how this is working, and hopefully we can use one of our built-in methods to solve this. So just a fun fact, if you go to the Lodash library, this is something I talked about in a prior lesson, or not a prior lesson, in this lesson in a prior video. You can go to the documentation and there's actually a method here. So we can go to the intersection. The intersection method is going to find what is alike within the arrays, but we're trying to find the difference. So we can go to the difference method right here. So ultimately our challenge is to implement this method which we can use in Lodash. It's very just kind of an interesting thing to know, and if you start using the Lodash library like we might do kind of later in this series, it will come in handy for this reason. So what we're trying to do is find the difference, and I think the way that we can do this is by using the array.includes method. Let me pull up the MDN documentation. So we'll go to the web docs, go to JavaScript, go to built-in objects, click array, and now we can go down to the includes method, which we talked about in a prior video in this lesson. So this is basically going to figure out if something is included in another array, or if a value is included in another array. So if we were to loop through one of these arrays and then ask, is each value included in the other? And if so, just remove it, then that might help us solve this problem. The first thing I want to do is check for the edge cases. So if you see in the test down here, there's a couple times where the first array might be nothing, or the second array is nothing. And in those cases, we just have to return whatever is in the other array. So let's say that if a.length is equal to 0, then we want to return b. So we want to return the other array. And then we'll say if b.length is 0, then we want to return a. And let's go ahead and test that to see if we got a couple of them right. And you see that we passed one of the tests because it passed in as an argument an empty array. So now we have to actually solve the question of how do we get that intersection and figure out what is actually different between the two arrays. So I'm just going to open this up here to full screen, and then maybe we can put in an example just so that we're anchored to something. So let's put in something like 3, 5, 6, 6, 5, and 2. And then the second array will be something like 3 and 6. So we know that we want to have in the final array, we want 5, 5, and 2. So let's see how we can actually solve that. So what I think we should do is loop through this, one of the arrays. So we'll say a.forEach, and then we have to pass in our callback function, which will do something on each iteration. So we'll say array item, and then we also probably want to grab the array index, and I'll show you why in just a second. So let's drop down into our function here, and this needs to be stored in a result. We could also just return it, but we'll store that in a result, and then we'll return the result at the end of the function. So every time we iterate through this, we're going to actually use each item, check if it exists in the other array, and if it does exist, we're going to remove that item from both of the arrays in each iteration of the loop. In order to do that, we need something that removes an item at a specific index of an array. So let's go on to the documentation and just refresh ourselves on this method called splice. Now this is something we talked about in a prior video of this lesson, but this is going to change the contents of an array by removing or replacing existing elements. So we can remove an element at a start index, and then we can, that's kind of how we're going to solve this. So we'll say that if the array item, or actually let's say we're iterating through array called A, so if B, so the other array, includes the array item, if that includes the array item, then we want to remove it. So I'm going to put some comments here. We have found this element in both arrays, so we know that we need to remove that. So how do we do that? Well, we have to probably get a new array for each of these, and then now we're going to be working with that as that most recent array. So let's make a variable up here for, we'll say current array A, and we'll just set that equal to, I don't know, we'll put a placeholder in there called null, and then we'll say let current array B equal null. So that will be the placeholder that we're going to assign these if we have mutated the array. So now what we want to do is create two separate arrays. So we'll say new A, and then we'll come down here. I'm not done with this yet, but we'll say new B. So we're going to grab two arrays that have these values removed from them. And the way that we do that is basically by saying a.filter. So we're going to use the filter method. And then I'm just going to pass in the name of the item as item, because we don't want to conflict with this right here that we've used in kind of the parent callback that we're using. And then let's go ahead and return this so long as this item that we're looping through does not equal the array item that we want to remove. So as long as item does not equal array item, we want to put that into the new array, and we can actually use this same syntax down here. We just need to replace A with B. So this will be the new array for each of them, and all we have to do here is replace this with our placeholder. So current array A, and I'm actually going to just call this new A just for simplicity, and then new B, and we'll change that here, so new A and new B, And so now each time basically what we're doing so far here is we're looping through every element within the A array, and then we're going to basically create a new array for both of them with only the elements that have not been matched across both of them. So let's see what this is returning. I'll exit out of here. Let's just test it. Looks like we've got something going on here. So let's go ahead and print what the result is before we actually return it. So let's print the result and see what we're getting. So a big mistake that I made that I just realized is that I'm actually modifying the original arrays, and we don't want to do that because that's basically saying, okay, we're looping through through this array, but within the loop we're actually modifying it at the same time, and we definitely do not want to do that. So let's open up the code block once more, and now what we need to do is we need to get a copy of each of them. So we'll say a copy is going to be equal to a.slice, which is just going to create a copy of that array, and then b copy is b.slice. So that's just going to give us 2 copies of the array. And now what we're going to say is instead of a.filter and b.filter, we're going to do the a copy and the b copy. And that's how we're going to sort through these. Let's go ahead and test that and see if it gets us an answer here. So looks like we're getting undefined for our result, and I wonder why that's happening. So let's see. Oh, that's because, okay, I'm just not thinking here. So we're not going to assign the for loop to a value because it doesn't return an array. It just loops through it, doesn't really return anything. So returning the result is going to not work. So what we need to do is just return either one of these, I believe. So let's see what happens if we console log new A and then maybe return it. Okay, so we're passing more of them now. Let's see. It looks like this sample test, it says if A is an empty array, then we want to return an empty array. So I think I messed that up here. Okay, so here we have the first one empty, so we want the result to be empty. So if a.length equals 0, then we just want to return an empty array rather than the B array. So let's test that. Looks like we passed all of them. Let's go ahead and attempt it. I'm not sure if this is going to pass. It looks like we got some problems if we have negative numbers maybe. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Okay, I think something that I'm doing wrong here is I'm taking a copy of the original array each time, but we probably want to take a copy of the new array that we've created. So each time it loops through, it's going to remove, one of the elements. But if we keep making a copy of the original array, we're going to keep adding back those ones that we removed already. So let's go ahead and instead of making a copy here, I'll expand this out. We'll make a copy of new A and new B. So this should represent the updated array. So how this is working, I just want to take a second to explain this. Let's say that we have the following example. So we have 1, 2, 2, and 3, and then maybe we have 2 and 3 or something like that. So what's going to happen is we start with array A, and we're going to loop through it with this for each loop. So we're saying, okay, we're going down into our code. New A is going to be equal to null to start, and we're going to be taking a copy of that, which is going to give us null. And then we're going to say if B includes the array item, so in this case the array item is going to be 1. So we're saying if this array, B, includes the value of 1, then we're going to drop into this code right here. And if that's the case, then we're going to take new A and we're going to filter it and set it equal to, or we're going to filter the copy and set it equal to new A. So we probably need to initialize this to be equal to the original array. So we'll say, we'll start it with A and then we'll start it with B there. So now we're starting with the original array And each time we get down into the loop, we're going to take a copy of whatever has been updated. And each time in the loop, we're going to check, okay, is 1 included in this second array? Yes, it is. So now let's set new A, which was the original array at the beginning, but now we're going to filter out this item that we found in both of them. So now as we go through the second time, it's going to be removing elements. So in the first iteration of this loop, 1 is not found here, so we don't do anything. The second time that we come around, we look at 2, and we see that 2 is included in both of these arrays. So we are going to drop down into this if statement, and we're going to reassign these placeholder arrays with our filtered array that does not include the 2 anymore. So it's going to just have 1 and 3 and then 2 and 3. And then finally we get to the last one. After a couple iterations, we see it's in both. We remove that, and then we assign it to new A and new B. So let's see if this works a little bit better. Looks like we passed the easy ones, and then we passed all of them. So this was a tough question. Like if you look at the difficulty of it, it's 6 KYU, and I once again have not gone through this beforehand. Like I didn't know how to solve this problem before I looked at it. So hopefully that gives you a good idea of how thinking through this works. Like it takes a lot of iterations. It's not something where I'm just like, all right, we're going in and solving it. I know exactly how to do it. You have to try some things. You have to test it. You realize, oh, I didn't account for this, didn't account for that. And eventually you will get to the answer. So this was a really tough one. I would definitely not call this a beginner JavaScript problem, but hopefully you can see in our big solution here how we have used a bunch of different methods. So we used slice, we used filter, we used includes, and we used for each. We used all of these in the same problem, and that's how these built-in methods of JavaScript can really come in handy. And it looks like after solving that, since it was a tougher problem, looks like I have leveled up here. I started this Code Wars thing to make these videos, so that's why I'm not a little bit higher up. All right, enough notifications here. Let's go to the next problem. Looks like we have another tough one, 6 KYU. So let's see if we can solve this a little bit quicker than the first one that we did here. Okay, so let's look at some of the potential inputs. And at the bottom it says, note, all the hashes are pre-validated and will only contain uppercase and lowercase letters, a little dash, and it looks like a period. So that's all that we would expect to see. And then looking at the examples, you see we have a list of objects where each object has a property called name. And as we scroll over, okay, that's all that we're working with there. So in this case, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie. So it looks like we have to put a comma after the first one, probably a comma after the second one if there's more than 3. But in this case, there's 3, so you put the and instead of the comma. Okay. And then in this case where there is nothing in the array, so it's empty, we just return an empty string. So that's a really easy one to start with. I'm going to actually zoom out. This is a little bit zoomed in. I wanted people to be able to see everything, but in this case, we're running out of space. So let's go if the names.length equals 0, then we want to return an empty string. And if we test this, we should pass at least one of them for that empty array. So we did that. We got that test case covered. Now we have to actually go through each of these. So let's see how we can do that. We'll probably be iterating through the array with a for each loop. But let's see. Okay, let's try that. So we'll say names.forEach, and then we can say name will be the argument that we're dealing with. Let's put some parentheses in here because we're actually going to need the array index, which is the second argument of the for each callback. And again, if you wanted to see that, if you wanted to actually figure this out on your own, if you go to the for each method, so I go to Technologies, JavaScript, Built-in Objects, Array, and then I go to the for each method, and then you can read all the syntax, and it says the callback is going to have these parameters right here. So it first passes in the current value, then the index of the array that we're looping through, and then the original array. So that's how I knew to add in the name and then the array index. And you could have just called this the array item to be a little bit more clear. So let's break this down onto a new line. All right, so we're looping through, and that's not going to return anything. So we'll probably need to store this in our final string, which will be equal to nothing to start. All right, so we'll loop through, and actually, if this array has a length of 0, then this for each loop is not going to do anything. So we probably could just return the final string, and instead of having this if statement up there, we'll just have this. So let's test that and make sure it works with that empty array, which it does. All right, so back to here, we're basically going to be grabbing the name property. So we'll say name is going to be equal to the array item dot name, because we know that the array item is going to be an object, like right here, and it has a property called name. All right, so we have our name, and we just want to add that to the final string. So let's see. We need to first check if the array index does not equal the total names array dot length. So basically what we're saying is that if we're not on the last index of the array, then we want to do something. So if we're not on the last index of the array, we want to take our final string and we want to add the current array item name, which is stored in the name variable that we put right here. So that's going to just add the names, and then of course we need the comma. So we want to add the name. So let's just remove this equal sign, and then we'll say final string equals final string plus name, and then plus a comma and then a space. All right, so that's going to basically reassign that final string and add the names with the commas. So let's console.log the final string as we have it. It's definitely not going to be right, but we'll see what we're getting. Okay, so we have Bart, comma, Lisa, comma, Maggie, comma, Homer, comma, and Marge, comma. All right, so that's kind of what we're expecting here, but now we have to add in the and symbol. And you can see in the last one right here, we've put in a comma. So let's see what this one actually was passing in as a test. Okay, so one mistake that I made, if the array index is not equal to the names.length, remember the length of the array is going to be literally how many elements are in the array, but the array is 0 indexed. So we'll actually never reach the index that is equal to the length of the array, so we have to say the names.length minus 1. And if we test this, we should not see this output here. We should basically skip that one. So you see that we skipped Marge this time, so that is actually correct. Now, we'll put an else condition in here, so otherwise, if it is kind of the last element of the array, so in here we'll put the final string will be equal to final string plus the and symbol, and then plus the name itself. All right, so I don't think this is going to work perfectly, but let's test it. Yeah, so we're seeing and Marge without a space here. So all we need to do is add a space in there and test it. All right, so this looks a lot closer to what we're expecting. So what we're missing here, why it's failing, is because we still have this comma here, and when we have the and symbol, we don't want the comma at the end. So basically, this condition is not going to be correct. So we want to actually identify two different situations. We want to identify when we are on the second to last, and then when we're on the last one. So instead of saying not equal to, let's say equal to. So if the index that we're working with, let's go ahead and expand this a little bit. So if the index that we're working with is equal to the last one, that's when we're actually going to paste in this right here. So we want to put and name, okay? Otherwise, so else if the array index equals names.length minus 2, so the, I guess, third to last, we want to say the final string will be equal to final string plus the name, but we don't want any of the commas going on here. And then otherwise, we just want to return the final string will be equal to final string plus the name plus a comma and a space. So let's try this out and see what we're getting as output. You can see that we're getting a lot closer, so we have everything correct except we need a space right before the and symbol. So let's just add that real quick. Here's where we're doing and. Let's just put a space there and test it again. And now you can see that we're passing most of the test cases. Now we have one down here. It says wrong output for a single name. So if we have a single name, we probably need to just return the name itself. Okay, so we can just cover that in a separate test case. So we can say if the names.length is equal to 1, we're going to just return the names 0.name. So that should cover when we have a single name. So we passed all of them. Let's attempt it. And we passed all of them. So this was another really tough one. Probably not a beginner problem necessarily, but hopefully, again, you see how we're iterating through this and trying out different things until we get to the final solution. All right, so let's submit this one and go to the next. As you can see, someone solved it with the reduce method, which we learned about in the prior video of this lesson, but I didn't think of that, so that's a useful one. And basically, anytime that we're using like an accumulator, so in this case we had the variable called final string, so go back in the video to see that. If you have a accumulator variable followed by a for loop that modifies that, that's always a good use case for the reduce method. I didn't think about it in this particular scenario, but that's always a good use case. This one's very interesting. I'm not going to go through all of these, but be sure to look at them because people come up with some very clever solutions. All right, so let's look at this one. This, again, is a pretty tough one. So I guess we're getting all of the tough ones in a row, and then it's going to get a little bit easier here. So in this problem, it's basically, the name is take a 10-minute walk, and it's saying you live in this city, blah, 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 where the roads are laid out in a perfect grid, and you arrive 10 minutes early to an appointment, you want to go take a walk. You've got an app that generates a little route, and you can go either north, south, east, or west, and each unit is going to be a single block. All right, so we need to figure out if a given array of directions is going to put us back at our original destination, and it's going to take exactly 10 minutes. And it says that each block is going to take you 1 minute. So it takes you 1 minute to traverse one city block. So we're basically returning true if it does, false otherwise. And then it says, note, you'll always receive a valid array containing a random assortment of directional letters, and you're not going to receive anything other than north, south, east, or west. So in this case, I think I have an idea of how we might solve this just initially. So let's open this up and say the first condition. We know that if there's not exactly 10 elements in the array, it's going to take us more or less than 10 minutes. So we'll say if walk.length does not equal 10, we're going to return false. All right, so if it doesn't equal 10, we're returning false and not going to the rest of the code. If it does equal 10, then we'll go into the rest of the code and see if it gets us back in 10 minutes to our original destination. Now, in this case, I think what we're going to do is initialize 4 different variables. So we'll say north offset equals 0, west offset equals 0, and we're going to do this for all of the directions. So east offset and south offset. All right, so now we're going to loop through the array. So we're going to use the for each method, and we're going to pass in, instead of array item, let's start learning how to actually name our parameters to be a little bit more descriptive. So we'll say direction, which will represent the direction that we're going to receive. And then we'll go down into the for loop. And for each direction, we're going to set our variables offsets. So we'll use a switch case statement. So we're going to put in the direction in the switch statement, and then we're going to say case, if it equals n, then it's going to be north. All right, so we're going to put a break statement in there. If it is west, all right, and then we'll just put the cases for all of the other ones. We don't need that last break statement because it'll get there no matter what. Okay, so we're going through all of the different cases, and in each one we're going to change the offset. So if it is north, we're going to say the north offset is going to be plus or equal 10. All right, so that's just going to say, or not 10, we'll just say 1. So we've gone north 1 block if the case is north. And we're going to do that for all of these different cases. So we'll say west offset will be plus or equal 1. And then, let's see, east offset plus or equal 1. And then in the last case, we will say south offset plus or equal 1. So if we reach our destination, like if we get put back to our destination, then I think the sum of all of the offsets should net to 0. Or not the sum, you have to subtract them. So the north offset will offset the south one, and then west, and then east. So basically, if north minus south equals 0 and west minus east equals 0, then we know that we have returned to the original destination. So if we go down to the for loop here, we'll say if north offset minus south offset equals 0 and west offset minus east offset equals 0, then we will return true. Otherwise, we return false. Now, in all of these cases, you're going to start catching on that when we just return true in a conditional, oftentimes we can just return the expression itself. So let's copy that, and instead of this complicated block, let's just return the expression itself. All right, so let's break out of here and test it and see what happens. And we passed all of them, so my assumption was correct. You just calculate the offsets. They should net to 0 if you subtract them. And if the left and right offset is 0 and the top and bottom offset is 0, then you've returned to your office or your appointment. So let's attempt it, see if we covered all the cases, and we did. So awesome, let's submit it. Now this one I think was a little easier than the last two that we did, but still required a little bit of thinking, and I'm sure someone solved it in a much more efficient way. So when it loads, we'll see. All right, so the first solution here, pretty much the same thing that we did. So we did pretty good on this one. All right, once again, we have a 6 KYU, so might be a little bit tough, but let's jump in and see. It says write a function called persistence right here that takes in a positive parameter, num, and returns its multiplicative persistence, which is the number of times you must multiply the digits in num until you reach a single digit. So I don't understand this fully at first, but let's look at the examples. All right, so if we pass in 39, it says we do 3 times 9, which is going to be 27 right here. And then you do 2 times 7 will equal 14. And then 1 times 4 will equal 4, which is a single digit. Okay. Now, does it always do positive numbers? Okay, it says positive parameter. Okay, so we know it's going to be a positive number. So we know how to identify whether the solution is a single digit. We basically say, if it is less than 10, it's a single digit. Okay, so we're probably going to go in some sort of loop here to iterate over each new solution. And we might actually use something called recursion. I'm not sure about that yet, but we'll see. So let's see if this works. So we'll say, how do we get the individual pieces of this number though? So let's go, I can't actually remember if you can do this, but let's take a number like 299 and see if we can access individual pieces of it. Looks like you cannot. So we have to figure out how to get the first digit of each of the numbers. So in this case, I probably should know this, but I don't. And in the real world, this is what I would do. I would just open up a new tab and say find, or maybe not find, we'll say get first digit of a number in JavaScript. So this will work, get the second digit of a number. Okay, so looks like we're turning it into a string, grabbing the first digit and then converting it to a number. Okay, so let's put a num equal to 299 and then say num to string. Okay, it gives us 299, and then we can grab the first piece of that and then we will convert that to a number. Now there's a quick way to do this. You could just wrap it around with this number object and it'll turn it back to a number. Or what you can do, this is a shortcut, you can just put a plus sign at the beginning and it automatically coerces it into a number. So this is the pattern that we're going to use. We're going to grab each of the digits of that number and then we can see, multiply them together basically. So the thing I'm curious about is whether we have, okay, so if we have 3 digits here, we have to multiply all 3 of them. Okay, so that's good to know. So it could be up to maybe, 4 or 5 or 6 digits. So we have to do, this times that times that times that. So that's something we have to take into account here. Now, if it's already a 1-digit number, it says to return 0. So let's just say that first. We'll say if num is less than 10, which means it's a 1-digit number, we're going to return 0. And if we test that, we should get at least one of these correct. So if it passes in a 1-digit number, we got that correct. Okay, so the next part, let's see. So what I think we should do here is we should convert the number to a string and then maybe instead of doing what I was showing you over here, converting it back to a number, maybe what we can do is take the string and put it into an array. So let's go ahead and do that. String version is going to be num.toString, and then from the string, what we know we can do is actually convert that to an array. So we'll say array version is going to be equal to the string version, and then let's see, I actually can't remember exactly what we used there. So let's go to the documentation and go to the string methods is what we're looking for. The reason we're looking for a string method is because we're trying to convert this string here into an array. So let's go to built-in objects, string down here, and then let's look through the methods. I know that there's a way that you can turn this into an array. Okay, so it should be the split method. Yep, that's what we need. I don't know why I couldn't think of that, but if we take a string, so let me just use an example. So you remember, we can actually write a string literal. So some string example, and then we can take that literal string and chain a method on top of it because it wraps it in the actual string object that has methods automatically. So what we can do is say split, and then if we just pass in a empty string, it's going to split it by each of the values here, and that's exactly what we want to do. So let's go ahead and see how that would work. So if we say num.toString, so we first convert it to a string, and then we say .split, and we pass in an empty string, it's going to give us each of those numbers in string form. All right, and then from here, we can basically convert those to numbers and multiply them together. A good way that we can do that is by using the reduce method. So if we chain on one more thing here, we can say reduce, and then we can say the accumulator, which is going to be accumulating that multiplication operation, but we have to pass in a callback function. So we'll put the accumulator and then the actual array item or the number. So maybe we'll just pass in num for number. And then now what we want to do is accumulate, so multiply equal. So it's going to take like whatever that's equal to now, and it'll multiply that by the new number and store that in the same variable called ACC for accumulator. So we'll just do that multiplied by a number, and we get the answer of 162. All right, so that's our solution here. So if we do 2 times 9 times 9, we get 162, which is our answer here. So this is basically what we're going to do, and we can do it in one step like we've done here, but we can also see it a little bit more clearly if I break it out into steps. So let's go ahead and do that. We've already converted it to a string. Now we want it to be in an array. So we'll say split by an empty string. And then finally, we want to get the multiplication value is going to be equal to array version.reduce. And then we, of course, have our accumulator and our number. And then what we want to return from that callback function is the accumulator multiplied, not added, sorry, multiplied by that number. Okay, so that's our callback function. Multiplication value should get the multiplication of all of them. And then we'll say if multiplication value is less than 10, then we want to return true. So you can already see where this one's going. We can just return multiplication value is less than 10. So if it is less, then we return true. Otherwise, we return false. Now, the problem with this is we have to figure out how many times we have to iterate through this before we get something that is less than 10. So we're not quite done with this solution yet. So this, I believe, is where the recursion comes in. And recursion in coding languages is probably the hardest concept that you could learn. So this one, don't beat yourself up if you don't understand what this is doing fully. This is something that took me a long couple hours early on in my journey to fully understand like how it worked. So don't beat yourself up, but I'm going to show you how I'm going to do this, and hopefully it will actually work so I'm not talking a bunch of nonsense here. All right, so for this solution, I had to turn off the camera. I didn't realize that we'd be dealing with recursion here until I looked at this problem. But a trick that you can use for recursion, and just to kind of explain this code just at a high level, and again, you don't need to understand exactly how it's working because recursion is a very tough subject. But basically what we're doing is we go through this code, which I explained a little bit earlier, and this is going to give us our multiplication value. And then for recursion, where we're calling the function multiple times on itself, you need a stop condition. Okay, so the stop condition is when multiplication value is not greater or equal to 10. So basically in this else return. And what we're doing here when we say return 1 plus the persistence, what it's doing is this is just a trick of recursion. And if you read up on how recursive functions work in JavaScript, you'll see this notation right here. But basically what we're doing is we know that if the stop condition is met, then we return the value of 1. Otherwise, we're going to keep calling the persistence function until we reach that. So if we add 1 to the return value of each iteration or recursion, then we're going to accumulate a total value of how many times we went through this. So again, this is a little bit confusing. It was really confusing to me. I had to brush up on recursion a little bit to solve this problem. But basically, this is, I think, the best solution that you're going to find for this problem. So let's go ahead and attempt it. We passed all of them. So let's see how other people solved it. Maybe there's a way to do this without recursion. But nevertheless, this is probably the most efficient solution. Okay, so actually the first solution might be more simple than what we used here. So this doesn't use any sort of recursion at all. This is simply using the reduce method kind of as we had used. So we did this exact thing, but it's looping through while the num counter is greater than 1. So, and then it uses this times variable to kind of collect the number of times that we've gone through this. This one right here, this is as concise of a solution as you could possibly get. This is basically what we did. It's a little bit syntactically compressed, so you have a lot of little JavaScript tricks going in here, but you can see where we do 1 plus the persistence function, so we're recursing over it. So that would be the most clever solution, as you can see here. But once again, recursion is a very tough subject. I wouldn't expect any beginner that's watching this to really understand how to do that. But of course, you could have solved it this way, which didn't require recursion like I used. Okay, so we're on a 7 KYU problem, which should be a little bit easier. So let's see if that's the case. It says ATM machines allow 4 or 6-digit PIN codes, and PIN codes cannot contain anything but exactly 4 digits or exactly 6 digits. If the function is passed a valid PIN string, return true, else return false. So this one looks pretty easy. We're going to be using regular expressions here. So this is exactly 4 digits. This is 4 digits, but it's alphanumeric, so there's a letter in here, so it's not valid. So this one should be pretty easy. We can go over here to actually look at these regular expressions a little bit. So let's say that we have a string, and the string is 4 digits here, and then we want to match that against a regular expression of some sort. So if we want to do that, we're looking for numbers between 0 or 9, and we want either 4 or 6. So the way we can do that is we can basically, I think we can just wrap this in a parenthesis and then repeat it with an or. And then instead of 4, we pass in 6 here. So let's see if that works. If we add in 1 more, it should not match it, but if we add in 2 more, it should. No, so that's not working. We could just separate this into multiple regular expressions because I can't remember exactly how to do this for both of them. So in this case, we're looking for any number, so this will exclude letters automatically, in a quantity of exactly 4. And we could be even more specific by saying the start of the line and end of the line with the $sign. And basically, if we're matching this, then we're good. So if we come up with anything here, now if we put in 5 of them, we're going to get an answer of null. So we know that if we get an answer of null, then it's not correct. So let's go ahead and just write 2 regular expressions. So we'll say 4 digits regular expression is going to be equal to what we just wrote here. So let's just paste that in. And then we can come down here and say 6 digits regular expression and just change this right here to a 6. So we're either matching all numbers in a quantity of 4 or all numbers in a quantity of 6. So we can basically return, if both of these are null, that means that we didn't match either of them, so the answer is false. But if either of them are true, so they have they're not null, then we can return true. So let's say we want to return 4 digits regex, and we actually have to match this up against the PIN code, so let's do that real quick. So we'll say result 1 equals, and then if you remember, you can take the string pin number. I'm not sure if it is a string. Okay, so it's passed a string value, so we're good. So we'll say pin.match, and then we'll pass in the 4 digits regular expression. And then we might want to look for result number 2 and pass in the 6 digits regular expression. So here's what we can say. We can say return result1.length is greater than 0. Or no, because if it's null, then we don't have an array that we can check that on. So basically we can say if result1 equals null and result2 equals null, then we want to return false. Otherwise, we want to return true because we matched one of them. So null values default to falsy values. So we can actually remove this and say if not result and not result2. And you can see that it passed. Now we can simplify this even further. So if we say, let's see, if we just return this expression, can't spell. So if we're saying if both of these are equal to null, then we return false. So let's see if that works. It may actually be the opposite. Yeah, so it's going to be the opposite. Let's see. So all we have to do is reverse this by wrapping it in parentheses, kind of reversing the result. And this time it should pass. So this is a decent solution, but I guarantee you there's going to be solutions that are a little simpler than this, where we don't have 2 different regular expressions. There's definitely going to be a solution where we have a single regular expression that checks for both of them. And I'll point that out when we get there. Okay, so this one would be the best one. The \D represents the digits, so that's the same thing as our brackets and then 0 to 9. And you can see that it's doing the same thing that I was kind of trying to do. I must have just messed up part of the syntax there. But it's just testing against this regular expression. So that's basically the best solution, and this is the one I'd recommend using if you had the time to actually figure out how to write the regular expression that covers both cases. Now this is another regular expression. This one should be even easier because it's 8 KYU. So it says your task is simply to count the total number of lowercase letters in a string. Okay, so let's take one of these complicated ones here and just take it into our little sandbox that we've been using. So I'll paste that into the string and we'll start over with our regular expression. So in this case, we're counting the number of results that we have. So we probably want to pass in the global flag to our regular expression. So put that at the end. And then we want to look for A through Z lowercase letters. And that's basically going to give us our answer, I believe. So if we just pass in A through Z and then we pass in this global, so if we take this off, it's just going to match the first lowercase letter, but if we put it back on, it will give us all of them. So that's pretty much all we're having to do here. And then we just need to count the length of the array. So let's do that. We will just say return string.match, and then we'll pass in lowercase a to lowercase z. We'll pass in the global option, and then we'll return the length of that array. Looks like we failed one of them. So cannot read property length of null. So in this case, there's probably no array that we're getting. Right, so if there's nothing, if there's no lowercase letters, we're not going to get a valid array. And you can see that here. If we were to take out all of these lowercase letters, you're going to get a value of null. So we need to handle that. Instead of just tacking on the length, we have to first check whether it is a truthy value. So let's see how we can do this kind of simply. So we can use a ternary operator to do this. So if we basically say if this is a valid expression. So as long as this does not equal null, then we're going to get put into this part of the ternary operator. So let's go ahead and save the result. So the result is going to be equal to our regular expression evaluation. And then we're going to say if the result is a truthy value, then we're going to return result.length. And otherwise, we're going to return false or something like that. Let's see what it says in the instructions. Okay, so if there's nothing, we want to return 0. So sorry about that. It shouldn't be false. It should be 0. All right, so we passed it this time. Let's just clean that up and attempt it. Cool. So this one was rather simple, a little bit easier than our previous regular expression. And again, as I said in the lesson, you don't need to necessarily know like all of the details about writing regular expressions. It's just good to be able to read them, and that's why I wanted to go through this as an example. So the next one we're doing is going to look at some basic dates. And this one is asking, is the date equal to today? So it says write a simple function that takes a parameter as a date object, or takes as a parameter a date object and returns a Boolean value representing whether the date is today or not. Okay, so this last part is basically just telling us like, hey, there is going to be, you know, the 10th of January and the 10th of February, so you can't just look at the day of the month, which we will look at, but not exclusively. So let's just make a bunch of variables here. So our check day, so this will be the date that we're passed. We can just use the get date method. That's going to give us the day of the month. All right, so check month is going to be date.get month, I believe. We can go to the date methods. So if we go to the MDN documentation, go to built-in objects and go to date, you'll see that we have the get month method, the get full year method, and the get date method. Now you might say get day, but this is the day of the week, not the day of the month. So we need get date instead. So this will be day, or this will be month of year, and then this is 0 indexed, so that's important to remember. So January is going to be 0. And then the check year is going to be the date.get full year. All right, and then our date today is going to be very similar. So let's just copy all of this code down here. And we'll say today instead of check. And then we'll replace all of this with the actual current date. So today is going to be equal to a new date. That's how we initialize it. And then we can pass this in here in place of the date. So then we just return check day equals today day, and all of the other ones match. So let's just write that out. All right, so it's a little bit of a long expression, but it should work. All right, so we passed it. Now the quickest way to do this, it looks like, is this solution. So what are they doing here? So they're creating a new date, converting it to a date string, and checking if that is equal to the date that was supplied to date string. I actually didn't know that you could do that because this will give you different times, but I guess it matches if you have different times of the day. So let's just try that real quick in our console just to see if it's true. So we'll set A to a date, and then we'll set B to a date, and then see if B equals A, which is false. So if you go, obviously those are not going to be equal because the value of the date is milliseconds since whatever, January 1st, 1970 at midnight. But if we convert it to string, so toString and then try it with b.toString, that's going to give you a false value too. So I'm not sure what's going on here. Oh, to a date string. Okay, that's where we went wrong. We're using toDateString, so that should work now. Okay, so that equals true. So let's take a look at that method on our documentation. So it says toDateString, which is not one of them that we covered in our lessons, which is why we didn't use it here. But it says this returns the date portion of the date object. So that's basically going to strip off the time and check if it's the same day. So that's a good solution. Didn't think of that, but that's a lot more concise than what we did. This is what we did. We just checked it up against all of the different methods that we had covered in our lessons. All right, so let's go to the next challenge. And this is alternate capitalization. Given a string, capitalize the letters that occupy even indexes and odd indexes separately and return as shown below. Index 0 will be considered even. Okay, so we're going to return basically 2 strings for each argument here. The input's always going to be lowercase with no spaces. Okay. Okay, to solve this, we first need to get this into an array. So we need string to be into an array, and then we'll capitalize them separately, and then we'll combine them back into a string and assign them to different array values. So how that's going to look, let's see. We will say array is equal to string.split, and we're going to split it by an empty string, which will just separate all of the characters by a comma. All right, so if we just did that and console.logged it, here's what we're going to get. Here's our string right here. So we've got all of each letter broken out, and we know that we have to take this array and we need to capitalize it in 2 different ways. So we'll just say array1 is going to be string.split, and then we will also have array2. And then we're going to loop through these arrays. So array1 dot for each, and we'll say for each item. Then we also probably want the index because we got to figure out if it's even or odd. And then we'll say array2, but let's not do that quite yet. We'll just figure this one out first. So for array1, we want to check if the index is, we'll say, even. So this will be even capitalization, can't spell here. All right, so if it's even, that would include zeros. So how do we find out if a number is even? Well, we could use the Modulus operator. So if we came to our little playground here in the console, and we said, okay, 0 modulus 2 is going to be 0. 1 modulus 2 is going to be 1. 2 modulus 2 will be 0, and 3 modulus 2 will be 1. So basically, anything modulus 2 that returns us with 0 is going to be even. Everything else is going to be odd. So that's all we have to do here. We'll say if the index modulus 2 equals 0, then it's even. And for that case, we'll say array1 at the index that we're looking at. And then we want to set that to uppercase. Okay, so we've got array1 completed, and let's go ahead and console.log that and see if we did it correctly. And we didn't do this correctly. I don't know what I was actually thinking here. We already have the array item, so we just need to take the item and make it uppercase, I think. Okay, so we have a problem here. We're trying to modify the actual item, which is not going to modify the original array. I just realized that. So if you go to the array methods and go to JavaScript, built-in objects, and go to array, you're going to see, if we look at the for each method, which is right here, the callback function takes the current value, the index, and the array. So we want to actually grab this third parameter and modify it within our problem here. So we'll pass in the item, index, and then the original array. And in this case, we'll take the original array, we'll pass in the index of that, and then we'll set that equal to the item.toUpperCase. So I believe this one should work now. We'll see. And you'll see that we did capitalize the first, so that's even, lowercase on the second, uppercase on the third. So that should be working, and I believe we did that right, but let's check one time. So capitalize the letters that occupy even indexes. Index 0 will be considered even. Okay, so we did that correctly. So array 1 is done. And then we can basically just do this again for odd capitalization. Change this to array 2. And then instead of saying when it's equal to 0, we'll say when it's not equal to 0. And then we just need to return a final array, and we pass in array 1 and array 2, and I think that should get us to an answer. Maybe we did this in the wrong order. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not doing this correctly. So our arrays are split out into individual letters, so we have to convert those back to strings. So let me do that real quick. Array 1 string is going to be array 1 and then join by an empty string, which will, or actually, yeah, I believe by an empty string, which will join them all together. And then we can do the same thing for array 2 string, pass in array 2, and then we will return those like this and see what we get. All right, so we passed them this time. Let's just open this up and review what we did. So as you see, we're going to first take these strings and turn them into an array. So if we go back here, if we have some sort of string and then we say split and we use an empty character, it's going to put it all into an array. Then we go and we loop through that existing array with the for each method, and we know that the callback function that we're using is going to pass the item that we're looking at, the index of that item, and then the original array that we can actually modify within that loop. And we knew this because we looked at the documentation here. Otherwise, you probably would have to do just a regular for loop, which acts a little bit different than a for each. So anyways, we're going through and we're asking if the index is modulus 2 equals 0, which indicates it's an even number. And when it equals an even number, we take our original array, we pass in the index into the brackets to grab the item, and we set that equal to the item itself in uppercase form. And then for the odd capitalization, we just basically do the opposite. If modulus 2 does not equal 0, then we want to make it uppercase. Then finally, we join those back together. So if we go to this array here, so we split them into an array, and then if we add join with an empty character, it just joins them back together to the original string, but we've obviously capitalized a few of them in the middle. So we join them back together, and then we just place them in a new array and return that array, and that should give us the answer. Okay, I think this is getting to the end, one of our last ones here, if not the last one. It says, given a number, return the maximum number that could be formed from the digits of the number given. Only natural numbers pass to the function. Numbers contain digits 0 through 9 inclusive. Digit duplications could occur, so also consider it when forming the largest. Okay, so that's a good hint for us to remember. Here's an example. So 3 goes first, 2 goes second, and 1 goes third. That makes sense. That's the maximum number that we could form. Okay. So basically we have to take our number and we have to order it from greatest to least. So I think a good way to do that is we might have to convert it into an array, possibly. So basically what this is asking us to do, if we think about it, you know, all of these numbers are going to be in the descending order, so you have the largest one first. And so basically what this is asking us to do is sort an array, because we know that we can take this number, convert it to a string, and then separate that out into an array. And if we can just sort that array, then we got the answer. But the sort method does not do it correctly when we have numbers here. So let's just type it in to Google. This is just an algorithm, so sort array numerically in JavaScript, and we'll see what the answers are. So it says how to sort an array of integers correctly. And let's see. Okay, so we can just use the sort function. We actually can use it. We have to pass in a callback that will compare the two numbers. So let's see. The sort method takes a compare function. Okay, so I was just reading this incorrectly. So we can take a callback and look at the compare function and return the greatest number. So let's go ahead and do that. Just practice real quick. So let's say that we have an array of numbers, so 2, 6, 3, 1, and we want to sort that. So we will pass in our single num, and then we want to say, let's see, what does it pass into this callback? So let's look. The first element and the second element is what it's going to pass in there. So if we go to our little playground here, it's not just one number, but we'll have the first and second element. And so if the second element is greater than the first, then we'll return true, I believe. So let's see how it did it in the Stack Overflow answer. It says return A minus B, so actually it's the other way around. So if A is greater than B, we return that as true, and then that's going to actually sort our array for us. So let's test that out real quick. We just want to return first minus second, and now we have it sorted in ascending order. I wonder if we take it second minus first. Okay, so that's going to do it in descending order. So we want to do second minus first for our problem here. All right, so the first thing we need to do is get this into a string. So we're just going to try to do this all in one line because it'll help us kind of visualize chaining the methods together. So we're going to return n toString. Okay, so that converts it to a string. And then we want to split it into an array. Now we've got it into an array of numbers here. And then we want to sort it and pass in the first number and second number, and then we want to return second minus first. Okay, and then that's going to give us a sorted array of numbers. So maybe we won't do this. Let's just store this in a result for now, and then console.log that result and see what we have so far. So we'll test that, and you'll see that it prints to the console a descending order of that array. Now we know that we can take an array of numbers and we can actually just combine those together with join. So maybe that's all we need to do. We just, at the end here, so hold on one second. Let's return this again. Or no, let's not do that. Let's keep it in the result, and then at the end here, I'm going to break out for a second, and we can actually put these down onto separate lines. So we'll say dot split, dot sort, and then the last thing that we want to do is we've got it in the descending array, so then we can join it back together as a string, and that's going to give us one big number, and then we need to just convert that to a number, and all we have to do is add a plus sign at the beginning to do that. So now let's see what our result equals. Looks like we're getting the correct number here. So all we have to do is return this result now. So we don't even need to store it in a variable. We can just return it, and let's see how it works. looks like we passed everything. And again, this is just some indentation. It doesn't really matter how you do this. We're just chaining all of these methods together, and you could certainly have broken that out into separate steps. So let's attempt it. Looks like we passed everything, and see what others use to solve this problem. Okay, so this person did not pass in a sort callback. They just passed in no function whatsoever, and that's going to default to ascending order, as you saw up here. So it says the default sort order is ascending. So here they're going to split it into an array, then they're going to sort it to ascending, then they're going to use the reverse array method to make it descending, and then they're going to join it together and then wrap it in a number, which we did by adding the plus at the beginning of the entire expression. So you can see, I believe, yeah, this one right here is the exact solution that we used. So pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that one. And with that, I think we are done with these problems. Hopefully you learned a little bit. I know some of these were more complicated and challenging than you would expect for a beginner, and certainly when we talked about recursion there for a little bit, that's getting a little bit over the pay grade of someone just starting out. But it is an important topic to explore and kind of understand. It definitely will come up in some sort of coding interview if you're doing those. But yeah, hopefully you enjoyed this. If you care to drop a like on this video, I'd really appreciate it. Subscribe to the channel for future lessons. And hit me up on Twitter. I'm at ZG_dev. Tell me what you thought of this video and how the challenges went for you. All right, so I will see you in the next lesson. I believe that is lesson 7. This is an HTML crash course, and I'm really excited to walk you through it, and I want to show you exactly what we're going to build over the next couple of videos. So here is our ultimate challenge that we're trying to create. And what this does is you've got a bunch of buttons here on the right where we can click them, and a random meme is going to be shown to the screen. Or you can have a joke displayed on the screen, a quote, or a riddle where you're going to get the riddle and then you have to reveal the answer here. So this is going to be a really fun project, but before we get into it, we have to learn a little bit about HTML. Now, you'll notice that it's styled pretty nicely, and this actually has some CSS in it, but we're not going to be covering that in this lesson number 7 of the series. In the prior lessons of this series, we've been talking a lot about JavaScript and basically how to program in general. Now we're going to jump into HTML, and then in the next lesson series, we're going to jump into CSS, and we're ultimately going to complete our introduction to front-end web development. Before we dive into the details of HTML, I want to start with a little bit of an analogy that will help us kind of going forward in this crash course, and then also the CSS one in the next lesson. So that analogy is building a house. If you were building a house, you basically have 3 steps. First, you have to build the structure. So that would be the wood, the concrete, the brick, the roofing, all that kind of stuff. Then you have to set up the function of the house. So that would be the plumbing, the electric, the water lines, all of that kind of stuff has to go into the house to make it functional. And then finally, the third step is to make it look good. You obviously don't want to build a house that doesn't look good. You want to paint it correctly, and you want to do some landscaping around it, put some siding on it. All of that stuff is very important for the market value of the house. So if our house was a website, the structure would be the HTML. Now the function, the electric, the plumbing, all that kind of stuff would be the JavaScript. And then the styling, so the paint and the landscaping, that would be the CSS. Now, you could live in your house with just the structure or the HTML. You wouldn't have any function, so you wouldn't have running water, you wouldn't have heat or anything that makes a house livable, but you certainly could live in that house and you'd have a roof over your head. Now, if you add in the function, you could live with just that too. So, add in the electric and the plumbing, and now you've got a house that is functioning, but one that is not worth that much if you went to try and sell it because you haven't painted it, you haven't put landscaping around it, and you haven't made it look attractive to another buyer. So that's where the CSS comes in, that's where the styling comes in. So ultimately, the goal of this analogy is to say that HTML is the only true requirement of a web page. But if you want it to do anything useful, you got to add some JavaScript. And if you want to make it presentable to other people, your users, you have to add in the CSS. So that's just a nice analogy to remember how everything relates to each other and how HTML, CSS, and JavaScript play nicely together to create a full user experience on the web. While these all work together, we're going to be skipping the CSS part in this lesson. So like I said, we've learned a lot about JavaScript in the prior couple of lessons of this full stack roadmap series. And now we're going to learn about HTML. So we're basically going to be focusing only on those two. How do they interact? And just as a hint, it's going to be a big conversation about something called the Document Object Model, or the DOM. And that's basically the model that represents the HTML and allows us to plug our JavaScript into that HTML and make it functional. But at this point, we're getting too detailed. We'll get there in a second. First, we need to understand what is HTML, how does it work, and how do we write it. The first thing that we have to ask is, what is HTML? And it stands for Hypertext Markup Language. And despite the last word, language, it's generally not considered a full-on programming language like something like JavaScript that we've been working with before. It's something that allows you to structure your text and all different components that you're going to put on a web page, but it's not a full-on programming language. You can't add in a whole lot of logic behind the scenes and make things dynamic without adding in that JavaScript. Now, there's a ton to talk about with HTML, but similar to how I've been handling other concepts within this series, I'm not trying to get into absolutely everything and do a super deep dive into it. My goal here is to get you exposed and learning the most essential concepts of HTML, those things that you absolutely have to know to build web applications. I think a great place to start is to understand the overall structure of an HTML document. So something you have to understand is that every browser tab that you have open is going to have one and only one HTML document, is what we call it, within it. So that one document follows a standard, boilerplate is what we call it, structure. And that structure is what I'm going to put on the screen right here. This is going to be the most basic way to write an HTML document. Now, everything within those HTML tags, we call these tags, is going to define the whole document. And then within that document, you have a head tag, which has a site title. So if you look up into the browser tab, the name that you see within that browser tab is defined by that title within the head. And then there's other things that go in the head of the HTML document, some things like different style sheets, meta tags, all that kind of stuff that we're not going to get too much in detail with in this lesson. Now, what we're going to be focusing on is everything within that body tag. So that's going to represent the bulk of your HTML document, and it's going to represent the stuff that you're actually seeing on that web page. Well, the thing that I have up on the screen right now is going to represent the most basic form of an HTML document. There is a more standard boilerplate that you're probably going to see. So I'm going to put that up right now. So this boilerplate HTML document pretty much has everything that you need to learn in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. I'm not going to go through absolutely everything that you're seeing here, but I do want to cover a few things that are very important. We're not going to actually get into writing these, but if you'll notice, you see within the head, you see this link tag, and you'll see that it references something called a style sheet, and then it gives a file that is passed in. So this is actually called a CSS document, and that's going to be fed into the HTML to actually style it. If you look further down in this document, you're going to see a script tag, which represents the JavaScript that is connected to the HTML and gives it function. Now, in our case, we're going to be working in an environment called CodePen. So what I've got up on the screen is a basic CodePen document. I suggest that you create an account. It's free, and you'll be using it throughout this specific lesson on HTML. So if you look on the left side, you see HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, going back to that boilerplate that I just showed on the screen, this is basically a beginner-friendly way to write that. So CodePen has already taken care of connecting everything up, so the CSS and the JavaScript are automatically connected to the HTML. And within this HTML area, this is actually going to be what we're filling in to the body. So you know how I talked about there's the whole HTML document, and then you have the head and the body. Well, this represents the body, and you can just assume that CSS and JavaScript are all connected up and ready to go with this. I'm going to be using this CodePen playground because it's going to be a very user-friendly way to explain what HTML is all about. Later in the series, we'll talk about writing our HTML, CSS, and JavaScript in our own local environment, but as we've been doing with the JavaScript earlier in the series using the browser DevTools console, this is kind of the same deal. We're going to just get into an environment that's easy to use right off the bat. Like I said, HTML represents hypertext markup language, and it only has a few key things that you have to understand about it. What we're going to be focusing on a lot in this HTML crash course are two things. So number one, we are going to be talking about HTML tags. And number two, we're going to be talking about HTML attributes. So what do I mean by those? Well, let's take a look at this CodePen, and you'll see that we can write a basic HTML tag by using these little brackets here. So this happens to be a paragraph tag represented by P, and within it you have these little brackets here. So the tag itself is enclosed in the brackets, and then between it, this is where we put some text that we want to display in the browser. And you'll see that once it renders, we have some text displaying within the CodePen browser. All right, so the end of this is going to be what we call the closing tag, and you'll notice that we have this / before the tag itself. So I'm going to put up on the screen a basic diagram that gives you the anatomy of an HTML element. So if we're breaking it down, you basically have an opening tag, then you have one or more attributes that you have defined for that specific element. Then you have the content that you put within the element, which can be just text, or it can be other HTML elements in certain cases. We'll talk about that in a second. And then finally, you close it off with a closing HTML tag. So you might be wondering, what is this whole attribute thing about? You'll see, in that diagram that I put up, we've got a class attribute, which just happens to be one of many attributes that we can define for an HTML element. In this case, the attribute we're talking about is a class attribute. We're going to talk more about the different types you can use, but in this case, a class attribute directly relates to kind of identifying the element with CSS. Now, we're not going to be talking a whole lot about CSS in this lesson, but I do want to show you just the basics of what this attribute is doing. So we might say some class defined within this class attribute, and then we can come down into the CSS and define that, and then we can maybe give it a different color, and now the text up here is going to be red. So that's what we're doing with this attribute, but that doesn't mean that all attributes relate to CSS. We also can have attributes that are totally unrelated to CSS. So for example, if we wanted to add an image tag here, and we're going to talk about this a little bit more later, so don't worry about the syntax here yet, we can define something called a source attribute. So this source attribute is going to actually give us the image URL that we want to display within that image tag. So let me get an image to put in there real quick and I'll show you what I mean. All right, so I'm going to put a dog image in here just as I normally do. So we'll paste that in there. And now you should see, once it reloads, a very large picture here. So we're going to use another attribute that I just know from experience about, we can put a width property on here and maybe define it to about 300 pixels so that it's much smaller and we can see the image. All right, so again, you should not understand, the p tag and the image tag. You don't need to understand that quite yet. We're going to cover it in a second. But what I want to demonstrate here is that these attributes can, serve a lot of different purposes. And they're ultimately the same thing. Like, you can think about them just like JavaScript variables. So just like we're defining some sort of, variable here or attribute and then assigning it some value, you can do the same thing in JavaScript. So you could define an attribute and give it some value here, and that's the variable, the JavaScript variable that we are so used to working with from the previous lessons. So it's kind of a similar concept, but these, what we call variables or attributes here are specific to these HTML elements that we are creating. All right, before we get any further into these details that you're not understanding quite yet, I want to talk about the difference between an element, so an HTML element, and an HTML tag. So when I think of an element, I think of it as a complete unit. So it not only has an HTML tag, but it also might have some attributes or maybe even some event listeners. We're going to talk about that a little bit later too. So let me write out a full element real quick, just like we saw a second ago. So we'll say a paragraph element, and then we'll close it off with our closing brackets. So I think of this as a complete unit and a full HTML element. And we can also add on some attributes. So maybe an ID is going to be P1 or something, and then we can add a class attribute. Now, it doesn't matter what attributes you're putting here. I'm just trying to demonstrate this is a full HTML element. Now, if we're talking about tags, I like to think of those as the actual indicator for what type of element we're creating. So in this case, we're going to put a P tag indicated by the letter P right here. So as we move forward, think of the tag as the function, or like what the element is supposed to be doing, and then the whole element as a general structure of that HTML. The next thing I want to talk about is the types of HTML tags that we can use. So far we just looked at a paragraph tag and an image tag, but there are obviously plenty more that we can use within our HTML documents. So the first type of tag, at least how I categorize it, there's plenty more classifications that you'll find with official documentation, but just for our brains to understand it, I think we can think about this in terms of normal HTML elements and self-closing HTML elements, or maybe tags would be a better way to say that. So let me paste in a few of them here. These are all, different tags that we can use. So the P tag, the H1 tag, div, span, and strong. And all of these are what we consider kind of normal HTML tags because they have an opening tag right here and then a closing tag, and then you put something in the middle of them to actually create the entire element. So these are what we consider normal. Now there are some other HTML tags that have some different behaviors where they're actually called self-closing. And I'm going to paste a few of those within our code pen here. So let's get rid of these. And now we're looking at self-closing tags. And this would be image, input, meta tags. These go in the head of the HTML document. Link tags. This is how we link up the style sheets to our HTML. Something that's going on behind the scenes here. So these are self-closing, which basically means we have everything we need within this single tag, and we put this / at the end of it. So rather than doing this, let me just give you a very specific example here. So rather than saying image and then having a closing tag and then putting something between them, that's not valid. We just have to create one tag right here called image and then put the / at the end of it to close it. So these are the two types of tags that we're dealing with. You'll start to recognize them as you get more experience writing HTML. I'll be sure to point them out as we go. Now, the reason that I talk about the difference between normal and self-closing tags is they have different behaviors. So if you wanted to embed some content within a normal element, so let's take a div element, which I just think of as kind of a general purpose container that we can use in HTML. And I can put some text in here. It's going to work just fine, as you see on the screen. I can also enter down and put in another HTML element, maybe a paragraph tag here, and I can embed HTML within that div tag. All right, so that's a normal HTML element that has an opening and closing tag. But if we tried to do this with something like an image tag, all right, so this is a valid way to write an image, and we of course need a source attribute. So let me see if I can get another image here. Okay, so let me get an actual image in here so that this is a valid image tag. All right, so it's working on the right. But what I want to show you is that if you try to put something within this tag, so let's come right here and try to put maybe a P element in here, and we'll put some text right there, you're going to see that this is not going to work all that well. So you'll see these weird brackets here at the end, and while the overall image is working and you still see some text printed to the screen, this is not valid HTML to write. This is, it'll render, but it's not valid. So just remember, as we write these self-closing HTML elements, you can't put anything within them. Now, a more subtle difference that I want to point out, within these elements that we call normal, or the tags that we call normal. So for example, a paragraph tag, we've got some text that we can put in there. Now, we can also put stuff within this, but does it make sense to do so? And the answer is probably not. So if we have a paragraph tag and we put some text in here, and then we also try to put maybe another paragraph tag, so we'll put some more text in there. This does not make a lot of sense to me, and it doesn't make sense in general when you're writing HTML, because in general, a tag such as the paragraph tag is not meant to have elements embedded between it other than just plain text. So there are some HTML elements that have these kind of container functionalities, and then there are some elements that just are meant to store text and only text. So while we don't want to put, elements within a paragraph tag, if we just change this to a div, that's going to be more appropriate. So we can put, as many other elements within a div as we want to, because it's kind of structured and meant to do something like that. It's kind of meant to be a more of a container type HTML tag. All right, so we've gone through some of the nuances of what type of HTML tags you're going to be looking at. Now in this next section, I want to actually walk through some of the most common ones that you'll see and you'll use. Not only that, but I want to show you how to actually inspect your HTML in the browser, and also how do we look these different tags up in our documentation. If you don't know what something is, or you don't know what it's supposed to be used for, you can go to the documentation to figure it out. Like I said, there are a ton of HTML tags that you can use, and I'm not going to be covering, even half of them here. That's not the goal. The goal here is to get you the most essential ones and help you understand how to find and use different tags without having prior knowledge of them. As we talked about earlier, HTML is not styled. It's all about structure. So if you look at this page I've got pulled up on the screen, you can see a bunch of really ugly web elements. And we're going to walk through each of these very briefly just so that you can kind of get the gist of them. And I'll show you, for a couple of them, how we actually look them up in the documentation and see what they're for. So just as a preview, we've got some content elements up here. We've got headings, paragraph tags. Then we come down into some more content elements. So we have span elements, which allow you to kind of custom style. This actually has some CSS within it, which we're not covering, but you can see how you can do things with the paragraph tags and make it a little bit more customized using span and EM and strong elements. And then we can also use images and links. So A would be a link, image, and then buttons here. So we got buttons, and then we have some list, and then finally tables. Like I said, we're not going to be covering that a whole lot. But this is just the landscape of most of the elements that you'll be using on a daily basis as a web developer. But before we jump into that, I want to show you exactly how we inspect these. Now you'll notice I jumped over to Google Chrome here. I'm using that for a very specific reason that we'll kind of talk about a little bit later in this lesson. But it's very similar to Firefox. All you have to do is right click and click Inspect. And then from here, if you rearrange this, you'll see that the Elements panel is where you can actually see the HTML within this document. So if we click down on the body, you can see all of these elements, and every time we hover over them, it will actually, highlight it in the browser itself. All right, so you can scroll down and just basically see the source of this HTML document, which is a great way to understand it. Now, I also have this exact document linked in a CodePen pen. You can find that in the materials in the description of this video, so you can just look through this on your own time if I go through something a little bit too fast here. All right, the first ones we're going to be talking about, the first HTML tags are heading tags. So that is H1 through H6. Now, if we go to the documentation, I'm going to just go through this exercise with you so that you can get used to doing this. But we basically go to MDN, we go to Technologies and click HTML, and then we can go down to the references and click the HTML elements. From here, we can obviously go through and look for all these different tags that we can use, and in this case, we want the headings. So I'll click H1, and you can see that it just has one page for H1 through H6 because they're all so similar types of elements. When you're on a documentation page, it's good to read this first sentence here, just glance at the demo. But if you come down to usage notes, this is where you're going to learn, what is this tag actually for? As we talked about, HTML is the structure of the web, and therefore every tag that we're using has a very specific purpose. So this one says heading information can be used by user agents to construct a table of contents for a document automatically. All right, so basically what that's saying for us is that we can use the H1 through H6 to organize our web pages. So let's start with an H1 element, all right, and we can give it a page title. All right, so that's kind of what H1 is used for. When you go onto a web page, there's always going to be a title of that, blog post, article, or just the page in general, and usually it's going to be H1. That's what Google searches for with the search engines. So a lot of SEOs will, recommend that you have this semantically laid out so that the H1 only occurs once on the page, and then you have everything else as H2 or even smaller. So we'll make some H2s here. This will be a secondary heading. And like I said, this is going to lay out your document semantically based on the order of importance of your text. So I think you probably get the point of this. You can do this for H3 all the way to H6. Not all that complicated. So we're going to just stop it right here. But you kind of get the point. Play around with this, and basically all I'll say about this is that H1 through H3 is probably the furthest you're going to go. You might use an H4 every once in a while, but generally those first three are sufficient to build a web page. Next up, we have the paragraph tag, which we've already used a little bit. So if we come to the MDN documentation and we go back to let me just go through the full process so we get used to it. So technologies, HTML, HTML elements, and then we can scroll down and look for the relevant tag. So we'll come all the way down here to the P tag. So it says the HTML P element represents a paragraph. Paragraphs are usually represented in visual media as blocks of text separated from adjacent blocks, blah, blah, blah. Bunch of jargon here that we don't really need to read too much about. This is basically what you're going to see everywhere on the web. So when you read an article, blog post, most of the text is going to be a paragraph element, and it's very simple to write, as we saw. We can just put some text between the opening and closing tags, and you've got yourself a paragraph element. Now, while we're here, I want to highlight something kind of important with HTML, and there are actually two things. So number one, HTML is not case sensitive. So if we wanted to capitalize one of these tags and then have lowercase tags over here on the end, it's still going to work just fine because HTML doesn't care about capitalization. Now, it also does not care about line breaks. So if we had a couple elements here, let's just make a couple paragraph tags, and we put a bunch of spaces in here and we entered it down a bunch. Let's make some enter down and some more spaces. You'll see that the output is going to be the same no matter what. And that's because the spaces between the tags doesn't matter whatsoever. Basically, when it's rendered in the web or in the browser, it's just looking for the opening and closing tag, and then it automatically knows how to lay that out on the page. So it's not case sensitive, and these line breaks and spaces do not matter between these elements. All right, with that said, we're moving on to the next elements, and that would be some other content elements that allow you to basically style your paragraphs. But I will say that as we talk about semantic HTML, the whole goal of the new HTML5 standard, which is the latest spec, similar to when we talked about JavaScript in previous lessons, how there's the ECMAScript standard and ES6, all that kind of stuff. Well, there's also an HTML spec that is supposed to be followed. And in the latest one, the goal is to basically use HTML for structure and function only. So instead of using HTML to actually style elements, you're supposed to use only CSS to do that. That said, you will see these tags I'm about to show you quite often in old code, and people still use them. So you need to know what they are and what they do. So let's write a paragraph tag right here. Some text that I want to emphasize and make bold and styled. All right, so these words are going to be manipulated by other HTML elements. And as I said earlier, a p tag is generally not something you want to embed other HTML elements within. So like I said, you probably do not want to put another p tag within a p tag and put text in there. But there are a couple exceptions, and they relate to the strong, emphasis, and span elements. So the first one we'll look at is going to be span. So let's go ahead, go back to the documentation, go back to this reference, and look for the span tag. Okay, so we'll click span, and it says this element is a generic inline container for phrasing content which does not inherently represent anything. It can be used to group elements for styling purposes or because they share attribute values, so on and so forth. So basically what that is saying is if you want something, an HTML element that's not going to break down to a new line, it's just going to be in line with the rest of the text, but you want it to look a little bit different or function a little bit different than the rest of it, you might use a span tag. So an example of that, we'll wrap this last word, styled, within a span tag. All right, and as of right now, you see that it is red. The reason this is red is because behind the scenes, I didn't tell you this, but I wrote some CSS that will take any span element and turn it the color red using CSS. So if I open this up, you'll see that I said for every span element, I want the color to be red. Now, I don't expect you to understand what that CSS is saying yet. We're going to cover that in the next lesson. But basically, that's the point of a span, is you can take a single piece of text within a paragraph tag, and you can emphasize it in whatever way you want using CSS. Similar to a span, we also have the strong and EM, or emphasize, tags. So let's take a look at those in the documentation. Let's go to the EM tag. This is, it marks text that has emphasis. So basically italics is what it's saying. And then if we go to the strong tag down here, this indicates that its contents have strong importance, seriousness, or urgency, which is another way of saying bold. So like I said, this in the new HTML standard, you probably should not use these tags, but I'm showing you them because you'll see them often, people still use them, and they are valid HTML. So if I wanted to emphasize this word, or in other words, make it italic, I can surround it with these, with this EM tag. And you'll see that this one word is now italicized. Now we can also make a word bold by wrapping it with the strong tag. And now this will be a bold word. So as you can see, we can use these different HTML elements to actually style our HTML, but again, not recommended. I would go ahead and use the best practices and style these with CSS instead. And I know you're probably wondering what the heck that means. And basically all that means is instead of using the EM tag, we might put in a span here for the emphasis. All right, and now that this is wrapped in a span, we can change the CSS. So right now it's just making everything the color red. But if we wanted to put an attribute in each of these, so we'll put a class and we'll say red color. So for this span, it's going to be a red color. Let me make this a little bit bigger. And then for this span, we'll put an attribute in there, or a class, called italics. All right, and now we can come down in the CSS. Let me delete all of this. So down here in the CSS, I can basically look at elements that have these specific classes. Again, I'm sorry for getting too much into this, but I really want to show you what I mean when I say you should style it with CSS rather than the EM and strong tags. So what we can do is we can select that class in CSS, and then we can basically say the font style should be italic. All right, and once we do that, you'll see that this word is emphasized with italics again, but this time instead of using the EM element, we're using a span with some CSS styles. Now we can also come down and select the red color class and just give it a color equal to red. And now you can see that we're back to the original style that we had. So again, we're not covering CSS too much in this lesson, but I do want to show you how it's working with the HTML in unison. All right, so the next elements that we got to talk about, I think a big one is going to be the div element. Now this is going to be one that you use all the time, and it's very important, and I consider it to be just a general container element. But let's look it up in the documentation, and there's our div tag. All right, so this is called an HTML content division element, and it's a generic container for flow content. So like I said, it's just like a generic container that we can basically separate out pieces of our HTML. And you know, the most important thing about it is we can take each of these individual units that are within a specific div, and then we can style it. So very similar to that span element where we're taking a individual piece of text and we're making it look different than the others. We can also use some CSS magic along with this HTML structure to separate out our content. So let me show you what I mean by that. So let's say that we have two div containers, all right, and then within these we have some elements in container 1, all right, and we'll just make a bunch of those, and then we'll do the same thing for elements within container 2. So right now on the screen, these don't look separated at all. You know, you basically look at this and say like, oh, it's all just one big piece together. But since we wrapped these within div elements, we can actually put some styles on here to separate them out. And like I said, you're not going to understand how these styles are working quite yet. We'll do that in the next lesson, but I do want to show you how the div is able to separate out our content. So the first one we need to identify by div1, just an arbitrary class name that we're giving it, and then div2. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to make some boxes around these. So all we have to do is select both of them and give them a border. All right, and from here you can see that now we're getting some separation of our HTML elements. And we can even put some margin around there. And now it's going to be very apparent that we have two very separate sections of our HTML document. And that is the power of a div, and you'll be using these div elements to section out your content all the time. The next element we're going to talk about, or not element, but tag, is going to be the A tag, which represents a link in HTML. Let's take a look in the documentation. Again, just as a recap, technologies, HTML, HTML elements, and then you can click A. So this is actually called the anchor element. That's what A stands for. And it says, with its href attribute, creates a hyperlink to web pages, files, email addresses, locations on the same page, or anything else a URL can address. All right, so an anchor tag or a link tag is going to require this single attribute called the href attribute. Now, with HTML tags, most of them do not have required attributes, but with a couple of them, there are some required attributes. This happens to be one of them. So if we were to come into our HTML as we have it here, and maybe we wanted to make a link around some of these text. So what I'm going to do is make an A tag surrounded by this first container1 text. And right now you'll see that nothing is happening over here. When I click it, there's nothing there. But once I put in that href attribute and I put in a link, so we'll say www.google.com, now you'll see that we have this link styling, and if we click this, it should take us to the appropriate link. Now, one weird thing about CodePen, since it's kind of like an integrated environment that we can write HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, when you have link tags within a CodePen, you can't click on them and actually go outside of CodePen. So I've actually pulled up, let's actually look at the local file that I have. So this is what I was showing you, how to navigate around the different elements. And if we go down to where I have the link example right here, so let's go ahead and click this button up here to select a specific element, and then I can click on that and it takes me there on the right side. And you can see that I have this A or anchor tag with the href attribute right here representing my personal website. All right, so when I click this, it's going to take me directly to my website. And that's how an anchor element is going to work. Now there's one additional thing that we can add to an anchor element to affect the behavior of the link. So if we were to go in here, and we can actually edit HTML directly within the DevTools, and if we put a attribute called target, and then we give it an underscore blank value, so if we were to go to the documentation to see this, you'll see that there's a couple attributes available here, href being one of them. But if you go down, you can see there's a target attribute, and it gives you the possible values that you can put in there, and it says where to display the linked URL as a name for a browsing context. So basically it's saying, where do I need to open this link? And if we go to blank, it says usually a new tab. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Once I put in this target equals blank and I click this link, it's opening a brand new tab rather than taking me to that link within the current tab. Like I said, there's other attributes on an anchor element, but those are probably the most common two ones that you'll need. And the href attribute is actually required to make it function as a link at all. The next one we're covering is the input element, and this one is loaded with functionality, especially when you start putting it within a form element. All right, so we're not going to talk a whole lot about this because this comes later in this series, and we're going to talk a lot about it in the context of a front-end web framework like React or Angular, Vue.js. But I just want to introduce it to you. So we'll go to input tag. We got to go back on the documentation. It actually has an entire section just for input types. And like I said, there's a lot going on here. There's a lot to do with forms within the web. So let's open up the normal HTML reference and go down and find the input. All right, so we'll click input. And it says it's used to create interactive controls for web-based forms in order to accept data from a user. And that's pretty much where we're going to stop because that's all that we need to know for now. I'm just going to show you a couple basic attributes that you can use with this and just give you the general concept of what it is. So let's go to the page we're working with here, and let me just clear out everything and put an input tag. Now this is going to be a self-closing tag. We talked about that earlier, just like an image tag is. And within this input, you'll see that we already have something showing up here on the right that we can type some text into. So right off the bat, it's usable, but if we just left it like this and we tried to hook up some JavaScript to it, it'd be very difficult to select it and grab the data that the user's typing in from it. So something that we'll often do is give an input a name. And this is very important when you put this within a form so it can identify which input it needs to grab data from. So we'll just say this will be input 1. And then another thing that you can put, another attribute you can put, is going to be a placeholder. And this placeholder is going to be whatever shows up in kind of a grayed out text to indicate to the user what they need to type. So we can say enter email address here. And you'll see that this placeholder gets put in there, and then once you start typing, it goes away. So that's a very common element or attribute that you can use for the input tag. Now you can also put a predefined value in there. So instead of a placeholder, if we were to put value, it's going to replace that placeholder with an actual value. So you can see how there's text already in here, and if you wanted to change it, you'd have to delete it and then type some new text. So those are some of the common attributes that you can use for inputs. And again, I'm not going to cover inputs in very much detail at all right now because we're going to talk about them a lot later in the series. Next up, we're going to be talking about image tags, and we've already looked at it a little bit. So let's go to our HTML, elements reference, and then look for the image tag. There it is. All right, so the image element embeds an image into the document. All right, and there's going to be a couple common attributes that you'll use for this, and there's one that is required. So the source attribute is required, as you can see in the documentation, and then the alt attribute is highly recommended. So when we're talking about web accessibility and we're talking about, how do we know what this image represents if it doesn't render correctly, that's going to be what the alt attribute does. So I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about here. Let's write our image tag, which is self-closing. And then from here, we're not going to see anything because we don't have our required source attribute. Now let's go back to this dog photo. We'll put in the source attribute and paste in the link to that photo. And it's of course going to be very large here because the image is much larger than our page here. But we can also add in an additional attribute. And a quick tip with HTML, you can actually enter these down so it doesn't have to all be on one line. We can separate out the different attributes from the tags. So we'll go with source first, and then we'll put in another common one, which will be width. So you can also specify this within CSS, but this would be a quick way to make the width of this image 300 pixels. All right, so that gives us a more manageable image to work with. And then finally, we have the alt attribute. So we'll say a dog image or something like that to describe what our image is all about. And the reason we use this is because if our link is broken, so if I just break the link real quick, you're going to see when it reloads that it's going to give this little image icon, and then whatever we put in the alt attribute, it'll say a dog image. So if the link ever breaks, the user will know like, oh, this is supposed to be a dog image, and I kind of know what the context of this image is. And then finally, one of my favorite content elements is going to be button. All right, so this is what we get to click and do fun things with. So how we write this is we just basically write out button. It's a normal, opening and closing tag type of element. Let's take a look in the documentation real quick. Go to HTML elements and we'll find the button element. It says it represents a clickable button used to submit forms or anywhere in a document for accessible standard button functionality. All right, so we click buttons all the time when we use web apps, and it basically brings our web apps to life. It allows the user to know, like, okay, I got to click this to do something. So within our button, we can give it some text. So we might say, click me in all caps. And you'll see that now we have a button that we can click. Now, it's not going to do anything right off the bat because we haven't hooked up any event listeners or stuff like that to it. Now, there's really not any common attributes that you'll see on a button like this, but there is one common thing that you'll have to have for a button for it to really do anything, and that is a event listener. Now, we're not quite ready to talk about events within HTML, but I do want to quickly show you what I'm talking about with buttons. So if I wanted to do something every time someone clicked on this button, I have to assign it an onClick event. Now this is built in. This is actually not an attribute. This is an event listener. So in here, it expects a specific function to be called every time we click this button. All right, so if I go down to the JavaScript section of this code pen and I define a basic function that says alert me, all right, so something like this, where every time we click the button, it's going to bring up an alert in the browser and it's going to say hi. All right, so very simple. And now if we put that into the button right here and we click the button, it's going to make an alert pop up and say hi every time we click it. All right, so that's just the basics of event handling within HTML. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit more detail when we get into the concept of the document object model, or the DOM. The next element I want to talk about is another content element, and it's a list. So with a list, we can basically have bullet points or we can have numbered list. All right. So if we wanted to have a bullet point list, we're going to use some tag called UL. All right. So what UL stands for is unordered list. And if we go to the documentation here, we should be able to see that somewhere. So let's go down to the HTML elements and find UL. All right, so there is the UL, and it's going to say this represents an unordered list of items typically rendered as a bulleted list. All right, so that's basically what that stands for, and within it, we have to put some LI tags. So you can see if we click LI, this element is used to represent an item in a list. All right, so we can put that here. So we'll say LI and we'll say item 1. And then we can copy this down a couple of times and give it item 2 and 3. And now you can see on the right side we have a bulleted list of content. All right, and if we wanted to change this to a numbered list, all we have to do is change the UL kind of container to an OL container. And you can see it changed here on the bottom automatically. And now you can see that it is numbered. And if we go to the documentation, we should be able to click on OL to see that this represents an ordered list of items. All right, so those are the two types of list, and these will be very helpful to us when we're laying out content. And oftentimes you'll see these lists corresponding to a loop. So if we talked about in JavaScript earlier how loops work, and we can take an array of elements and we can loop through them, well, it makes sense that we could basically loop through an array of elements and display them in a list like this. So just keep that in mind as we move forward in the series. And then the last thing I want to cover is tables. And I know I said at the beginning, we're not going to be talking about this all that often, but I want to just glance over it very quickly. And I recommend that you look at this on your own if you want more details about it. So if we go to the documentation once again, we go down to HTML elements and table. All right, so we'll click table, and it says represents tabular data, and then it shows you the basic structure of a table. You can see that we have the table as the main container, and then we have the t-head tag will be the header tags, and then the t-body will be whatever data we're putting within our table. Within that body, we have TR tags, which are going to be the rows, and then within the TR tags, we have table data, for which we'll put TD tags in there. All right, so as you can see, it's a pretty complex structure, and like I said, I recommend just using a table generator. You can just search for it on Google. It's much easier than trying to remember this structure. Now, of course, you could look it up and just copy in this example and get started that way too. Anyways, let's move on to the next part of our lesson, and that's going to be talking about HTML attributes in a little bit more detail. In this next part of the HTML crash course, we're going to be talking about the HTML attributes. Now, I know it's probably been a little bit confusing so far. We've gone through a bunch of different HTML tags that we can be using. We briefly covered attributes and how they work, but we didn't really talk about when do you use them, how do you know when to use them, what's fair game here. So we're going to start by talking about the difference between a global attribute and an element-specific attribute. In short, a global attribute is something that's available to any HTML element, no matter what it is. An element-specific attribute is an attribute that only does something to elements that it applies to. So a good example of this can be the image tag. So let's go ahead and look at that on the screen real quick. So if we make an image tag and we give it a source property and then we give it a class, or not property, but attribute, you can see the difference between a global and an element-specific one. So again, let's go ahead and put the source in there, and then let's make the width equal to 300 like we did earlier. And what you can see on this image tag, and then the total HTML element that we call an image, you can see that we have the source attribute, which is specific to this image tag. We also have the width attribute, which is also specific to the image tag. Now, the class attribute is a global attribute, which means it can be used on any element or any tag. And to show that, let's go ahead and make a paragraph tag below. We'll put some text in there, and then we'll give it a class. All right, so we've given it a class here, and you can see that it's not doing anything right now, but if we were to actually style these two different elements, we would use these class values as a way to select them within our CSS. So as I kind of showed you earlier, you can actually select these different classes and basically put some styles on here. So what if I wanted to put a border on this image? We can do it like that. We can make that border a little bit larger. And you can see how we can style that. Or we can come down and select the other one, so some class value, and we can give this text a different color. So maybe we'll call it green. And so now we can see that the text is green. But this is not a CSS tutorial. I just wanted to show you that that is a global attribute that we can use to connect up our HTML and our CSS. But if I came down here and put something like a width on the P element, and I gave it maybe 20 px or something like that, it's not going to actually do anything because this is not applicable to the paragraph tag. And likewise, if we put a source on here and then we copied in the image URL, it's not going to do anything either because this is a paragraph tag. It doesn't have a source attribute. So it'll still render in the browser okay, it just won't do anything. And that's the difference between a global and an element-specific attribute. If you wanted to connect the dots with the previous lessons we've gone through, you can think of these element-specific attributes just like we have JavaScript methods. So if you remember, if we have a string like this, there are a certain number of methods that are available to this string data type and certain methods that are not. So for example, if we wanted to call a method like string.toUpperCase, all right, something like that, that's going to work just fine. And I'm actually going to come over to a console that we can use to show this. So we got a string, all right, right here. And then if we say string to uppercase, it's going to work just fine. It's going to make all of the letters uppercase. But if we said string.reverse, it's going to say type error because reverse is a method that's only available to an array data type. So we would need an array like this and then use array.reverse to actually use that method. And the same thing applies to HTML attributes. There are just certain attributes that only apply to certain tag types. All right, at this point, we have covered quite a lot about HTML. And I want to have you actually go through a practice exercise and a challenge to reinforce some of these concepts so that when we talk about how we actually connect JavaScript to the HTML, you're not still trying to figure out like how does HTML work. So I'm going to give you this challenge. If we go to my CodePen, let's see if we can open this up here. All right, so as you can see, this is the challenge that we're going to be working with. And what I've done here is I've put a couple different HTML elements, and your goal is to basically recreate this, but put in your own personal details, of course, and something that you can share maybe on Twitter. Use the 100 Days of Code hashtag. Maybe hit me up, ZG_dev. But anyways, we're going to be building something like this, but personalized. And I've given you a starter template. So this will be linked to in the description below. So be sure to check that out. And you'll just open this starter challenge up. And you'll see that within the HTML, I've kind of laid out a basic template for you. And it says your code goes here. Now, within CodePen, it actually, this HTML part, as I talked about a little bit earlier, represents the body part. So really, all we have to do is just start typing right here. So I'll leave you with that, and you can just start typing some HTML. So you can put some text in there, and you're going to see that it automatically shows up on the screen. And furthermore, it's going to be styled just like the one that I showed you, because I've already written some CSS styles that will basically apply to your HTML, no matter how you use it. So I recommend that you just browse through these styles, but don't worry about how they work. Just focus on writing the HTML that is necessary to create something that looks like this. So just a few hints as we go through. This looks like some sort of heading. We've got some paragraphs in here. We've got a link. We've got a list. And then we've got an image down here. So that's basically all you need to do. So go ahead and try that challenge out, and be sure to share your results on Twitter. I think this is a rather basic challenge. Not saying it's going to be easy. It will not be easy starting out, but it's basic enough. I'm not going to go through it here on video, but if you'd like to, go down in the description, and I also have linked to this CodePen where I've solved it, so you can see the code that I wrote and how I wrote it to compare against your solution. The next part of this video, we are talking about something called the DOM, and that stands for Document Object Model, and it's very closely related to HTML, which we talked about in the previous part of this lesson. Now, I will say, if you have not completed the challenge that I gave in the prior video, go ahead and complete that, and I would recommend that you have at least a basic understanding of HTML and kind of understand how to put something together within, a CodePen document or something like that. Because if you don't have at least a basic level of understanding of HTML, this stuff is not going to make any sense. Before we get into this, I want to show you a little bit about the CodePen environment so that we can understand how do we actually debug JavaScript within the browser, and take those concepts we've been looking at in the prior videos where we've pretty much right-clicked. So let's take a look at the screen here. If we right-click and inspect, and then we come to the console, then we can write basic JavaScript within the console. So we've been working in the console quite a bit, but when we go to CodePen, since it's kind of its own environment, we have to do a few things to make sure that console is working the same. So if we come down to the JS section of the CodePen, this is a little bit different than what we've been working with in the console. Now, if we were to just type something like, console.log hello, now this is going to be printed to the console, but it's going to do it over and over again every time the page loads, because this JavaScript that we're working with here is directly connected to the HTML document above. So it's not really like a free-form console that we can use to test out different JavaScript. Now, CodePen does have a console down here at the bottom left, and if you open it up, you'll see that we have that hello that we printed by writing that JavaScript code, but we can also do something like that down here in the console, and this is supposed to represent the same type of thing that we've been working with when we right-click and inspect and go to the DevTools console. But the problem is this is not a really nice and easy console to work with. Like if you started to, define a variable that's like a string or something, and then you type A and you hit enter, it's not going to like be defined. And that's a problem because we want to be able to experiment around and work with our JavaScript as we're building it. So to solve that problem, we're not going to be using the CodePen console. What we're going to do is right-click and inspect within the CodePen document. So it still opens up this console. And I will note I'm in Google Chrome, not Firefox. This does not work quite as well in Firefox, unfortunately. So I've switched to Chrome for that reason. And if we go to the console, you'll see some of the hellos that we put there from earlier. But if you go to this little drop down here, when we first enter the document, you might see something like top. But in order to get the right context to work in, you have to drop this down and scroll down to CodePen. Now we can actually select elements from the CodePen document that we've written here, and we don't have to, or we're basically going to have some responsiveness with our JavaScript. Just to quickly show you this, and we're going to cover all of this stuff in a little bit, but let me put a basic paragraph tag in our CodePen document, and you can see it showing up there. And if we have this context, the JavaScript context set to top, and we try to type document.query selector and then grab all the paragraph tags, it's not going to grab us the right ones. So this is a paragraph tag, but it's not the one that we're looking for here. So we have to go down to the right context, so select CodePen, and now when we run this, it should give us the correct element that we're looking for. So that's just really important. If you're trying to follow along with this, like code along as I'm doing it, just make sure that you're in Google Chrome, you right-click, inspect element, and make sure that the context is the right one. It's under the CodePen context. All right, now we got that covered. Just want to make sure that you're able to follow along. Let's jump into what the document object model, or the DOM, is all about. Now, how I would describe the DOM is a bridge between HTML and JavaScript. Prior to these lessons, we've been going through how to write JavaScript code. We've gone through all the basics of it, so you have at least a basic level of understanding of how to write JavaScript. We also just learned about the basics of HTML, which, as you saw, is a lot easier to learn than JavaScript. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take these two concepts and we're going to combine them together to make our HTML come alive. So remember with the house analogy, HTML is the structure, CSS is the styling, and JavaScript is the function. So in other words, with the house analogy, HTML is the bricks and the concrete and the wood, the CSS is the paint on the house, and the JavaScript is going to be the plumbing and the electric and all that kind of stuff. Now the first question you're going to ask is, why are we looking at the DOM in the first place? How do we know that this is important? Well, the DOM is basically at the root of any front-end framework that you're ever going to work in. It's the only way that we can connect our JavaScript to HTML, and while you may not see it directly, it may kind of be doing a bunch of stuff behind the scenes when you're working with a framework like Angular, React, or Vue.js. It's still there. It's still using the DOM API. We're going to talk about that in a second. So it's important to know that it exists and know the basics of how it works and what it's trying to accomplish. So what is the DOM? Now we know it's the document object model, which gives us a little bit of a clue what we're talking about here, but it's a little bit more complex than just that. Now I'll start with what it is not. So the DOM is not a programming language. It's also not natively part of JavaScript. So it only exists within the browser, and there's different browser implementations, whether you're on Firefox or Chrome or Safari. They all have slightly different implementations of the DOM. For our intents and purposes, we don't really care about those differences. We just want to know, what it is and how it works. So the best way to think about the DOM is an API for an HTML document. Now, you may not know what an API is, but luckily I have done a video on just that. So go ahead and watch that if you're unclear of what an API is. But just as a 10,000 foot view, what I consider an API, and this is my personal definition of it that makes sense in my head, is a software API can be thought of as a user manual that allows developers to do something useful with a third-party software or hardware without knowing the inner workings of that software or hardware. So basically, the API that we call the DOM is going to allow us to manipulate HTML without knowing, how is HTML actually, manipulated within the browser. All we have to know is how to write the HTML and then how to use the API that we call the DOM to manipulate it. I know your head's probably spinning at this point, so let's jump into a simple example to understand what I'm talking about. So what I'm going to do here is paste in some HTML, all right? So this is going to be a basic HTML document. I've got an H2 tag, a paragraph tag, and a button. Now, if we click this button, and we kind of talked about this a little bit earlier, when we click this button, it's not going to do anything. And the reason is we don't have any JavaScript connected up to it. In order to connect it up, all we have to do is first identify the element that we're wanting to make interactive. And then once we identify it, we need to instruct it to do something via JavaScript. So just as an example, we can identify this button using pure JavaScript. And all we have to do is type document.querySelector, and then we type in button because that's the tag that we're looking for. Now, of course, I need to select the correct context to work in. So we want the CodePen context. And then from here, when we press enter, we're going to see the button that is within our CodePen output. All right, so that's how we would select that button. Now, from there, we can actually store that within a variable. So if we were to rewrite that command and then just store it in a basic variable, so btn is our variable, now we can reuse it and we can do things with it. But at this point, you probably don't have any clue what all of these commands are, like what is document here, what's query selector, all of that kind of stuff doesn't make any sense yet because we haven't talked about the DOM. So to better understand it, I want to bring in yet another analogy for us. Now, when we think about an HTML document, just a static HTML document that we've been working with so far, so this one right here on the screen, that is kind of the equivalent to a paper map. So with a paper map, there's only so many things you can do with it. You can write on it, of course, but you're not going to be able to, click into it and see some more details about it. But we can do that with something like Google Maps. We can click in and go to different places and do a bunch of other functions with it. So the analogy here is that HTML alone is like a paper map, but when we add the DOM API with that HTML, then it becomes something like Google Maps, where we have a lot of interactivity that we can put into it. So to really talk about the document object model, let's take a look from 10,000 feet. All right, so we know some things about JavaScript that are pretty familiar to us. So for example, this is a string in JavaScript. We know that, all right? And we also know that this is going to be a number, all right? But what about that button that we just defined here? So we saved it into the button variable. So if we look at that variable, what type of data is that? Well, we don't actually have a good indication of that. All we have to do is say type of button, and it's going to say object. Well, clearly there's got to be something more specific than just object. And there is when we start using the DOM or document object model terminology. From the DOM's perspective, this element right here, or this variable right here, is considered an element. So if we were to come to the document object model documentation here, you're going to see all sorts of interfaces and stuff. It's a pretty complex API that we're not going to even cover half of. But if we click in and look at the element, this is the most general base class from which all element objects in a document inherit. All right, so that would be what we are looking at when we have saved that selected element into a variable called btn. And once we know that this is of this element type, we can come here in the documentation, we can see there's all sorts of properties that we can look at, and there's all sorts of methods that we can use on this specific variable. So we have a lot of functionality available to us, but we have to first understand, the whole 10,000 foot view. So what I'm going to do in order for us to understand it better is show you a picture that's going to represent what the DOM is really trying to do. So at its highest level, the DOM has two built-in objects that are probably going to be used more than any other objects that you look at. So at the top level, the very top level, you have the window object. And what you can think of that as is literally the browser window that we're working in. More specifically, it's kind of referring to the individual browser tab that we're working in, but in some cases it can cross over between tabs. So you can actually program using that one object. You can do all sorts of things within a browser. So as a general user of a web browser, there are several things that you do every day that you don't realize are programmable. So one of those things is scrolling down, all right? Scrolling down or scrolling up. Every time you scroll, you can actually do that programmatically with JavaScript. Now, another thing you can do is you can resize the browser window. So if you were to resize it like this, you can actually do that with JavaScript. All right, and finally, if you refresh the page, that's also something you can do with JavaScript. And the way that you do it is by connecting in to the DOM via that top level object that we call window. All right, so I'm going to quickly show you how we can programmatically do these things by using that object. But first, let's take a look at this in the MDN documentation. So we'll search for window, and here's what we're looking for. And it says the window interface represents a window containing a DOM document. The document property points to the DOM document loaded in that window. So basically it's saying that the window's the browser itself or the tab, and then there's an HTML document represented by the document object within it. All right, so that picture that I just showed you kind of shows that relationship, how we have a HTML document that we are putting in that browser window. Now from here, this window object, like I said, has all sorts of properties and methods that we can use to do things that we commonly do just by clicking around in the browser on a normal basis. So you can see down this left-hand side, these are all of the different things we can do with it. So for example, we have this alert method. So let's go ahead and inspect element. So we're in the browser console. And if we type window.alert and then we say, I love programming or something like that, and press enter, it's going to open up an alert window. And you can see how we're already starting to program this browser window using that object. Here's another thing we can do. We can open up new tabs. So if we say window.open and maybe go to Google, all right? When we press enter, it's going to open a new tab and put us at google.com. So that's pretty cool. Let's see, another thing that we can do is we can scroll. So you have to obviously be on a page that has a scroll bar, which this one does. And from here, we just say window scroll by, and then we give it a bunch of options here. These are all documented within this method. So if you were to go down to the methods of window, let's see if we can find them. All right, so we found the methods here. And let's see if we can find this scroll by method. All right, so we have scroll by, we can click on that, and it just tells us, okay, you can pass in some options here. And those options that we're passing in are scroll to options, all right? And then from here, we have the top, left, and behavior. So we're gonna define, we wanna scroll from the top, we wanna scroll window.innerHeight, which is going to be a built-in property of that window object, which basically says, here's how tall this entire HTML document is. All right, so from the top, we want to scroll down the entire length of the page. Essentially, we're going to the bottom of this page. All right, and then from the left, we want 0. We don't want to scroll left and right. And the behavior that we want is going to be smooth. We don't want to just jolt down the page, we want to smoothly scroll. All right, so when we do this and close out this method and press enter, you got to watch the screen now. It's going to scroll all the way down to the bottom of this, page or whatever. And I guess it didn't go all the way down because I actually explained that wrong. So window.innerHeight, if we look at that, inner height is only going to define how large the visible window is. So it's not going to define how large the entire document is. So obviously this is a much larger document. So it's only going to scroll down one entire page. And then finally, we are able to actually reload the page. So we can tap into the window.location property, and then that location property has a method called reload. And you could have found this in the documentation if you looked hard enough, but I don't want to right now just for sake of time. So let's press enter, and you can see, you may not have seen it, but it reloaded the entire page programmatically. So you can see how that top level window object is basically our control over the browser. And the way that this is happening is via the DOM API. So the DOM, again, is just an API to connect in with our browser in an HTML document. Now, another thing to mention about this is it's a global object, which means we don't have to actually specify it every time we use it. So I showed you before that we could do window.alert and then type in something to get an alert. All right, so we can also do this by dropping window. Like, we don't even need that because it's global, and we can go ahead and get the same results there. All right, so that's important to keep in mind with the window object and the document object. These are both global, so we don't need to specify them before calling their methods or properties. So a couple common properties on window. We're not going to go through all of the methods and properties for all of these objects, but this is just such a high level one, an important one, that I want to. So window has a few common properties that you might want to tap into. One of those is going to be the inner height, and I spelled that wrong, so it's not going to give me anything. So we've got inner height is going to give us the height in pixels of the space that displays the HTML. So the visible area that's displaying that HTML. Now, if we said outer height, that's going to give us the pixel height of the entire browser window. So if you look at this value, it's 1040, but if you make this browser window smaller and you say outer height, it's going to give us a different value, 894. The same thing applies for inner width and outer width. So inner width is going to give you the width of this space that's displaying the HTML. So if you resized this, you're going to get a different inner width. All right, so I don't want to spend too much time on the properties, but you can kind of get the gist of what that's showing you. Now, another common property that we might look at here with window is going to be local storage. All right, so this is going to be a big one that will come up as we start getting into more advanced web development concepts. And basically what this allows you to do is store data temporarily in the browser. So if I were to go to the application here in Chrome, it's called a little bit different thing in Firefox. I actually talked about that in like the third lesson of this series. But if you click here, you can actually see key value data pairs that can be set and retrieved through the local storage object. So if we wanted to set an item, we'll just say test, and then we want to set it equal to 20. We can do that, and then we come to application, and you can see test has a value of 20 here. So it's a great way to store temporary values, and that is accessed through the local storage object that sits on the window object. All right, and then finally, I want to talk about the location because this is going to basically represent an object that has details about where you're visiting right now. So right now we're on the MDN web docs, and if we were to look at the window.location, you're going to get all sorts of details about that location we have in the address bar. So these are some of the common properties. Just one more, two more that I want to show you here before we move on. Window has a scroll X property, which is going to indicate how much we have scrolled from the left side of the page, or I guess right and left horizontal scrolling. And then we have window.scrollY, which is going to indicate how much we've scrolled up and down. So you see the scroll bar here. This is going to change the value of this property every time we scroll a little bit. So these are all going to come in handy as we work with the DOM later on, and we want to, programmatically do things within this browser window. Now, I've briefly mentioned it before, but we can have these things called events happening within the DOM. Now, this is going to be a little bit complicated, but I want to just show you a basic example of this. Something that you can do on the top level window object. So we can say window on scroll. So basically we're saying we want to tap into the on scroll event, which basically every time I move that browser scroll bar, it's going to fire this event. And what I want to do every time I scroll, I want to execute a function. So right here I'm using an anonymous function, and I'm just going to console.log hi. All right, so something very simple. And now we have set an event listener on the entire window. All right, so now when I touch this scroll bar, we're going to get this printing hi to the console for a lot of different iterations here. So that's just a basic event. Now, I just want you to know that that is available and it's something that you can do, but we're not going to really dig into the super nitty-gritty details of it in this lesson. All right, so now that we've talked about the window object, which represents the entire tab that we have open, or I guess the browser that we're working in, let's talk about the document object. So let's put that back up on the screen, that 10,000 foot view of the DOM API. We've got at the top, we've got the window object, and then a property of the window object is going to be document. And this is where the real fun begins, because document is basically a representation of your entire HTML document that you've written. So let's take a look at this. I'm going to refresh the browser so we don't have that on scroll event firing every time. But we have window at the top, and then we have this property called document. All right, so we press enter on this, and you now see that we have this big object that has basically the HTML document defined within it. And while we can expand these different things visually within the console, there's actually a lot of things that we can do programmatically using this document object. We can add or remove HTML elements from the existing page. We can modify existing HTML elements, and we can even set events on specific HTML elements. We saw how we set an event on the entire window, but we could set an event like we talked about earlier in the prior video, something like that, where we have a button and we want to wait for a click event, and we want to fire some sort of function that does something every time that button is clicked. So this document object is very powerful, and there's a lot of things that we have to cover to understand what it actually does. So let me show you a basic example of this. We'll go back over to our CodePen, which we have a basic HTML document here, and I'm going to type document, and let's take a look at what we're dealing with. So right here we have this top level HTML wrapper, which we talked about is going to happen for every single HTML document. In CodePen, you'll notice over here we don't have that written, but CodePen is automatically wrapping our HTML within the HTML wrapper. All right, so we expand this down. We have a head, CodePen takes care of this, and a body. And then from here, this is where the actual HTML and JavaScript that we're writing is going to be placed. So you'll see that we have our H2 element, our paragraph element, and our button element. And then you also see some scripts down here at the bottom. And basically these scripts are what are represented here in the JavaScript. So any JavaScript we type here is connected up to our HTML document via these script tags. So again, don't have to understand how that all works. We'll get into that in future lessons, but I just wanted to show you the anatomy of this document object. Now, if you've been following this series all the way through and you went through the JavaScript series, you know how to write basic JavaScript, and you also know that if we have a JavaScript object, we can access properties of it. So let's define a basic object with a property, all right, something like prop1 and prop2. Nothing fancy here. But if we were to, or actually let's make a nested object as well. We'll say nested right here, and then we will end this. All right, so object.prop2.nested is going to equal our value right here because we use the dot notation to access the different embedded properties and values within this object. Now, you would think that we could do the same thing with the document object, but we can't. All right, so if we try to do the same sort of access, let's clear the screen, and if we try document, and then let's go ahead and look at it one quick second. So we obviously have document, then we have HTML, then we have body. So if we typed document.html.body, it's going to say we cannot read the property of body because it's undefined. So we clearly cannot just access these different HTML elements with dot notation. We have to use the document object model API to do so. And it's a little bit different, it takes a little bit of getting used to, but hopefully we can walk through some of the more common ways to use it here in the remainder of this video. So I'm going to put on a new HTML document here with some additional parts to it so that we can really visualize what this DOM is all about. All right, so we can think of the document object model as a tree. And furthermore, we can think of this tree as kind of like we think about ancestry trees or whatever, where you have grandparents and then you have parents and you have children and stuff like that. So what you're seeing on the screen right now is this HTML document that we just created in this CodePen represented as the DOM tree. All right, so you can see that we have the document at the top, then we go down to HTML, and then from there we have the head and the body, and underneath the body specifically, we have all of this HTML that we have written here. And within that HTML, we have a lot of siblings, but we also have some children. So for example, let's look at this main div right here for the main body. So the main body div is going to be the parent to this h1 tag, these two p tags, and this ul or unordered list tag. All right, so that's going to be the parent to these four. Now, if we look at the list items, its parent is going to be the unordered list, and its grandparent is going to be the main body div. So you can see how these relationships start to build. And furthermore, we have, the concept of siblings. So all of these list items, these are all going to be siblings within the document object model. And this unordered list, the p tags, and the h1, they're all siblings. So what do we call all of these elements? Well, in the document object model, we call them all nodes. Now this is very different. You should not confuse this with Node.js. We'll talk about that later in the series, but that's basically the back-end server-side version of writing JavaScript. This is a totally different concept. All of these elements are considered nodes within the DOM tree. Now, of course, they're all different, so they're all different types of nodes. And I'm going to put the image back on the screen that we looked at in the prior part of this lesson when we talked about the basics of HTML. So within this element that we have defined, it's a total unit, we have different types of nodes here. So at the simplest level, we have something called an element node, and that's going to be represented by the p tag. All right, and then we have an attribute on that HTML element, and we call that an attribute node. And then finally, we have a text node, which is going to be the content that we're putting between the starting and closing paragraph tags. Now, to prove this out to you, I'm going to actually take this element and create it in JavaScript and then insert it into the page that we're looking at right here. All right, so the first thing we have to do is define each of those three different types of nodes. All right, so the first one is going to be an element node. And let me actually zoom out a little bit here. So we've got an element node, and we have to use the document object, and then we use create element. And before we do that, I keep forgetting, we have to change the context to CodePen so that we're working with the document that we're seeing over here rather than the whole document. All right, so sorry about that. And what we're going to do is create our element node, which is going to be a p tag. All right, so we're just creating that element we just put on the screen. So let's press enter, and we have created our first element node. And if we look at that, it's just going to be an empty p tag. There's nothing in it yet. All right, so now we have to create our text node. All right, so we're going to type document.create text node. And then here we're going to put in the word content, which is the stuff that was between the p tags. All right, so we press enter, and right now this element node is still empty. All right, so we still have an empty p tag, and the reason is we haven't assigned the text node to that element yet. Before we do that, let's create our last node, which is going to be an attribute node. So we'll create an attribute, and we want to call this a class attribute because that's the type of attribute we had on this HTML element. All right, so at this point, let's look at what we have here. So we have element node, which is an empty p tag. Then we have the text node, which is going to be content as a string, or more specifically a DOM string. And then finally, we have our attribute node, which is going to be class equals to empty. So basically, we haven't assigned a value to this attribute yet, but we've initialized it. The first thing I want to do is I want to take our text node and I want to put it inside our p tag or element node. So all we have to do is say element node dot append child, and then we pass in the text node, press enter, and now when we print out the element node, it's going to be a p tag with that content placed between it. Now we are starting to build out this element. The next thing that we have to do is give a value to our attribute. So if you saw before, we have class equal to an empty string. All we have to do that is we say attribute node, and then we say dot value equals some class. All right. So now we have this attribute node. If we print that, it's going to say class equals some class. So we're getting closer. The only thing that we are missing is this attribute is not connected up with our paragraph element. So to do that, all we have to do is take our element node and we say set attribute, and then we pass in the attribute node, and it says it failed to execute because there are two. Oh, okay, I messed it up. So not set attribute, we have to set attribute node. All right, so we press enter there, and now the element node is going to be our full HTML element that we saw in the model before. The last thing we have to do is insert it into the document. And the way that we do that is we use the document object. So we type document, and then we use the append child method. We haven't talked about this yet, but I just want to show how it works. And now we just pass in element node. And if you look at the bottom of our CodePen, you're going to see this element inserted into the document. And it's going to say it failed to execute because I messed up once again. I forgot I need to add one more piece of code in here. I need to say document.body. So instead of just inserting it at the end of the document, which represents the whole HTML document, I need to specify that I want to look at the body specifically. So if we go over to elements and we look at the entire, well, I guess this is not a good example because CodePen is adding a bunch of other stuff, but basically we need to put in the body element. So let's press enter, and you can now see that our content has been inserted into our existing HTML document. So you may not have recognized it, but we're actually tapping into the DOM's API to do everything we just did. We created a new HTML element with JavaScript alone. And you can see that we use things like set attribute node and append child. And we've used create attribute, create text node, create element. These are all methods that are defined within the document object model. All right, so we are actually using the DOM as we speak here. Now, you might ask, what's the point of this? Every time we refresh the page, so if we refresh this page, reload it, we're not going to have those same elements inserted into our document anymore. And I'm not sure what I'm doing here. Okay, so HTML, I actually need to copy in some stuff here. It's because I didn't save the actual CodePen. But whatever the case, that content at the bottom is going to be temporary. And you might ask, well, what's the point of inserting stuff with JavaScript? And the answer to that is for user experience. So when a user creates a calendar event on Google Calendar, you'll see a calendar event pop up immediately on that calendar. And that was done via JavaScript, tapping into the DOM. All right, another example is a user adds a to-do item to their to-do app, or a user creates a post on Facebook. All of these things are using JavaScript via the DOM, so the DOM's API, to insert elements and modify elements that are existing within the HTML document. But they're only temporary, and it's because we want a better user experience. So we want to immediately change that, web page, and then later we kind of save that to the database and reload it with new data later. All right, so at this point, we have gone through a lot of different angles to think about the DOM with, but we haven't actually, buckled down and tried to understand, how do we actually use the DOM here? What are some of the methods available to us? What exactly is the DOM? We've been working with the window object and the document object, but there's so much more to it. We can also work with individual elements, and with each element, we can do certain things with that. Just like we talked about with HTML and JavaScript before, the purpose of this series is not to make you an expert in any one thing. It's to take you from zero to launching your first full stack application and deploying it. So we got to cover a lot of ground. So I'm going to walk you through an example of using the DOM. We're going to cover some of the common methods and properties that we can use within the DOM, but we're not going to cover everything. And quite frankly, most developers don't know everything about the DOM. It's very complicated, and there's a lot of stuff that you will never end up using within your career. Anyways, let's get started. Let's go ahead and put some new HTML in our CodePen. All right, and this one says, welcome to my HTML tutorial. Click the button below to begin. And this button, what we want to do with this is every time we click it, we want to add a new paragraph element to the bottom of this page. So how do we do that? Well, it's 3 steps. Number 1, we have to find a way to identify the button element so that we can start working with it. Number 2, we have to register a click event on this button, which is part of the DOM. It's part of the DOM API. And then number 3, we need to write a function that will insert a new paragraph element in the web page every time we click it. So let's take a look at our button here. We have a global attribute called ID. Every HTML element is able to have this ID attribute. And we also have a global attribute called class. Every HTML element is eligible to have a class on it. So we have multiple ways to identify this button. So let me take you through a couple of those ways to better explain some of the methods we have on the DOM. Here's the first way we can do it, and this is probably the most generic. We can say document.querySelector, and then we can just type in button, because this is going to be button is going to represent the tag that we're looking for. So what this is going to do right now is it's going to look for any button on the entire page here, including CodePen's interface. And the reason is we don't have the right context. So let's go down to CodePen again and try this again. So we're going to select button, and what this is going to do is it's going to look through the HTML document that we're working with, and it's going to find the first occurrence of a button tag. And if it doesn't find it, it's just going to return null. Now the question is, how did I know to use this document.querySelector? All right, the reason I knew that is because if you go to the documentation, you go to APIs/DOM, then you go down to DOM, and you find that document object. So this is that document object that we talked about. It represents the HTML document itself. This has certain properties and it has certain methods that are available for us to use. So if we scroll down all the way to the methods, you will see a couple of different query methods. So we have query command enabled. You won't use that much. Couple others, but you can see query selector. It's actually listed twice. I'm not sure if that's meant to be that way. I don't think it is actually, but we can go to query selector, and this will tell us basically how to use it. So we can put in selectors. It says a DOM string containing one or more selectors to match. The string must be valid. CSS selector string. So we don't know a whole lot about CSS quite yet, but basically what that means is if we pass in to this query selector, if we pass in something with a hashtag at the beginning, that represents an ID. So if you remember, we've got this ID equal to btn-1. So if we put the hashtag and type btn-1, we should be able to find this element again. Of course, we got to go back to the CodePen context. It's very annoying that I have to do that, but I promise it'll get a little bit easier in the future. So we'll go btn-1 and we can find that element that way. Now we can also use a class selector, which is a period. All right, so you can see our class is my-btn. So if we do period my-btn, we should be able to find the same button that way as well. And these are just more specific ways to find a single element within the DOM. Now, of course, as with anything in programming, there's lots of ways to solve the same problem. And if we go back to this documentation, let's go back to the main document object. And if we look at some of the methods here, we've got these query selectors, which are kind of generic query selectors that it's all I use to find elements within the HTML document. But you can also get an element by ID. All right, so that's another way to locate an element. So if we were to replace this, so we say get element by ID, and then this time all we have to do is pass in the ID. You don't even need a hashtag at the end. Oh, I messed this up here. All right, let's try that again. So get element by ID and button 1, and we should be able to find that button once again by using a different method. So as you can see, there's many ways to skin a cat here, and with the document object model, you can get very creative with your code. Now, the reason that selecting it by an ID is the most specific way to do it, and probably the best way to do this, is because you cannot have two elements with the same ID. So if I tried to copy this button down here, and it's got the same exact ID as the other button, it's going to have a conflict. So this is not really valid HTML. It'll still render, but it will cause you problems if you're trying to use any sort of front-end framework or even locate things with the DOM. So what I'm going to do here is paste in all of the different ways we can identify this one button. Let me get rid of the button here, the second one, and then it's going to kind of refresh, put me back in the wrong context, so I'm going to go back. And now if I paste in all of these different methods, so you can see there's quite a lot of different ways to identify this button, but these are all valid ways to do it. And this only executed, it looks like one of them, but if you were to type each of these in individually, it's going to locate it each time. But obviously there are some that are more specific than others, and we always prefer to be as specific as possible when identifying elements within the DOM. All right, so now that we know how to identify this element, let's go ahead and write that in our code. So far we haven't used this JavaScript section quite yet, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to say add paragraph, and we're going to make a function that's going to be actually called every time we click that button. So from here, all we have to do is locate the button and assign it to a variable. So we're going to use one of those methods. I just will choose the query selector, and we're going to pass in the ID of that button in order to identify it. All right, so this button variable should represent our button, and from here, we should be able to do something with it every time it is clicked. And I'm actually going to not put this within the function. This will just be in the global scope of our JavaScript document here. I'm going to close out this console so that we have some more room to write just for a second. All right, so now we have this button being identified, and then we have a function that's going to add a paragraph. All right, and the last thing that we have to do is we have to add an event listener. So this is how we do that. We just say add event listener, and then we specify the event that we're trying to listen to, and then the function or the callback that we're going to pass in to execute on that event happening. Now, this is the first way to register an event on a specific HTML element. This is one way to do it. Another way to do it is if we take our element, button, and then we say onClick, and then we set it equal to add paragraph, then that's going to also register that event on the button. And then a third way we can do it is in the HTML itself. And this is what we looked at previously in this tutorial. If we come here to the button and we say onClick, and then we set that equal to add paragraph, and then we actually execute it within those parentheses, then that's going to register that click event as well. So there's 3 different ways that we can register a click event, but in this case, I want to do it directly with JavaScript. So we'll go ahead and go with this one. This is a pretty simple one, but you might be asking, like, how do we know that that's an event that's valid? And the reason we know that is if we go to the event reference within the MDN web docs, this is going to give us all of the different events that we have for elements on the web. All right, so not all of these are going to work with, like, say, a button, but a lot of these will just work for various components within a web page. So here we have mouse events, and you can see the click event, and this is going to tell us that the event handler property is the onClick, which is what we put in right here. So you'll get used to, you'll basically pick up on all of the common events with due time. There's only a few of them that are used on a frequent basis, and the onClick method is actually one of the most common events that you'll use in web programming. So at this point, we have our event wired up, and this add paragraph function is going to fire every time we click the button. So let's say the button is working, all right? And if we go ahead and open back up that console, so right-click, inspect, go to the console, and we're in the correct context, it looks like, and we can just say, or click the button, and it's going to say the button is working. And it's going to do it over and over again every time we click it. So the goal here is to insert a new paragraph element every time we click that button. Right now it's just console logging a string to the console, but we can also construct a new element just like we did before. And this time around, I'm going to show you a few shortcuts that's going to make it a little bit easier to create this paragraph element. Now we want to have some random data to be printed to each new paragraph element, so I'll just generate a random number. We'll say random num is going to be equal to math.floor. This is a trick that we learned in a previous lesson, and we'll just do between 0 and 100, something like that. All right, and then we're going to say the p content. This is what we want to actually add within that paragraph element. We're going to combine this with the random number. We're just going to say the random number is, and then we're going to add via string concatenation that random number. All right, so now the p content is the random string, and let's go ahead and just test that out real quick by printing our random string to the console every time it is clicked. All right, so we will click me, and it's going to say the random number is 8. All right, so that's done. Now we need to actually create our paragraph element. The way that we do that is going to be we're going to define a new element variable, and we're going to use the document.createNewElement method. All right, so if we go to the MDN docs and we go to technologies, APIs, DOM, and then we go down to the document object right here, and then we go down to the methods. All right, so we're going down to the methods here in the documentation, and we should see a create element right here. So it's not create new element. I don't know why I said that here. We're just going to do create element, and then we need to pass in the type of element that we're looking for. So if we look at the create element documentation, it's going to say that our tag name is the only required property or parameter of this method. So any tag name works. In this case, we're going to pass in P for that tag name. And now we have a new element assigned to a variable. The next thing that we'll do is we're just going to, instead of creating a new text node like we did in that first example, we're just going to take the new element and we're going to use a property called text content, which exists on it. And we're going to set that equal to the P content variable that we created prior. All right, so if we go to the documentation here and we go to, let's see, the element reference. So this is going to be of type element, and then the text content is going to be part of that. So really the fastest way to do this is just type text content, and it's going to be part of the node interface. So if you remember, the DOM tree is just constructed of a bunch of nodes, and no matter what type of node we're working with, it's always going to have the properties and methods of this node interface. So you can see in the properties, if we scroll down to text content, you can see that we can actually set this to new content directly. So we'll do that here. And now we just need to basically add this to the document at the very end. So the way that we do that is we come down here at the bottom, we say document.body.append child, and then we put in the new element, which has our random text content. We'll get rid of this console.log here. All right, so here's the whole function that we're dealing with. So we have add paragraph, we get a random number, we generate random content from that number, we create a paragraph element, we assign the random content as the text content of that element, and then we append it to the end of the HTML body, which is basically going to be after this button. All right, so let's go ahead and test this out. So we press click me, and we're going to get a new paragraph element with a random number every time we click it. So it's pretty cool. Like this is where programming starts to get kind of fun, is when we actually can start building things that are interactive and we can click buttons and get results. So hopefully this brings you a little bit of excitement. Obviously it's not something useful, but we will soon get there in future videos. As you can see with some of the examples we've gone through, there's really only a few methods and properties that you kind of have to remember with the DOM. We got the query selectors, so how do we identify the element we want, and then the methods where we can create new elements and modify both their content, their attributes. We haven't talked too much about that yet, but we can do a bunch of stuff with these elements. So the next thing we have to talk about is going to be how do we navigate an HTML document. Now I talked about the DOM tree and how there's, siblings and parents, grandparents, child, all that kind of stuff. And that's going to come into play here. How do we actually navigate through a complex HTML document? To do this, I'm going to copy in a predefined HTML document here that you'll see. We've looked at this before. And we're going to basically figure out how this DOM, all the DOM interfaces actually work here. When I talk about, DOM nodes and, elements and how elements kind of inherit from a DOM node, like what does that all mean? And that's going to become more apparent when we work through the navigation of this HTML document. So let's put that diagram back up on the screen where we can see this document right here visualized as a tree. And from this, this visual, you can see that these list items are going to be siblings, and they're going to be children of the unordered list. So how do we select this unordered list and then get all of the children of it with JavaScript? Well, this is actually simpler than you might think. So we've already been able to identify elements from the DOM. So we use document.querySelector, and then we pass in either a tag or an ID or a class name, something like that to identify it. Since we only have one unordered list in this entire document, we can just put in UL as the tag name, and that's going to, when we change the context here, and try it again, that's going to select this list right here. Now let's go ahead and assign this to a variable so that we have something to work with. So we'll say our list is equal to document.querySelector, and then we're grabbing the actual HTML tag. So we press enter. Now we have a list, and that's going to be showing us the HTML here. Now obviously this is just a visual representation of the object, but if we wanted to figure out, what is this variable representing? What does the list variable actually represent? We have a way of doing that. If you're ever confused what type of variable you're working with, you can use this handy property that every node in the DOM tree has. All right, so if we say list.nodeType, it's going to return us a number. All right, and we wonder, what is that number? Well, if we go to the documentation and we type in node.nodeType. So if you were to just type in node type, you can find this. And once you click on it and scroll down to the constants, so these type constants, this will tell you what type of element you're working with. So in this case, we got the value of 1. And that tells us that we're working with an element node. And from here, we can click element, and we can see, okay, this is the type of node within the DOM that we're working with, and here are the properties and methods that are available to us. So if we were to scroll down and look at the properties of the element, we see this property called children. All right, so if we click on that, it's going to say the parent node property children is a read-only property that returns a live HTML collection which contains all of the child elements of the node upon which it is called. All right, so let's go back to our document here, and we'll say list.children. And you can see that we're getting returned this HTML collection. Now from here, HTML collection is of course another thing that we don't understand, but we can once again go back to the documentation and click on HTML collection to see what we're dealing with. And from here, we can once again go over to the methods and properties, and there's this one method called item on the HTML collection, which is going to return us the element at a specific index of that HTML collection. So basically like an array that we've worked with in JavaScript before, but it's not quite an array. You can't just come over here and pass in brackets and put in a 0 or a 1. At least I don't think. Maybe you can. I'm not sure. Okay, maybe you actually can do that. But if we put in list.children.item and we select 1, this is going to select the second item of the list. So this is the way that I've always done it, in the way that the documentation kind of presents it, but it looks like, at least in the browser I'm working in, the bracket notation works as well. From here though, we can identify specific elements within our list, and then we can set those equal to variables just like we did the list itself. So if we come over to the left and we say list item is equal to the second one in the list, and we press enter. Now we have that entire HTML element stored in a variable, and we can use different properties on it to modify it. So if we came over here and we said list item, which is representing that second item, and we said text content, all right, this is list item number 2, but we can set it equal to some new content. All right, so we did this already, but watch what happens in the HTML document. When I press enter, it changes the content. So this is just kind of showing you how you can, look at the whole DOM tree, and you can say, okay, here's the parent, and then I can get children, and then I can select one of the child elements of that, set of children, and then from there I have a standalone HTML element that I can do all sorts of things with. I can set event listeners on it, I can change the text content, and I can do all sorts of other things that are defined by the documentation that I'm working with. Now, once again, maybe we don't know what this list item represents. What is the node type of it? Well, all we have to do is say node type, and we get the answer of 1 once again, which means it is an element. And from there, we just go to the documentation. We can just go back up here and just search element. And then from here, we have all of the properties, all of the methods, all of the event listeners that are available to this specific element that we have stored in a variable. All right, the next thing I want to do is I want to dig a little bit deeper into this concept of nodes. So I've been beating around the bush here a little bit, talking about how everything in the DOM tree is considered a node, but we've also been looking at elements and HTML collections and stuff like that. And it can get very confusing, like all of these different interfaces, what's going on here? Like these are all different data types, they all have different properties and methods. How do I know where to look, what has what available to it, so on and so forth? Well, before I get into this, this is a object-oriented programming concept. And that's not something that we've covered yet. We may cover it in future videos, but this gets into things like classes and inheritance and class methods and static methods and all that kind of stuff. And the thing that I want you to recognize right now is that we have all of these different interfaces defined by the DOM. All right, so at the very top, we have this thing called a node. So let's go back to the node. And what I want you to remember is that everything in the DOM inherits from this node interface. So everything below it, so an element or an HTML element interface, these all inherit up to this node interface, which basically means these elements have all of their own properties and methods, but they also have access to this, master node interface as well. So if we were to go look at some of the things we have available on this node, you can see this append child method that we've been using quite frequently. And let's see if we can find a couple other ones. It looks like that might be the only one that we've been using. But we also have text content. So we've been using that to modify the text within an HTML element. And we have node type. We've used that one before. Let's see what else. It looks like that's pretty much it. But you can see that this node has a bunch of properties and methods that are available to anything below it. So in other words, if we come back to our document here, our HTML document, and we know that we have this unordered list stored in the variable called list, all right? And we know that list, if we say list.nodeType, it is of type element, which inherits from that, node interface that basically defines every element. From here, all we have to do is we say list.appendChild, and that's going to be a valid method because it's part of the node interface as we just saw. And from here, we can insert an HTML element and actually add it to the end of this list. But first we have to actually create that element, and this will be a good opportunity to show another method that we've already seen but didn't really dig into yet. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take list.appendChild and I'm going to say create element, and we're going to make it a list item. And this is going to be completely empty, no content within it. And you can see that we have a new list item showing up at the end of this list. And all we have to do now is we say list.children, and we select the final element, we have to say item, and then we select the final element, and then we say text content, and we can put in some content here. And now we have added a new item to the end of the list and modified it. So you can see how we can start parsing through and navigating through this hierarchy pretty easily once we get the hang of it. Now what I want to introduce is something a little bit tricky, and this is where we really have to think when we're navigating through the DOM, because in this HTML document, you can see that we have two P elements that don't have an ID and they don't have a class. And that basically means we have no way of identifying these in an easy, specific way. So the first way that we can, think about identifying one of these elements is by the query selector method. And what we're going to try to do here is basically insert another element between these two paragraph tags. And if you go to the documentation and you go to I believe it's the node. Let's see. Yep, so the node interface has this method called insert before. And what that does is it basically inserts a HTML node or element that inherits from node before a specific reference element. So basically in our case, we're going to use this method and we're going to have to figure out how do we identify the second p tag right here. Now the way that we would think about doing this is we say document.querySelector and then we grab anything that has a p tag, all right? And in this case, when we press enter, we're going to get the wrong one because the query selector method only gets the first occurrence. Now what we can do is we can change this to query selector all. And what this is going to return us is a node list. So unlike an HTML collection, which we got when we looked at the children of that unordered list, now we have just a node list, which is a slightly different data type. If we didn't know what this meant, we can just go back to the documentation and we can type in node list. And let's see what this does. All right, so node list objects are a collection of nodes usually returned by properties such as node.childNodes and methods such as document.querySelectorAll, which is what we used. And let's look at a few more things. We have some properties, we have the length of it, and then we have methods. So we have this method called item, similar to HTML collection, where we can select something with an index. So we can go ahead and do that, and we can actually just chain it to the end of this. So we'll say item, and then maybe we'll pass in item number 1. And that's going to get the first index, so remember it's 0 index, so the first p element will be 0, then the next one will be 1. So now we have selected the second element, and what we want to do is we want to assign that to a variable. So we'll say p element is equal to that, and now we want to use the p element. Let's first say node type, and we're going to get a type of 1, which means it's an element type, and we know that element is kind of like a child, or it inherits from that node type, which is the base class. So we're getting the node type, and so we know that the p element or p elem is going to have this insert before method. So let's go ahead and learn how do we use that. So if we go back to what we were looking at previously, so we've got node.insertBefore. Now let's look at the syntax. We learned about this in prior lessons, how to read this documentation. And what we're seeing here is that we have the parent node right here is going to be the parent of the newly inserted node. So we have to ask ourselves, what is the parent to the node that we're trying to insert? Let's go back to our HTML document, and maybe we can even pop up the diagram on the screen and see that what is the parent to an element that we insert between these two paragraph tags. In other words, what is the parent of one of these paragraph tags? Well, the answer is going to be the main body div. All right, so we need to pass in a reference to this main body div as that first parent node right here. So we know that we have to select that, and then we have to put in a new node, which is going to represent a new element that we create, and then finally a reference node. So the reference node, as we can see down here, is going to be the node or the element that our new one is going to be inserted before. Or we're going to insert it before this element, all right? So if this is null, then the new node is inserted at the end, but we don't care about that because it's not. So let's go back, and the first thing that we need to do is identify that parent. So we'll say parent is equal to document.querySelector, and then this time, since we have a class to select it by, we're going to select it with the class notation. So we have parent, we'll just check that we're getting the right one, and now we just have to say parent.insert before, all right, and then we have to make a new node. So the new node is going to be a p element. So let's go ahead and create that real quick. So, or actually no, we need to create a new element. So new p tag is going to be document.create element of type P, and then we're going to assign some text content. We'll say programmatically added between. All right, so now we have our new element, and finally we're going to take the parent, we're going to insert before, we're going to pass in the new element that we're putting there, and then we're going to reference the element that we want to insert it before. So that would be P ln. All right, so we did that up there before. So let's see if this works. And you can see that we have programmatically added this paragraph tag between these two paragraph tags right here. So this was a little bit of a tricky example, and we kind of ventured out into a method that we definitely had to read the documentation for before we knew how to use it. But this just goes to show how we can kind of navigate around the DOM by visualizing it as a tree and really understanding what's the parent, what's the child, what's the sibling, and what is the interface that I'm working with within the DOM. All right, if you are still watching this video, that's awesome. Most people are not going to make it through this kind of conversation about the document object model, but I will say that if you're at this point and you're very confused, that is totally okay. The purpose of this video and this crash course, especially this section about the document object model, is not to make you an expert at it. The purpose is to expose you to what it is, what are some of the things we can do with it, and just get you started and thinking independently of, okay, if I don't know something, how do I go figure it out? We went through a bunch of examples where I didn't necessarily know how to use these different methods, and I didn't know what type of data we're working with, but you go to the documentation, you search for it, and you figure it out. So if you're confused, that's totally okay. Keep moving forward. We're not going to actually be using the DOM all that much throughout the rest of the series, but as I said in the beginning, it's super important that you understand what it is, because it is at the root of every front-end framework that you're going to work with. If you start working in React, you're going to hear something called the virtual DOM. And if you don't know what the real DOM is, it's going to be very hard to understand what the virtual DOM is. And furthermore, if you're working with like Angular or Vue.js, these all connect in with this DOM API to basically expose their own API. So you're going to have some easier ways of working with this HTML once we get into front-end frameworks, but underneath the surface, those frameworks are just connecting in with the same API that we just used in this video. So to do a huge recap of HTML, I think of it in two different parts. First is going to be the static HTML, and that's going to be just the HTML, like the stuff you see on the page here. This is static HTML, and no matter what you do, it's not going to change. All right. Now the next part is dynamic HTML. And that is what we see when we start working with the DOM and we start manipulating and adding, removing, changing, modifying, those kind of things with the existing static HTML. So there are two different parts. The first one's pretty simple, and I think you probably caught how to use it pretty easily. But the second one is very confusing. And even once you work with this for years, it's still going to be something that you're learning over and over and over again and perfecting along the way. But what I really want you to take away is that we can model an HTML document in a predictable way, and then we can write a specification called the document object model and allow JavaScript to connect in with that API to actually modify the static HTML. Now, the very last thing before we get into our lesson code challenge is going to be semantic HTML. And I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time here, but when we first went through it at the beginning of this crash course, we were talking about the most simple elements possible. So we've got divs, we've got paragraph tags, images, inputs, lists, all of those kind of things. With the new HTML5 spec, the new thinking on HTML is that, consistent with the concept that we want to use it for structure, we also want to use it for intent. So what do we intend to use these different elements for? Are we trying to section off a part of the web page? Are we trying to make a nav bar? Are we trying to make a footer? normally you would just put all of this into div elements. So you can make a header and a nav bar and a blog section and a sidebar and a footer. You can make all of those things with just divs. But in the new HTML5 spec, it's you're basically supposed to plug into some of the new tags that they have available. And in this case, instead of using divs for all of these different features of your web page, you should be using a nav bar, so the nav tag. And for your section, so like the blog section, that should use a section tag, as well as the sidebar and stuff like that. And then you have this tag called main, which represents the main content of the page. And then you have an article tag, which might represent a single blog post. And then finally you have a footer tag, which obviously represents the footer. So all of these give more semantic, more meaning to the intent of how you're trying to use your HTML. And it's not super important for you starting out, but I want you to understand that it is out there. And when you see other people writing HTML and people that are really paying attention to best practices, you'll see those different elements pop up. But remember, you can always look at the documentation. If you ever have a question about a certain type of HTML tag, go to the documentation and type it into the search bar and read about it. That's the only way and the best way to learn as you're reading through other people's code. All right, this has been a pretty long HTML crash course, but unlike some shorter crash courses, I really wanted to walk you through my line of thinking and help you be more independent when thinking about HTML in the document object model. So hopefully this was informative. And now I have a challenge for you that's going to really test you. This is a tough one, but I'll go ahead and solve it with you on video after you've tried it yourself. And hopefully by doing so, you're going to learn a lot about, how do we reason through some of these different concepts, and how do we take our static HTML and make it dynamic and bring something to life. So what you see on the screen, I showed it to you before, but this is what we're going to create, where we basically have a random generator for memes and jokes and random quotes, and then riddles, so we can reveal the answer. And this will be a really cool project that I think you'll be excited to share with your network, and be sure to tag me on Twitter with it. 100 Days of Code is the hashtag that you want to use. But I'm really excited to dive into this. So in the next video, we're going to be solving it. But I recommend that you first try it on your own and see how far you can get. So the link to the CodePen starter pack is in the description. And what you're going to be working with is basically this right here. So let me go back to the starter portion. All right, so we have some code already written for you. So I've already put some buttons in here, and I've already linked up some of the events that are going to be called. And then I've made some template functions for you that are going to correspond to those click events. And then finally, I have all this random data down here, so a bunch of random quotes and meme URLs and stuff like that. And then I have a helper function called getRandomData, where in each of the methods that you're going to implement yourself, it's already grabbing a random piece of data that you just need to figure out how to put into the HTML document and display it in the right spot. Once again, I'm leaving a link in the description so you can go through and see what are the user stories. So user stories are basically what should a user be able to do when they're looking at this application. And so I've got those written out. I also have a few hints to help you out, just point you in the right direction on this. And then once you've tried it, watch the next video of this series and we will solve it together. Welcome to the Lesson 7 Code Challenge. And this is going to be basically an HTML plus JavaScript challenge, where we're going to use the DOM to basically loop in our JavaScript into our HTML and bring it alive into a dynamic web page that's going to basically generate random memes, jokes, quotes, and riddles. So if you haven't seen this before, you can click these buttons on the right and it should generate something random every time we click it. and we can do jokes and quotes and riddles, and you have to reveal the riddle answer by clicking this button right here. So this is going to be a really cool challenge. You can obviously see that there are some styles already applied to it, and since we haven't covered CSS yet in this full stack roadmap series, that's going to be the next lesson. I've done this for you. So I've already wired up all of the CSS styles, and all you have to do is write the HTML and the JavaScript to make this thing come to life. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the user stories. So this is from the blog post that I wrote here for this lesson. And just as a recap, a user story is something that we use quite often in programming to come up with requirements. A good example of a common user story is every time a user enters his email and password and clicks log in, the user should be, dropped into their home page within the app. That's a basic user story that just says, okay, when the user does this, this happens. And we have some user stories defined for this code challenge. The first one is a user should be able to click buttons on the right side of the screen to generate random memes, jokes, quotes, or riddles. So as we saw, we can click these buttons and get something random, obviously going in the correct location. Only one piece of content, so this is the second one, only one piece of content should show at a time. So for example, if the user clicks show a meme and there's a quote already showing, the application should remove the quote and show a random meme. So as you see, every time I click a new button, this content right here is going to disappear, and it's going to replace it with nothing and then generate a different type of content. So right now we have a riddle. If we replace it with a joke, that goes away down here and our joke shows up here. So that's another requirement. The third one, content should be displayed under the appropriate heading. So in other words, if I click tell me a joke, the joke needs to show up under tell me something funny rather than I want a riddle or something like that. And then when showing a random riddle, the answer should never be revealed before the user explicitly clicks to reveal the answer. So when I click riddle, you're going to see that I get the riddle, but I don't get the answer. And I have to click this reveal riddle answer in order to get the answer itself. The next one is if a user clicks reveal riddle answer and there is no riddle, an alert should show letting them know. So in other words, there's no riddle populated down here, and if I click reveal riddle answer, I get an alert up here at the top of the screen saying there's no riddle to show an answer for. And then likewise, if a user clicks reveal riddle answer and the answer is already revealed, an alert should let them know that it's already there. So let's go to a riddle, let's reveal it, and then let's click this again, and the riddle it's going to say the riddle answer is already exposed. All right, so those are the requirements, and of course I gave some hints here. The div element with a unique ID or class name can be a great way to establish a container for future content. So I'll show you how that works. We also need to use the HTML element .hidden property. So that has to do with hiding and showing that riddle answer. It says there's no perfect solution. There's obviously 100 solutions to this. And then we got some starter code. All right, so here is the starter code that we're working with. And we have to basically take this, which only has some buttons that don't do anything yet, and we have to turn it into this, a working content generator. So as we solve this, I'm going to try to walk you through my thought process a little bit, but I'm not going to spend an overly detailed amount of time on each of the components. Like the main purpose of this is to give you the solution, not to basically build an entire app and think through every last detail of it. So let's go to our starter, and we'll keep this one up so that we have a template to look at of what we're trying to do. And then from this starter, let's go ahead and get acquainted with what is here already. So we'll start in the HTML section. You can see in this HTML section we have, let's zoom out just a little bit, we have some instructions. So notice how we've used semantic HTML here. So at the end of the previous video, we talked about semantic HTML, how HTML should show intent. And what we've done here is we've created a main tag, which is going to say, here's the main content area. And then we have one section, which is going to be the content. This is the empty area right here. And then we have another section called sidebar, which is where all the actions are. Okay, so that's what we mean by semantic HTML. And it looks like everything has been implemented for us. So we have our actions, our buttons, and our buttons are connected up to click events that are down in the JavaScript section. So our content, what we're going to do is add it right here in the section with a class called content. All right, so then of course we have CSS. This is just styling the whole web page for us, but this is not required since we haven't really talked about how to use CSS yet. So this should just automatically work for us, and there's no action required by us in that. And then finally we have JavaScript. All right, so this one's where some of the tricky part is going to come in, where we're going to be working with the document object model. As you can see, we have some templated functions and we have our to-do items. So with each of these functions, we need to show a random, piece of content in the correct location and never show more than one at a time. So similar to our user stories, this is just reiterating that. So we have a show meme function, which is going to be connected up. If we look at our HTML, it's connected up with this show meme button. All right, so if we were to go down here at the bottom of this function and just console.log is working, all right, so we've got that connected up, and now we just click show meme, and if we open up the console, so down at the bottom left, and we see is working, we know that this has been wired up correctly. So lucky for us, we've got this wired up already. No work to be done there. All right, so we've got a show meme. Then we have show joke, which is wired up to this button. And then that does the same thing for quote and riddle for the next two buttons. And then finally, the reveal answers function is going to be wired up to this reveal riddle answer button. All right, and obviously this is styled a little bit differently, but it's still a button HTML tag. And then at the bottom, you can see a bunch of code that I wrote already for you, which is just a bunch of content that we can use for randomly generated content. And then it has a couple of helper methods. So it has a data object, it gets a random number, and then it uses those two things in this method right here to get random data. So basically what we do is we pass in, we have a parameter called type, and if we pass in memes, we'll get a random meme. And if we pass in riddles, we'll get a random riddle. And you can see that I've already hooked that up to these functions that are wired up to the buttons. So as you can see, we have for the meme one, we have already assigned a variable to this random meme URL. And if we were to just console.log what we're getting here, and then we press show a meme, hold on. So show a meme, let's go to the console, and you'll see that we get a link to an image, which is going to represent the meme. All right, so that's the overview of what we're working with. All we have to do is write some HTML and then finish these functions that have already been templated out for us. I think the first thing that we'll do is probably the easiest. So in our template, you can see that we have these headings here. So this output looks like an H2 heading, and these ones down here look like maybe H3 headings or something like that. So let's go ahead and put those in there. So where it says your HTML code goes here, let's make an H2. So all you have to do in CodePen, it's pretty easy, is type the tag that you want to make and then press tab, and it creates that element for you. So we'll go ahead and type output and see what we get. Looks like we're getting the correct element there. And now we have to go to the headings. So we want, in the next one, we want an H3, and we want programmer memes. So far so good, we're looking okay. Tell me something funny, so this will be jokes. So another trick you can use in CodePen and also Visual Studio Code once we start working with it, if you go to the end of a line and press Control-C and then press Control-V, you'll get the same line copied down. So let's do that one more time and then replace the text within it. So give me some wisdom and I want a riddle. Actually, we need one more. So we've got programmer memes. Oh, we missed the tell me something funny. So let's do that real quick. All right, so we've got our output and all of our sections defined. Now, if you remember in the user or in the hints, if we go back here and look at the hints, it says the div element with a unique ID or class name can be a great way to establish a container for future content. So what I mean by that is if we go here and we look at these headings, we obviously have to insert some sort of HTML element, probably a paragraph tag, after each of these. Now, how do we know where to put it? Like, how do we select each of these headings and have a container to put it after them? Well, something that I think is smart to do is create a div element, which is going to act as that container for all of our future paragraph tags, which will have, or paragraph or image tags, which will have the content itself. So let's see what we're going to do here. So I think what we want to do is after each of these headings, instead of trying to dynamically figure out where to put these different pieces of content, let's be explicit about it. So let's make a div. So we'll type div, and we want to give it a class or an ID because we want to be able to identify this individual div as the container that we want to put the content in. So for this one, let's just give it a class and we'll call it meme content. All right, so we'll enter down, and basically what we want to accomplish with the JavaScript is we want to identify this div, and then we want to insert our content within that container that's already sitting there ready and waiting for us. Now we could programmatically generate a div like this, but it just would be a lot of extra work, unnecessary work, and it would require a lot more code. So let's do this with all of the different sections. So we'll go down here. And now let's just replace these classes because we want unique identifiers for our JavaScript to basically be able to query. So this one will be jokes content or joke content. We'll stay consistent here. And then quote content, and finally riddle content. All right, so these should be able to be selected by JavaScript very easily. All we would need to do, let me save this real quick. All we need to do is open up the console. Let me see if I can get this. All right, so the console looks like we're in the right JavaScript context, and all we need to do is document.querySelector, and then since we have classes here as the attribute, we need to use the class selection syntax, which is the dot preceding the name of the class. So if we wanted to select this container right here called meme content, we can just type in dot meme content, and we should get that div. All right, so from there, all we have to do if we want to insert something in it is we save it in a variable. So we'll maybe say a container, and then from there we say container.append child, and then this is where we pass in our generated HTML element. So in this case, let's just go ahead and create something for that. This is just practice to understand how we're solving this problem. We're not actually doing anything yet. So we'll say new element is equal to document.createElement, and then maybe we want to put in, let's go ahead and practice this with the meme container. So we need to put in an image. So to do that, we type in image tag. All right, so we're going to create that element, and then we're going to use something called the set attribute property. All right, so In order to create an image element, we know how to do that. So let's go ahead and practice that here. If we say image, it's going to give us a source attribute and an alt attribute. We're going to ignore this alt attribute because it's not like totally necessary. And then from here, we can pass in a URL to an image, and that will display it within the browser here. So let's just go ahead and go down to our data here, and we've got this array of memes. So let's just grab one of the URLs just to test it for a second and paste that into the source attribute of our image. And you can see that our image is coming in there nicely, and I've actually written some CSS. If you were to look in the CSS portion, I've actually selected all images here, and I've said that the max width is going to be 350 pixels. So it's already going to come in nicely for you. You don't have to worry about doing that. So this is basically what we want to insert into that specific programmer memes area. And if we wanted to do that, we've already got our new image element, and all we have to do here is say new element dot set attribute. All right, so if we didn't know anything about this, this is how we'd figure it out. So first we say new element dot node type. So we talked about this in the prior video. Looks like we lost the context, so we have to go back to the CodePen context. Let's see if that still has this. Okay, we got to redefine this real quick. So first, let's select the container. So we just got to redo this because it lost the context that we were working in. So now we have the container, which is the meme content. And then we have to create the new element. All right, so we created an image. And now we just say new element.node type, and it's going to return us 1. Now in the MDN documentation, let's go to the MDN documentation real quick. And let's type in node type. This is a method we learned about prior in prior videos, and you can see in the node constant or the node type constants, a value of 1 represents an element. So let's click on that element, and then we come down and we can see that within the element there are methods, and one of those should be, if I'm remembering this correctly, is set attribute. So if we click on set attribute, it says that we give it the name of the attribute we're wanting to set and then the value we want to set. So in this case, if we were trying to set the source attribute of an image, we just have to say new element dot set attribute. Source is the name of the attribute we're setting, and then maybe we'll paste in that link that we had earlier, so that will be the value of the source. So we press enter. And now what we can do is basically take this new element that we have, and we take the container and we append child. We use the append child method to pass in that new element, and boom, we have a new image showing up in that section that we want it to show up in. So like I said, we haven't actually done anything. This is just practicing and figuring out in the live console, like, okay, how do we actually reason through this? What methods are we going to use? All that kind of stuff. Now we should be able to go down into the JavaScript and implement some of these functions to do exactly this. All right, so let's close this out here. We don't need this for a little bit. And then let's refresh the page because we want a clean slate here. It looks like, actually not sure why this is still there. Let's see. Oh, that's right, because we had put this in here already. Okay, let's get rid of that. We don't want anything to start off. We want this to be empty. And now let's come down to our templated methods. And in this case, we want to show a meme. Right now, when we click the button and we open up the console, it's going to print a random meme URL. And we know that this URL should be set equal to the source attribute of an image tag or image HTML element. So we also know how to create that. So let's go ahead and start writing this method. The first thing we need to do is grab the container that we want to put it in. So we will say container will be equal to document.querySelector, and then we need to pass in meme content, all right? So we should have the container selected. You could obviously test that if you wanted to. I think if we just pass it into console.log, we should be able to do that. And show a meme, and we get the correct container, so we're doing good so far. From here, we need to say new image is going to be equal to document.create, is it create element or new element? I can't remember. Okay, so it is create element, and we want an image element. Now we just need to set the attribute. So we want to set the source attribute. And what do we want to set that equal to? Well, we want to set it equal to a URL, and we happen to have that already. So we just drop in the random meme URL, and that should set the attribute for us. And then finally, we come down here at the bottom, and we say container.append child, and we pass in our new image. Okay, so let's go ahead and save our pen here. And when we click this show meme, we should get an image populating in the right section. And we do. All right, so if we click it again, it should put another image in there after this. And it does. And then another one. And we could keep going with that, but obviously the instructions, one of the user stories, is saying if there's already something there, delete it and replace it with the new one. So we have to figure out how to do that. And a good way to do that is by using an if statement. So if we come down to our method here of show meme, we need to ask before we insert that into the container, we need to say if there's an existing image there. So how do we do that? One way that I can think of is if we take we'll just say set a variable isImage equal to container.querySelector, and then we'll look for an image. So basically what this is doing is it's saying this container, which represents this div right here, if we grab that container and within it we look for an image element, and if we find something, then this value isImage is going to represent the actual HTML element. If we don't find anything, then it's going to return null. So we're going to get nothing. So basically what we have to do is we say if isImage, so if that's a truthy value, which should be truthy as long as it comes back with an image, then we need to clear the contents of this container. So a way that we can do that is by using the inner HTML property. And if we go to the MDN documentation, I believe this exists on the Node interface. So let's take a look. Looks like it's not here. So let's search for that. So inner HTML. Okay, so it's on element. So on each HTML element, there is this property called inner HTML. And it says the element property inner HTML gets or sets the HTML markup contained within the element. So a quick trick, this is something that I just have learned over time, you wouldn't necessarily know it from this documentation, is you can pass in an empty string to this property to clear all the HTML from a specific container. So if there's an image already there, we're going to say the container's inner HTML is equal to an empty string. Okay, so basically what we're going to do is every time we click this button, we're going to generate a random meme URL. Then we're going to create a new image. We're going to check if there's an existing image, and if so, clear it. And then we're going to insert the new image. So basically, this is another way of saying let's replace whatever's there. So let's try it out. So we got our first image here, and if we click this again, it should replace it. Excellent. So we are replacing it correctly. We've got this in the right spot. And for the rest of the methods, we pretty much should be able to implement the same type of logic and implement it for all the rest of the buttons. So let's get rid of this to do because we have done it. We have implemented that correctly. Now, one thing I want to do before we get any further is implement this clear all method. Now, the reason I want to do this is because it's basically, since we see that we have buttons that kind of do the same thing, we don't really need to write this logic right here every single time. All we need to do is we need to write one method that looks at all of the containers here, and it clears all of the containers before we replace it with new content. So in order to do that, let's go ahead and take some of this code here. So we'll take that out of there and put it in the clear all. So let's rename this variable and we'll say meme, all right? And let's go ahead and grab this container. So actually this is not valid code. We need to type document.querySelector and we need to grab the meme content container. So we'll say meme container is equal to that. And this should represent this div right here. Now we can do the same thing for the other divs, so the joke content and the quote content and the riddle content. So I'll show you what we're going to do here. Like, this will make sense in a second, so just bear with me. So we're going to copy this down 4 times. We're going to say this one will be a joke container, this one will be a quote container, and this one will be a riddle container. And then we of course have to replace this with joke and quote and riddle. All right, so in this JavaScript that we just wrote, we are basically selecting each of these containers that should have the content that we're putting in. And from here, all we have to do is set the inner HTML to an empty string. And no matter if there's something there or there's nothing there, it doesn't matter. We're just going to clear it no matter what. So we'll say meme container.inner HTML equals an empty string. And we'll do that 4 times over and just replace these variables with the correct one. All right, so this clear all method is going to look in all of the different sections and it's going to clear them, no matter what's there. So all we have to do down in this show meme thing is before we append a new image, we just have to call the clear all method. So that should clear everything out. So let's try it out. Let's show a meme and then click it again. And it looks like it's clearing it and putting in the new one. And that's going to happen for all of these because we're just going to pass this clear all method into each of these template functions. Okay, so the next one is show a joke. All right, so we've already got a random joke text, but let's go ahead and console.log the random joke text just to see what we're working with. So let's click the button, make sure it's working, and let's open up the console. All right, it looks like we're getting a string that represents the joke. So in this case, we want to insert a paragraph element and put this text content in it. All right, so this should be rather simple. So we'll say new paragraph is equal to document.createElement, and we'll put in a p tag. And then we say p.textContent is equal to the random joke text. So I'm taking the variable here, which should be equal to a random joke, and I'm assigning it to the new p element that I just created. And then finally, I need to clear all because I need to clear anything that's there already. And then I need to insert it into the container. So before we wrote out a different variable that selects the container and then we did it in 2 steps, but we can basically just do this in 1 step. So we can say query selector. In this case, we want to get the joke content. Can't type. And then at the end, we can just chain on this append child and pass in the new paragraph element. Let's see if that works by clicking tell me a joke. And it's saying P is not defined. That's because I, for some reason, just said P instead of new P. So that should work better this time. All right, so we're getting some content here. Now, this will be the real test. If I click show a meme, does this content get erased and a meme show up? That's what should happen. So let's show a meme, and we see that in the jokes section, there's nothing there, which is great. So let's tell another joke, and you can see that we have a joke but no meme. So far, everything's working great. So let's go to the next method that we need to implement. So this will be a quote. All right, so let's go ahead like we've been doing. We'll console.log the random quote, and we'll click the button. And you can see in the console, we get an object with two keys, or two properties. We have the author property and the quote property, both which are strings. So what we want to do here is we want to display a paragraph element, and then another paragraph element right below it with the author. So let's do that. So we'll say the quote itself is going to be document.createElement, and that will be a paragraph element. And then we'll say the author is going to be document.createElement, and that will also be a p element. Now for the text content, the quote will be pretty straightforward. We just say quote.textContent equals the random quote, and then we need to actually get the quote property, which is the quote itself. Now for the author text content, we need to grab the random quote again, and grab the author property, but we also want to put that little dash before it. So all we have to do is make a string with a dash and a space, and then we concatenate that with the author name. All right, so we've got our text content, let's see if we did this right. So we got our quote and then our author stored in two p elements. So now all we should have to do is first clear all, so we clear everything out, and then we come down here and we say document.querySelector. We want to grab the quote content container, and then we append child, and we put in we want to put in the quote. And then the next thing we want to do is grab the same container and put in the author. So let's go ahead and run this. Looks like we got a random quote working just fine, but this is kind of messy. I want to refactor this a little bit. We never want to write the same thing 2 lines in a row. That's just bad practice. So what we want to do is we want to store the container like we did before in a variable. So let's put this right here. So now we have the container in that container variable, and now we just have to call container.appendChild for both of these. And this should work still. Awesome. So now we can do jokes, we can do quotes, and we can do memes, and they all kind of clear each other out when a new piece of content is generated. Now the last one is going to be the hardest one, and that's because we only want to show the riddle itself, but we don't want to show the answer to it until this reveal riddle answer is clicked. So let's mark off our to-dos here. We are done with the show quote, we are done with the show joke, and we're done with the clear all method, so we're doing pretty good here. And finally we have to show the riddle. So I think what we're going to do is let's first see what we're getting. It already shows us, I already wrote in a comment that says this is what you should get, but let's just verify it. Always good practice. So console.log random riddle, and let's click the button. We get our random riddle with a answer prop and question prop. So let's go ahead and be explicit about this, and I'm going to show you a little ES6, or the latest spec of JavaScript. I'll show you a trick on how to destructure, I believe that's the correct term for it, but we're going to destructure properties off of this object. So all we have to do is we say const, and then we put these little brackets here, and then we pass in the properties that we're looking for. So we want a question and we want an answer, and that will be set equal to the random riddle that we're getting. So now we should be able to console.log a variable called question as well as a variable called answer right here. So let's see if that is true. All right, so we got these printing out okay. And basically what I did here, this right here is the equivalent. So let me comment it out for a second. What I just wrote there is the ES6, or the latest spec of JavaScript, equivalent syntax to doing this. So we say question is equal to random riddle.question, and then answer is equal to random riddle.answer. So these two lines of code can be simplified into this single line of code right here by putting these little brackets around there and selecting the property that you want. So that's just a little trick thought I'd show you as we're solving this. All right, so we've got our question, we've got our answer. Now we have to create our paragraph elements. So I think we're going to show the question and the answer both in a paragraph element, just like we did with the quote, but we obviously have to hide the answer up front. So how we'll do that is this. We'll say the question element will be equal to document.createElement. We'll put a paragraph tag in there, and then we'll set the text content equal to the question itself. And then let's go ahead and take, since we're inserting twice, let's go ahead and get a single variable for the container. So document.querySelector, and we'll grab the riddle. We need a dot at the beginning to select a class. We want the riddle content div, so that will be this riddle content div, and that should work. And now we want to say container.append child, and we'll put in the question element. Let's see if that works. Okay, awesome. We have this paragraph element representing the riddle. And now what we have to do is we have to insert the answer, but we have to make it hidden. All right, so I think the way that we're going to do this, if you remember from the hints, it says you may need to use the HTML element.hidden property. So let's take a look at what that is. So the HTML element property hidden is a Boolean, which is true if the element's hidden, otherwise it's false. And you can actually set this equal to true or false to navigate between something that shows and something that hides. So that's good to know. We should be able to use that on any element that we're working with here. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to create a, similar to this question element. Let's just copy this down. And this time it's going to be the answer. So we'll do answer element. And then that will be set equal to the answer. All right, now there's one additional thing that we have to do. So we've got this button over here called reveal the riddle answer, and that's going to call this function down here called reveal answers. Now if we're anticipating in the future, this is something that you'd probably figure out after you implemented it and you're like, oh shoot, I realize this now, but I've already built this, I know how it works. So what I'm saying is that in the future, we're going to have to click this button and we're going to have to figure out whether there's a riddle answer available and whether that riddle answer is hidden or not hidden. So in order to do that, in order to make our jobs easier, we should probably set an ID attribute on this paragraph tag we're calling answer. So we've already set the text content. So let's go ahead and append this to the HTML. So just so that you can see what's going on here. So we're appending the answer element. So now when we say riddle me, we get the riddle and the answer, which is obviously not what we want to do. But what we can do here is after this, we say answer element.set attribute. And what I want to set is an ID. And then what I want to do with that ID is set it to riddle answer. All right, so what this is basically going to do is down here in the riddle content, it's going to create a p tag that has an ID equal to riddle answer. Okay, and then the answer to the riddle will be sitting right there. So later on, when we click the reveal riddle answer button, it's just going to say, okay, go find me a p tag with an ID of riddle answer, and if that's there, then if it's there and it's hidden, I want to unhide it. If it's not there, I want to alert the user that it's not there. Okay, so that's basically what we're doing with that code down here. And then, of course, we need to call the clear all method, as we did with all the other functions. And then the last thing we need to do is we need to hide this. So we need to grab the hidden property and set it to true on this answer element. So when I click riddle me, we should see just the question and the answer should be hidden. So let's click riddle me and we get exactly what we're looking for here. So that's good. Now the last thing we have to do, so we have completed this to do, I believe. Let's just test it by clicking out or clicking on some other ones. Okay, looks good so far. And now we have to implement this reveal answers. So let's go back to our requirements here. Our user stories say, when showing a random riddle, the answer should never be revealed until we click that button. So we got that. If the user clicks reveal and there is no riddle, an alert should let the user know that there's no riddle there. If it's already there and it's already revealed, another alert should be popped up. So what we need to do here is we need to first check, let's see, what do we need to check? So what we need to check is if there is a riddle answer, or not a riddle answer, but a riddle in general. So the way that we do that is we first grab the riddle container, which will be equal to document.querySelector riddle content. Okay, so that should give us this div right here. And then from there, we can say the riddle is going to be equal to the riddle container.querySelector. And in this case, we want to search for a paragraph tag. So if there's any paragraph tag sitting within that div, we know that there's a riddle there. And if we know that there's a riddle there, then we know that we either need to reveal the riddle answer or we need to alert the user that it's already revealed. Okay, so now we're going to do an if, else if statement. So we'll say if there is a riddle, if there's a riddle revealed, and then we have one more step to do. So we need to say the answer is equal to document.querySelector, and the answer is going to be what we named it above right here. So riddle answer is the ID that we're looking for. So we just put this hashtag to search for an ID rather than a class, and we type in riddle answer. Okay, so there's our answer. And what we're going to say is if there's a riddle and there is an answer, then I want to alert the user there is already an answer revealed. Or actually no, because even if there's an answer even if there's an answer hidden, it's still going to be registered under this variable. So let's go ahead and test that out real quick. Let's comment this code right now, and then we'll console.log answer. Okay, so what we would expect is we've already created in this previous method, we've created this element with an ID called riddle answer, but we've hidden it. So it's there, it's just hidden. So what we want to check is when we search for this by its ID, if it is hidden, what value do we get? So we're going to console log that answer. I'm first going to click riddle me, and then I'm going to click reveal answers. I'm going to look at the console, and you can see that even though it's hidden, we still found the element within the DOM using this query selector. So in other words, we have to check whether it's hidden. So we got to print out answer.hidden instead of just answer. So let's generate a riddle and then reveal it, and we're going to see that the hidden property is set to true. So now what we need to do is uncomment this code, and we're going to say if riddle and the answer is hidden, then we need to reveal it. Okay, so we need to say answer.hidden equals false. All right, so that line of code right there should pretty much complete our web page here with the exception of those alerts. So let's go ahead and generate a riddle and click reveal the answer, and you can see that it reveals the answer right there. Okay, and maybe we even want to come up to this method, and instead of just setting the text content to answer, we can put the answer is, and then the answer. So let's try that one. It says the answer is in echo. So perfect. Now the last thing that we have to do is handle those other cases. So else if. So if the riddle is true, so if there's a riddle there and the answer is hidden, we're going to reveal it. If the riddle is there and the answer is not hidden, so right here, so we basically, this is redundant. So if we make it to this else if block, that means that that either the riddle was not there or the answer was not hidden. So if we get here and we say if the riddle is there, that's all we need to check. So if the riddle is there and we're trying to unhide it again, then we're going to say alert, the answer is already revealed. Okay, so let's see if that works. So we'll click the riddle, we're going to reveal it, and we're going to click the reveal button again, and it says the answer is already revealed. All right, and then the last piece is just the else statement, which basically means that we don't have a riddle at all, but we're trying to reveal the answer. So we'll say there is no riddle to reveal the answer to. Sorry, the video cut out here. I do not know exactly where I was at, but basically we were just completing the last part here where if you click on the riddle and you reveal the answer, it reveals. If you reveal it again, it's already revealed. Or if you have a random quote and you try to reveal the riddle answer, it's going to say there's no riddle to reveal the answer to. So we've pretty much completed this challenge. Hopefully it was fun for you. A quick way that you can share this is click the share button down here and share it on Twitter. Be sure to tag me at ZG_dev and put in the hashtag 100 days of code. That's where you can get support from the tech community, the web dev community on Twitter. And hopefully we'll see this popping up a couple times. I think this is a fun little web page to create with some interactive JavaScript. And if you want to customize it a little bit, you can go down to the JS section and replace some of these quotes and some of these memes and jokes with your own favorites. In this video and subsequent videos, we're going to be going through a CSS crash course. So this is all about styling your web pages. Now, before we get into a lot of the details, I want to show you exactly what we're going to be able to build by the end of this. And we're going to use a tool called Frontend Mentor because this is basically a bunch of professional looking web designs that have been implemented for us, but they have not been coded. So what you do is you click on a challenge and you can go in and get the design, and then you code up the design and submit it and get feedback on it. So the three that I've chosen based on what I want to cover are going to be this little single price grid component. This will be the first one that we do right after getting through the crash course. And it's a nice little introductory challenge. You see that we'll make a desktop version and then a mobile version. And then we will move on after we've gone through a couple other tutorials to this testimonials grid section, which is going to help us get through the skills of Flexbox and CSS Grid, which are going to be super important to you as a developer. Before I get into the topics, I just want to say that the prerequisites are basically you got to know how to write HTML. The basics of HTML is all you need. We're also going to be working in the CodePen environment. So this is just an example right here where we can type out HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So get yourself comfortable with that. And then optionally, like I said, we're going to be combining all of our skills for some of the code challenges. So watching the previous parts of this full stack developer series is going to be important. Now in this lesson on CSS, I want to go through what we're going to actually learn, but more importantly, what we're not going to learn. I'll be completely honest, when I put this together, I got a little carried away. I thought this was going to be a simple crash course in CSS, but was humbly reminded that CSS has a lot of things going on. There's a whole lot of things that we can cover, and I tried to keep it honed in on the most important concepts per how I've been trying to do it with this series, but there's just a lot to cover. So as you can see on the left, we're going to be talking through what is CSS and the basics of it. We're going to be walking through the box model, which is basically defining how much space an element's going to take up on your web page. That's going to get us into some discussions on block versus inline elements, box sizing, and layouts. And then we're going to cover a bunch of other things, and I'm pretty excited to share a 4-step system that I use when I create HTML and CSS, basically take a design and put it into code. Because thinking through that was really hard for me when I first started, and I want to share that with you. So that's the main core lessons. We also have some supplementary or optional lessons, which includes responsive design. So what happens when your web page gets put and opened up on a mobile device like an iPhone? Does it look the same? Is it going to have a pleasant experience for the user? In today's age, that's required if you want to make a web app. So we're going to talk about that in a separate video. And then we're also going to have separate videos on Flexbox and CSS Grid, which is going to allow us to lay out our elements a little bit. And like I said, we have this project right here, which gives us a great opportunity to apply those concepts and put this into a nice looking grid. Now, what we're not going to be covering in this crash course is going to be graphic design and wireframing. Now, there's a good reason for that we're using Frontend Mentor, because they already have professional looking designs built out and implemented for us. And I don't want to waste a lot of time on going into design principles that I'm not really an expert at. So we're going to use and leverage existing designs and learn how to turn those into code on a web page. Don't get me wrong, these are super important concepts as a full stack developer. You always start with your wireframing and your design and your requirements and all that kind of stuff. But that kind of comes later down the road. I really want to focus on the core concepts of how do we actually turn things into code. We're also not going to cover CSS preprocessors. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but basically it's a more convenient way to write CSS, and it basically allows you to write a little bit less code, and it gets preprocessed, or I guess transpiled down into vanilla CSS through a bunch of code that does that. So Sass and Less are popular preprocessors, and you'll often find them on much larger projects where trying to organize your CSS is really important. But we're not going to be working with that. We don't have huge projects going on, and it's not essential to our journey. What we're also not going to be talking about is CSS frameworks. So the last thing that I want to do in this full stack web developer series is lock you into a path to something that is really popular right now, but may not be in 2 years. And that's kind of the deal with CSS frameworks. When I was first learning, Bootstrap was huge. Every tutorial was talking about Bootstrap. And now Tailwind is a pretty popular CSS framework. And all these frameworks are doing is taking vanilla CSS, what we're going to be learning, and writing some abstractions on top of that and just making it more convenient to lay out elements on the page and style them more quickly and efficiently. I think it's really important to understand the bare bones basics of writing vanilla CSS, and therefore we're not going to be looking a whole lot at these. All right, at this point, I think we are finally ready to get into the CSS crash course. As always, apologies for the long intro, but I really want to make sure that we're clear on what we're actually going through in this lesson. The very first thing that I want to dive into is the basic syntax of CSS. So we already learned about HTML, and you might actually recognize this HTML diagram up here from the last lesson. Now, CSS is relatively simple, and all we're trying to do is target a specific HTML element and apply some sort of style to it or some sort of layout to it. In this example here, you can see that we have defined an HTML element with a class called sum-class, and then down here at the bottom where we look at our CSS, we're using something called a CSS selector, and we are targeting a class of some class. So we're basically saying with this rule down here, I want to find any HTML element that has a class of this, and then I want to assign this specific CSS property to that specific HTML element or elements if there are multiple elements that have the same class. Now, this is just one of many examples that we can go through. So in this case, we're targeting a specific class. We could also target IDs or HTML tags, and we can do a bunch of combinations of the three. So we're going to be walking through how that works, and then we're also going to be talking about these properties down here. So similar to what we talked about with JavaScript, when we're looking at JavaScript objects, where we have, some sort of property and then a value at the other side of that property, same thing applies here with CSS. We have a bunch of predefined properties that we're able to use to achieve different types of objectives, whether that be laying out HTML elements on a page. So do I want to put something side by side with each other, or do I want to just style it? So do I want to make the background green, or do I want to make the text red, or something like that? We are of course going to get into all of the most common properties and selectors and all that kind of stuff, but as with all the other lessons that I've taken you through, I want to basically introduce this documentation. So this is the MDN web docs. We have visited this many times in the prior lessons of this series. But now if we go to technologies, we can go to CSS, and then we go to the CSS reference, and then we scroll down, and you should find this section called index. And this is going to list out all of the possible CSS properties that we can use to achieve these layout and style objectives for HTML elements. So as we go through this, if you ever get lost, you can always look up these properties that we're using on this documentation page. So we've got the basic syntax of CSS, and we'll go into that even a little bit more. But what is the actual purpose here? Like, what are we trying to do? Well, there are two things in my head that CSS is really good for, and that is going to be layout and style. So how are the elements, the HTML elements, laid out on the page? Are they on top of each other? Are they next to each other? Are they in a grid, a table, all that kind of stuff? And then furthermore, we can actually apply styles. So what color is the text? What color is the background? Do you have a background image? What kind of font are you, working with on the page? So what I did was I put together a really basic example of this. This is nothing fancy, but it just shows you, don't worry about the CSS quite yet here, but it basically shows you how we can combine the two. So we've got a container on the left and a container on the right, and then furthermore we have colored borders and a little bit of colored text within this, along with some headings and paragraph text. So this is kind of the ultimate goal of CSS. We can not only, do style, but we can also do layouts. But if you zoom out even further, the real goal of CSS is to target a specific HTML element or elements and apply some sort of styling to that element or elements. There are three primary ways that we can select and style HTML elements with CSS. We can do it by HTML tag. We can do it by a class, which is the syntax example that we looked at a little bit ago. And then we can also do it by ID. So if we look at this on the page here, let's go ahead and just make a simple paragraph tag and put some text in there. So the first thing we can do is we can just target that specific HTML tag and give it a different text color. And you'll see that this turns red up here. We can also add in a class. So we can say paragraph, element or something like that. And we can replace this by adding a period before, which indicates I want to target a class. And then you type in the class that you're trying to target, and then you give it some sort of style. And again, we can see the red text there. And then finally, we can also have an ID on an element. So let's just call this one ABC or something like that. And we can come down here and use a hashtag in the front, and that's going to say, I want to try to target some sort of ID on the page. And then you type the ID, and then once again, give it some sort of CSS property. As you can see, we've styled this red once again. If you've been following along with this series, these look familiar to you because we talked about them with JavaScript already. So if we were to come down to the JavaScript section and we go through our basic document.query selector, and then we try to target a specific HTML element on the page, we use this same selector syntax. So if we were trying to target this element by its HTML tag, we just drop in the letter P, which targets the first paragraph element that it finds on the page. We can also target it by class. So once again, we put a dot before, and then we target the class that we're trying to go after, and that's going to find the first HTML element with that class on it. And then finally, we can do the same thing with these IDs. So we can just type in hashtag and then the ID, and we've selected it with JavaScript. So this is actually a pretty familiar concept if you've been following along with this series, and it's relatively easy to kind of grasp and hold on to. But what is not so simple is understanding what happens when you have multiple CSS selectors in a single style sheet and they're all targeting the same element. What happens there? Which CSS rule takes precedence over the other? For example, if I put in this CSS style sheet, if I targeted the ID right here and gave it a color of green, let's see if I can write that correctly, and then I also come down and target the class and give it a color of red, you have to ask yourself which one's going to apply. We're going to cover that here in more detail in just a second, but I want to go through a couple other ways that we can actually target HTML elements when we have some more complex HTML in our web page. Aside from selecting HTML elements with tags, classes, and IDs, we also have something called combinators that we can do to parse through all the HTML and target specific elements. And to help us with this, I'm bringing back a diagram that we looked at in the prior lesson on the DOM, or the Document Object Model. And what the DOM describes is the structure of your web page and how the HTML is laid out. And in this diagram, we talked about how there's grandparents and there's parents and there's children and siblings based on the level that an HTML element is at in the document. So you can see that coming down here, we've got, in H1, a p tag, another p tag, and an unordered list. And all four of these are considered siblings. So that's just a quick review. And what we can do with this is we can come back to our playground here and actually select different HTML elements based on these relationships. The first combinator that I want to talk about is selecting descendants in HTML. So if we go back to our visual DOM tree, you can see that this div right here has several descendants. So it has direct children, which are these four elements, but then it has grandchildren, which the children and the grandchildren are all considered descendants of that specific div. So what we can do within CSS is we can target all descendants with a single selector. Now I'm going to do it the wrong way first so that we can see why this matters in the first place. Let's say that I wanted to style these list items right here. One way that I could do it is I could target the HTML tag, li, and then I can give it some sort of style. So maybe I want the text color to be green. I'm sticking with this color property because we haven't talked about all the CSS properties yet, and it's pretty simple and easy to kind of intuitively understand. So with this example, I tried to select and style these list items and did so successfully. But by targeting it just like this, we run into problems if we change the HTML structure in the future. And let's say that we put in some sort of footer. So this isn't going to look great, but let's go ahead and make a div and then an unordered list and then, footer link number 1, and then we'll put 3 of those in there. So number 2 and number 3. So this list right here, imagine this being down low in the footer. And what we would want to do with that is we want to actually make those align horizontally, and we probably want to style them with a different text color, and we probably want to give them a link. And you see what's happening when we just select the li elements, all descendants, we're actually picking up these footer links right here, and we don't want to be. So there's a better way to actually target specific types of descendants within a document to allow us to have more specificity with targeting our HTML elements. To make this example a little more clear, let's go ahead and add some class attributes here. So this will be we'll call it the main container. And then the second div down here is going to be called the footer. Now this is not semantic HTML like we talked about previously, but it'll do the job here. So what we're trying to do is we want to style just these list items. So the ones within the main container div, but we don't want to target the ones that are sitting in the footer because those are going to be styled a little bit differently. The way that we can do that, rather than just targeting the li tag, what we can do is we can actually combine selectors, so combinators is what we're calling this, and I can say I want to target the main container class, and then I want to look for any list item that is a descendant of that main container class. So the first div that we talked about here on the left, that's the only div that has this class, and so therefore we're only going to be styling the ones that we're targeting. At this point, we can also add additional list items to our main container div, and it's going to get that style. So if we were to come down right after this list, make another div, another unordered list, and then put in some text here, you're going to see that that will turn green because it still is a descendant of that main container. But once again, we have our footer links, avoiding that style because we've been specific in selecting only descendants of that main div. Now I want to stop for just a second and look at this syntax that we're working with. So you can see that we have a class selector with this period right here that determines that, and then we have a tag selector separated by a single space. So what we call this first one is going to be a pre-selector, and then the li is the actual selector. So in this CSS rule that we have defined, we're not really targeting the main container, we're targeting list items. So the one that is furthest to the right is always going to be the HTML element that we actually want to style. If we were just targeting the main container here, so if we drop this down into a separate rule and gave a color of blue per se, you're going to see that not only list items, but everything else there is going to get that style. So it's very different saying I want to target this main container class and saying I want to target all of the list items that are descendants of this pre-selector main container class. All right, I'm going to clear all of these styles out and also clear the HTML that we're working with. And let's go ahead and drop in some different HTML. Because the second one that we're going to talk about, the second CSS combinator, is how to select children of a specific element. With the descendant selector, which is just a space separating two different selectors, we're grabbing everything below a certain HTML element. But with the children selector, we're only grabbing the first children. So with this div right here that we're calling an ID of main, we only have four different children. So we have the first three paragraph tags, and then we have this div element, which are all going to be considered children. So if we wanted to style just those elements, then we can use a slightly different syntax. So remember, we're targeting an ID right here. So instead of using a period, we're going to use a hashtag. Then we're going to pass in that ID, drop down into our CSS rule. And now what we're going to do is give a color of, we'll call it green again. Now this is just going to target everything because we're just targeting everything in the div. But if we added a child selector or combinator, we can target just those first three paragraph elements. And how we do that is we use this little caret right here and we type in paragraph tag right after that. So what this is saying is I want to look at the div with an ID of main, and then I want to grab all of the children, the direct children, that are p tags below that. So the only three that qualify for that rule are these first three paragraphs, and therefore we style them to have a text color of green. So we know how to select descendants, we know how to select direct children. Now there's also a CSS combinator or combinators that we can use to select sibling elements. Now I will make the disclaimer that I don't use these ever. I don't know if I've ever actually used these sibling selectors. And the reason being is because whenever you change your HTML structure, it's going to affect these CSS rules. So it's a little bit brittle when you're putting these together. But the reason I'm walking you through them is because you may see them in code somewhere, and it's just good to know that they exist and how they work. To do this, I'm going to copy in a little bit different HTML because we need a different structure to work with. And let me zoom out just a little bit so we can see more. So within this HTML, you can see that we have another, main container, and then we have paragraph elements and list items separated throughout the HTML. I'm going to get rid of this CSS rule right here, and now we're going to select some sibling elements. Let's say for some odd reason you want to style every paragraph element that directly follows a list group. So in this case, it would be this first paragraph here and the fourth paragraph here because they directly follow these list groups. In order to do that, we can use a special CSS combinator that selects only the first sibling of an element. What we call this is the adjacent sibling selector. So what we'll do is we will grab, let's see, how do we do this? We need to grab all unordered list, so UL is what we're going to target. And then what we do is we add a plus sign, and then we target all P elements that are going to be adjacent siblings to those unordered lists. And from here we can just assign, we'll call it blue this time, and what you'll see is that only the first paragraph and the fourth paragraph have been targeted. Now what I was saying just a little bit earlier is that if you change your HTML structure at all, these rules break. So if we were to come in here and for some reason, and this is actually pretty common, we wanted to maybe wrap this last unordered list in a div. So let's copy this in another div, and then you're going to see that our rule that we wrote has broken down. So this fourth paragraph here is no longer styled with blue text, and that's simply because we changed the structure of that HTML. So that's why I'm not a huge fan of these selectors. They're pretty fragile in that sense. Now the last sibling selector, we looked at the adjacent one, which just grabs the first sibling next to an element, but we can also grab all siblings next to an element. So let's say that we wanted to style all of these paragraphs that are direct siblings to an unordered list. The way that we do that is we open up our CSS, and instead of a plus sign, we're going to use this little tilde sign right here. And what that's going to do is it's going to look for unordered list, and it's going to look for direct siblings that have a type paragraph and give it this style. So once again, pretty fragile. I don't use these often, but they're good to know, how they work, and you might see them in code at some point, and hopefully you would fix them and make them a little bit more robust. Over the last few minutes, I've talked about how fragile these selectors are, but didn't really offer you a better solution. So that's what we're going to do right now. If I had a situation where, let me go ahead and remove these CSS rules. If I had a situation where I wanted to target this first paragraph and this fourth paragraph, what I'm going to do is just give them a class. So I'm going to come to the HTML, and on the first paragraph, I'm going to say blue text color is going to be my class name. And then I'm going to copy that same class down to the fourth paragraph. And now I'm just going to select that class with our class selector. And then I'm going to give it a color of blue. And now we've achieved the same exact result, but now if we change the HTML structure, this CSS rule is not going to break. So that would be the preferred method, at least in my head, of doing that. Now, believe it or not, there are other ways to select HTML elements other than the main three, which is tag, class, ID, and then also the combinators. We have some other ways to do it. So let's say that we had this specific HTML right here. So we have a P element and a div element, and they both have the class called regular text. Let's say for some odd reason, we want to style all elements with a class regular text a certain way, but we don't want those styles to apply to a div element. We only want them to apply to a P element. Well, one way that we could do this is we could come down to our CSS and write this funky syntax where we actually specify the class that we want to target along with the tag. So we're kind of grouping them all together. So what this is saying is I want to style only elements that are paragraph elements that also have this class. So it's kind of like an and statement. And you come down here, give it a color of blue, we'll say, and now we have selected only one of these, as opposed to if we just were to select the class and then give it a color blue, it's going to apply to both of them. So that's a kind of obnoxious way to solve this problem right here. It's totally unnecessary, but I just want to show you that there are other ways that you can do this. And I mainly would say if you're going down that route, I would use it on a case-by-case basis. You don't need to go out trying to learn all the different ways, because in the end, the three main ways, tag, class, and ID, are going to be totally sufficient for writing good web applications. By this point, hopefully you're at least somewhat comfortable with writing a CSS rule that targets a specific HTML element. We also kind of talked about how you might target multiple elements. I'm going to write out a couple CSS properties that we have not covered yet, so I wouldn't expect you to understand how they work, but just try to follow along intuitively for the moment, and we'll get into them later. So we've got this HTML right here where we have a div with a class of box1 and then another div with a class of box2. And what we want to do with this is we want to apply some styles that are going to be shared across these boxes, and then some styles which are going to be unique. This is very similar to the example we looked at a little bit earlier, where we have two boxes right here, and some of the styles are the same. So these are the same sized boxes. They both have borders, but the borders and some of the text are going to be different between the two. So how do we go about, writing the least amount of code and achieving that same result? Here is going to be the most inefficient way to do it, but it's still going to work okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to target box1 by class, and then we'll also come down and target box number 2 by class. Now at this point, we can use some CSS properties. Again, we haven't learned all of these quite yet, but maybe we want to give a border to both of them. So I want to give box 1 a green border, and then I want to come down and give box 2 a blue border. So now we have borders around these elements, and let's also add some padding to both of them. So we'll give them 20 pixels of padding. We'll talk about these units a little bit later in this crash course. And then finally, let's go ahead and write some text in here. We've got box 1 and box 2, and I want to give these different colors. So this box will have green text, and this one is going to have blue text. So far in this example, everything's been a little bit different. But let's say that we wanted to make these the same width and height. So let's say that we want box 1 to have a width of 200 pixels, and then a height of 200 pixels. And then we come down here with box 2, and we give it a width of 200 again, and a height of 200 again. So in this case, we've got two boxes that have some different properties, but some similar properties. So one way that we can actually simplify our code a little bit and share some properties is by this special CSS syntax where we just leave a comma between the two classes that we're trying to select, or IDs or tags or whatever you're trying to select both at once. So what this CSS rule is doing here, this box 1 and box 2, is it's saying I want to select both elements with a class of box 1 and elements with a class of box 2. So what we can do here is we can take these width and height properties and take them out of these individual styles and go ahead and put them right here. So we've basically eliminated two whole lines of code, and we've followed the dry principle, which is do not repeat yourself. And that's a pretty important one that you're gonna, come across as you develop, bigger and bigger software. As with everything in code, there's multiple ways to do this. So we could write this rule right here where we're targeting two elements at once and applying shared styles. Now we can also achieve the same exact result by, instead of targeting it in our CSS, we can actually give multiple classes to a single element. So instead of having just box 1 and box 2, maybe we have each of these have their own classes, but then they also have a shared class, which is called box. So instead of coming down into the CSS and targeting it like this, all we have to do is get rid of these and give them that shared class. And now we're going to get the same exact result, but in a slightly different way. Now, honestly, this is probably my preferred way of doing it. It just is a little bit more straightforward and simple in my head, but both of them are valid ways to, provide shared styles to your HTML. All right, for the most part, I think we've covered a lot of the selector stuff with CSS, but while we're here, we do have to talk about the pseudo selectors. Now, we're not going to get into a whole lot of detail here because I don't think it's extremely important at this point, but I do want to mention it. I want to show you probably one of the most common ways of using something called a pseudo selector. So let me get rid of all this stuff here and paste in a simple button. So you can see that we have a button right now, and click it, it doesn't do anything. It's not styled nicely or anything like that. But what we can do with this button is we can apply something called, I believe it's a pseudo class. And that pseudo class will allow us to style this button differently based on different states of the button. Before we get into this, there is a page on the documentation. If you just type in pseudo classes to the MDN documentation, you can read up on it. But let's go ahead and get back to this example, and I'll show you exactly what this does. So what we're going to do is first target the button. So maybe we want to apply a couple styles to this button. Again, we haven't gone through the properties quite yet. We're going to get there. But let's just say that we want to give a background color of navy, and then we want to give, we'll say text color of white, and you're going to see that we now have a slightly better looking button, not really a really nice looking button. So maybe we get rid of the border so that it looks a little bit cleaner, and then add some padding in here, all things we're going to learn a little bit later in this course. So now we've got a button that looks a little bit better. Not great. And what we want to do with this is we want to attach this hover pseudo class, which basically says I want to target the button HTML element, and when it is in its hover state, so basically when I hover my mouse over it, I want to apply these styles. So the first thing that I want to do is give it a different cursor. So when you hover over this, you'll see that the cursor stays the same, but I want it to be that little clicking cursor. So all we need to do is come down and give it the cursor property and say we want it to be the pointer. So now if we hover over this, you'll see that the cursor changes to that hover pointer. Another thing we could do is we can change the opacity of this. So maybe we want to give the background color 80% opacity. So now we're going to get a different cursor, and then it's also going to change color to kind of indicate to the user that they can click this and it'll do something. So that is all made possible by this hover pseudo class. And then if you were to go to the documentation, there's all sorts of different pseudo classes that you can use. Here are a couple of these, but we're not going to get into a whole lot of detail on that right now. Now, the last thing I want to talk about while we're on the topic of CSS selectors is kind of differentiate between two that we've already talked about. So we've already seen these multiple selectors. So let me go back. We've got this box example, but let me bring this back to the multiple selectors where we have box 1 and box 2 being selected. And let's go ahead and compare this to something like where we go with box 1 and then we pass in a p tag or something like that. Now they look very similar, but they're very different. In this case, we're saying I want to target box 1 and box 2. And then in the second rule, we're saying I want to target any p element, so the actual selector that exists as a descendant of the box 1 class element. So they're very different. Try to keep those separate in your head as we go through this tutorial. Now that we've covered how to select HTML elements with CSS rules, let's talk about this whole cascading concept. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. And what that term refers to is the concept of when you've got multiple style sheets, which is possible, and multiple CSS rules within those style sheets that all compete against each other to style the same HTML element, it's asking which one is going to win, which one's going to take the most precedence and actually style the element. Before I start writing a bunch of things, I want to show you a tool that we've actually looked at before, but we have not looked at yet with CSS. So I know I've been working in Firefox previously. We're in Google Chrome just because I've got this Google Slides up here. But we can do the same thing. We can inspect elements with the dev tools. And when we come to the Elements tab, which is the first one that you're going to see in all browsers, you can parse through the HTML and click through and drill down and figure out which HTML element that you want to look at. And then in this right-hand pane over here, this is where all of the styles that are applying to that element are going to be housed. And in many cases, you're going to see multiple styles. So let's go ahead and just click on one of these here. So I don't know, it doesn't really matter. But what you're going to see on the right side is a bunch of styles. And in some cases, you're going to see that they're crossed out. And what that basically means is that they have been canceled out by another style sheet or CSS rule that takes more precedence over the one that was written. So that's what you're going to be seeing all the time with your web pages. And I want to talk about how we determine which one takes that precedence. Let's throw some HTML on the page here, one that has plenty of things to select. So we have a div with a paragraph element within it, and the div has a class, the paragraph element has a class and an ID. So we've got plenty of ways that we can select this HTML element, and we're going to do so. So the first one, pretty easy. Let's go ahead and just use a HTML tag selector and give it the color red. Now let's come down and select a class. So we're going to select the P element by its class, and we're going to give it a color of blue. So far, we've changed what we're looking at here each time that we've written a rule. Let's come down and be even a little bit more specific. So let's select this by its ID by putting a hashtag and typing in the ID. And then this time we're going to style it a color green. So in the first case, we tried to style it red, then we tried to style it blue, and then finally green. And as you can see within this document, this last rule right here is currently winning. It has the most precedence. And we're going to find out exactly why that's the case in just a second. But let's keep going. There's actually multiple ways that we can, select this single element. And I'm actually going to paste them all in because I don't want to bore you and waste your time by typing them all out. But let's go ahead and paste all of the different ways that we can style this same paragraph element. It's pretty wild how many different ways that we can do this. So we've got the 3 that we wrote, and then we've got all of these different ways that are all targeting that same element. And the question is, when we look at all of these, how do we know which one is going to end up winning and which one's going to apply? Now, I'm sure the question that you're asking is, why would this ever happen? Why would you ever write 10 different rules that are going to style the same element? Well, the answer to that is you probably would not. But what could happen is you could have external style sheets that are going to come into your project, and they're going to have their opinions on how certain elements need to be styled. And then you've got your own style sheets locally within the project, and those have styles. So it's pretty common to see multiple style sheets coming into a single web application, and it's really important to understand which one's going to win. So there are 2 ways that we can determine this, or there's 2 factors in this equation. So let's go ahead and just write this out. 2 factors for determining CSS precedence. All right, so the first way is going to be, or let's go ahead and make an ordered list because we're just practicing here. So the first way is going to be the location of the CSS rule in the file. And the second one is going to be the specificity of it. So the specificity of the CSS rule. Now, we don't really understand either of these quite yet, but the first one's pretty simple, and the second one you'll catch on because we talked about it so much earlier in this lesson. So let's start with the location piece. So location of the CSS rule in the file. This is really what we're referring to when we say, cascading style sheets. So if we came down here to the CSS and we targeted list items, so these two list items right here is what we're targeting, and we want to turn them a different color. Now I'm going to write this rule right here, and then I'm going to take the same exact CSS rule, but just change the color to blue. And you'll see that it actually changes the color to blue, but it's not quite apparent why the bottom one is going to take precedence over the top one. Well, that's just how CSS works. You always read from the top to bottom, and basically the way that I think about it is the CSS interpreter that's reading through and figuring out what to apply is going to just read from the top, and it's going to say, okay, I want to style all my list items with a text color of green. And then it's going to say, okay, as long as I don't see anything else in the rest of this style sheet or any other style sheet that comes after it, then that's going to be the style that I apply. But if I do see something, which I do here, then I'm going to replace that previous style with the most recent one that I saw when I read it from top to bottom. So that's what we're talking about when we say cascading style sheets, and that's one way that we can determine precedence with CSS selectors. Now I know it seems a little weird because when we worked with JavaScript, you definitely cannot declare the same variables and stuff like that. So it seems a little odd that we could put the same exact CSS selector in one CSS style sheet. But this is totally valid. That rule does not apply to CSS like it does JavaScript. It's a totally different type of language that we're dealing with here. So we know that the last selector in the file is always going to win unless we have a selector that's higher up but has more specificity. So that is the second piece of this equation, and we're going to break this out real quick to see how it works. So let's say that we have these list items right here, and let's go ahead and add a class to both of them. So we'll just say list item, something very generic here. And we know that now that we have the class, we can select it in two different ways. So the question I have for you is, if we try to select this with its tag, so just use the li tag to color the text, and then we also added a rule that selected it by class, which one is going to win over? And then furthermore, does it matter which order we put them in the file? Before I type this in, just pause the video and see if you can kind of reason through that for a second. All right, so let's try this out. First, we're going to select it by the tag, and we're going to give it a color of green. Then we're going to select it by its class, and we're going to give it a color of blue. And you're going to see that it changes to blue. But we don't quite know yet why this is the case, because in the first rule that we talked about, we said, okay, we read top to bottom, and we're always going to take the last rule and apply it. So that would make sense here because list items, the last rule in the file, and it's got a color of blue, so that's why it's styled that way. Well, that's actually the wrong answer. The reason that it's styled blue is because the second rule is more specific than the first. So if we were to take this and put it before this other selector, we're still going to see blue text because even though this is last in the file, this first one is more specific. So the question is, how do we know what is more specific than another? To figure this out, we just need a little visual, which says that on a continuum from the left to right, so least important to most important, or in other words, least specific to most specific, we have tags, then classes, and then IDs. So you might have picked this up by now, but if we were to put an ID, so let's say list item number 1, and we try to style this, let's go ahead and put it at the top of the file to make sure that we rule out this whole, first to last stuff that applies. And now we're going to select it by its ID, and we're going to give it a color of orange. In this case, you're going to see that this specific one, it's not applying to both because you can't assign an ID to two different HTML elements. But when we're looking at this first element, we're selecting it one time right here, another time right here, and then a third time right here. And this top one, despite being at the top of the file, is going to be the most specific because of this continuum right here, and therefore it's going to be the one that wins out and applies the style to that HTML element. If you're following along intently, you're probably asking yet another question, and that is, what about these combinators that we talked about earlier in the video? What happens if I get rid of all these CSS rules and I come in here and let's say that I select it by just its ID and I give it a color of green, and then I also come in and I say I want to select, let's see, I want to go ahead and look in all the ordered list, and I want to target all the list items that have an ID of list item number 1. So this is going to be the same exact element that we're selecting. So it's going to be the first one right here. But let's go ahead and see if we can turn this a different color with this selector right here. And we can. And even if we take this and we put it at the top of the file, we're still going to get the same result. It's still going to be blue because this rule right here is more specific than this one right here, despite the fact that we're using the most specific selector according to this little continuum. So as you can see, it gets a little bit tricky here when we start using combinators. But there is two ways that we can identify pretty reliably which one's going to win out. The first one is probably my favorite, which is to just try it out. And in this case, it's really easy. We're using CodePen, and we can just try it out and see what works. But that's not going to give you a really good understanding of why it's working that way. So there's another method that we can use where we can actually calculate with numbers the level of specificity of a CSS rule. Let me lay out the steps here. We'll go ahead and practice some HTML for a second. So let's go after this first list item, actually the second list item because we're talking about specificity. And let's make another ordered list. So the first step that we're going to do is we're going to count the number of ID selectors in the CSS rule. So that's step number 1. Then we're going to come down, we're going to count the number of class selectors. And then finally, we'll count the number of tag selectors. All right, so if we're looking at these rules down here, let's go ahead and apply this math. And we'll first count the number of ID selectors in the CSS rule. So both of these have a single ID. So they have one ID. Now if we go down to the next one, count the number of class selectors, they both have 0. And then finally the number of tag selectors, the first one has 1, but the second one has 0. So the way that this is going to work out, we can write some CSS comments right here. And I might as well just go right above the actual rule. So if we use this little comment syntax, which is a / and a star, and then a star and a / to close it out, and we can count this up. So we'll say ID selectors, this is going to be 1. We'll say class selectors, it's going to be 0, and then tag selectors will be 1. So if we add these together, we get a number of 101. If we do the same exact little math problem here, let's copy it down to this next rule. We can say that the ID selectors, we have 1. We have 0 class selectors and 0 tag selectors, so our number is going to be 100. So in this case, the second rule has a specificity of 100, and this first one has a specificity of 101, which means it is 1 point, or whatever you want to call it, more specific, and therefore it will be the one that applies to this element. To really nail this concept, I'm going to paste in some code so we don't have to type it all out, and I'm just going to walk you through a few more calculations. All right, so we've got a little bit different HTML, but all it is a paragraph tag with a bunch of IDs and classes to give us flexibility on how we select them. So in the CSS, I've written several rules that are going to be at different levels of specificity, and let's just walk through how each of them are calculated. So our first example, we have 2 classes, so we get 0 to 0, and our total is 20. Come down here, we have 2 IDs. So this is going to be, actually should be, oh no, we're in the wrong spot here. So we've got 2 IDs, 0 classes, and 0 tag selectors, so our specificity is 200. Come down to the next one, we've got a tag and we've got an ID, so we have 101 for 101, and then you get the point. We just go down and do the same thing for the rest. So the most specific one is the one with 2 ID selectors for a specificity of 200, and you can see that the color orange is what applies to this paragraph element in the web page. Hopefully at this point it's making sense. We know how to select things, we know how to determine the order of precedence, but there are a few other little gotchas that we need to walk through. And one of those is going to be inline styles. So if we were to write a paragraph element with some text, we can come down to the CSS and we can style it, of course, but we also have the option, if we give it this style attribute, which is just an HTML attribute as we talked about in a previous lesson, we can pass in CSS style rules into these little quotations. So I can give it a color of blue, and then maybe I can give it some padding of 10 pixels. And we separate this by these semicolons, and we can write as many rules as we want to. Now, the interesting thing about these inline styles is they take precedence over everything else. So even if we were to come in here and let's say that we give it an ID of, paragraph or something like that. So let's go ahead and select our ID and let's give it a text color of orange. You would think that because of this CSS importance diagram, that this is going to be the most important rule and the color is going to be orange, but obviously it's not, it's blue. And that's because any inline style is going to take the utmost precedence over all styles. Now there's one more thing that even makes it a little bit more confusing, and that is the important keyword. So if we came down into this style right here, and we put a space, an exclamation mark, and we typed important, what that's going to do is it's going to override any style from any style sheet, and it's basically saying like this rule right here is very important and I don't want to look at any of the precedence rules that we have defined within the CSS language. So even though we've got these inline styles, this is still going to apply. And even if we came down here and changed this from an ID selector to a paragraph selector, same deal. We're still going to get this orange color because we've defined important on that CSS property. Now we can use this important keyword on any property that we want. I've been looking at the color property mainly just to stay consistent and avoid confusion before we actually dive into all the different properties, but this can be applied to anything else. So if you wanted to override the padding style in say 50px or something like that, if we put it in just like this, not going to change anything. But if we put an important at the end, you're going to see that this text moves a lot because we've added some padding. So that's the whole deal with important, but I would recommend that with both of these types of selectors, so the inline selectors and the important selectors, use them at a minimum. In reality, you almost never want to use these inline styles because it just clutters up your HTML. Now, I've of course used it all the time because it's very quick. It's a great way to just quickly put a style on an element. And there's actually several CSS frameworks that do inline CSS only. So you don't even have separate style sheets. You write it all in the HTML document. So it's kind of a contentious topic among different camps, but in general, you probably want to stay away from these inline styles for now, just because it's going to clutter up your code. Likewise, with the important style, I think this is a more unanimous viewpoint. You should not be using this important keyword unless you absolutely have to. And the only example of this that I guess I've experienced that's a really good reason to use this important keyword is if you've got multiple style sheets, so maybe you're using a CSS framework or a UI kit library that's got a bunch of like buttons and modals and stuff like that, those are going to have predefined CSS styles. And if you want to override them, often you have to use the important keyword, otherwise there's no other way to select them with enough specificity to override the existing styles. So once again, use the important keyword only when you have to. Pretty good rule of thumb to stick with. For the last hour or so, or however long I've been talking here, we haven't really talked about CSS properties yet. We've been using the color property, among a couple others, but there's hundreds of them that we can possibly use to both position the elements on the page and style them. So remember, CSS is all about layout and style. and there's different properties that allow us to do those two different things. So to start us off, let's just see a super basic example, something that you might have to do pretty often. And that is, let's go ahead and take a div, put some text in it, and then style that as a box with specific dimensions, maybe a background color and a border or something like that. So here's how I'd approach that with CSS. So first you have to make the div, then you have to put some text in there. So some text. And I guess what we want to do is first get that background on there. So I'll just select the div since there's only a couple elements here, and we'll give it a background color of, I don't know, we'll call it navy. We'll give the text color white. We want to give that div a width of say 200 pixels and a height of also 200 pixels. So we've got ourselves a square with some text in it, but maybe we want to put that text in the middle of that square. So we can do that. That would be kind of a layout or a positioning type property. So one way we could do this, pretty straightforward, is going to be add a line height and set that equal to 200 pixels, which is the same height as the square. And then maybe we want to just set the text alignment to center. So that's going to bring it to the middle of the square. And then we can furthermore put on maybe a box shadow, something like that. So let's just write something out really quickly, and you'll see what happens is we get a little shadow showing on this box. And then maybe we could even, I don't know, we could put a border on it or something. So we could say border 1 pixel solid, I don't know, something like green. It's not going to look great, but you see that we have, maybe we can put 5 pixels instead of 1 to make it more visible. And now you can see that we have a green border on there. So this is just a super basic example, but you can see how we use some style properties and we use some positioning properties. And this is actually not perfectly centered anymore. And we'll talk about exactly why that's happening when we get into the concept of the box model. But let's get rid of this and ask the question that you're probably wondering, and that is, how do we know what CSS properties to actually use? I just went through that example really quickly, and I had these on the top of my head because I've just been doing it for a while, but when I first started, I would have no idea how to do what I just did, and I'd have to look up every single property that I was using, and furthermore, I'd have to look up, like, if I wanted to do something, I'd have to type into Google, how do I center a paragraph element within a div or something like that. So it's really difficult without experience to know what properties to use and when. And there's really no great solution to that other than practicing and really, just applying these concepts that we're learning in this crash course. In my opinion, the best way to understand the box model better is to just look at it interactively. And a great tool to use to do this is the Firefox DevTools. So we've talked about this in prior lessons, but we're coming back here. And as you can see, I've got this HTML document here in the browser. And then what I've done is I've selected the content element that I've just made a single div, and I've put some text in that div. And what I've done is I've applied these 5 styles that are pretty directly related to the box model to see how these play out, on an actual web page. So as you can see, if we go to the layout section of the DevTools, so we're up in an inspector, we go to layout, and then we can scroll down to see the box model. And this gives us an incredibly interactive way to see what each of these represent. So if you go through and you want to see how, wide is the content and how tall is it, you come into these little properties and you can hover over them, and you see on the left side of the screen, it gives you an outline of exactly what that is applying to. Furthermore, we can see that we've got some padding in here, and again, it's highlighted up on the screen. It gives you a really nice outline of where that padding sits. Furthermore, we've got a border. It outlines that really nicely for us, and then even some margin on the outside. Now, there are other tools that help you visualize this, like in Google Chrome. So if we came back to Google Chrome, you can see that if we're just looking at let's go ahead and just select one of these elements here. Then you can come down to the box model and you can kind of see what's going on. But in my opinion, it's just not quite as good as Firefox, so that's why we're working in Firefox in the first place. But tools aside, what actually is the box model? Well, the box model represents these pieces that we're looking at, but more specifically, you have the content itself, which is going to be, text or just some space that we've defined by a width and a height. And then outside of that content, we then have some sort of padding, or like it doesn't have to be set, it could be 0 padding, but in this case I defined 20 pixels of padding. And then outside of that we have a border, and then outside of that we have a margin. And within this box model, I mentioned that it tells us how much space an HTML element represents within the web page, and the properties that play into that are going to be the width, the height, the padding, and the border. Now the margin's a little bit different because while it does take up space, it doesn't actually define the space taken up by that individual element. It kind of adds like some space around the element, so that if you have two elements and they're squished together, you can just kind of space them out a little bit. So those are the components of the box model. Let's go ahead and dive in with some, I actually made a code pen that's going to allow us to interactively play around with this box model. So on my screen, I've got a code pen I've got some JavaScript written up in here. You can drop down these select elements and select different CSS properties to apply to this orange paragraph tag up here. And why I created this is because when we're talking about the box model, sure, we can get into width, height, padding, border, margin, all that kind of stuff. But what's really confusing about the box model and CSS in general is that based on the values that you're passing to certain properties, the rules of the game completely change. And to highlight some of those rules, I thought it would be helpful to put together this example and just visually walk you through, like, if we switch a certain CSS property, what is that going to do to our HTML element that we're targeting? The first property that I want to really touch on and dig into is the display property. So this is a related property to the box model. And once again, the box model is not just one thing, but this is highly related to what we're talking about here. And if we scroll down to our documentation, I've just gone to MDN, Technologies, CSS, the reference, and scrolled down to the index, and we can find the display property somewhere in here. So let's scroll down, see if we can find it. Here's the D section, and we'll go ahead and click display. So it says this property sets whether an element is treated as a block or inline element in the layout used for its children, such as flow layout, grid, or flex. So there is a lot packed into this single property, and honestly, it's probably the most complex property that you'll deal with when you're writing CSS. But we're going to dig into each piece of it, and you're not going to have to read all of this documentation. I'm just going to walk you through it. So you can see that there's a lot of different things that you can pass to this property, but the main ones are going to be block, inline block, flex, and grid. So if we came back to our box model example, if we came down to the display type right here and did the drop down, you can see that we have all of these different possible values, excluding flex and grid. And the reason we're excluding those is because Flexbox and CSS Grid are going to be totally separate videos that are going to require a lot more explanation. So for now, forget about those. We're just going to focus on these ones right here. So by default, whenever you're dealing with most HTML elements, you're going to have a display property of block. But at this point, it doesn't mean anything to us. Like, what does block mean? What does inline mean? Since Flexbox and CSS Grid are kind of out of the equation here, we're just focusing on block, inline, and inline block display types. And based on what you set your elements, they're going to interact with the page and flow through the web page a lot differently. So it kind of changes the rules of the game. Now, by default, each element is going to have a certain type of display. Now, most elements are going to have a display type of block. And you can see in this example that the default display type of a P element is block. But if you were to look at another type of element, so if you come up to the HTML that we've got here, it's a little bit messy, but this span element, which is represented by this green text, that's actually going to be, by default, an inline element. So the question is, how do we know which elements are going to be, by default, a block and which ones are going to be, by default, inline? And then furthermore, what do they actually do? What's the difference between a block and inline element? To understand this, we've got this example laid out. So watch what happens when I switch a block element to an inline element. So I'll drop this down, I'll say inline, and you'll see that that orange div is going to jump up to the line before it, and it's going to share that same space with the span element. Now that's the behavior of an inline HTML element. So what you'll see here is that since a div element has a natural display type of block, what it's going to do is occupy 100% of its container's space. And in this case, the container is 100% of the body HTML tag. So it's occupying all of that space. And furthermore, the height, if we don't give it a height, specify it explicitly, it's going to automatically take up the height of the content within it. So however large this text is how big of a height this element's going to occupy. The second thing about block elements is that these elements occupy their own space. They don't share lines with other elements. So as you can see here, our div in orange with the orange background occupying all the space, and it's also on a different line than this green span element that's right above it. And the span element actually has a default value of inline rather than block. So different rules up there, but since this one is a block, then no other element can occupy the same space as it. The next thing about a block element is that it respects its width and height properties. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense yet, but you will see what I'm talking about in just a second. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop down the content width, and this is just going to apply a 400 pixel width to the orange element. So you can see that it no longer takes the entire width of its container because we've explicitly given it a width. And then furthermore, we can give it a height of 200 px or pixels. So now it's occupying a space of 400 by 200. So what happens if I were to do the same thing with an inline element? Let's go ahead and see. So I'm going to reset all of the properties. So we're going back to the beginning. And now what I'm going to do is come down here and set our div to be a display type of inline. And you can see when I click that, it comes up onto the previous line because inline elements actually can share space. They don't break to a new line by default. You'll also notice that they don't occupy all of the space. They just occupy the size of the content within them. So it's just occupying the text that's within this div because we've set it to that display type of inline. Now the last interesting thing is that unlike a block element that obeys or adheres to its width and height properties, the inline element is not going to. So even if we set the content width to 400 pixels, not going to change at all. We can also try that with the height, set it to 200 pixels, not going to work. So in other words, if you set it to inline, width and height CSS properties are not going to work on it. So as you can see, depending on one property's value, you have different rules of CSS, which can get pretty confusing sometimes, and it's why I'm spending so much time on it here. Now the last one that we have not talked about is a combination between the two. So just to review, a block element is going to take all the space of its container, it's going to take a height of the content within it, and it's going to break to a new line and respect its width and height properties. An inline element is going to just be the width and height of the content within it. It's not going to break to a new line, and it's also not going to respect the width and height properties if you try to set them. Now, an inline block kind of adopts a couple attributes of both. So the main difference, if we were to switch this inline to inline block, then the only difference is now it's going to respect its width and height properties. Right now we don't have those, or I guess we do have those set. We have tried to set the content width and the content height, but because we have an inline element right now, it's not respecting those dimensions. But the second we change this to inline block, we're going to get those width and height properties back, just like we saw with the block. But in this case, we can still make it inline. So although it's broken to a new line here, that just happens to be the case because it's too large to fit on that line above. So inline block just basically takes all the properties of inline, but instead of ignoring width and height, it now respects those properties and takes that space up. This concept may not seem super important to you right now, but I promise you as you go through, knowing whether you're dealing with a block element or inline block is going to be super important. And then further down the road, when we start talking about Flexbox and CSS Grid, it becomes even more important to understand this kind of stuff. Let's go ahead and reset everything here. And the next thing that we need to talk about are box model variations. So to this point, we just looked at the Firefox DevTools, and you can visualize the box model pretty well. But there's actually another way of, conceptualizing this box model and using it. Just like the display property and all other CSS properties have their default values, the box type down here is going to have a default value of content box. So that's what we're seeing right here. But we can switch this to be something called border box, which is basically going to change how all of those properties, so width, height, padding, border, and margin, it's going to change how those relate to each other within the box model. To understand this, let's go back to our Firefox DevTools, and let's go ahead and calculate the total size or space that this particular element is taking up. So the way that we would do this is by adding things together because the default box type is content box. So basically what we have to do is if we wanted to find the total height of this element over here, we could of course just hover over it and we can see exactly, what the height is. But if we wanted to calculate this, we just come down into the box model and we say, okay, what is the height of the content? Well, the height of the content is going to be 100 pixels. So we say 100, and then we add on whatever the padding is on both sides. So we add the top padding and the bottom padding, which on both sides is going to be 20 pixels. So we go 20 plus 20 is 40, plus the content height of 100 is 140. And then on top of that, we add the border dimensions, which is going to be 5 pixels on the top and the bottom. So in total, the total height or space in height that this occupies on the web page is going to be 100 plus 20 plus 20 plus 5 plus 5. So that equals, 140, 150 in total. And then the margin, the additional 20 and 20 or 40 pixels, that's not actually going to play into the box model. That's kind of separate from it. It doesn't actually indicate how the total height of this element. So let's go ahead and see if we can hover over this. And you'll see that if we hover over the entire element, it's showing in pretty small text that the height is 150, just like we calculated. So again, 100 plus 20, 20, 5, and 5 is our total height. And then likewise, we can do that with the width. So we grab our content width, which is 400. We add both of the paddings on the left and the right, which is 40. So we got 440. And then we add the border, which is 5 and 5. So we got 440 plus 10 is 450. And that's when we hover over it is what the width is going to be. So that calculation that we did seems awfully complicated. And it kind of is because we're having to add all these different components and consider, okay, what's the left padding? What's the right padding? What's the left and right border? It would be a lot easier if we could just define, I want this element to be 400 pixels wide and 200 high and be done with it. And then have all the rest of the padding and border and stuff just be within it. And that is what the border box value of the box type property allows us to do. So all we have to do is come to the styles of the element, and then we say box type, and we say we want border box. Now, if we apply that, it's not going to work because, let me see why. Invalid property name. Oh, I must be blanking on what we're actually using here. let me see what we're talking about here. So box type. So I was totally blanking out. It's not box type. It is box sizing. That box type is just what I named it in our code pen. But if you say box sizing equals border box, you'll see that this changes just a little bit. So let me go ahead and uncheck this and watch the content up in the left, top left. You'll see that something is going on here. And it's really hard to tell what that something is when we just have one element on the page. But what I've done is put together another code pen that really helps us visualize the difference between the border box and the content box. Now stick with me here because I know it seems a little bit boring and why would we need to worry about box sizing? But when we start making grids and we start, putting elements within other elements, it's going to become really important to know, how much width do we need to give to children element to fit within the parent container, so on and so forth. So let's go ahead and dig into that example that I created and you'll see exactly what I mean. So as I mentioned, when we flip that box sizing from content box to border box, it basically takes the calculation of the space that HTML is occupying and it changes it. So now instead of taking the content height plus the padding plus the border to get our total height, we just look at the height property and that is our total height. And it's a lot easier to kind of reconcile in our brains. And furthermore, it makes it a lot easier to put elements within other elements. So as you see on the screen here, what we're looking at is a couple of divs, and I've got a child div and a parent div. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to fit the child div within the parent and not have it break out of its space. And if you see on the right side where we've got the output of this, you can see that the content box, we've got the parent container, which has that's just a picture background, that's not CSS. But that's the space that it's occupying. And you can see that the child with that border on it, because border, has an impact on the total size of a content box, you can see that by adding that border, we're breaking out of that parent container. And that's really going to be a problem when we're trying to arrange elements on the page. So furthermore, if we were to add padding to this, basically what this button is going to do when we click it is it's going to take the child element, which is the one with the border on it, and it's going to add some padding to it. So when we click this, you'll see that it makes it break out of our parent container even more, and that's because when we add padding or a border to something that has a box sizing of content box, it's going to add space to that element. It's always going to be additive. Now, when we come down to a border box type element, it's not going to. So what's going to happen is the content width and height is going to be adjusted based on how much border and padding there is. So you can see from the start, we're already fitting the child element, which is got the black border, right on top of the parent container. And if we add some padding, instead of getting larger, it's just going to make the content within it a little bit smaller. So let's toggle the padding and you'll see that this text right here is going to come inwards a little bit. But we're not going to see the border break out of that parent container. So I understand that this is a little bit confusing, especially if you're just starting out in CSS, but I really wanted to introduce this concept because you will stumble upon this down the road. And you'll probably see, like I said, something like a CSS reset. So let me go ahead and grab that code that I'm talking about and show you exactly what I mean. Oftentimes, you'll see in a CSS style sheet the following thing. And this is going to change the stuff over on the right a little bit, but that's not the point. What you'll see is that on the HTML element, or the root element, they're going to change the box sizing to border box. So it's going to take the root style and make it, this nice little handy border box where, the width is the width and the height is the height and there's no math going on there. And then these next couple of rules, similar to what we talked about, where if you put a comma there, it will select multiple, classes or IDs or tags or whatever. That's what these are doing. And this is a wildcard character that's basically saying, I want to target every element in this entire document. And then what it's doing is it's saying, I want to set the box sizing property to inherit, which is basically going to look up and say, okay, what is the root element set to? Whatever that's set to, inherit that down to all of the different elements on this web page. So in effect, what we call this is a CSS reset, and it's going to change the default box sizing to this more easy to understand border box, box sizing. All right, I know we've covered a lot. We've come a long way in this crash course so far. We're not done yet, but I want to do a quick little review on a few things. So we've learned about how do we select things, how do we select HTML elements. We've learned about what takes precedence when we have multiple CSS rules, and we've learned about the box model. And what I want to review here is the box model, and just go through a few things that you should keep on the top of your mind. So first off, the box model describes how much space an HTML element occupies. The space is heavily influenced by that box sizing property that we just talked about, whether that's content box or border box. So content box, you have to add the content width and height to the padding in the border. Well, with the border box, you just take the width and the height, and that is the total space that your HTML element occupies. So the space is also, or space and layout is also heavily influenced by the display property. So whether we have a block element, an inline element, or an inline block element is going to influence where those elements are sitting on the page. So those two properties, box sizing and display, are going to really play together, deciding how our web page is laid out. And furthermore, that display property has two additional values that we have not talked about but will. So flexbox and CSS grid, which is going to allow us to make grids, and it's going to allow us to space elements out really well. So that's going to be super useful to us in the future. And finally, the most important components of the box model are height, width, padding, border, and margin. Margin doesn't play into the total space it occupies, but it does control the space around it. And then finally, all other CSS properties are going to be kind of supplemental to these core concepts. So whether we're styling the text color, or we're doing a background image, or making a different font, those are all going to be just kind of supplementary to these core concepts. What I would recommend is that you come to this little example that I put together. It's in the description, and just click through all of these attributes, or not attributes, but CSS properties, and see what happens with different combinations. So change the display type to inline, and then try to set, different margins and paddings and stuff like that. And you'll see like, okay, the margin doesn't really do anything when it's inline, but the padding does. And then if we set this to block and then change the margin, then it is going to do something. Aside from the display property and the box sizing and a couple other things we just talked about, there's one other CSS property that you'll use pretty often, and it will affect the flow of the elements on the page. And that's going to be the position property. So this position property has, I think, about 4 or 5 different possibilities. So let's go ahead and write those out. We need to make an unordered list and then put some list items in. Let me get my notes here. So we can have a value of static. We can have a value of absolute. We can have a value of relative. And then we can have fixed, and the last one is going to be sticky. So when I'm talking about this position property, all I'm saying is that if we came down and targeted this unordered list, and then we gave it a position, we can say we want it to be fixed. But what does this actually mean? Well, this position property is going to be really handy when we have to lay out things on the page and make things like nav bars. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and show you, is an example of how we might make a nav bar and show how that will stay at the top of the page rather than scrolling down when we have content that exceeds the total height of the viewport or the web page that we're looking at. A few notes I want to make. This first one, the static, is going to be the default value. So if we came down here and defined the position of this unordered list to be static, that's kind of redundant because it's already going to be that by default. And then the other note I want to make is the sticky property value is going to be a little bit newer. It's unsupported in some browsers, and I'm not really going to touch on it because we can achieve very similar things with this fixed property. All right, so those are the possible values. Let's walk through each of them and see what they actually do for our HTML. So the first thing I want to do is create a nav element. So we talked about semantic HTML in the prior lesson, how we want to use what the intent of that element is. And if we want to make a nav bar, we should use the nav HTML tag. So within that nav, we can make some sort of list, which would be kind of a list of different links or something. But just to keep it simple, I'm just going to put in some sort of heading. So we'll just put in an h2 element, and we'll say this is the nav bar. So you're going to see that pop up on the page, and it's nothing special at the moment. And actually, let's go ahead, let's make this an h4 just to be a little bit smaller. And what we want to do in the CSS is we want to target that nav element. We want to give it a background color of blue. We're going to talk about those background styling properties, so bear with me here while we don't know about them. And then I want to make the height of this equal to, we'll call it 60 pixels. So you can see we have some sort of nav bar sitting up on the page. And I actually don't like this blue. Let's go ahead and do navy and then change the color of the text to white just to make it look a little bit better. And what you'll see is there's some space going on around this. We would, ideally want this to be at the top of the page, have no white space around it. And that's happening for two reasons. By default, this h4 element is going to have some sort of margin around it. It's just a browser default that is set on this element. We didn't set it, but it's already there. Likewise, CodePen has a default that puts some either margin or padding within the body element. So anything that we write in this HTML is going to have a little bit of padding in there so that we have this white space. So all we have to do is just cancel that out by writing a CSS rule. So we'll start with h4 and we'll just say we want 0 margin on there, see what that does. Remove some of the margin. And then we want to come down and say on the body, we want to have 0 margin. I guess that's all we needed. We just need to zero out the margin, and now there's no space around this. So looking good there. And if we wanted to center this text within the nav bar, we can use a little trick. We can use the line height property to basically say, okay, I want this text to be, X amount of pixels tall. And in this case, we know exactly how tall the nav bar is, 60 pixels. So what we need to do with this h4 is make the line height equal to 60 pixels. And now we're going to see that go right in the middle. And the last thing we'll do is on the left side of that h4 element, let's just put some padding on the left of, say, 10 pixels, and that's going to push it out a little bit. So I know we haven't talked about a lot of these properties. We will in a second, but you can see how this is this nav bar is coming together. But the problem is right now, if we were to scroll down on this page, the nav bar is going to kind of go away, and we don't want that. Since there's no other elements, when I scroll, you're not going to see anything. So let's go ahead and add a div that has a bunch of boxes in here. So we'll say we want a div with a class of box, and then let's replicate that several times down. And then we'll come down here and style all the classes of box. And what we're going to do is we're going to give it a width of 200 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. And let's go ahead and give it a background color of, green is fine for now. You're going to see just one big blob because they're all kind of smushed together. But all we have to do is add some margin around it, and those are going to be separated out. So the reason that I created those is just to give us more than enough content so that we can actually see some scrolling action. So now you'll see the scroll bar here on the right because we've got too much content for the visible screen. And when we scroll down, what happens? We're not going to see that nav bar anymore. And as you're probably used to with most sites, the nav bar needs to stay up top. And the way that we do that is by using the position property. And we can just come into the nav bar right here, and we can say that we want the position to be fixed. And what that's going to do is a lot of things that we don't expect, and it's going to look a little bit intimidating for a second until we figure out exactly what's going on. So when we put it to fixed, it actually takes that element out of the flow of the HTML document. So previously we talked about how we have block elements and inline elements, and if we change those, it kind of breaks them out of the flow of the content. Likewise with the position fixed property, now what's going to happen is we have to explicitly set the width of this. So let's go ahead and set the width to be 100% of its container, and that should span it across the entire web page here. Another way that we could do that is a property called 100 viewport width, so VW. And that is actually the same thing if we just came over to, let's come over to our dev tools in Firefox. And if you remember, we could say window.inner height and get some sort of value here. And this means that the height of the visible window here is 966 pixels. We can also get the inner width right here, which is 773. And if we were to change this right here and run it again, it's going to be a different value because the visible width of this viewport changed. So these properties, we know how to get them in JavaScript through the DOM, but we can also get them within CSS by using either 100 viewport width or 100 viewport height, so VH. So that is just a really useful thing to know. I use it all the time, especially when I'm making full page layouts and nav bars and stuff like that. Now, the last thing about a position fixed element is that you have to specify the offset that you have to its parent container. Now, in this case, the parent container of our nav is going to be the body element, and that's going to be basically this visible screen right here. So all we have to do is come down and say, from the top, I want it to be 0 pixels. And that's going to pull it up to the top. And then since we have it as 100% or 100% width, we don't really need to define this other one, but let's go ahead and say we want it to be 0 pixels from the left. So at this point, what we can see is that as we scroll down, our nav bar stays at the top and it's considered fixed positioning. The last thing that we would probably want to do is address this issue right here. Our boxes or our main content has now spilled under our fixed nav bar. And the reason is because this fixed nav bar doesn't take up any space. So unlike a block element or even an inline element that takes up some sort of space, to the HTML document, this nav bar occupies 0 space whatsoever. So to make sure that the main content is below it at all times, we have to give a margin on the top of this boxes div class. So we come down to the CSS, give it, target that class, and then we say we want to give the margin top probably should be a little more than 60 pixels. So let's just go ahead and say 80 pixels. And that should bring all of our boxes down, and now it's working just fine. So that is the fixed positioning, and it's going to be really useful when you're trying to make a nav bar at the top, even at the side, on the right side, or even a footer at the bottom of the page. That's a really good use case for this. The last couple position property values that we can use, so absolute and relative positioning. Again, we're not talking about static because that's the default, and sticky because that's kind of out of the scope here. But when we're talking about a fixed positioning, what we just looked at, that's going to set the element, it's going to remove it from the flow of the document and take up 0 space, and it's going to be positioned relative to the viewport, which is always going to be the edges of the browser window. So as you saw, we said we want it to be 0 pixels from the top, so at the very top of the viewport, and 0 pixels from the left, so the very left of the viewport. Now, with relative and absolute positioning, it's somewhat similar. We're still pulling things out of the flow, or at least with absolute positioning, we're pulling them out of the flow of the document, but we're positioning them relative to other elements. So let's play around with relative positioning first. So let me target this first box right here. And what I want to do is I want to give it another class called rel position, just to give it some indication of what it's doing. And then within this, I want to make another div, and I want to say this will be absolute position. We're not going to do anything quite yet with that, but I'll show you what it does in just a second. So let's focus in on this relatively position box, which is this first green box that we're targeting. We'll come down into our CSS, and all we're going to do is give this relative position class a relative position. And what you're going to see here is nothing has happened yet, but what happens when we scroll is now this first box goes on top of our nav bar. So only the first box though, the rest of them go behind it. And that is a direct result of setting that relative positioning on the element. Because what that does, like I said, with a lot of CSS properties, setting one value will kind of change the rules of the game. It's no different here. What this does is enables a new property called z-index, which basically says, okay, we've got all these elements on the page. What is the z-index, three-dimensional rather than two-dimensional? So which one sits on top of another? And when you put relative positioning or absolute positioning on an element, it now has the z-index. So now what we have to do is define what needs to be on top of another. So we need to come up to the nav bar and give it a z-index of 1 to put it on top of this element once again. So that's something really important to know about the relative positioning. But what relative positioning really does is it, as you saw, it didn't really change the actual position of that box. But now what we can do is define these top, left, right, and bottom properties on this element, and it will change its position relative to itself. So that's kind of a confusing topic, but basically the way you can think of it is if that green box is sitting right there right now, if we give it a top value and we say 20 pixels, it's going to go down 20 pixels. And confusingly enough, since I believe our margin was 20 pixels exactly, it's going to blend it into the other boxes. So let's go ahead and make this 10 so that we see some separation still. But it basically takes the original position, and if we add the top property, it will go 10 pixels below where it was to begin with. So it's a little bit confusing, but it is a useful type of positioning, especially when you have some stubborn elements in your HTML that you just need to get to move just a little bit, but you can't quite do it with normal CSS properties. And finally, if you set the position to relative on a parent element, then you can set absolute positioning on the element within that parent element. So what we can do is we can look at this div that we put within the relatively positioned div, and we can take this class and target it with our CSS. So we'll target the absolutely positioned element, which is not showing up yet. But let's go ahead and give it a width of 20 pixels and a height of 20 pixels and give it a background color of, say, orange. So we're going to have all sorts of nasty colors here on the screen. And what you'll see is that by default, it's going to sit up there in the top left corner of its parent. And that's because we haven't positioned it yet. So let's give it the absolute positioning. And what that's going to do is now we have those top, bottom, right, and left offsets enabled on this specific element, but instead of being an offset based on the viewport, so with this fixed nav bar, whatever we pass to those properties is going to be in relation to the edges of your viewport. Now we're going to be setting these top, right, bottom, left offsets based on the position of the next highest element that has relative or absolute positioning. And if there's nothing above it that has those positionings, then it's going to use the HTML element or the root element. So in this case, we have something that is relatively positioned as the direct parent, which is this green box. So if we were to come down to the absolute position and say we want to put it 20 pixels from the top, it's just moving it down 20 pixels relative to the edges of this parent container. And then we can put it, I don't know, we can say from the right we want it to be 30 pixels. So it's going to pull it over to the right and offset it 30 pixels off of that right edge. So that's what the absolute positioning does, and it has to be used in relation with that relative positioning. Once again, if you don't have a parent element that is relatively positioned, so let's go ahead and remove this position relative, and now it completely disappears. And you probably are asking yourself, where did this just go? And the answer is I'm thinking it's probably behind the nav bar. So let's go ahead and give it a z-index of 2, which is greater than the nav bar, which has an index of 1. And now you can see it pop up here in the nav bar. And the reason it's up there is because since we don't have any relatively positioned elements as its parent or grandparent, it's positioning itself relative to the viewport, just like we saw with the fixed positioning. So now what we can say, if we look at this absolutely positioned element, if we change the top to be 0 and the right to be also 0, it's going to be perfectly up in the top right corner, as you can see here on the screen. As you can see, these position properties can really help you control where the elements sit on the page, and they're really powerful layout properties. Obviously, you're not going to be a master of them after just watching this brief tutorial or demo, but hopefully it exposed you to what's possible, and when you stumble upon it in the future or in the code challenges, you'll know exactly what's going on. If I'm being honest, we've made it through the hardest part of CSS in the first part of this course. The remainder of this video and this crash course is going to be a little bit more fun, a little bit more straightforward, and you're going to really start to see the magic of CSS coming into play. So in the remainder, we're going to talk a little bit about CSS units. So we've looked at them already, but pixels, EM, rem units, percentages, maybe a couple others. Actually, that's probably it. And then we're also going to look at color codes and different color stylings. So we've been using the color property to change the text color throughout this tutorial, but we're going to get into how do we define different colors and, how do we do color themes and stuff like that. And then we'll dig into font properties. So how do we change the font that's on the page and different font families and import fonts and stuff like that. And then finally, we will talk about background properties. So how do we make an image as the background of your web page? And then at the end, I'm going to talk about writing shorthand CSS. So that's going to bring a few things together that you may catch on to as we write it, but that'll be pretty interesting. And then to cap it off, I'm going to give you my kind of 4-step system of how I think through putting together HTML and then styling that with CSS effectively. So it's basically like get the layout first, then put the styles on and iterate over that process. Before we get into the remainder of the CSS properties, some common ones you'll use, we have to talk about measurement units within CSS. So you can see them on the screen here. Pixels, pretty straightforward and common. EM and rem, those are font units, like measuring how large the font on the screen is. And then percentages, that's going to really play into some responsive design that we'll talk about in a later video. So we'll start with pixels, and you probably already looked it up, seen me using it. It's relatively intuitive, but your computer screen is made up of pixels. And the higher resolution your computer screen is, the more pixels you can cram into it. So it gets into a pretty complex discussion when you actually start thinking about it too much when you're looking at a web page and trying to calculate how many pixels exist on that web page. But if you just look at it as a way to explicitly set the dimensions of HTML elements, it's pretty simple. So for example, you saw that we made this little orange box in the top right corner. We set it equal to a width and height of 20 pixels. So that's obviously somewhat small. And something that I wondered when I was first starting out is, how do I get a good grasp of how many pixels to assign to certain types of elements? And it's kind of like riding a bike. Like, as you go through and write more and more CSS, you'll get a feel for what are kind of the average pixel units that you'll be assigning to different types of things. So for example, I know that whenever I set padding or margin, it's usually going to be in the range of 10 to 20 pixels. When I set a border radius, it's going to be in the range of 4 to 7 pixels, and so on and so forth. You kind of get a feel for how large a pixel is after you've written CSS for a while. Next up, I'm going to skip down away from those font units, so talking about EM and REM. I'm going to skip those for a second and talk about percentages. Now, percentages are kind of the preferred way in a lot of cases to define the width and height of certain elements on the page, because when you go from a desktop to a mobile device, you're going to need relative dimensions rather than just saying, oh, I want this element to be 500 pixels. So a good example of this, let me just take what I've got here on the screen, and I'll go ahead and restyle this first box. So it's the relatively positioned box. I'll leave it how it is, and I'm just going to say that I want the width to be 600 pixels. And what it's going to do is it's going to be wider now. And the problem here is that when I resize this screen and we go to a mobile device, it's going to get cut off. So as I make this smaller and smaller, you're going to see that that box just goes off the screen completely. And the problem with that is, you want to have responsive designs. So a better way to do this is to say, I want the width to be, I don't know, we'll call it 80% of the container. So as we resize this, you're going to see that that always stays 80% of the container that it's within. And that's a great way to write responsive web pages. And again, we're going to be talking a lot more about that responsive design in a separate video, but that's why percentages matter in the first place. Now, something about percentages that can get a little bit confusing is it's all relative to its container. So let's go ahead and apply a few concepts we've learned. So the question is, how do we get this little orange box back in the green box so that we can play around with this? Well, all we have to do is set the position back to relative. So this orange box is going to now be relative to the green box. So when I uncomment this property right here, it's going to put this orange box in the top right corner of the green box. So, or at least I think that's what's going to happen. And that's exactly what happened. So we now have that there. And now what I'm going to do is go ahead and reposition this. So instead of being in the top right, we're going to put it in the top left. So we'll put it in the top left. And now what we're going to do is give it a width in terms of percentages rather than pixels. So what happens if I give it a width of 100%? Well, now it spans the entire width of its parent element, not the entire web page, because it exists within that parent element, so it's going to occupy the width of the parent element. In other words, if we were to set, I'm just going to do this to make the math a little bit more simple, but let's go ahead and set this green box equal to, say, 500 pixels. So the calculation for this orange element is going to be 500 pixels times 100% is equal to 500 pixels. And if we were to change this positioning to, call it 80%, now it's going to be 80% of 500, which is, I guess, 400 pixels. Yeah, about 400 pixels is what this is now. So you can see it's relative to its container, not relative to the entire web page when we define percentages. We've talked about pixels and percentages. Now let's talk about EM and REM units. So these are specific to font sizes, and we haven't really talked about fonts yet, but we have looked at text on the screen. So why don't I go ahead and put some text within our absolutely positioned div. So now we've got some text here, and we can change the size of that text using the font size property. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but if we came down into our absolutely positioned element and we give it a font size, we can say it can be 16 pixels, which is generally the standard font size of a paragraph element. So you won't see it change because that's probably the default that it already is. But if we went and changed that to, say, 18 pixels, you'll see that the text gets a little bit larger. Now, when we're talking about EM and REM units, that's kind of the more preferred way to define text sizes within a web page. And the reason being is if you're going around hunting and pecking for, trying to find all of the different CSS rules that you've defined font sizes in, it gets pretty difficult. You want to define it at one level, so at the top level of the document, and then everything else needs to be relative to that assignment. So what you'll generally see with font sizes is you'll see the HTML element. So if we target the root element itself and we give it a font size, you'll generally see it be set to about 16 pixels. From there, you will then define elements below that root element in relation to that 16 pixels. So if I came down to the absolute positioned element, so this text right here, and I said that I want the font size to be 1 rem. That means that it's going to be 100% of the size of the text in the root element, or rem. So in this case, the root element is HTML, and the font size is 16. So if we define it as 1 rem, then that means that we're doing 100% of 16 pixels, or in other words, 16 pixels. And if we change this to, say, 1.2 rem, that would be 120% of 16 pixels, which I don't think I can do that in my head right now. So you figure that out with the calculator on your own, but basically it makes it larger than the default font size. Likewise, we can also use EM units, and that basically means relative to its parent element. So if we have this relatively positioned element, which is the green box right here, and we set the font size right here to 16, or no, we'll go ahead and say something a lot larger so that we can distinguish this. So the relatively positioned element is going to have a font size of 24 pixels. And then if we came down and we said we want 1 EM in the child element, it's going to set it exactly equal to this 24 pixels. But if we change this back to rem units, now it's going to go back to the 16 pixels because now it's relative to the HTML declaration, which at the top is a font size of 16 pixels. So as you can see, the benefit of doing this and using these EM and rem units is you can define it one time and then everything else is relative to that. So let's say that you have your web app and you would originally define it to 14 pixels, and then you start using the app and your users start complaining, oh, everything's too small. Instead of going and changing every CSS rule, all you have to do is go up to the root element, change that, and then everything else is relative to that. So that would be the benefit of using EM and rem units. Speaking of fonts, let's go ahead and see how we can set custom fonts on our HTML. So I'm going to get rid of all this because all these colors are driving me nuts. They're just so ugly. I can't deal with them anymore. So let's get a clean slate. So let's go ahead and put a heading element and some paragraph text, and then maybe one more. We'll call this the original style text. And what we'll do here is this will be the original ID. And what we're going to style this as is we'll put these two as a new font style, and then we'll keep this one as the original just as a reference point. When we're dealing with fonts, in my head at least, there's about 4 properties that are highly relevant that you have to know. The first font property that we're dealing with is the font family, which is going to define what all of the text on your web page, in your web app, what that's going to inherit. And especially if you define it on the body or even the HTML, so the whole document, you can define the font family, and that's going to apply to everything within the document. Unless something is, of course, overwritten with a font family on a more specific element. But let's go to the documentation. I just searched for the font family property. You could also go to Technologies, CSS, Reference, come down to the index, and then somewhere in the F here we can find the font family. Looks like it might be at the very bottom though. Okay, so here's the font family. So that's how you get there. And as you can see, we are giving two values to this, or you don't have to, but in most cases you're going to give two values to this. The first one is going to be the font family that you're wanting to specify. And there's a bunch of built-in font families that you can use. Let me just see what we can find. Default font families. There's probably a resource. I think this is the one I clicked on before. So w3.org, it looks like this defines a lot of those default families that are available in all your browsers. So this first one is going to represent the family, and then the second one, or the second argument, we'll call it, to this property is going to be the fallback font. So there's only a couple of valid fallback fonts, and they're literally just like the type of font. So everyone knows like a serif and a sans serif font, and then like there's a monospace font, which is more like a typewriter type thing. So those will be fallbacks for if the browser doesn't support the first one that you define. But let's just go ahead and look at an example. In most cases, you're just going to put them in quotes, that first one, because it'll be two words. So let's copy this one in. That's a good example. So we'll put that in there, and you'll see how this changes. And I can comment it out. You'll see it change, and then uncomment it, and you'll see the change of this font. Now the question is, what happens if we want something more custom? What if we want like a really nice looking professional font? Well, there's a couple ways that you can do this in CSS, and a couple of them I'm not going to walk through. But the easiest way is to go to Google Fonts. So let's open up Google Fonts and go here, and then from this page we can search through all different categories of fonts. So let's say that we want only serif fonts, and then we can go down to, I guess different languages that they're available in, and different font properties. So let's scroll down and just pick something. See if I can find one that might be a little bit popular. I believe you can sort by trending or most popular. So maybe we look at Roboto Slab. All right, so that's a good one. And from here, you just go down to all of these different font weights and styles, and you click select this style. So in pretty much every case, you're going to select the regular. So we'll click select that style. And what you'll notice is that in this link that we're going to use in just a second, it looks like it's just pulling in a default link, but the second we add in a different weight, so let's say that we want the boldest version of this font, and we click select style, now you're going to see that there's this little parameter in here that defines that we want the weight of 400 and 900. And each additional weight that you add is going to add a little bit more size to this import, so you have to be careful with that, but for the most part, grab a couple and you should be good. So in this case, we have a regular font and we have a very bold font. And all we have to do is take this link tag, which is a valid HTML tag that we had talked about earlier. And that's actually how you import style sheets to an HTML document. And we'll come back to our CodePen playground and come up to settings. I believe HTML. And then in this section here, stuff for the head, we can just paste in those link tags. And now those fonts have been imported into our document, and we can access them with CSS. Now, this is a little bit different than how you would do it if you were writing outside of the CodePen environment. So just for a second, I'm going to comment out all of this HTML and show you exactly how you would do this on your own. So you're going to need an HTML, a body, and then, of course, the head. So this is our basic structure of an HTML document. And then you'll, of course, have a link to your styles.css or something like that. So this will be representing your style sheet. Not here, but in a different document it would. And then you can also copy in those link tags that we imported from Google Fonts. So this is how you would basically import a font to a custom HTML document that's outside of this, nicely programmed CodePen environment. So anyways, let's get rid of that. We don't need that. We'll uncomment or not uncomment. Okay, so we're back to the start, and now all we have to do is replace these two lines with the imported font. If you go back to Roboto slab, you're going to see that the CSS rules to specify this family is right here. So we can just copy that, come back here, and replace this whole line, and now you'll watch the text change to this new font. So that's how you would import a custom font. It's pretty much how I always do it for a lot of my web pages and apps, is use Google Fonts. It's free and very easy to use. So that is the first and most important CSS property when we're dealing with fonts. We'll go ahead and give a font size of 16 pixels because we're on the root HTML element, and that is a very standard value to be giving an entire web page. Now, what gets interesting is the font weight property. So font weight determines the thickness of that font, but the interesting thing about this one is you can only use the weights that you've imported if you're using something like Google Fonts. So if you remember when we were looking at this, we only imported a weight of 400 and 900, which means if we give the, let's go ahead and target a specific element. So in this case, let's say this will be thick font, and target that by its ID, and then give it a font weight of 900. And you're going to see that this goes bold because we're specifying it to be 900. But since we only imported that one weight, if we change this to say, 700, it's not going to change anything on the page. And the reason is we didn't import it. But if we were to change this back down to 400, then it's going to go back to normal because we did import the 400 or regular font size. So that's how the font weight property is related to those imports that you will do. The last thing we'll talk about is line height. So let me put in a paragraph tag, and here let's go ahead and copy some lorem ipsum font, which is basically just generic text that we can use. And what you'll see on the page is very normal looking text. Now if we change the line height, so if we target the paragraph elements and give it a line height of, call it 30 pixels, you're going to see that it spaces this out a little bit more than the original. And I believe the default line height is going to be the same as the font size, but I could be wrong on that. I would have to check. But basically, let's see. We can actually check that. So we'll go 1 rem. And it looks like, no, it's not the same as the font size because it definitely got smushed a little bit more. But anyways, line height is basically going to give you the space between the lines of text when there's multiple lines of text. We are getting to the end here, but we have a couple more topics to cover, and one of those is colors. So there's not a whole lot to know about colors, but I do want to walk through some of the basics. So far, we've been talking about just basic, colors. So if we came into our paragraph element here, we give it a color of, say, red. Now, red is pretty easy to understand. It's the color red. But that is a built-in CSS property, and I'm wondering if there's a resource that has all of those potential properties. So if you go to the MDN documentation, go to the color property, so the color CSS property, and then I believe there should be some sort of list of all of the possible colors that you can use. Let's see if we can find it here. So it looks like here's a few of the color keywords that you can use. This looks like a list. I don't know if this is exhaustive of all of the possible ones, but it sure looks like it. So you can just go to color value is where that is on the documentation. But that's what we've been looking at so far. And there are also other ways that you can define colors. So you can define it as a hex or hexadecimal. You can define it as RGB, or you can define it as RGBA. So we'll walk through all of these and I'll show you exactly what they do. to help us out a little bit, we're going to use this built-in color picker. Just type in RGB to hex or vice versa, and usually comes up on Google. There's other tools that you can use as well. Let me zoom in so that we can really see what we're dealing with here. And you'll see that in this color picker, we can drag to look for different colors. We'll just stop here on this green. And what you'll see is all these different codes. So we could just type into our CSS, we could just say we want green, or we want something like light green. Those are both valid values. But if we wanted to be more specific and go with a color theme, we're going to have to use something a little bit more complex. And these color codes allow us to get to a very finite amount of detail with our colors. And what you need to understand is that each color is built with red, green, and blue, which is defined by this RGB value. So the first number is going to be red, then green, and then blue. Now these numbers go from 0 to 255. I believe that's 1 byte. Is how much space that takes up in memory. And each different combination of those byte values are going to give you a different color based on the blending of those red, green, and blue values. And if you were to take these three values and convert them to hexadecimal notation, which is just a numbering system, you get this code right here. So the 128 would be represented by 80 in hexadecimal. 235 would be represented by E and B in hexadecimal, and 52, just drag something around there, 52 will be represented by 34 in hexadecimal. So these are the same exact thing, just expressed with different notation. Now there's one other thing that we can do, and that is add an RGBA value. So let's go ahead and copy this hex code in. So we'll copy that into our color for text color, and you'll see that it changed a little bit. And that works. We can also come back and grab the RGB values, and then in our CSS, all we need to do is type RGB, put some parentheses, and separate those values from 0 to 255 by commas. Now there's one trick that you can use. If you add an A at the end of the RGB, you can define one more value within this, I guess, array or whatever we're calling this. And this represents the opacity that we're going to define. So if we wanted 100% opacity, basically the same color, we give it 1. And that's going to give us the same color. But if we wanted 50% opacity, you give it 0.5. And you can see how this has been kind of grayed out. We can actually use our new skills of absolutely positioning an element. Let's go ahead and write a div in here, and we'll say overlay, and come down and style this. So we'll say overlay is going to be a width of 200 pixels, a height of 200 pixels, and then we're going to give it the same exact color right here. So, and then maybe the P color will just be black by default so that we can see it really well. And then this overlay is not showing up. And why is it not showing up? Hold on. Oh, that is because we've set the color. We need to set the background color to actually get something to show up. Now, this is not over the text yet, but all we have to do is say position absolute, and then give it 0 from the top, and there we go. So we've now got this box sitting on top of this text, and you can see that we can actually see the text through it because we've given it this 50% opacity value. If we flip that to 1, it's going to disappear because it's 100% opacity and it's covering all of the text. So that's what the RGBA CSS value is able to do with colors. Now, speaking of colors, I recommend going to Adobe Color, which is a great place to kind of explore different color themes, and it will show you like all of the different complementary colors to certain codes. And you can even go to Explore or go to Trends, and you can look through different color themes that people have put together for different niches. So graphic design, illustration, architecture, game design. And you can go in and click on these palettes, and it will give you all of the hex codes that you need. And you can set those up in your global CSS values, and then your whole web page is going to be themed in a uniform way. All right, let's get rid of all this stuff because we are ready for the, I think the last category of CSS properties that you'll probably need to be aware of, and that is background properties. So far, we have talked about background colors, and you've seen me do this with these boxes where I'm just giving them background colors so that we can see them on the screen. But you can also do background images. And with background images, there are a couple of properties, just like we talked about before. Certain properties set to certain values kind of change the rules of the game for the rest of the page. And that is the same deal with background images. So I'm going to walk you through a couple use cases with backgrounds and how you might see them, you know, in real life when you actually start putting together web pages. The first one is simple. Like I said, we've already talked about it, and let me just go ahead and make some simple text on the page just so we have something. But what we're going to target is the body element. So that's the whole web page. And I'm going to give the body element a background color of green. And you're going to see on the screen that it turns completely green. So that is the easiest property. The next thing that you can do, rather than just making a solid color background, is you can put a background image on your web page. It's actually pretty common for like a home page. Here's my golf website. You'll see that there's a background image there. And this background image, I've actually pulled this out into its own link so that we can use it within the CodePen environment. So let's copy this link so that we have it ready. And now what I'm going to do is put a div up here, and we're going to call it the main content. And then we're going to put the text in there just so that we have something to see. And from here, we will grab the main content, and we're going to say background, rather than background color equal to something like blue, we're going to say the background image is equal to a URL. And I guess I copied in the wrong thing here. So let me grab that link again. And now we have a URL. So the problem here is it's only taking up this small amount of space. And that is because we have not defined the size of this main content. So all we need to do is say the width of the content is going to be 100% of the viewport width. So again, that's the whole visible screen is 100% of that width. And what you'll see is there's still some gaps here, and that's because the CodePen environment automatically adds some margin around the body. So what we need to do there is reset that. So we'll go to the body and give it a margin of 0. So that should bring it in line there. And then we have this P element, which has some sort of margin on it too, which is adding this top margin. So we'll make the P margin equal to 0 as well. And now we have this at the top of the screen. So if we come down here and give it a height of 100% of the viewport height, now we're going to see this image across the whole page. Now, obviously this image is not showing what it is. Like this is, who knows what this image is, and we need to position it a little bit differently. So the way that we do that is we'll use a property called background size, and we'll go ahead and set that equal to cover. So that's going to cover the whole container that we have it as a background for. And then we want to make sure that we specify the background repeat to be no repeat, just in case a screen size is so big that it has to repeat. And then finally, I think we need to add in the background position, which is going to take 2 values. It's going to say, I think you can just say like bottom right or something like that. So let's go ahead and look that up. If we go to the documentation and type in background position. So it says the background position sets the initial position for each background image. It's relative to the position layer. Okay. And you can see that there's multiple different values that you can give it. You can give it values relative to different parts of the screen, or you can just say position it at the top, left, or center. that kind of thing. So what I will do is just position it to the right. Bottom right works, but we can just position it to the right because our golfer here is on the right side and we need to pull it over so that you can see him in the background. So this is our basic background image, and then from here you can put text on the screen. So what if we went up here and said on the body we want the color of the text to be white so that we can see it, and instead of paragraph text maybe we have like an H1, welcome to my site, or something like that. And then of course we need to remove that margin because it's messing it up. And we'll come down here, give it some margin on the top, which will be 50 pixels. Actually, no, we don't want to do that. We want to do some padding on the top so that it doesn't bring the whole image down. And then maybe we'll say on the body that we want the text alignment to be center, so that's centered on the screen. So we have a welcome message, says welcome to my site, and you've got a nice background image. There's obviously a lot more that you can do here. I didn't even scratch the surface on all the different things you have to think about when you're putting together a background image and trying to actually get elements like this piece of text on top of it. So that gets a little bit more complicated, but hopefully this is just a nice overview of those background properties to see what's possible. All right, so the last thing I'm going to say about CSS properties is that there is a shorthand way to write them in some cases. So to this point, you've seen me just writing these properties and not really explaining, okay, I'm giving it a margin of 0 right here, but what does that represent? Is the 0 margin going to be a margin on the left, the right, top, bottom, all 4 of them? And the answer is it's going to be all 4 of them because this margin property is a shorthand CSS property. And what you can do, let me go ahead and get us a better example here because this is not a good example. So let's make a div and target that div, give it a width of 200 pixels, a height of 200 pixels, and a background color of green, just so that we have something on the screen. And then from here, or actually let's make a couple of these so that we see 2 of them. And you can see that they're combined together because there's no margin. But if we were to put some margin on this, we can say the margin is just 20 pixels and be done with it. Or we could say that the margin top is going to be 20 pixels so that it doesn't space it from the left side of the screen. So this margin property, when it's defined just on its own, is a shorthand property. You can give it one value, which makes the margin on all sides equal, or you can come in here and you can give it 4 different values. So let me make sure I got this right. But the first value should be the top margin. Then you have looks like the right margin, then the bottom margin, and finally the left margin. So you can define different values for, top, right, bottom, left, instead of writing it all out like this. So we could say this line right here, I'll comment it out, and that's going to be equivalent to this. So we'll say margin top is 20, margin right is 5 pixels, margin bottom is 10 pixels, and margin left is 20 pixels. So these 4 properties combined together is the same exact thing as this one shorthand property. So you'll see this very commonly in CSS where another great example of this is border. You could say border is 1 pixel solid black, and you'll see that border pop up, or not very well. Let's make it 5 pixels so you can see it better. And this is a shorthand property, so what we could have done is comment this out and say border size is 5 pixels, the border color is black, and then the border, I believe, style is solid. And it looks like I got something wrong here because the size is all messed up, but let's look it up in the documentation. So we'll type in border, and it says that it sets the values border width, border style, and border color. So that's what I missed. It's not border size. It would be border width. And now you'll see the same exact result as you saw. Let's go ahead and comment this out just so that I can prove this out. So we'll comment out those 3 properties and comment this one back in. And the shorthand property has the same exact effect. So shorthand properties are a really quick and easy way to write CSS. You'll kind of get used to them, and just wanted to let you know that that was going on, because I know it's kind of confusing when you see all of these different properties being written and nobody explains, oh, we can define the margin right using like 3 different ways of doing it. Congratulations if you've made it this far. I know it's been probably a couple hours at this point of me talking about CSS and properties and concepts, box models, all that kind of stuff. But hopefully that was a good introduction for you. And at this point, we're going to kind of prep ourselves for the HTML and CSS challenges that we looked at the beginning of the video. So I'll be walking you through those on video in separate videos, not this one. But before we get there, I want to introduce the 4-step method that I go through when I'm writing HTML and CSS, because it was not offered to me when I was first starting out, or I didn't find it on my own. And I think it would be really helpful to you because it took me a while to figure this out and really get into a good routine. So this is a systematic way to write CSS in HTML. And the first step is to figure out what you want to put on the page. And oftentimes that comes in the form of a design. Now, we talked about we're not going to go through wireframing or graphic design in this course. We're leveraging existing designs that have already been built, but that is a huge, huge concept here. You never want to go into it where you have no idea how you want to design the visual elements on the page and try to write the code and design it all at the same time. It's really confusing, and I've done it too many times, and I would not recommend it. Now, once you have the design, or at least some sort of wireframe that gives you a sense of where you want to put the elements, you have to think of step 2, which is how do I want to arrange those on the page with HTML? Now, this is a highly intuitive step. You're going to get a lot better at this with experience, and it's much easier after you've written a couple of apps to understand, oh, I need to put a div container here, and then I need 3 div containers within that main div container. And then within each of those containers, I probably need some text and then maybe another container. So you'll get a lot better at realizing, how to use divs and different semantic HTML elements on the page as you go along. The third step is how can I use CSS to achieve that outline or layout? And this is where all of the stuff we talked about in this crash course come into play. If you don't know some of these properties and how they work and how they disrupt the flow of the elements on the page, then you're not going to be able to do this very well. So like step number 2, you'll get a lot better with practice on this one. And then finally, step 4, I really think this is probably the easier step of this process, and that is how do I want to style these elements? So once you've got them laid out on the page, styling them is rather trivial. You're just putting different colors and some padding, maybe some margin, that kind of stuff on them, maybe some text decoration or font sizes, that kind of stuff. And it's pretty trivial compared to getting the layout correct in the first place. So to go through this process, I'm going to give you a short example here at the end of this video. And then make sure to keep it in mind as we go into the challenge videos, and I'll be sure to kind of adhere to this process as we're building those front-end Mentor code challenges. So here's what we're going to build with this 4-step method. We can think of this as the design. So let me go ahead and change the view so that it's very clear. So we're going to go to full page view, and you'll see the design that we're trying to make. It's nothing fancy, but just looking at that visual design, how can we lay that out in HTML? So we have to decide, looking at this, do we want some containers built out? It looks like they're next to each other. How do we accomplish that with HTML? So let's go back over to our playground and start writing this out. I'm going to actually put these side by side so that we can see them a little bit better. When I look at this design, the first thing that I see is 2 div elements. So I'm thinking I'm definitely going to have 2 divs, and usually when I put something together with HTML, I have a container div, so kind of like the overarching parent to all the elements. So what I'll do here is start us out with a template. We'll say div.container and press tab to make a div with a class of container. And then from here, I want to make a div with a class of box1, and then I want to make another div with a class of box2. So we've seen this before, so if you remember, you might be able to kind of figure this out. But this is the basic structure that I think I want to lay that out. And of course, there's 2 pieces of text. So in each of these divs, I'm going to put some sort of H2. We'll call that box1. And then we will say we want some text in there. And then we can just copy this down into box2. As you can see on the screen on the left, this looks nothing like the one on the right. And the reason I knew to put all of these HTML elements in this fashion is because I have experience doing it. And I just know that we have an overarching container. Each div is going to represent each box. And then there's content within each of these divs that we can, center and style a little bit later. So let's go back to our 4-step process here. We already asked how we want to arrange them. That's the design itself, so what we're looking at over on the right. We said, how does this arrangement look in the form of HTML? We already wrote that out. It doesn't look anything like it yet, but it will. And now we have to say, how do we use CSS to imagine that layout that we see on the right? So from here, we have to take CSS and get these boxes. I need to label this one correctly. We need to get these 2 boxes and put them next to each other. Now, what I'm most comfortable with is Flexbox. I know we haven't learned it, and that's going to be a separate video, but I'm going to go ahead and use it here just to give an example. And how you use that is you basically take the main container and you display that as a flex item. And what that's going to do is it's going to put the boxes right next to each other. Now what you have to do is for each of the boxes, we're going to give it a width, or no, we're not going to do that. We're going to give it a flex basis of 50%. And we'll give that also to box number 2. So flex is going to be 50%. That's basically going to make them equal to each other. And then we need to give them a border so that we can see what is going on. And I think it's about 2 pixels is what the border we're looking for is. So we've got the border here on box number 1. We can copy this down to box number 2. We want to make that one blue. Okay, and the next thing that we want to do is probably give some margin around it because currently they're right next to each other. So we'll give it a margin of say 20 pixels. And down here we will give it a margin of 20 pixels as well. Looks a little bit big, so let's reduce that to 10 on both of them. Okay, that's looking a little bit better. And then with the box 1 and box 2, we probably also need to do text align center so that the text is all centered. We're going to refactor this in just a second. So now we're centered, and at this point we're pretty much spot on with our layout. So we need to go to the last step, which is how should each element be styled. We already have a border, so that's kind of part of the process, but the only thing that we need to do really is give it a color of blue for the text on the right, and then give it a color of green for the text on the left. And there you go. We have a pretty similar layout. I think partially why it doesn't look exactly the same is because it's smaller, but maybe we gave this some different dimensions, but I'm happy with this. We accomplished kind of what we wanted here. The only thing that I would do is refactor this CSS because currently you can see we've set flex equal to 50% on both of these. We've also set the text align and the margin. So we can combine those into one selector. So put a comma there, select both boxes, and then get all of these common properties that apply to both of them in here. So we'll grab the margin and the flex basis. And then we go ahead and delete that from these properties, or from these selectors. And it should look the same now. So this is how you would go through that 4-step process to solve an HTML and CSS challenge. Let's jump in. This is what we're going to be building here. It's going to be a nice way to practice a lot of those basic CSS and HTML skills that we've just learned. There's nothing crazy going on here, but it will give us that good opportunity. It looks like we've got a few different font styles, font weights, a little bit of color in here, and then even a button down here that we can style and maybe add a pseudo class hover effect to. So it'll be a great comprehensive introduction to writing HTML and CSS. This code challenge comes from the Frontend Mentor website, which is a great resource that you can scroll down and see a bunch of professional web designs for different things that will challenge you to use different skills in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. The one that I picked here is rather simple. It's kind of on the easier side of this, but we are going to walk through a couple others. So as you see this grid and the crowdfunding product page, those two will be coming up in future video challenges. For this video, I've purposely not looked at this yet and figured out how I'm going to do it. So this is completely raw and uncut. I really want to just show you my thought process. We talked about this 4-step system for writing HTML and CSS in the actual CSS crash course. And I really want to apply this and walk you through my thought process of how I take a design such as this one and think about how do I lay it out, how do I style it, and what resources am I using to do so. I'm not the best at writing HTML and CSS in the world, far from it. There are plenty of people that could come in and critique what I'm about to do in many, many ways, but my goal here is to show you just a realistic look at how we go about building something like this. Consistent with what we've been doing in the prior videos, we're going to be using the CodePen environment, so you can start a blank CodePen document and just follow along as we go through this challenge. I think our first step is going to be going over to the Frontend Mentor website. We don't need this page anymore, but if we go ahead and click the Visit Challenge Hub for the single price grid component, which I'm going to leave a link in the description to this so that you don't have to go searching for it. You'll find some starter files, a design file that we don't need. This is more on the side of, if you're using Figma or Sketch or even Photoshop or something like that to mock up the design, it might be useful to see what are the components and layers going on there. But like I said in the crash course, this is not about graphic design or wireframing. We're solely trying to take a pre-existing design and turn it into code. Scrolling down, you can see that this is the newbie difficulty level, so it should be relatively straightforward to solve. Almost 10,000 people have tried it and about 2,000 have finished, and I fully intend to be in this bottom category, as should you. And the brief that we're given is pretty simple. So it says your challenge is to build out this pricing component, getting it looking like the design. Okay, you can use any tools that you'd like. We're going to use vanilla HTML and CSS. We're not bringing in anything additional except maybe a Google font or something like that. It says your users should be able to, and what I want to call out right here is this is called a user story, and we've touched on it previously within this crash course when we built the HTML challenge. But a user story is something that you will write down in the requirements gathering phase of building a web page or a web app. And it's basically saying, okay, let's come up with a list of things that the user should be able to do if this is implemented correctly. So the first requirement is that we should be able to view the optimal layout for the component depending on the device's screen size. We have not yet talked about responsive design. That's, I believe, going to be the next video in this series. So we may leave this part out. I'm not quite sure yet. We'll see how long it takes to build the first part. But basically what that's saying is as we resize the screen, or if we look at it on desktop or our mobile device, it should, look good to the user. The second one is you should see a hover state on desktop for the sign up call to action. So in other words, what they're talking about is this button down here. When we hover over it, we should see some sort of interactive thing happening, whether that be the button gets larger or changes colors, opacity, something like that. So we can get a little bit creative with what we're doing there. It says download the starter code, go to the README file. This will give you further details. The style guide will give you the colors and the fonts that we need to use. So I'm going to go ahead and open this up. You'll see that we have some folders and some files. And if we open up the README, it's written in Markdown, which is kind of hard to read here. So what I'm going to do is open all of these files in a tool called Visual Studio Code, which is the code editor that we will eventually be using within this series. But for now, like I said, we're going to be using this CodePen environment because it's a lot more interactive and you can see the changes happening in real time. So let me get that opened and then we'll look at some of these files. I've got all the project files open in Visual Studio Code, which again, you'll get very used to as we go throughout this course. But basically we're just using it to see the files for now. And if we open up README, you'll see that it's written in Markdown. If you don't know what Markdown is, just go Google it real quick to understand. It basically takes these little two hashtags, for example, and this would become an H2 element within HTML. So I've got it open in the preview. It's a little bit easier to read than, the stuff going on over here. Most of this stuff is not new. The one thing that I'll talk about here is down here in the deployment section. So they recommend that you use Git version control to host this and push it to your repository and deploy it with Vercel. Now we're going to just put this up on GitHub pages and we're not going to actually be using the Git utility because we haven't covered that in the series yet. But I do want to, give you a way to see it live on the internet, and GitHub pages is a really simple way to do that. I'll show you exactly how that works, but it will not be the focus of this tutorial. The style guide, we don't really need to go through this all that much right now, but we'll be referring back to it when we have to figure out, okay, what font are we going to use? How large is this card going to be? And what colors are we putting in there? So this will be a good reference. So let's close that out. And I think everything else looks like we have design. These are just preview images to reference. And then images, we just have a favicon, which is going to be kind of up in the browser tab. And finally, we have this git ignore file, which has to do with the git version control utility. We're not going to talk about that. And then finally, an index.html, which has some predefined HTML boilerplate to start with. But once again, we're going to be using CodePen instead of doing that just because it's a little bit more interactive for us. All right, let's get started coding this thing. So once again, we'll go back to this four-step system for writing HTML and CSS. And for this, I use this four-step system on a component-by-component basis. So in our case, we're just building this simple card, so we can pretty much use it one time through. But if we had a much larger project, we'd kind of iterate and do this process multiple times. So the first thing is, how do I want to arrange these HTML elements on the page? That is basically talking about this design right here. So how do I want to design it? We've already have that done for us, so we can go to step 2. How do I make this arrangement look using HTML? So the way that we can figure that out is primarily by experience, just knowing how you can write HTML that will be turned into something like this. But I'm going to walk you through my thought process and just kind of start to give you that experience. So just taking a look at this design, the first thing that I'm thinking about is how do I lay this out with HTML? So what are the container elements that I need to use? And as we talked about, a div element is a great, container type element. So what I'm thinking about is there's probably going to be 4 main containers that we're looking at from a high level. The first one's going to be the entire design itself. So that will be one div. Then we'll have something for this white box right here. the bottom left box, and then the bottom right box. So really what we're going to be looking at is something like this. And excuse my poor drawing, I'm using a mouse, so this is kind of tough. But if we break it out like this, and then we draw something around it, this top one is going to be a div, and then we'll have another div here, and we'll have a div here, and a div here. So we're going to have 4 in total, and that's going to represent our entire design. As we move down to this bottom left section, which will be contained in a div, it's going to be a little bit trickier than this top one because of this part right here. So you see how we have some text and some more text styled right next to each other horizontally. And as we know, elements are block elements by default usually. So we're going to have to find a way to lay that out so that they're both on the same line and they have 2 different styles. So that'll be interesting to see how we do that. And then finally at the bottom, we've got a button which we'll spend a little bit of extra time on because we need to have a hover effect on it. And then in the bottom right, we have a pretty straightforward design where we just have a heading, and then it looks like an unstyled list. So it's not necessarily paragraph text. It looks like this is a list without bullet points. So I'll show you exactly how to do that. And then finally, we have some different colors throughout, but that's not really related to this step. So we've gone through steps 1 and steps 2. So what I'm going to do is actually take step number 2 and lay this out with HTML as we just talked about. So I've got my design here on the right and my code pen here on the left. So let's go ahead and start with this. The first thing that I'm going to do is make a main div that we're going to call the container, or more descriptively, we'll call it the card, because this is what we call a pricing card. Card is just terminology for something that's like all contained within a box. Then furthermore, I said that we're going to have 3 more divs. So let's lay that out, and we're going to give, I don't know, we'll call it an ID. So maybe let's be more specific with everything here because we're only making 1 card. In a real CSS project, you might want to make a card design and then apply it to 1 class that you can, use with multiple elements. But for here, we can just use IDs and be super specific. So we have a card, then we have the top section, and then we'll come down, make yet another div. This is going to be the bottom left section. I'm just being super descriptive here. And then furthermore, we're going to have a bottom right section. So let me expand this so that we can really see what we're dealing with. It's not going to show anything on the screen yet because we haven't put anything in these divs. But one thing that I just noticed that we probably should be doing is this bottom right section here, we probably should wrap that in another div just because they're horizontally next to each other. So really what we can visualize this as is we've got 1 section up here, and then we have 1 section down here, and then within that we have 2 more sections like that. So over here in our HTML, we're going to wrap these 2 in a div. So let me take the bottom 2 sections and put those in a div as well, and make sure that we have some good indentation so that we can see exactly what's going on pretty easily. Let's give this one an ID. So we'll just say bottom section. So if you look at this on the right, my extremely messy design, we have this top section, which is this big box. And then at the bottom, we have the bottom section, which is the big box surrounding these 2 little boxes. And then the 2 boxes down here are represented by the bottom left section and the bottom right section. And then everything is encompassed, this is getting extremely messy, with a card right here. All right, so let me go ahead and disable this so that we don't have all that drawing there, but you can kind of see how this layout is going to map over to this design. At this point, let's put something in here so that we can start seeing this come to life. At the moment, we have an empty web page because we've got a bunch of div elements or containers that we've laid out, but there's nothing in them. So what goes in these sections? Let's start with the top section. So right here, contained within this single div. And what we're going to put in there is, it looks like a heading. So that looks to me somewhat like, we'll call it an H2 heading. And it says join our community. So that will be our first heading right there. And of course, this is not going to look anything like the card at the beginning. We're going to use CSS styles to make this a lot prettier in just a second. We'll come down here, and this looks like maybe an H4 heading that says 30-day hassle-free money back guarantee. All right, so that is the second part, and then the third part is going to be some paragraph text. So gain access to our full library, and I'm going to stop talking so we can speed through this. All right, so we've got our top section already created. And once again, it looks nothing like the top section over here, but we will get there in due time. Now we'll come down to these other sections here. So we need to finish the bottom left section, which we're going to put in this div right here. And then the bottom right will be going in this div. So with the bottom left section, it looks like we have an H4 tag, so similar to how we use for the 30-day hassle-free money-back guarantee. We'll go ahead and use that same one for the monthly subscription because it looks close. We can always change it later. So we'll put in monthly subscription. And then, like I said, once we get down to this little area, so if we circle these two pieces right here, this is going to be what I think as another container div. So let's go ahead and make another div, and then within that div we want to have, we'll say, I guess we can just make another div that says $29, and then one more div that is going to say per month. So this total container is going to wrap that pricing component, and then we're going to take these two divs right here and make them go horizontal to each other. As you can see, they're block elements, so they're breaking to new lines, but you'll see how this comes in handy in a little bit. So let's go to the next part, get rid of these lines here, and you can see that after the pricing, it gives us a small text down here, so we'll put a paragraph. And we'll say full access for less than $1 a day. And then finally, at the very bottom, let's space this out once more, we're going to need a button that says sign up. And you'll see that this button comes on the page here. And then finally, this is where it gets a little bit confusing since we haven't added any CSS yet. But this container on the far right is going to be next to the container that we just created. But for the time being, since everything is a block element by default, it's going to go right under here. So let me go ahead and write this out. It looks like we're using the same kind of header here, so we'll stick with the H4 and say why us. And then down here, as I said, you could interpret this as paragraph text. You could make a bunch of paragraph text that breaks to new lines. Or we could just make a list and then take the bullet points out later with CSS. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make an unordered list, and then each list item is going to be what we're seeing on each line. Okay, we've got it all written out. We've got all of the text and elements that we're probably going to need for this entire card. But as you can see, this looks nothing like the card that we have on the right. And believe it or not, we're going to use just vanilla CSS to take this ugly looking thing and turn it into the card that we see on the right. So in reality, if I was building this myself and I wanted to do it as quick as possible, what I would do is probably not lay it out like this where I've got all of the text on the page at once. I would probably do it in pieces, but I wanted to lay this out to just show you how we can visualize a design. Of course, you need a little bit of experience to do this, but we can visualize a design and turn it into HTML elements, and we can take what looks like nothing special and turn it into this card on the right. But let me go ahead and walk you through what I would do in real life. So I've basically created a clone of this. And what we're going to do here is we're going to delete all of that text that we just put in here. So we'll get right back to where we started. And as you can see, we have just the layout that we had created earlier, where we have the whole card, we have the top section, bottom section, and then the subsections within those. And realistically, what I would do, first off, just to get everything laid out on the page correctly, is start giving some dimensions and some borders on this so that we can visualize it. And then I would put in the actual text elements. So let's go ahead and do that real quick, and you'll see exactly what I mean. So if we were to come back to this 4-step process, this step number 2 can involve some CSS, as I'm about to show you. So we'll open up the CSS pane, and what we want to first do is target the overall card. So to do that with an ID, you use that hashtag and then supply the ID. And now what I'm going to do is just give it some sort of width and height, and also tack on a border so that we can see it on the page. So let's go ahead and give it a width of 200 pixels and a height of 200 pixels. And then a border will be 1 pixel solid red. So now you're starting to see, and I'm going to actually make this 3 pixels so we can see it better. You'll see just a basic container on the page. Now the next thing I want to do is go see what the specifications for the size of this main card is, because this outer container we're calling card should be the total dimensions. So if we go back to Visual Studio Code and see our specifications, so we're in the style guide right now, it says that the designs were created to the following widths. So like I said, we're not going to be getting into responsive design in this tutorial. So if you were to look at the desktop design, it looks like this, and that's what we're creating. But there's also a mobile design, which you can see has a slightly different layout. And in real life, what we would be doing is we'd be designing on desktop to look like that, and then when we resize the page, so as we resize the page in our CodePen environment, we would expect this design to change. But for this one, we're staying simple since we haven't learned about responsive design yet, and we're just creating this one right here. So the specification for that desktop is going to be 1440 pixels. But if we came to CodePen and we gave it a width of, say, 1440 pixels, it's going to go completely off the page. So we're going to take a little bit of liberty here and make our own design based on the size of our CodePen editor, which I'm guessing is going to be around, we'll call it 700 pixels maybe. That's a pretty good size. We're probably going to want to give ourselves some width here to work with. So let's make it 600 pixels, which is going to give us all of this space right here. And then for the height, we're just going to eyeball it because they haven't specified exactly what that height should be. So let's look at the desktop design again. You can generally grasp the aspect ratio here, and you can tell that we're off by a little bit. So let's maybe throw this up to 350 pixels. And that looks like generally the aspect ratio that we're dealing with right here. So nothing perfect, but it's going to get us close. Now the next step, since we have our main container laid out and we just see it visibly, we're going to do the same thing with each of the sections. So you can see that we have our top section, which we can come down into our CSS and target. And for this section, we're going to give it a width of 100% because we want it to be filling up the entire space of its main container. And then we're going to give it a height, if I can spell that right, we'll give it a height of 50% because, well, maybe not 50%. It looks like the top section is, call it 40%, and the bottom section is about 60%. So maybe we'll go in that range where we give it a height of 40% and a width of 100. And of course we can't see anything yet because we haven't given it a background or a border. So let's throw in a 2 pixel solid green border. So you'll see that pop up in the top section here, and that looks pretty good so far. Now there's one problem that we're seeing already that I want to fix right off the bat before we get any further. And that is this box sizing. So as you can see, when we put the border on this inner container, you're seeing that it's kind of breaking out of the parent container on the right side here. And the reason that's happening is because our box sizing is set to the default content box. So what we're going to do is a basic CSS reset that's going to make every element on the page abide by the border box sizing. And we talked about that in the first of 3 lessons in our CSS crash course before, so go back and review that if you have to. To apply the border box sizing to every element in this HTML document, we'll just come to the top of our CSS file and paste in a predefined HTML or CSS reset. So we're saying on the total document, we want the box sizing to be border box, which will, as you see, it will make this box go within its container. And then the second rule is just basically going to say, I want to grab every other element and apply or inherit that, root level box sizing. So by just adding these 2 rules, you can see that our boxes are fitting nicely within each other. If we comment them out, it's going to be breaking out of the box again. If we comment them back, it goes, or it should update. I'm not sure why it's not updating. Let's refresh the page. There we go. So it is within the box. With that fixed, we can go to the bottom section. So let's go back to our design here for a second. We've got our top section bordered out. Now we have this overall bottom section. So we will write a CSS rule to target the bottom section div, which is right here. So you can see the bottom section, which has the 2 subsections within it. So let's come down here and just paste in these properties because that's all we need. But it's obviously going to be the wrong heights and widths for now. So we do want 100% width. We want it taking up all of that. But the height that we want is going to be 60% rather than 40, because as you see with 40, it doesn't take up the full height of the entire container. But now that we've made it to 60, and then we'll turn this to call it blue, you'll see that we now have a outer container in red, our top container in green, and our bottom container in blue. Now the last thing that we have to do to get this layout perfect is going to be adding these 2 containers in the bottom section that will be side by side. I'm going to add them one at a time because it's going to require us to do something a little bit tricky because they go next to each other. So let's target the bottom left section first. So we'll copy in this ID into our CSS, put that hashtag in front to target it. And here we're going to copy in these same properties again, just to get our border. Now this is going to be incorrect at the moment because we're giving it a width of 100%, but really what we want is a width of 50% because we want that to take up the first half, and then the height that we want is going to be 100%. Now I'm using these percentages because we have these already broken out within their containers. So let's put a different color on here. Maybe we'll put on what's contrasting to blue. We'll say orange so that we can see that pretty nicely within that container. And the reason that this works is because the width of 50% is going to be relative to its parent container. So if we look and ask ourselves, okay, what is the parent container of this bottom left section? Well, that's going to be the bottom section, and the bottom section is outlined in blue right here. So rather than saying 50% width of the entire document, we're just saying 50% width of the bottom section, which is already outlined for us, and you can see that it's occupying perfectly 50% of that. Now, if we did the same thing with the bottom right section, so let's change this ID to the bottom right section, and then I'm running out of colors here, but maybe we'll just give it a 2-pixel solid black border. Now we're running into problems here because now that we have a bottom right section, it's breaking down onto a new line because all of these divs are by default block elements and they occupy their own line. So in order for this to work, we actually have to make both of these subsections inline block elements. So we don't want to make them inline because inline elements don't respect the height and width properties, which we want them to respect, but we do want them to be up on the same line. So what we're going to do is come to both of them and say display inline block, and then once again display inline block. Now at this point you're probably wondering, why are these boxes not lining up next to each other? We've given one of them 50% width, the other one 50% width, and we've turned them into inline blocks, which basically means that they both can sit on the same line, unlike a block element. Now the reason that this is happening is probably going to make you pretty mad, because it made me mad when I found it out for the first time, and a lot of other people, and it's kind of just a quirky thing about CSS. So when you make an inline block, that respects the white space within the document. And believe it or not, if you come up to this HTML where we have the bottom left section and the bottom right section, there's actually some white space between these two elements. So this space right here is considered white space for inline block elements. So if we were to just backspace and bring this right next to each other, it's going to bring this box up within that container and it's going to fit perfectly. Now, I know what you're thinking. Like I said, this is kind of infuriating that this is the reason that was doing that, and that's kind of, coding in general. Sometimes you just find things that are completely ridiculous. And what I will say is that there is some hope. So in the next couple of videos, we're going to be talking about CSS Grid and Flexbox. And both of those will be a much more optimal way to make this layout like we've done here. And you won't run into these weird, quirky problems that just exist as a part of kind of the older method of writing CSS. All right, so just keep that in mind. We have taken the divs that were nicely laid out in our HTML above, like this, and we've just removed the little white space between them, and now it's going to work just fine. So that's hopefully the only little hack that we're going to have to do throughout this project. And like I said, it's a little bit frustrating, but we have to do it here and until we know CSS Grid and Flexbox at least. But this would be kind of your old way of lining these things up. Now, the last thing that we have to do here, because we've got our layout, so if we come back to Visual Studio Code, you can see that we've got our top section, bottom left, and bottom right section, all outlined with these ugly colors and whatnot. And at this point, we can start putting HTML elements within them. So let me go ahead and grab some of the text that we created over here, just in this ugly space. And I'm just going to copy the exact HTML and put it into each of the sections that it belongs in. So we're going to see some HTML go up here, and of course it's not gonna fully fit at the beginning. We will fix that, I promise. And then let's come down here, grab this, put this in the bottom left section. And you'll see that we have some spacing that we're going to have to address here, and that is partially due to the default margin that is being given to H2 and H4 elements and paragraph elements. And then finally, the bottom right section, we'll copy that and paste it into the bottom right section. Okay, so we've got all of our elements in here, and now we have to fix a few things. One of those things is the default margin that we're getting on these elements. So I'm going to actually inspect the whole page. It's going to look very weird for a second, but if we hover over some of these elements, you'll see that we have this orange margin on top and on bottom of those H4 elements. And that is because it's just a browser default. It's something that happens by default. And if we go over to this page, you can see that all of our text is spaced out pretty nicely, and that is because of those browser defaults. But obviously over here, we don't want them to be in effect because we want our document to have no spacing around. We want to add our own spacing. So all we have to do is come up to the top and to our CSS reset, where we're just resetting default properties. I'm just going to grab the H2 element and the H4 element that we have, as well as the paragraph element, and give it a margin of 0. So hopefully that will fix a few things. You can see that we have no spacing around here. All right, the last problem we're dealing with here, it looks like we've got all of our text without default spacing, so that's nice. And the last thing that we're worrying about is this orange box, which is oddly just sitting there floating in space. And if you were to right click and inspect this, and you start clicking around, looking at this, there's not going to be any, obvious reason why this is sitting down here. There's no margin or padding or anything going on here. So you kind of have to ask yourself, what is going on? And from experience, I just know that when you have an inline block element, it follows different rules than a block element. And there are different properties that will allow you to modify how those rules are applying to your HTML. Now, that's kind of similar to all CSS. So when you change display properties and box sizing, there's just different rules of the game. So if we were to come over to the MDN documentation and type in vertical align, this is going to show us a property, and it says the vertical align CSS property sets vertical alignment of an inline block or table cell box. So this does not apply at all to block elements, which is the default type of HTML element for pretty much everything. But what it does is it basically says, this is a pretty good visual right here, if you have two inline block elements that are sitting right next to each other on the same line, they can be aligned at different vertical positions. And by default, I'm not sure exactly what the default is here. Probably the baseline or something like that. But anyways, we want to make sure that this gets the top alignment, because if we come back to our challenge here, we want these two inline blocks to basically lock up to the top border of their container. So if we go into each of the sections, and for the bottom left section that's behaving oddly, if we type in vertical align and then say top, it's going to bring it right back up and snap it to the top edge of its container. Now, the bottom right section just so happens to snap up there naturally, but let's go ahead and add the vertical align top for consistency's sake, and this will also snap that to the top. So at this point, it looks like we have a nicely laid out card. And although it is pretty ugly, we've got everything that we need, all of the content in there, and we've got the layout that we need. So at this point, it's all about styling. So in our 4-step process, we looked at number 1. That was just looking at the design. In some cases, you'd actually do the designing. In step 2, we asked ourselves, how do we lay that out with HTML? So we templated everything out. Now in step 3, we have to ask, how can I use CSS to achieve the layout that I want? And that's exactly what we did here. We just used a few basic CSS properties to put some borders and really visualize the card component that we're trying to create. And now finally, how should we style each element? And this is kind of the fun part where our ugly layout example is going to turn into what we see in this example, a nice styled card. So I think the first thing that I want to do, let me go back to my example here. Since this is just called layout example, let's copy all the HTML here into our original code pen. And of course, all of the CSS will copy in there too. So this should get us back to where we were there, and I can go ahead and close this out. So we've just got this one example, and I think what the next step here is going to be is to get these background colors put in there. So we're going to start to get something that doesn't look so ugly. So just looking at the colors, let's just drop these into Google because I'm really not sure. Just they're saying cyan, bright yellow, light gray, and a grayish blue. And to be completely honest, I don't know what that refers to here. It looks like this might be the yellow. Not sure where the gray is. Maybe this text right here. Let's go ahead and type those into Google real quick. So we'll go RGB. And there should be something, RGB to hex maybe. Okay, this is what we're looking for, just the color picker on Google. And all we have to do is go back to our style guide and let's see what this cyan color is. So we'll paste in these values right here. I'm not sure why they're giving us HSL values because I really haven't used those all that much in web development. You usually stick to hex and RGB, but they are. So let's go ahead and convert those to something a little bit easier to use. So we'll grab a hex color here and let me just replace this just so we have a reference. And then let's paste in the HSL for this yellow color that we're working with, which to me looks more green. Maybe I'm colorblind, who knows. Go for those hex values at the end here, just for reference. And then we'll do the same thing for the remainder because I like working in hex and I've never really worked with HSL. So we'll go back and put these in here. Now to me, when I look at this, the bottom left and bottom right boxes, they look like different colors to me. This one looks like just a lighter version of the left. And in the style guide, I'm not so sure that they've given us two of those options. So if we came in and looked at the cyan color, so let me paste that in here. It looks like that would be the bottom left color that we're dealing with, or maybe even the bottom right color. So what I'm going to do is just drag this so that we have different colors. Maybe I'm missing something here, but let me just drag this so that we get a little bit lighter color that we can work with. And then I'm going to grab that hex value and paste it into the style guide. So we'll put that in there as darker and then lighter. And then at this point, we can grab these color codes and start using them. So we'll grab the darker color and we'll come back to our code pen and just put in a background color property. So for the bottom left section, we know that we can use the background color property and paste that in there, and we should be getting that darker cyan color. All right, so at this point, we can probably remove that border, and that looks a little bit nicer for us. And I'm also going to remove the bottom section blue border. Okay, so we're looking a little bit better here. And now I want to fill in the background color for this right section, which as I just got, a slightly lighter hex value. So we'll go to the bottom right section, get rid of the border, and replace that with a background color and paste that in. And it's looking like it's a little bit lighter, but compared to the example, there's more of a contrast here. So let's go ahead, let's play with that a little bit. Let's make it even a little bit more light. Grab that hex value and see what that looks like. Okay, so that's a little bit better. I like that contrast. And you could even come over to Adobe Color, and we'll go to this this Adobe Color tool. And what I could do is I could grab the bottom left section hex code, which is the darker cyan, throw this in the middle here, and then I want some shades of this color. So we could grab maybe this shade over here, which ensures that it's gonna, nicely go together. And let's put that one in the bottom right section just to get a little bit more complementary colors here. And then I'll go back here and replace this just so we have a reference of it. Okay, so we've got these two. The top is gonna be white. And then at this point, I think we can remove all of the borders just so that we don't have those ugly colors going on. So let's go up here, remove the top section green border. Everything looks good. And then the red border around everything. And boom, we have ourselves a nicer looking layout. Now, as you'll see in the example design, it is kind of standing out against the background. And you'll also notice that there are some little corners that are rounded. So I want to do that just so that we have something as a reference here. And I also want to kind of make this come out from the top left corner of the page. So all we'd have to do for that is just add some padding to the body. So if I go here and just add some padding of 20 pixels to the body, you'll see that that comes in a little bit. So remove it, add it back, and you can see our card just shifts inward so that we can kind of visualize it a little bit better. And then finally, for the card, because that is the main container around everything, what I'm going to do is add a box shadow. And this property is going to take, I believe, 5 different arguments, and they're all kind of referencing where the shadow is going to go. So I can open up a tool called Box Shadow Generator for CSS. And there's a couple tools here. I don't know which one's the best. They all should work. But as you see, this CSS box has a box shadow around it, and you can drag these sliders to get different sorts of box shadows applying to this. So this is a good visual tool that we can use to see what we want. And in our case, we probably want a much smaller box shadow. So let's go ahead and, well, actually no, we want to stay close to 0. So we'll go around 4 pixels and maybe 3 pixels or something like that, and make the blur radius a little bit smaller, and the opacity that we want, let's make it down to like 0.2 or around that area, maybe a little bit more. I think that looks pretty good. So the codes that we need, it's showing us that we need to paste in all of these. These WebKit and Moz box shadows are just for like other browser support. We don't necessarily need them. So I'm just going to copy in this rule right here, and we'll paste it in to the card. And now you're going to see around the edges, we're starting to get a defined edge to our card. So let's go back to our design, and you can see that we're getting a little bit closer here. What I want to do is round the corners now. So all we have to do is say on the main card, we say we want a border radius of, call it 5 pixels. All right, so we've got our border radius on here, but what you'll notice is that the bottom right corner and the bottom left corner do not have a border radius. And you might ask why, because we've given a border radius of 5 pixels, which should apply all around that container element. But the problem is because we have these 2 inner container elements that are perfect, squares, and they occupy 100% of the space within that main container. So as we make a border radius, we're actually, those inner boxes are actually breaking out of the main container now. And what you're seeing there is those child containers. There's a couple ways that we could fix this, but a cool little trick that you can use, and I know this is not necessarily obvious, but if you do enough Googling, you would find this out. If you set the overflow property to hidden on the main container element, you'll see that those borders go rounded. And basically what that's saying is we want to take those perfect square children containers, and since those are breaking out of the main container, we want to say to the main container CSS style, okay, if you have anything that's breaking out of your borders, just hide it. And so that's what allows those bottom border radiuses to apply. So just a cool little trick. It's also one of those frustrating things about CSS where it's doing things that you would not expect. And that is literally the name of the game with CSS, is figuring out how to get around the things that you're not expecting to happen. Okay, so we're getting a little bit closer here. The next thing that we can do that will just add a really nice touch and make this look a little bit cleaner is some padding, I think. So let's jump back to our design, and you can see that all around the content here, so around every bit of content, there is this space, this nice padding in here. And what we could do is we could come in to our code pen and we could just say on the total card we want to add some padding of say 20 pixels. But that's going to mess us up a little bit because although it adds nice padding around everything, now these are not occupying 100% width, and also we want some padding within these sub little containers. So what I'm going to do, instead of adding it on the total card to get padding like that, I'm going to add them on each individual section. So we'll call it a padding of about 20 pixels. That's a pretty standard amount of padding to add. And we can just look at this little space between the edge and the text on the top and the left to get an idea of how large that padding is. And that looks pretty in line with our design, so I'm happy with that. And then let's copy that rule down into the other section. So not the bottom section because that represents everything here, but I want to do it in the bottom left section so we get that nice padding. And then I also want to do it in the bottom right section, which will make the padding nice there too. So at this point, we've gone from a completely ugly layout design to something that actually makes sense visually. We obviously have a lot to do with the text styles and colors in that button, but we're getting a lot closer. Let's go ahead and change the text color. You can see that everything in the bottom is a text color of white, and then the top has varying text colors. So we'll start with the top, and you can see that the heading is the same color as the bottom left, or at least it appears to be. So let me grab that bottom left color and we'll go ahead and apply that to our Join Our Community text block. So let me collapse the JS here and we'll go up to the Join Our Community. And what you could do is you could target everything in the top section that's in H2. And since we're not planning on changing the HTML structure anytime soon, I'm pretty happy with that. You could also throw an ID that says title and directly style it. But in this case, let's go ahead and practice our combinator skills, our CSS combinators to style this. So we'll come down here, and at this point, you'll see the CSS is getting pretty busy. You might want to rearrange it and organize it by section, but for now, let's just keep going. And what we'll do is we'll say the top section is the pre-selector that we want. And then we want to grab every H2 element, which is simply that first title. And what we want to do is style it a color of that bottom left. So now we're going to get the correct color. Let's go back to our Visual Studio Code and see what else we have. So we have this kind of lime green yellowish color as the next one. And that is going to be this hex code, the bright yellow. So going back to our code pen, you can see that this is the only H4 that is sitting in our top section. So we can grab a similar rule as we just did, except this time we're grabbing H4s and giving it a color of yellow. So there is our yellow color. And then finally, we should have some sort of gray color. Let me get to our Visual Studio Code. This paragraph text is gray. And in the style guide, I believe that is the light gray that we're looking for. So let's copy that hex code and then make all of the paragraph elements in the top section equal to this light gray color. Okay, so that is very light. I'm not sure if that's what we were supposed to do. It appears pretty good here, but it's pretty darn light when we're looking at it here. So I'm going to go ahead and make this a little bit stronger of a gray. Maybe it's the grayish blue actually. Let's try that instead. Okay, so I think that's what they meant for this style. Yeah, I think that's what we're looking for here. So the grayish blue looks a little bit better. We'll stay with that. Now we just have to add some spacing between these. So if you remember at the very top of our HTML, we did a reset that said for all H2, H4, and P elements, we want to add a margin of 0. So that removed all the default spacing, and now we can do it custom. And since we've got all 3 of these elements selected with these combinators, we can just drop into these rules and do so. Let's take a look at our design. It looks like there's a good amount of space. Just by experience, that looks about 15 pixels between the top and the next one. Let's go ahead and try that by adding a margin bottom of 15 pixels. And you can see that's a nice little spacing there. What I'm starting to see is that our top section, now that we've got this laid out, is a little bit small from a height perspective. So I think I'm going to adjust our total dimensions here. Previously, we had said the bottom section has a height of 60% and the top 40%. I'm going to change that to 45 and 55. And you'll see now we have a little bit more realistic breakout between the 2 sections. I'm pretty happy with that. So the last thing we need to do now that we made that change is add some spacing between these 2 text elements, and then we've already got some padding at the bottom. So we'll go down to our rule of the H4 and add a margin on the bottom of 10 pixels, which seems about right. So comparing that up, I think we're getting pretty close. And now that I'm looking at it, we might actually need a little bit more padding around this than we've given it. So let's go to the top section, wherever we did that, and let's increase that padding to say 25 pixels. And that looks a little bit better for us, and then we'll go ahead and update that to 25 pixels in the other 2 spots that we had added that. Okay, so we're doing pretty good there, and it looks like our total card size it's starting to break out, but I'm going to wait on that before I try to restyle, because the text is going to get a little bit smaller when we set the font size and change the font style. So the last thing we'll do is come down, and since everything in the bottom, it looks like, is a color of white, we can just go to the selector that we used for the entire bottom section. So rather than trying to style the text in the left section and the right section, we can just go to the entire bottom section and give it a color of white. That looks pretty good. I think that should work. And then you can see the button color is not being styled because that is a separate element there. So what I can do is actually target all buttons, because there's only one button on the entire page. So we'll style the button and we'll give it a color of white. And that's going to give it a text color of white. We'll make that show up a little bit better once we add a background color, which looks like that lime green, but I'm going to wait on that for just a second. The next major change that I want to make is getting this text to be the right font family. Right now, we're just using the browser default, whatever that is. I don't actually know off the top of my head, but we want to make this a different font completely. And if you look at the style guide, it's going to say the font family that we're looking at is Carla. And if we go to this link, we can see all of the different styles that we need. Now, the question is, what font weights and styles do we need? Well, we can go and look at the spec. It says we need weights of 400 and 700. So let me take the font weight of 400 and select that style, and then the font weight of 700 and select that as well. We will grab the link tags that we need. We'll go back to our CodePen over here, go up to the settings, HTML, and in the stuff for the head element, so since CodePen gives us our own little environment, we don't actually have to make the head element or boilerplate, so we can just paste it here. And by doing this and saving and closing, we now have access to that new font. But it hasn't changed anything because we have to actually select it within our document. So up at the root element, we want to give a font family of Carla. And you can see that it changed our design completely. And it says that the overall font size is going to be 16 pixels. So let's go ahead and say that the font size in the root element is going to be 16 pixels. which is just going to apply to those paragraph elements. As I'm flipping back and forth between these two designs, looks like we still need a little more space after this, so let me do that real quick before I get into anything else. We'll add 20 pixels to there. Okay, and then I'm thinking that we're running out of space vertically, and since we came up with an arbitrary height at the beginning, I don't mind changing that because they didn't specify what the height should be. So let's go ahead and turn that to 400 to give us some more space. And I think this looks a lot closer to the card that we're working with here. So just adjusting that gives us a pretty good look. And now we've got our font family styled here. I think the next thing we have to do is figure out, of that font family, they had us download the font weight of 400 and 700, which means that some of these should have a font weight of 700 or bold. So let's look at our design and see which ones that would apply to. It looks like to me this $29 call out is the only one where the font weight is, extra bold. So let's come down and because the default font weight is going to be 400, or you could also specify it in the root. So we'll say 400, but that's once again going to be the default, so it's not going to change. But if we came down to our price right here, we're going to have to actually put some identifiers on here to enable us let us select it with CSS. So I'm going to say price container, and then this will be an ID of price, and then this will have an ID of price frequency or something like that. So now we have IDs to basically select each of these little components here. And if we come down to our CSS, we need to set the price to a font weight of 700. So we'll come down to the bottom. We'll set our price to a font weight of 700, and you'll see that this gets a little bit bolder. So if I uncomment it, it's not bold. If I comment it back, it's going to be bold. And then while we're here, just give us a ballpark font size. Let's go ahead and say 1.4 rem, which is basically going to be 140% of the root element's font size, which we know is 16 pixels. So do 140% times 16 pixels, and that's how many pixels we just made that font size to. All right, looking back, we're getting closer. We're not too far off. I think the next obvious thing that's going on that we're missing is this button, because our button looks terrible in comparison. So let's go ahead and make a button that is about the same size here and also has that background color. We've already selected the button so that we could give it white text, but now we can just go ahead and grab this color code that we used for the H4 up here and apply it as the background color to the button. So we'll give the background color that light green. You can see that there's by default this border that looks pretty terrible. So we can set the border to be equal to none. That makes that look a little bit better. And then there's more spacing than we have here around this text. So that's a good use for padding. So all we need to do is come in and add, we'll say 10 pixels of padding. That looks roughly correct. And then finally, you can see that this has a border radius, so the button has curves around the edges, and it's equal to kind of the size of that container. So remember, we put some padding around the edges of this container. So the new size that we're going to have is, we should be able to just say 100%, I believe. So let's say the width, it's going to be 100%. And yes, that's going to get us equal to that parent container. So at this point, we just need to add a border radius of, call it 5 pixels. And I think our button is looking pretty good. So it looks like we're a little bit wider than this right here, but I'm not too worried about that. We have the perspective pretty good, and the most important part is that it's 100% of the container. So I think at this point we have all of the colors in place. Let's just check that. Yes, we do. So we have all of the colors that we need, and our font family is correct. Now we just need to do two more things. We need to get the font sizes and font weights a little bit better, and then we also need to get everything spaced out in this price and the frequency horizontal to each other. I'm going to go ahead and say that this top section is completely done. It's not, perfectly aligned with this design, but it's very close. And part of this is we're looking at a much larger version of this, so we're never going to get it like exactly perfectly. It's just not worth our time. But down here, let's go ahead and start working on this bottom left box. So this monthly subscription, that looks okay, maybe a little bit heavy in font, but I'm not too worried about it. But there needs to be some space between it and the price. So let's target this right here and put a margin at the bottom of it. And the way we can do that is go find in the HTML the tag that we want, so the bottom left section. And like we did in the top section, we can just target individual elements. So we'll target that, and then we want to use a combinator to say that we want to target the H4 potentially. Let's see what we have here. So we have the monthly subscription is an H4, and that's the only H4 in this entire section, so we're pretty safe to target it with the combinator. And now we want to give it a margin on the bottom of, call it 20 pixels. I think that's pretty good, maybe a little much, so maybe we'll go with something like, not 5, but 15 pixels. Okay, I like that. And now the next part is we're going to take this per month and drag it up onto the line that the $29 is on. So to do that, we once again target the bottom left section, and, or actually no, we're not going to target that. We now have this individual price container so that we can work specifically with this layout. And what I want to do is grab the price frequency right here. So we'll target the price frequency, and I want to display this as an inline block because I want it to come up on that line next to the $29. And at the moment, it's not doing it because the $29 is not an inline block. So we can target both of those. We can say price frequency and the actual price to both be inline blocks. And now they're coming onto the same line. And since we have both of those elements within this div container, the price container, we can just say on the entire price container that we want a margin on the bottom of, call it 20 or 10 pixels. What you'll see here is that the per month is kind of aligned to the bottom of this $29. In a quick way to do this, if we were using Flexbox, this would be super easy. But a kind of a quick hack to change this is set the position of this element to relative, which then allows us to basically, if you remember from the first video of the CSS crash course, we talked about how relatively positioned elements, you can set them basically relative to themselves. So if we give it the top property and then we want to bring it upwards, so we basically want to do a negative amount of pixels, and we say we want to bring it up maybe 3 pixels, you'll see that that per month kind of goes up a little bit. So watch the per month, and I'm going to uncomment, or I'm going to comment this out. It's going to go back to the bottom, and then I'm going to put it back in there, and it goes up to the middle. So I kind of like how that's sitting. And then furthermore, on that price frequency, the font size should be a little bit smaller. So we'll give it 0.8 rem. So that's a little bit closer. And then you'll also see that it has a little bit more space between the $29, and it's also a little bit lighter. So it's not quite as punchy of a white color. So all we would have to do here is maybe give it a not transparency, but we could give it an opacity of maybe 0.8. And that makes it a little bit lighter for us, maybe even 0.7. Okay, I like that. And then finally, a margin to the left of it of maybe 5 pixels. And you can see that spaces it over to the right. So I'm pretty happy with how we've got that spaced out. That's relatively close in style and position. And I like the size of the $29. So I think we're done with that little subcomponent of the top of the bottom left container. Next up are full access for less than $1 a day. That's a little bit large in my opinion, because it looks like this text is even a little bit smaller than this paragraph text up here. So we probably want to make this a little bit smaller in relation to the paragraph text. The way that we'll do that is this is the only paragraph element within the bottom left section. So once again, we will grab the bottom left section and maybe even just copy this rule right below here and target all P elements, which will be a single element, and give it a font size of maybe 0.9 rem units. And that gives us a nice size. Maybe we'll make it even a little bit smaller, so 80% of the original text size of 16 pixels. And then finally, we just have to bring this button all the way down to the bottom. So we have a couple ways of doing this, but one of those ways would be, taking this P element and just putting a margin on the bottom of maybe 40 pixels, and that should bring the button down. Now, flipping between these two, I'm seeing that these text right here is kind of in the middle of the top and the button. So I'm going to change a few of these alignments here. I think we need a little bit more margin below the monthly subscription. So let's add maybe 25 pixels instead of 15. And that gives us a nice little layout there. So it's not perfect, not exactly the same, but it is fairly close, and we've gotten all of the functional and layouts pretty good here. So at this point, I think we're done with the top, we're done with the bottom left, and now we just have the bottom right, which should be relatively simple to do. So the Why Us piece is already pretty good. I like how that's sitting. It's in alignment with monthly subscription, same size as it, so that's good. And now we just need to take the bullet points off of our list item and align those two to the left of each other. So let's see how we would do this. So to really show you what's going on here, let's open up the Chrome DevTools and try to just rearrange this so that we can see everything. It's a little bit weird debugging HTML and CSS in a CodePen environment because you've got all these different windows open. But really what this right side elements is doing is looking at this HTML page. So if we were to click this selector up here and come down and grab the entire list that we're looking at, you'll immediately see that there is some sort of padding and margin around this list by default. So the margin is fine, that doesn't bother me at all. But that green little box on the left side of all of the text is some default padding that is added to list, because generally you want those lists to kind of be indented from the main text. So that's what you would want. But here we don't want that. So if we go over into the style right here and we basically say padding is equal to 0, you're going to see that everything goes to the left and it lines up with the text like we want it. Now the last thing is there's bullet points that we don't want there, and you can actually set the list style property and set that to none. And by doing that, all of the bullet points go away. And so those are the only two changes that we'll have to make to get this to work. So let me go ahead and refresh the page so we get this reset, because those changes we made were actually temporary. And then we'll come down to the very bottom, and since there's only one list in our entire HTML document, we'll just target it by tag. And we'll say the padding is equal to 0 and the list style is none. So we've removed the list styling by using this attribute or property, and removed the padding on the left, so it's all lining up just like our design here. But what we are missing is this looks a little bit smaller, and it also isn't so such an intense white color. So it looks like the opacity of it might be a little bit lower, similar to this per month piece of text. So all we need to do there is say font size, and we'll bring it down to, what did we say this one was? 0.8 rem, so 80% of the root element size, or 80% times 16 pixels. And then we can bring the opacity down to 0.8 as well. And I think that looks pretty good there. It's not exact, but it's pretty much in line with everything. At this point, I think we're pretty much done. The only remaining item that I can think of is this button right here. So the button is currently not doing anything when we hover over it. And I want to change that, especially because that was part of the requirements. So here's our button styles in this block right here. And in order to style it on hover, we need to give it the pseudo class of hover. And once we do that, this was something that we talked about in, I think, the first lesson of the crash course. And the first thing that we always want to do on hover is change the cursor to a pointer. So you can see how the cursor changes as I hover over this button. And that's just to indicate to the user that, hey, you can click on this. So from here, we also probably want to change the color when we hover over it because the cursor is not obvious enough. So we could just take this background color right here that's already on the button and make it a little bit lighter or a little bit darker. So let's grab that hex code and bring it into our color wheel of Adobe Color. And let's just see if we can find like a shade of this that would work. I think something like maybe this one on the right would be okay. And if we bring that in and we change the background color to the hover state to that little bit darker color, it's going to just have an effect where it's showing us, oh, hey, you can click here and it's going to do something. And to make that even more pronounced, there's a property that you can use called transform. And there's plenty of values that you can pass here, but one of those is going to be the scale function. And we can just say like 1.1 or something like that. So we can scale it 110%. And you'll see that it, gets a little bit larger when we hover over it. And that's even a little extreme. Maybe we'll just do 1.02 or 102%. And I like that. That's a nice little subtle indication to the user that when they hover over and click this, it will do something. Now, right now, this button doesn't do anything, but just for fun, just to add something in there, we can come up and use what we've learned in the prior lessons of this full stack roadmap and come up to the button and add ourselves an on-click listener, and we'll pass the function alert user, which we have not created yet, but we'll come down to the JS section and say alert user, and then we will pass an alert that says, hey, you clicked the button. So let's finish that one up, and now when we click this button, it's going to alert the user that they clicked it. So obviously not, useful, but it's a nice little addition to make this a little bit more interactive. Now, the final thing that we could do here is make this mobile responsive. And what I mean by that is if we drag this right side over to the left, you'll see that it just disappears right here and it just flows off of the page, which is a terrible user experience if you're on mobile. So this would be about the size of a mobile device. So if your user, looked at this design, this is what they're going to see, which is completely useless to them. So what you would want to do is make it a mobile design. And as you see in the front-end mentor challenge, it tells you that you need to design something like this. Now, we haven't talked about mobile and responsive design quite yet, and I'm going to cover that in a completely separate video. I think that might be the next video after this one. So for now, we're going to keep it just desktop only, but in future challenges, future front-end mentor challenges, we will make this mobile responsive. Now, there's one more thing that I want to do because it's quick, it's easy, and it will give you at least a little bit of a win here in terms of being able to share this and show it off. So if we come to GitHub, let me open up a new tab. and go to GitHub. If you followed along with this full stack roadmap from the very beginning, I had asked you to create a GitHub account because you're going to need it as a developer no matter what. It's just kind of expected of you to have a GitHub profile. So if you've already got one, great. If not, go ahead and create one. And let's go ahead and click Create New Repository right here. And we'll say pricing card front-end mentor challenge is what we're going to name this repository. And we're going to call it an implementation of the front-end mentor code challenge. And we're going to make it public. And you don't really need to initialize any of these, but let's go ahead and add a README. I'll just show you what that is. And you click Create Repository. So we're going to go through version control and how to actually get this within the terminal a little bit later in the series. But for right now, we're just going to use GitHub's UI or user interface to post our code and then deploy it to GitHub Pages. And what GitHub Pages is going to do is it's going to allow you to host this challenge you just created on the web and share it as a URL. So here's our initialized repository. Every repo or repository is going to have a README, or at least it should. And this should give an introduction to what this repository is all about. And oftentimes when you're building a web app, the README will give instructions on how to run it locally and how to develop it, and you get the point. So within the repository, we obviously could make files on our local computer and then use version control to push the files up to this interface. But for right now, we're just going to add a file and we're going to click Create New File. And this one is going to be called index.html. So this will basically be all of the HTML that we just created. And index.html is the default HTML document that GitHub Pages is going to look for when it's trying to serve it on the live URL. So it needs to be named this. And from here, if you were to go back to our HTML and copy it all and paste it in here, we have the body section implemented. But since CodePen already implements the head tag and the body tag, that's not going to be here. So we need to add those pieces in order for this to work. So the first thing that I'm going to do, or actually let's come back and write out that structure. So basically, we'll come to the top and we'll say that we need an HTML tag, and we'll copy this one and put it at the very bottom. And then furthermore, let me zoom in a little bit so you can see what I'm working on. And then after this, we will need the head tag, and we'll call it my front end, or no, we'll say pricing card will be the title, which is going to show up in this little tab when we're viewing it live. And then we'll close out the head tag. We'll come back to this in just a second to add those fonts that we put in. And then we've got the body tag, which is going to be closed all the way down here at the bottom. And then lastly, let's just indent everything to a proper level. And now you can see that we've wrapped everything together in this HTML. The last thing we're going to need to do here is link up all of the style sheets and the fonts. So if we go back to our pricing card, go to Settings, HTML, we're going to need all of that stuff that we had in the head, and we're going to put that right after the title. So you can see we have these two link tags, and then furthermore, we're going to have to link up our CSS style sheet that we'll put in just a second. So the way that we do that is another link tag, and I believe the href is going to be style.css, which we're going to create in just a second. And this will be a style sheet. So we'll close that off. And what this means is basically I want you to pull in the file called style.css in the directory that is basically hosting this index.html file. You'll see what that means in just a second. So for now, let's go ahead and commit this new file. and go down to add another file. And this one is going to be style.css, which is what I just talked about, how we linked up to that within our HTML. And from here, we should be able to just paste in all of this CSS right here that we had created. So nothing else to do here. We can just go ahead and commit that file. And then finally, we need to add our JavaScript file. So we added just a few lines of JavaScript down here, but in order for that to work, we need to actually connect it up to our HTML. And the way that we're going to do that is go back to our HTML file, click Edit, and then come down to the bottom of the body, and this is where we need to have our script tag. To do that, we just type out a script tag, which is not self-closing. There's actually two pieces to it. And we need to give it a source. And we're going to say, let's say just index.js is what we're going to call our JavaScript document. So commit those changes. I believe that should work so long as we go to the main file here, or the main directory, and add that JavaScript file. So we need to name this index.js as we just referred to in our HTML. And then we should be able to paste in that function that we created and commit the file. From here, this is a complete repository, I believe, unless I missed something, but we'll find out in a second. Now, the only thing that we need to do is add another branch. Now, this is a little bit complex. We're getting into version control branching, but basically the rule here within GitHub is if you make a branch called gh-pages or GitHub pages, it's automatically going to look for, the index.html file on that different branch, and it's going to deploy it automatically for you. So it does a lot of the heavy lifting, and you can, for now, kind of just think of it as behind the scenes magic, but we will later learn how this all works. So we're going to create a branch called GitHub Pages, and we're going to create it from the main branch. So it's going to copy all the files over. Okay, so at this point, we've got all of our files in GitHub Pages, and if I did everything correctly, which usually does not happen in coding, it should show up down on this GitHub Pages link. So let's see if we click View Deployment. Awesome, it looks like our card actually did deploy correctly with the styles because it's all styled. And if we click Sign Up, hopefully we'll get the alert. So awesome, we have our deploy link, which you can just copy and paste this link up here and share it with anyone, and they can see the project that you just worked on. You could also submit this to Frontend Mentor if you wanted to get feedback on your project. So awesome, we've got something deployed and shareable. As you saw in the intro, our goal as web developers is to avoid our users hurting their eyes after they look at our web application on a desktop device, a tablet, a mobile device, or whatever they're viewing it on. Let's take a look at some of the prerequisites. It's basically just HTML and CSS, which we covered for the most part in the prior lessons of this series. Now let's talk about this for just a second on what we're going to be covering here, because this is a massive topic that I cannot do justice to if I'm not defining exactly what we're going to be learning. I'm going to start on the right side of this screen. And as I said, I am not the best designer in the world. Graphic design is generally a painful experience for myself. I've put together a few decent designs over the years, but nothing that I could call myself a designer in any form or fashion. But the good news is, as a full stack web developer, you do not need to be a great graphic designer. For that reason, I'm not going to teach you the design side of things. And as we've talked about previously in the series, we're going to be going through in making some of these challenges with HTML, CSS, and even JavaScript. So this is Front-End Mentor, and this is one of the designs that we're going to create after we learn about CSS Grid and Flexbox over the next couple videos. And you can see that there's a responsive design here. We're going to talk more about that in just a second. Likewise, we have this challenge right here, which is just another, looks like crowdfunding page. So this will be a fun one to do. And what you'll notice here is that as we're going through our course here, we're leveraging existing designs. We're not trying to do this on our own. And that is the point of this video, is to teach you how to leverage those existing designs and make sure that everything is responsive and looks good on all devices that you might see it on. So here are the lessons that we're going to learn in this video. First off, what is responsive design? Now you probably have a general idea of that, but we'll dive a little deeper into it. Next, we'll be talking about mobile first versus desktop first designs. And honestly, it took me years to figure out what this actually meant, which looking back is kind of silly because it's not that hard, but we're going to talk about that. So mobile first versus desktop first. Next up, we'll talk about CSS breakpoints, how they relate to media queries, and how we actually write media queries within our web apps. And then finally, I'm going to leave you with a responsive design checklist. This is not going to be super detailed, just a high-level checklist that you can go through to make sure you're covering your bases, and a little project. What we're going to do is take our design from a previous video. So it was the previous video, I'll link to it up here, where we designed this pricing card. And what you'll see with this pricing card is as we resize the screen, it just gets cut off. So I'm going to teach you in the challenge at the end of the video how we can take this situation and turn it into this one, where as we resize, it gets close, and then boom, it breaks and it looks a lot better on a mobile device, something that your users will not be angry about. Let's go ahead and dive into that question of what is responsive web design? And the answer to that, at least in my head, I like to keep it simple so that we can remember it. If your users hurt their eyes looking at your web page on a desktop device or a mobile device or a tablet or whatever they're viewing it on, then you have not designed it responsively. So that is a good little way to remember what responsive design is all about. Now, here's the thing. It's 2021 and there's a lot of website builders. There's, Squarespace, there's Wix, WordPress, a bunch of other website builders that kind of take care of this responsiveness for you. And for that reason, most websites nowadays are responsive and they look pretty good. So I had a hard time actually finding a bad example of responsive web design. For that reason, I created one that's not going to be anything crazy, but let me close out a few tabs here. And what I created was this, very basic example of bad web design. But a few things that you'll notice here is as I make it larger and larger, so this is a pretty big screen I'm working on, you'll notice a few things. So first off, as my eyes read across this text, I have to cover a lot of real estate on the screen to actually get through one single line of text. And that's kind of a no-no when it comes to responsive web design. You want that text to be, generally less than, we'll call it 700 pixels. So it needs to be, in the middle of the screen, and it needs to be narrow enough for your eyes to not have to basically move great distances to read it. So that's one piece of this. Another piece is you see this nav bar up here. We've got a couple links on the left and a couple on the right, and they are very spaced out to the point where it's almost too spaced out. So those are a couple issues going on with this on a very wide screen. Now, if we make this more narrow, you're going to see something that is just going to hurt your eyes, which is not the point of responsive design. So as we get smaller, this could be a mobile device of some sort. You'll see that we have two columns here, and that's not going to work on a mobile device. You want to have most content to be, full width on a mobile screen. And then also you have all of these links up at the top, and the contact link is almost getting cut off to the point where you can't even click it or see it or anything. So that's a big problem if we were viewing this on a mobile device. Now, what I did was I went ahead and improved it a little bit. So this is the improved version of this design, where you'll see on a wide screen, The article text is only a certain width. I think I made it something like 650 pixels wide as a maximum. And you can see that we can skim this text without, moving our heads from left to right. And then also you'll see that the nav bar has been brought in. So these links are not, at the very edges of our page. And then as we resize this, you're going to see that everything changes. So right around here, I believe, somewhere right there. So you'll see at this breakpoint, this column goes under the main text, which is going to be a little bit easier to see. And then also you'll see the links at the top are going to turn into a navigation menu that it doesn't do anything because I didn't want to spend the time to do that. But this would be like a drop down so that you could see the links there. And then I left the home link so that you can still navigate that way. So even on a really small device, you can see that, most of this looks pretty good now. Obviously, this is not the most visually pleasing design in the world. It's not meant to be. It's meant to show you generally what responsive design is. To get a better grasp of what this is all about, let's take a look at really good examples of responsive design, and I'll point out a few things that are good about them. The two portfolio sites we're going to be looking at are Cassie Evans. This is just a really nice looking site, and Jason Langsdorf. I think I said that right. I don't know either of these people, but I have found their portfolio sites and they're just really visually pleasing. They've done a really good job at responding to different screen sizes. So as we look at this, let's go ahead and break this window out so that we can kind of resize it. But let's just take a look at how these websites react to different screen sizes. So here is Cassie's website, and this is the home page. You'll see that as we resize this to a more mobile device, that big text is going to get broken out to the main portion. We're going to get rid of that image right there. So it's a little nicer to see on a mobile device. And then as you scroll down, you'll see everything's kind of full width. If we were to bring this back to a desktop, now it's got a nice little layout. So you kind of get the point. This is just a really nice example of good responsive design right here. Likewise, Jason's site is pretty good in this respect. So you'll see there's this picture here on the left on a desktop device, and as we resize, it's going to get put on top. The button gets a little bigger, so it's easier to click on a mobile device. And as we go smaller and smaller, you're going to see that it's really easy to navigate around. If we click the blog, you'll see it's the same thing. On a mobile device, it looks really nice and everything is easy to click. On a desktop, it's also really nice, and you can see that it's in the middle of the screen. This was what I was talking about earlier. You don't want your text to be the full length of a desktop device because some of them are going to be huge screens and you'll have to move your head to read the text in the first place. Next up, we have to talk about mobile first versus desktop first web designs. When I was first learning, I'll be honest, I could not figure out what the difference between these were. Everyone was talking about it and saying, oh, you want to do mobile first, but I never understood what they were talking about. And it wasn't until I realized that these concepts of mobile or desktop first design has nothing really to do with the design phase of a project, and it has everything to do with when we start writing our CSS. So it's really important when you're learning all of these concepts to really separate the design phase from the coding phase of a project. You don't want to get into the situation where you're trying to design something and code it at the exact same time. Because after all, designing something is very right-brained and coding something is very left-brained. So you're going to get to the point where you're just in complete confusion if you're trying to do both at the same time. So my rule for myself at least is before I write any code whatsoever, I need to have at least a basic visual representation of what I'm trying to create. But if you're a very mediocre designer like myself, or if you just have no design skills whatsoever, what do? Do we actually try to design something, or do we just hire someone to do it? That's a question that I was asking when I first started. In my opinion, you really have three options when it comes to, getting that first visual representation of your web page in front of you. Number one, you can hire a designer and have them design it for you. But in most cases, especially if you're watching this, you don't have the time to go figure out what designer you want to hire. And then furthermore, you don't need to pay anyone to learn how to code. So that's kind of out of the equation. That's for later down the road when you're trying to actually build a product and sell it, and you need to have a really professional design built. The second option is to browse the internet for free designs, and that's what we've done with the Front-End Mentor challenges. This is a great way to kind of outsource that step for free. And what you can see is we've got these designs that we're going to be creating already built for us, and we don't have to think about them at all. As we scroll through this, you'll see that there are desktop versions here, and then there's also mobile versions so that you can see how do we want this to look on both sizes of screen. If you're not super worried about what your end product is going to look like, but you want to still make it mobilely responsive, you can put together a wireframe, and you can use a tool such as Figma. So this is a really popular place to put together a wireframe or even a mock-up, which is a complete representation of what you want to build. But usually pencil and paper is good enough for a basic wireframe. And your goal with the wireframe is to just get a general idea of where the elements that you have on your page should be arranged based on the size of the screen. So I'll put something up on the screen, just a basic wireframe that I created for, we'll just call it like a blog, where you have a sidebar and you have some regular content, and you can see a desktop version and a mobile version. And this is entirely sufficient if you're just trying to get a basic understanding of what you're creating. Now, like I said, if you're trying to build out a product or something, or if you're a great designer, you can use a tool like Figma, which is going to allow you to put together full-on mock-ups. And the difference between, say, a wireframe and a mock-up is a wireframe doesn't really care about the colors and the fonts, all of that detail. It just cares about kind of the layout of the elements on the page. Now, a mock-up is a full-on representation of what you're trying to build. So a tool like Figma or Adobe XD or Sketch or a couple other different good tools for that can allow you to create full-on mock-ups like the one that we're looking at here with Front-End Mentor. So this has not been coded yet, but it's a perfect visual representation of what we do want to code. And you can do that with those tools. So coming back to the original question, what's the difference between mobile first and desktop first design? You see with all these mockups, we have a version of the desktop and mobile on both. So does it really matter which one you create first? Well, the answer to that is you're asking the wrong question. Now, this took me a long time to realize, but mobile first and desktop first has nothing to do with the actual design phase. It has everything to do with when you start writing that CSS and when you put together your breakpoints. So in order to understand these better, we have to dive into something called a media query with CSS. And along with that concept comes the concept of breakpoints. To better understand what I mean when I say breakpoint, let's look at a code pen that I put together to explain it. Now, if I said I want a breakpoint at 600 pixels, what I mean by that is as the screen gets smaller or bigger than a width of 600 pixels, I want to have different CSS rules for both of those. So in other words, if I'm on a mobile device or a desktop device, I want different CSS. Let's do a quick review. So let me come to a page that I'm not really using here. So let me close out a few of these. This is just the web docs for CSS. We're going to right click and inspect and then go to the console. And if we were to type window.innerWidth, it's going to give us a number. And that number, 714, is the visible width of the screen. So as we resize this, so we're kind of pulling it to the left and right and resizing it, we can run this again and you're going to see we get a different number. So now it's only 356 pixels wide. So that's what we talk about when we say the viewport width. So what I've done is I've written a little bit of JavaScript here. I'm going to make this slightly bigger for us to see. And what I've done here in the bottom is basically said, when it resizes the screen, I want to change the content of this up here. So I've got a span, an HTML span that has a number in it, and that's going to be populated by the window.innerWidth property every time the screen resizes. So in effect, you're going to see as I drag this number is going to update live. And also what I've done, and we're going to learn more about what this is I've written a breakpoint at a minimum width of 600 pixels. and I've included some different styles within that breakpoint. So one of those is going to be the H1 tag is going to have a color of red on screens that are bigger than 600 pixels or equal to. And then when it is not, so a mobile device, we're going to have a color of green. So you'll see as I resize this, we get closer to 600. So we're about to hit it. And when I hit 600, it turns green. So we'll go back up, turns red, back down, it turns green. So that is the basics of a CSS breakpoint. Now, of course, changing the color of some text based on the screen is not really that useful, and you probably won't see it all that often. But what you will see is CSS that affects the layout of your HTML changing on different screen sizes. Let me go ahead and uncomment some of the code here that I've created. And what I've put in here is a couple of pictures. These are just placeholder pictures from the placeholder.com. And then we come down into the CSS, and you can see that when we have a screen size that's a mobile screen size, so when we say mobile first, it's all of these rules at the top, we have a width of 75%. And as we come down into this breakpoint of 600 pixels, you're going to see that the image width is going to be auto, which basically means it's going to fill its container. So in effect, our breakpoint at 600 pixels is going to say, okay, if it's 600 or greater, I want to have these images sitting next to each other. Otherwise, I want to put them 100% width of its container, and they'll stack on top of each other. So as we resize this, we get closer and closer to 600, it's going to change. So watch what happens when we get below 600. Right there, you'll see that the images went to 100% width, or not 100% width, 75% width, and they're going to stack on top of each other because they no longer fit next to each other on the screen. So that's a good example of a basic CSS breakpoint and how we can use it to rearrange the layout of our page. So you have a basic idea of what a breakpoint is in CSS. But the question becomes, what breakpoints do I actually use? And there's not really a simple answer to that. Let's take a look at this web page right here. This is screen sizes. .es there. That's pretty clever. You're going to see that there are a lot of different devices that we could possibly build our web page for. And there's no way that we can go through all of these. There's hundreds and hundreds of different devices. There's no way that we can optimize for all of them. So we have to do our best at guessing, which screens do we want to set our breakpoints on and design them a little bit differently. In general, mobile devices are going to be somewhere in the range of 320 to call it 480 pixels wide. You'll have tablets between 600 and 800 pixels. You'll have, regular sized laptops around the, 1024 to 1440 pixel range. And then bigger desktop devices are going to have a width of, call it 2500 pixels. So those are just generalizations, but as you can see on the screen, there's all sorts of different numbers, and I don't want to get into the discussion of things like pixel density and what is the difference between the actual width of a device and the adapted pixel interpretation for us as web developers. It's a pretty complicated topic. If you can just remember those guidelines that I just mentioned, you should be good. So as you're deciding what breakpoints you need to use for your web page or your web app, you have to ask 3 questions, in my opinion. So the first one is going to be, will the web page even be used on a mobile device, and is that your intention? There are plenty of apps that are not meant to be used on a mobile device. So think about budgeting apps or big spreadsheets, things that just don't look very good on a mobile device. You probably don't want to waste your time, energy, and maybe even money to create a pleasing mobile experience. You're just going to say to your users, hey, this is not meant for a mobile device. You should be using our application on a desktop. Another consideration would be, are you offering a mobile application? If you are, a good example might be something like YouTube. So the YouTube application on a mobile device is really nice to scroll through and use, but their web version, so if you were to open up the browser and then type in youtube.com rather than opening up the mobile app, it'll still be a semi-nice experience, but it definitely won't be as great of an experience as opening the mobile app. So if you're creating something and you plan on making a mobile application, you may not have to put quite as much time and thought into how it looks on different screens. The second question you might ask is it actually important to have a different design for each screen? If you've just got a basic website that just has text on it and you don't have a lot of images or anything like that, then it may not be that important to have a bunch of breakpoints. You may be able to get away with one design for all devices and it'll work just fine. And the final question you have to ask is, are there standards for this? Why can't I just use the industry standard for what everyone is using for breakpoints? And unfortunately, given the fact there are so many different screen sizes and screen sizes are constantly changing as new physical devices are released to the world, there's not really an industry standard that we can go off of. While there are no industry standards per se, there are these things called CSS frameworks. And as I talked about in the prior videos, we're not going to be covering in depth any one CSS framework, given the fact that I don't want to lock you into any one thing. I want to teach you the fundamentals of CSS rather than trying to teach you a framework. But having a framework to piggyback off of when it comes to breakpoints is a very smart decision, at least in my opinion. These guys that create the frameworks are thinking about, breakpoints all the time. They have to incorporate those breakpoints into their own frameworks. And therefore, if it's good enough for them, then it's good enough for me and hopefully everyone watching this, given the fact that breakpoints are not an exact science and these guys think about it a lot more than, someone like myself would. One of the most popular frameworks, or at least long-standing CSS frameworks, is Bootstrap. Now, Bootstrap, you'll find it in several tutorials. You can kind of read up on it. It's basically, a CSS framework is all about making your job writing CSS easier. So a lot of times these CSS frameworks are going to create grid systems and layout systems so that you can just have predefined classes that you can pass in to make your sites mobilely responsive and stuff like that. So with that, they have their standard set of breakpoints. And if you scroll down to on Bootstrap's documentation, it has a list of these breakpoints, and you can see that there are about 5 of them. So by default, Bootstrap is what we call mobile first, and you're going to start to catch on to what this means. And when I say mobile first, it means that we are first designing our CSS for a mobile device. And then what we're saying is anything greater than 576 pixels will have these styles. And then anything greater than 768 will have these different styles. So basically you're starting with the mobile device, you're writing your CSS, and then you're writing little blocks of code with these breakpoints to define, what happens when we have a bigger device. So that's kind of what we mean when we say mobile first. So here are the breakpoints. You got 576, 768, 992, 1200, and 1400 for small, medium, large, extra large, and XXL. So those are the standards for Bootstrap, and they're going to be our standards. But the question is, do we have to use all of them? And the answer to that is no. We don't need to use every single breakpoint here. We just need to use enough breakpoints to make our designs look suitable on all devices. And based on what you're creating, that may be 1 or 2 breakpoints, or it may be all of these breakpoints that you have right here. If we're looking at an example like this pricing card that we created, I'm not sure really what happened here. But anyways, we have this pricing card, and for this, we really only need 1 breakpoint. Now, if you're incorporating this into an application, you might have a couple more, but really we just have 2 states that we have to create. We've got this full-on state, which can be on basically tablets and above, and then we have this mobile state where everything's stacked on top of each other. So in this case, we only had to come down here and write 1 single breakpoint. So we have the min width being 576, which I got from right here. So anything greater than a small device or a mobile device is going to have X styles. All right, so we've been in theory land here this whole video, and we've been talking about the design aspects and breakpoints and how do we choose them, but we haven't actually written any code yet. And I want to do that now. I want to show you exactly how to write a CSS breakpoint and how that relates to this thing called media queries. So I'm going to come to my CodePen and make a new one so that we can just have a playground to work in. And then down here in the CSS, this is where we're going to write our breakpoints, but we first need to have some HTML. So we'll say responsive web design example. And from here, let's just put in an H1, welcome to the tutorial. All right, so we have some HTML to work with. And now down in the CSS section, we can write a breakpoint. And the basic syntax of a CSS breakpoint is this. So what I copied in here is what we actually call a media query. And the breakpoint is the number that we pass in as a minimum width to that media query. Now we have a little bit more to learn about this syntax because we have to ask ourselves, what does this @media actually mean? And if we go over to the MDN documentation, let me close out of here. This is what we've been using so far in this series, and you can come down to Technologies, CSS, and then if you come to the CSS reference. So in the CSS reference, the first paragraph has all sorts of links that we can go to. And it says, use this reference to browse alphabetical index of all the properties, pseudo classes, pseudo elements, data types, functional notations, and @rules. And this last one, the @rules, is what we want to click on. So what these are, they're CSS statements that instruct CSS how to behave. So that would be fitting into our categorization of media queries perfectly. So if we scroll down, you'll see down here in the index, these are all the different @rules or whatever tells the CSS how to behave. And if we click on media, that's going to take us to the media query page. So this is an @rule that can be used to apply part of a style sheet based on the result of one or more media queries. All right, so then we come down to the syntax and you're going to see some pretty complicated stuff being written, but this is the basics of a media query. And if we come back to our example here, you'll see the basic syntax just has @media, and then in parentheses, we write whatever rule we have. And then down here, this is where the CSS is going to go. So if we wanted to specify some CSS for our H1, we're going to put it there. So anytime the screen is greater than 756 pixels, the text will be red. So if we shrink this, it goes back to black, and then we go to red. So that's the very basic syntax, but in this rule, we're actually selecting every type of media device. So if we go back to the documentation, and let me drag this over so we're not getting so confused with our tabs, but if we come to the media rule and scroll down to the description, you'll see that there's this concept of media types. So we have all, print, screen, and speech, and you can actually define within your media query which device types you're actually trying to target. Now in our case, when we wrote this one, we're just saying we want all devices. Now you can also specify in that rule that you only want to target certain devices. Now we're going to be working with screens mostly. That's like a mobile, like an iPhone or Android, a tablet, or a desktop screen. So that's kind of our forte as web developers. But you also have print and speech, which are some more specific use cases that you can target. So let's see how we could change our rule to target those devices. So if we said media all, and this is going to say that we want to target all media types. So this is the equivalent of this. Those are the same thing. But if we come in here and we say media print and, this is only going to apply to print is basically like a print preview view on a screen. So as you can see, our rule down here of the color red no longer applies to this text because we're only targeting print media devices. Likewise, we could put in speech, and that's also not going to work because this is not a speech media type. But if we put in the word screen, it's going to now apply because this is a screen. and this rule should apply to it. Now with these media rules, we can add some logic in here. I'm not going to get too deep into this, but I want to at least show you what it is. So let's say that we wanted to target only screens at a width between 400 and 600 pixels. Now we could do that in one media rule, and the way that we would do that is by writing some logical operators within CSS. So if you remember with JavaScript, if we came down here into the JavaScript section and we just typed in some basic code, we can use conditionals. So we can say, we can create an if statement that says if my var is greater than 10 and my var is less than 100, then we'll do something within this code. So you can see that this little and symbol is the logical operator that we're using. Now CSS actually has logical operators just like this. So we don't need this JavaScript code anymore, but we can rearrange this rule to have those logical operators and target multiple conditions. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me get rid of this comment. The first thing that we're going to do when we're having these logical operators, we have to put this operator called only. So only when it's a screen is when we're going to use this rule, and then we can drop down onto some new lines just to separate these things out. We'll put our brackets down here, and now we can add another one here. So we can say and max width is something like 800 pixels. So let's just change this. We'll go, what did I say we wanted? We wanted something between 400 pixels and 600 pixels. And now what we're saying with this rule is, so at media, so we want an at rule for CSS, we only want to target screen media types, which is what we're looking at here. And we want to target something with a minimum width of 400 pixels. And we want to target something with a max width of 600 pixels. So basically what we're saying here is only screens between 400 and 600 pixels should this H1 CSS rule apply. So if we make the screen really big, that's not within those bounds. But as we go down, and you can, down here, right at the bottom, you'll see a little pixel indicator as I scroll. But as we get between 400 and 600, we should see it turn red, and then we go back to black as it gets smaller than 400. So you can see how we can use CSS logical operators with our media queries to target different types of conditions. Now you can also bring in other CSS at rules. So if we go back to our documentation, we'll click back. This is our at rules page. And you can see we have media queries, but we also have things like import and supports. So if we click on supports, this basically is an at rule that lets you check to see if a specific CSS property is supported in the browser that the user is using. So a good example of this is Flexbox and CSS Grid, which we'll learn about in the next few videos. Those are not yet supported by all browsers. Now most of them do, but things like Internet Explorer I don't think do, and maybe a couple others with CSS Grid. So you can see in this example, we can use this to basically check whether the display supports display grid property, and then if so, we will use that property within our CSS. So as you can see, media queries and CSS at rules can give us a whole lot of power when designing our pages for different devices, media types, and different browsers. So we're not going to get too far into it because that's not the point of this video, but I did want to show you the basics of it just so that you were aware. Now at this point, I want to take you through, we'll call it the 80-20 guide of media queries and CSS breakpoints. I'm going to show you how to take these standard breakpoints that we have from the Bootstrap framework and incorporate it into an actual CSS document. To do that, let me put some images on our page. So we'll say welcome to the tutorial, and then we'll have a bunch of just placeholder images with on the screen. So what we want to do with these images is make them responsive based on the screen size. So something that I can think of is maybe on mobile devices, we want it to be 100% width, just like we're seeing here where they're vertically stacked. Then maybe on tablet devices, we can have 2 images per row. And then on a desktop device that is much larger, we could have, we'll call it 4 images in one row across the page. As I just described, we want to have 3 different states of our web page. We want a mobile display, a tablet display, so 2 images, and a desktop display, 4 images. So we have 3 states, and that requires 2 CSS breakpoints to achieve. Now, you'll remember Bootstrap has, 5 of them. We only need 2 of these because we're not making a super complex design. And that is a good demonstration of how you have to look at, what your purpose is and then decide how many breakpoints. You don't want to just throw in a bunch of breakpoints just to have them there. The first thing we need to do is put in a basic CSS reset. Now, we talked about this in prior videos of this series, so be sure to watch those if you haven't. But it's just changing the box sizing so that we can fit these images reliably next to each other without any unwanted behavior. The next thing we'll do is we'll add in our breakpoint templates. If we go to Bootstrap and look at what we need here, I think what we're going to do is grab this one right here. So I just want to mention here, this top one, this is not actually a breakpoint that we need. This is kind of just the default. So as we talked about, this is a mobile first approach where we want to design the regular CSS or the default CSS to apply to a mobile screen. And then we will conditionally style any screens that are larger than a mobile device with these breakpoints. So we're going to grab the greater than or equal to 576. So that's basically saying what happens on anything greater than a mobile device. And then we also will probably grab the 992, which is basically saying everything greater than, say, a tablet. So mobile, tablet, and desktop is all we need to cover. So we'll say 576 and 992. Let me just jot this down here. So 576 and 992, so I don't forget. And now we can write our media queries. So like I said, you can just use this basic syntax. You don't have to put any of those logical operators in there. And we're going to say min width is 576 pixels, and then put some brackets to break it down. We will copy this, put it right below, and change this number to 992. We can get rid of the comments here, and we should be set up to have our CSS breakpoints now. Now, right now, the pictures on the screen, no matter what size screen we have, are not going to be responsive. Now, you'll see that they come next to each other on this larger screen, and that is just because naturally an image is, I believe, an inline block element, which means it doesn't have to have its own line. And these are, I believe, 500 pixel images. Yeah, we put in 500 pixels for these images using the placeholder service. And therefore, if the screen is bigger than, say, 1,000 pixels, so 500 plus 500, those inline blocks are going to wrap up onto the line. So this is nothing of CSS that we've written. It's just the natural flow of HTML. So in our mobile first approach, let's go down to a mobile device, which is going to be right here. And what we want to do within this CSS, we'll go right after the CSS reset. And what we will do is we'll target all images on the page and we'll give them a width of 100%. And what that's going to do is it's going to resize all of the images to be 100% of the viewport. And you'll notice there's a little bit of padding. That's just natural, a default padding and margin of this browser in the CodePen environment. But we have these as 100% width. Now, as we resize this, you're going to see that it maintains that 100% width all the way up to these larger screens. And of course, this is a way too large of an image to have on the screen. So we want to wrap these on, next to each other on the lines. So what we'll first do is we'll come into this media query, which is basically going to say anything greater than a mobile device is what we want here. So we'll target images. And what this is going to say is if the screen is greater than 576 pixels, we want to override the original image style and put it to something else. So in this case, we'll give it a width of, we wanted 2 per screen. So we'll say 50%. And now we should see these wrapping, no, they're not wrapping. Let's change it to 49%. Okay, there we go. Now the reason we have to do 49%, this is not going to be a problem once we learn Flexbox and CSS Grid, but it's just white space and a couple other things that are causing this. So don't mind the fact that it's 49%, it should technically be 50. So as you see here, on a mobile device, we have 100% width and they stack on top. Then as we resize to be greater than 576, they will break onto two per row. And then now we want to make it 4 per row once we get above 992 pixels. So right now it's going to stay as 2 per row, no matter how big we get. But if we come down here and add an image style and give it a width of 24%, you'll see that as we get larger, it's going to put 4 per row. So now we see we have 1 per row here, 2 per row on a tablet, and 4 per row on a desktop device. So we've successfully written a mobile-first approach to CSS, and we've designed for 3 different screen sizes. Now, I want to walk through how the CSS interpreter is actually working here, because sure, we can write these breakpoints, but we really have to understand what's going on. Otherwise, we're going to make a silly mistake that I'm about to show you. So looking at this CSS, we have to ask ourselves, how do we actually read this? Or how would the browser be interpreting this? So by default, we've got all these images here. And when CSS is read, we'll first read the CSS reset. We'll make the border box different. And then as we come down, we'll say, okay, I have an image CSS selector giving it a width of 100%. So the CSS interpreter is going to say, okay, great. The width of all images is now 100%. Now, as we come further down, you'll see the media queries, and the browser will basically say, so is my total width of the viewport greater than 576 pixels? Let's go ahead and make that true. So now we're at the biggest size. And so as the browser's reading this, it says, okay, yeah, it is bigger than 576. So let's go ahead and apply this rule. So it says, all right, now images are not 100%. We're going to replace that with 49%. And then it reads even further down and it sees this next media query and it basically asks itself, okay, is it greater than 992 pixels, the viewport width of the browser? The answer to that in this case is yes. So it's going to say, okay, now my images need to be 24% width, and we're going to replace these previous 2 rules up here. So what we're doing is we're walking through that cascading concept of CSS where it's read from top to bottom, and the last rule, so long as that last rule has the same specificity as rules above it, is going to be the one that applies. So where this is important is the order of the breakpoints that you're adding, or the media queries. So if I were to take this last media query and place it above this one, things are going to change for us. And that is because of how the CSS is read from top to bottom. So in this case, what you'll notice is on a mobile device, we look good. It's working fine. But as we go up, we're only going to get 2 images per row, no matter how far or how wide the screen gets. And you might look at your CSS and say, well, why is that? We've defined that anything greater than 992 should get a width of 24%. But the way that CSS is read is top to bottom. And what it's doing here is it's saying, okay, first we have this rule here that sets it to 100%. Then we're going to ask ourselves, is this screen bigger than 992? The answer is yes. So now we're going to set it to 24%. Then it reads down once again and it says, is it greater than 576? And the answer is still yes, because this is inclusive of all screen sizes. So now it's going to replace that image width with 49% and override the 24% right here. So the lesson here is that your media queries, the order of them is very important, and you're going to need to do 2 things. So first, you need to add your media queries at the bottom of your CSS style sheet. And the reason is you've got all these rules for the default style, which would be the mobile screens, and you need these at the end so that they can override those styles. And then second, if you're going with the mobile first approach, which is basically using min widths rather than max width, then you need the greatest width to be at the bottom. So you need to go from, smallest to greatest. Otherwise, what we just saw is going to happen and nothing's going to behave as you'd expect. So at this point, I want to revisit this topic of mobile first and desktop first design. I've alluded to it over the last couple of minutes, what this actually is, but I think we're ready to fully understand the difference between the two. Like I said earlier, it has nothing to do with the design phase of your project. When you're just getting the graphic design laid out in your wireframes or your mockups, doesn't really matter because you're going to design multiple screen size designs no matter what. But when we come to write the CSS, the difference is going to be whether we're using media queries with a min width or we're putting in media queries with a max width, because that's going to change how we think about our CSS entirely. In this case, we used min width, which is basically the equivalent to mobile first design, because all of the default styles up here are going to automatically apply to screens, and since we're using min widths, that's going to apply to mobile devices. Now, as we go up in size, that's when we're going to start replacing CSS properties according to those bigger screen sizes. So what you see here is mobile first, and now I'm going to reverse it, and we're going to actually do a desktop first approach, which is not what I recommend, but I want to show you the compare and contrast. So if we wanted to go desktop first, then we would just have to change these two to max width. All right, so let's change both min widths to max width, and you'll see that everything is working a little bit differently. It's basically the exact opposite. So as we get bigger, we go to that 100% width, and as we go smaller, we go into the grid, which is obviously not what we want. And the reason is because we thought of it from a mobile first perspective when we built it. So basically, when you're doing desktop first, all of these default rules are going to apply to your desktop devices. So anything that is greater than this, the greatest breakpoint that you've assigned, is going to get all of these default styles. So we're basically starting from the widest, and then as we go down, we're replacing rules. So if we wanted to work this the same as we had before, we're just going to have to change the widths. So all of these rules are for, desktop devices. So we want to replace this 100% with 24%. That should get us back to the point where we have the four pictures per row. Now, as we come down, we're going to change the max width of 576. So this is basically referring to all mobile devices. We want to make this 100% so that on a mobile device, we see them stacked on top of each other. And it's not working. Let me go ahead and refresh the page to make sure we got this. Oh, actually, this is a good lesson. So when we go from mobile first to desktop first, the order of the media queries is going to change. So when we had min widths, we said we want the smallest to largest going from top to bottom. But in this case, it's going down the style sheet and it's saying, okay, is the screen less than 576? So let's make it a mobile. It's saying, is it less than 576? The answer is yes, so let's apply an image width of 100%. Then it goes down and it reads, is the max width or is it less than 992? In this case, that is also true. So it's replacing the width to 24%. So that's why we're still seeing the grid there. So if we wanted to make that work, we need to put, for a desktop first approach, we need the largest media queries first going to the smallest. And now we have our intended behavior of 100% width on mobile, and then we should get, let's go ahead and replace this last one here to be 49%. And now we should have a correct design. So 100% on mobile, we'll have 2 images on a tablet, and then we'll have 4 images on the desktop. So as you can see, mobile first versus desktop first is all about how we're writing our media queries and whether we're using mid widths or max widths. In general, you're going to find that the consensus among the development community is to use a mobile first approach. And the reason behind it is as you're getting into more complex designs, it is just easier to use the natural flow of HTML on a mobile device, so no media queries required, and then tweak it as you get larger, because in many cases, a desktop-first design is probably not going to look very good on a mobile device. But the inverse of that, so a mobile-first design, it will probably look okay on a desktop device without any modifications. So in summary, you're basically going to have to write less code in most cases. All right, so we've covered the basics. Now, the next question is, what do I actually put within these media queries? And the answer to that is, I can't possibly teach it within one lesson. You're going to learn, how to resize things based on different devices through experience and time. I'm about to show you a basic example of just that, but first I want to leave you with a responsive design checklist. So let's jump over here and go to the checklist. So you can just, take a screenshot of this, write it down, whatever you want to do, but this is what I go through when I'm looking at my design and my web page and testing it on different devices. I want to make sure that I check all of these boxes. And if you can check all these boxes, you've covered 95% of what you need to, and the rest is going to be, just subtle little changes and highly dependent on how many requirements you have for your project. So first up, we want fluid layouts. This is basically saying, what we just looked at, where we have single images on a mobile device, we have a row of 2 images on a tablet, and a row of 4 images on a desktop. So that's what we mean when we say fluid layouts. We want to make the content, just look good in general. Now, images, we want to make sure that we have the right aspect ratios and we're not stretching images to be, too wide, too tall, too big on certain devices. We also want to do the same thing with text. We don't want to have huge text on a mobile device where you only have, 4 or 5 words per line. That's a really poor user experience. The next thing up is overflow. So that's basically, you don't want to have any text or images or whatever cut off on the side of the screen. So you've probably seen a mobile design before where, half the image is off the screen. You want to avoid that. And then similar to that, we want full width mobile content. So in general, this doesn't apply to everything, but in general, everything that you look at is going to be stacked on top of each other rather than having columns. You never really want columns on a mobile device. And then finally, just general usability. So this is not too hard. Just get a friend, someone who will give you honest feedback, have them play around with your web page on multiple devices, and anyone is going to be able to tell, okay, this doesn't feel right, this one's kind of clunky, it's hard to use this on a mobile device, I'm squinting on the desktop to see this. You should get pretty good feedback, and just using a common sense approach is usually pretty good for this. All right, at this point, we're going to apply these skills we just learned, and we're going to take this pricing card challenge where you can see that everything's getting cut off and it's not responsive, and we're going to make it responsive. So the answer to this is actually relatively simple, and we can do it in one of 2 approaches. So the first way we could do it is a desktop-first approach, which, like I said, I don't recommend that as your default way of approaching CSS. But in this case, we did design this with a desktop-first mindset. We didn't really think about mobile design when we were doing this, and therefore in the CSS and the HTML, that has been reflected. So in this case, you can see that the width of this card that we've created, we decided that as we were creating the card, and you can see it right here. So we've assigned a width of 600 pixels to this, and for that reason, I think we can assign a media query or a breakpoint around that 600 pixel mark. Now, if we did it exactly at 600 pixels, then you're going to see a design where, we're at 635 pixels here, and looks like about 600 right here, and obviously there's something cut off. So you want to put a little bit of wiggle room there. So we might want to write our media query to be somewhere around 650 pixels. So what we'll do is we'll come down to the very bottom of the CSS, as we're supposed to with media queries. We'll write @media, and then we'll say max width, because we're solving this in the desktop first approach, because this will be the simplest solution, and we'll say 650 pixels. So dropping down into this CSS rule, all we really have to do is make these the bottom left and the bottom right containers that we created, we want to make them 100% width so that they naturally stack on top of each other. So I believe all we have to do, if I'm thinking about this correctly, is target those two and give them a 100% width when the screen is less than 650 pixels. So the IDs for this would be bottom left section. So let's grab that, throw it in our media query, and paste that in. And then we want to put a comma because we want to also do the same thing for the bottom right section. So let's grab that and put a hashtag to target it. And then we'll make a CSS rule. So right now in this media query, we're saying any screen that's less than 650 pixels, I want to target the bottom left section and the bottom right section by their IDs. And then I want to give them a width of 100%. All right, so at this point, our screen is greater than 650, but as we resize, you'll see that it's done something for us, but now we have to figure out what's going on here because we've completely lost the bottom right section. It's pretty much disappeared. And the reason that that is happening is because we've set explicit heights on this card. If you scroll up to the top of the CSS, you'll see that we gave the card a width of 600 pixels and a height of 400 pixels. And then we also set the overflow to be hidden, which was what allowed us to make those rounded corners at the bottom. So what's happening here when I resize this, and we're basically losing this right side entirely, is because now when we stack them on top of each other, it's greater than that height of 400 pixels, and we're hiding that overflow content, so it's not being shown here. So if we were to come down to our media query and set the height to be auto, it's going to change something for us, I believe. No, that's not going to change because we don't want to assign that to the sections. We want that to be to the main card. So we need to target the card itself. So down in our media query, we're going to target the card, and now we're going to set the height to be auto, which is going to take away that explicit height and give it its automatic height. And you can see that now we are resizing correctly. But the last problem is you're going to see it's still cut off because for this card component, we still do not have an automatic width. So we've only assigned 100% width to the bottom left and bottom right section. So if we were to assign the width here to auto or even 100%, we should see that it resizes now appropriately. So I think what we can do is we can actually take, since we've duplicated this width, we can take this height auto and we can put this up into this rule, and then we can just include the main card within that and delete these, and I think it should work just fine. So let's resize it, and you can see that it works just fine. And you can see that all we had to do was add this little block of code to make it mobily responsive. But I don't want to leave you hanging on this one. I said throughout the whole video, we want to go mobile first, mobile first. So I want to stay true to that and show you how to make this mobily responsive from a mobile first perspective or strategy. This desktop first approach worked pretty well because we originally created this from that approach, but ideally we would have created the original card from a mobile first perspective. So I'm going to show you how to convert that. So let's delete our media query that we just created. You'll see that it goes back to being cut off and not being mobily responsive. And now what I want to do is create that mobile first design. So instead of a max width, we're going to write a media query where we have a mid width, which is going to be 576 pixels. We'll just go with that. So anything greater than a mobile device is going to have whatever styles we put in here. Now the cool thing about media queries and breakpoints is that you don't have to duplicate all of your CSS. A lot of styles are going to be applied similarly across devices. So for example, the color of this button and this text and these backgrounds, that's not going to change based on whether we're on a mobile or desktop device. So we don't need to rewrite those. Likewise, our text is going to stay the same. We're going to have the same font style no matter what. So really the only things that you have to alter between breakpoints is going to be layout related properties. So what I want to start with is the overall card. So if you remember, in the top part of the CSS, we have a rule for card. And right now we're giving it an explicit width and an explicit height. Now, if you remember from a mobile first perspective, everything that's not within the media query itself is going to apply to a mobile device. So naturally, when we're on a mobile device, we do not want these explicit widths and heights. So let me go ahead and comment those out for a second. And what you're going to see is that we've already done a lot better. So the overall card is the right width and height now, but we've got some problems going on within the bottom left and bottom right sections. Now we don't want to get rid of these widths and heights altogether. So let's go ahead and take those out of the main card and then scroll down to our media query, and we'll target the card element and paste in those rules again. So now we want to give it a width of 600 and a height of 400 on any device greater than a mobile device, or 576 pixels. So let's go ahead and resize this, and it should break somewhere around here. So right there, you saw it. So that was where our breakpoint was. And you'll see that based on the explicit width and height we've given it, it's not really fitting correctly. So we can actually change this. It should work just fine. So maybe we'll say something like, I don't know, 550 pixels. So that gets it fitting on the screen, and then the height can go ahead and stay at 400 pixels. So now, as we have our mobile device, it's somewhat responsive, and then as we go to anything greater than a mobile device, it stays as this card. The next thing that we want to look at is the bottom left and the bottom right sections. So here are the styles that we have for those, and you'll see that we've given them widths of 50% each. So in this case, when we're on a mobile device, we do not want these widths to be 50%. We want them to be 100%. So let's go ahead and comment this out. And when we do that, it's going to have the default width of auto, which is going to be 100%. So by default, it's going to be 100%. And if we comment out both of these, I think we should start to see something that makes a little bit more sense. So you'll see that we have some auto. Actually, no, I said that wrong. We cannot just use it as auto. We need the text to span 100% width of its container. So in these styles, we need to, I guess, go ahead and set a width of 100%. So that fixes this section. And then we'll come down here and set a width of 100%, and that should pull this one to the right. All right, so we're looking good there. And I think for the most part, we have our mobile design complete. So I think this is exactly what we want. So our mobile design is complete. We just need to make this desktop design look a little bit better, because as of right now, it obviously is missing an entire section. So really we can just, let's go ahead and delete the width of 50%, even the commented out section here. And then we'll go down to our query at the bottom that says anything greater than a mobile device. And we're going to target the bottom left section and the bottom right section. And here we're going to give it a width of 50%, just like we had before. And now you'll see that it fits just perfectly. And as we resize it, it resizes perfectly on a mobile device. So that is the difference. It's very subtle, especially because our project is very simple. There's not, hundreds of styles. But the difference between a mobile first and a desktop first design is really important, and you really have to internalize that as a full stack web developer. In this video, I'm going to teach you how Flexbox works. We'll start off by going through what's available to you, what it can actually do, and then we'll spend the rest of the video, which will be the majority of it, diving really deep into how Flexbox works, how do we calculate different things, and use all of the properties. My goal for this video is to be the most in-depth Flexbox tutorial on YouTube. And the reason I'm making it so in-depth is because it's important. I think that not only knowing Flexbox allows you to eliminate a lot of the frustration when it comes to layouts in CSS, but it'll also set us up for our next lesson, which is going to be on CSS Grid. So let's get started. This is a Flexbox crash course, and The prerequisites for it is going to be a basic understanding of HTML and CSS. I've covered all of this in prior lessons of this series, so go check those out if you're unfamiliar. Here's what we're going to be covering in this video. We're going to learn what Flexbox is, how it can help you out and make your life easier. We're going to go through all the basic properties of Flexbox, and we're going to get pretty detailed in those so that you really understand what's going on there. And then finally, we're going to look at a front-end mentor project, this testimonial grid over here, which we're going to be creating with Flexbox in the next video. A few of the things that we're not going to be covering. Shorthand Flexbox properties. So there's a couple properties within this CSS, I guess, module or framework or whatever you want to call it, that allow you to write less CSS to achieve the same thing. And that's not our goal here. We're trying to learn Flexbox. You can apply those much later down the road when you're more comfortable with Flexbox. And we're also not going to be getting very advanced with this. I have written advanced Flexbox properties, but we're pretty much covering all of the properties. I guess probably the better way to say that is we're not going to be going into advanced Flexbox methods and different layouts and all of that kind of stuff. My main goal is to get you understanding how the system works and get you very comfortable with using it. The obvious starting question is, what is Flexbox? Well, if you have been following along, you might have realized that as we're writing our CSS, there's really two main components. You have layout-related properties, and then you have style-related properties. So a style property would be like a color or a font or something like that. It doesn't really affect how things are laid out on the page, but layout properties do. That's how you create, grids and, nav bars and footers and sidebars, all of that kind of stuff. So far, we have not been using Flexbox, and our job has been a little bit difficult because we've had to use hacky ways of getting layouts to work. Flexbox is going to come in and really help you out with that layout side of things. And per the MDN web docs, Flexbox is called the CSS Flexible Box Layout Module, and it's a model for displaying items in a single dimension, so either a row or a column. In future videos, we're going to get into CSS Grid, which is a two-dimensional layout module within CSS. And some, might say that CSS Grid is better than Flexbox or vice versa, but they really work together, and we're going to cover how those work together within our CSS. Whatever the case, Flexbox and then subsequently CSS Grid, which again is a future video, these are kind of the future of CSS layouts. So in the past, like I talked about, you had to use like floats and clear fixes and inline blocks and specific widths, and if you watched one of the previous videos, we had to almost, hack our way to getting items to fit within a container by removing white space from our HTML. These are not good solutions, they're not sustainable, and so Flexbox, along with CSS Grid, come in to provide a better model for doing layouts. But enough talk, let me show you exactly what we're dealing with here. So what I've got here is some basic HTML. And I really want you to start understanding this container-child relationship within HTML. So if we look at this, we can see that we have a div element with a class of container, and then we have three div elements all having the same class of item. This relationship is very important. The container is the parent to all three of these, children elements. To show you how this relationship is important, let's put some width and height dimensions. We'll go with 100 pixels for the width and height of the items within this container. And we'll give them a background color of, say, orange, and then maybe we'll give some margin of 5 pixels so they're kind of separate a little bit. So here you can see the three div elements. These are the children elements to that container. And the reason this parent-child relationship is so important is because the second you enable Flexbox on a container, all of the child elements become what we call flex items. So this is really important. And first off, let me show you what happens when we have the normal display property. So right now, by default, each item here and the container are all going to be a display type of block. So they're block elements. And you'll see as I type these in, it's not going to do anything because we're basically just explicitly writing in what was already the default. Now with block elements, as we talked about in prior CSS videos of this series, these are going to have certain characteristics, and flex items and flex containers are also going to have certain display characteristics. So if we remove this display block, which again, these are just defaults for div elements, and we come up to the container and we type display flex, you're going to notice that these items change. And the reason they change is because by adding this single property on the container element or the parent, we are basically making a flex container which holds a bunch of flex items. The container and the items have specific characteristics that normal block or inline elements do not have. In just a minute, I'm going to explain exactly why these flex items are going in a horizontal direction rather than vertical. But for now, I really want to drill home this point about flex containers and flex items. Now you might ask, well, if I set display flex on this container and all of these are going to be flex items, then can I also, make the flex item a flex container? And the answer is yes. You can actually have an element be both a flex item and a flex container at the same time, and that's why it's important to always keep these relationships clear in your head. Let me show you what I mean. So if we come down to the final div element, which currently is just a flex item, and then we put in a few more divs. So let's put in a class of sub item, and then we're going to copy this down 3 times. And right now this doesn't have any dimensions, but if we copy this CSS selector of item down and then we put in sub item and give it some different dimensions, so we'll give it something very small, like maybe 15 pixels wide and tall, and then we'll make the background color blue and a margin of 1 pixel, something like that. And what you'll see is that these line up within that third container because they're children of this third flex item. But at the moment, these are not flex items themselves. They are block elements by default. This brings up a very important point. So if you look at our CSS, we have put the display flex property on this main container. And when we do that, it only turns that container into a flex item, and then the direct children, not all descendants, but only the direct children, will become the flex items. So in this case, all of these divs are going to be flex items, but the sub items are not going to be flex items. These will be the default block elements. Now, what I can do is I can come in and turn this final div into a flex container, which will then subsequently turn these sub items into flex items as well. Just so that I have a unique selector on here, let me turn this into item 3. We'll put another class on there. And then all we have to do is come down here on item 3 and write display flex. And what you'll see is these 3 blue boxes right here are going to go in a row just like the orange boxes are. As we go throughout this tutorial, I want you to keep this clear in your head, this exact model that we just laid out here. So let me just walk you through it one more time. At the top level, we have a div called with a class of container. This is a flex container. And the reason it's a flex container is because we put the display flex property on it. Now, all of the items, these 3 items right here, these are flex items. And the reason they're flex items is because their direct parent is a flex container. Now, these sub items right here, these are also flex items, but it's not because we have display flex on the main container. It's because we've put display flex on this third item right here. I know this is confusing right now. It's going to get a lot more clear as we go through the tutorial. But what's happening here is this third div within the container is both a flex container and it's a flex item. So it can actually serve as both types at the same time. In relation to the main container, it is a flex item. In relation to these sub items, it is a flex container. With that level of understanding between the container and the flex item and how we can combine those, here are the flex container and flex item properties that you can use. We're going to go through each of these, but you have to keep them very clear in your head when you're going through, because you have to first identify, am I dealing with a container or an item? And as you saw, in some cases, you can be dealing with both, so you can actually put a combination of these properties on a single HTML element. Sometimes this gets a little bit confusing, and something that I had done when I was first learning Flexbox is I had this cheat sheet that I found here. It's a really great resource. I'll be sure to link to it in the description, but I just keep this open whenever I'm working with Flexbox because it's very interactive. You can click on different things and see how different Flex properties work. And it covers pretty much everything. Now, as I just mentioned, some properties apply to the container and some to the items. This resource does not really separate that out on the left side right here, but for each property, you'll come down and you can see what it applies to. So this one applies to Flex containers. So I'd use this resource, keep it open as you're learning Flexbox. It's a really good, little cheat sheet to have. In addition, as we've been going through in this course, you can always look it up on MDN Web Docs. So as you can see, we're on Flexbox, and here's the property reference for all of the valid properties that we can use. And you can click on each of them and kind of get an overview of what's available. And what I'll point out is this formal definition down here for each property is going to tell you what the initial value is. And sometimes that's important to understand what the default values you're dealing with are. The reason understanding these default values is so important is because when we have Flex items and Flex containers like this, putting this single rule on a container is going to set a bunch of properties by default that you're not seeing in front of you. In reality, when we put display flex on this container, it's setting all of the properties that I just pasted in here. So it's setting a flex direction, justify content, align content, items, and flex wrap. And these are all of the default values, so you can see that nothing changed over here on the left because they were already applied by default. Likewise, flex items have default properties. So I can come down to the item itself, which is going to be a flex item, and paste in all of these properties right here. And the reason nothing changed on the left, again, is because these are the defaults that that Flexbox comes packed with. What we're going to do in this tutorial is learn how we can modify the default values on all of these properties right here to get the intended result that we want. The last thing I want to point out before we jump into our first property is just a quick note on shorthand Flex properties. So if we came down to the Flex item, so this is targeting one of our Flex items here, and we put in something called Flex, and we gave it a value of, 0, 1, and auto. This right here is what we call a shorthand Flex property, and it is the exact equivalent of writing Flex grow 0, Flex shrink 1, and Flex basis of auto. So these three properties written out longhand is the same thing as this single property written out shorthand. And for this tutorial, like I said, we're not going to be looking at these shorthand properties because we have enough to deal with the longhand properties, just understanding how they work. So just wanted to clarify that because you might see that in the Flex cheat sheet. So if you came down here, Flex flow is a shorthand property. I'm sure Flex is somewhere on here. But whatever the case, just know that those exist, but we're not going to be covering them. I think at this point I've covered all of these, prerequisite pieces of knowledge to really jump into Flexbox. Let's go ahead and get started. We're not going to use this because it's pretty ugly, and I actually put together a little demo here. So you can check out the JavaScript for this. It's basically just toggling some of the values here. And what this demo is meant to explain is the main tenet of Flexbox, and that is the fact that we have one-dimensional model where we can align items on either the horizontal or vertical axis. As you'll see in the HTML, we've got some HTML up here. None of this is really important. What we're really focused on here is going to be this piece right here. So we've got our main container, which is going to be our Flex container, and then each of these divs are going to be the actual Flex items. And I've actually styled these a little bit just for visual purposes, but it's not important to this tutorial. So if we're looking at this HTML, the way that we create a flex container of this div is by selecting it with CSS and writing display flex on it. So by default, that's going to create a flex container, and then all of the direct children are going to be the flex items. So all three of these divs right here. Now, the next property that we have to understand, and this is a really important part of Flexbox, is the flex direction property. And this is by default going to be set to row. What this property is defining is what we're going to be using as the main axis and what we're going to be using as the cross axis. I've written this out with HTML and CSS, so you can see that this is the main axis horizontally, and this is the cross axis vertically. But what happens is if you change this flex direction property, you're going to change the flow of the items within the flex container. And when you do that, that's also going to change the main and the cross axis. So by default, this is set to row, which means everything is going to go horizontal and the main axis is going to be horizontal. But if we were to toggle this flex direction, which is going to, via JavaScript, change the flex direction to column, then what's happening is the main axis is going to be vertical and the cross axis is going to be horizontal now. So now we're looking vertically, while previously when it was set to row, we're looking horizontally. So as we learn new properties, keep two things in mind. First off, as we talked about, you got to know which HTML element is the flex container and which are the flex items. Number two, you have to know which direction the flex items are going to flow in. So if you've got this property flex direction set to row, they're going to go horizontal and the main axis is going to be horizontal. And if you set it to column, it's going to flow vertically and the main axis is going to be vertical. As you can see in this example, our flex container has a certain height and width, and the reason is because we set it down here. So if we find the container that we set it on, we set the width and height to 300 and 200 pixels. Now, if we comment these out, we get rid of the dimensions on the container, it's going to act similar to a block element where it kind of spans the width of its parent container, and then the height is going to be based on the content of the items within it. To keep things simple, we're going to keep this width and height set on our container, just so that we can have a nice visual to look at as we explore some of the different flex properties. For the remainder of the tutorial, we're going to be working here in this workspace, and I want to just kind of derive how I got here just so that you're not confused with pre-existing styles that I put on here. So what I have is basically 4 div elements within a main container. And as of right now, what I'm showing you, there's no Flexbox enabled here, except on these items right here, but that's not what we're trying to cover. So these are basic divs, and as of right now, they're displaying as block elements, and there's no dimensions on the container. So let me kind of derive how we get to our workspace. First off, I'm going to set a width and a height on our main flex container, and I'm going to put a border on it. So just uncommented those properties out. And what you'll see here is a black border that is 4 pixels in dimension. And then the width itself is going to be 408 pixels on the whole container. The reason that it's 408 is because if you add the left border of 4 pixels and the right border of 4 pixels, that gets you 8 pixels. And therefore, what I wanted to do was basically make the total area within the container 400 pixels exactly, so that we have a better time doing basic calculations. So that's why I made it 408 pixels. Now we have to uncomment the display flex to make these flex items. So now you're seeing that they're sitting on the horizontal axis, and that's actually because of the flex direction row default setting here. And this is how we get to our basic workspace. And then finally, I will uncomment these 2 lines of HTML, which are going to be styled somewhere down here so that we can see the cross and the main axis at all times. And as we go through the rest of the tutorial, we're always going to be working with a flex direction of row. So therefore the main axis is always going to be horizontal and the cross axis is always going to be vertical. If you want, you can switch this and call it flex direction column, and you can see how all of these rules that we're about to go through work out from a vertical axis perspective. The next few properties we're talking about are alignment properties, which allow you to align and space out these flex items within the container. The first one is going to be justify content. So if we come to MDN, here's the formal definition, and we'll come down to the formal definition here and see that the initial value is normal. If we read about what normal is, it says the items are packed in their default position as if no justify content value was set. So that's kind of what you're seeing here. It's all just kind of by default at the start of that axis. Now, similarly, if we set the justify content property to start, this is going to achieve the same thing. So we're just putting it at the start. So for all intents and purposes, you can think of the default property for justify content to be start. If we wanted all of the flex items to go to the end of the main axis rather than the start, we can just type that into this property. So if we replace this with end, you'll see that all of these jump to the right side. And you'll see that as we're looking on the main axis, that's how we're deciding where these items are going to go. We're flowing horizontally, so the start is the left side and the end is the right side. We can also change this to center, which is going to put them right in the middle. And then we have some additional property values that will actually space the items out a little bit. The first one is going to be space between. So if we type space between, these are going to be spaced out with equal amount of white space between them within the container. We also have a property called space around. So if we change this to that, you'll see that there is now some space surrounding each of these items on the main axis. Now what I'll have you notice here is that the amount of space between the items, so this little area here and here, those are all going to be equal in dimension. But the edges, so to the right of this fourth element and to the left of the first, that's a little bit smaller than the space between the elements. So that's kind of the how we distinguish the space around property value with the space evenly property value. So when I type space evenly, you'll see that these change just a little bit, and now what's happening is every piece of white space between the elements are going to be exactly equal. So the justify content property tells us how the items are spaced out and aligned on the main axis. Let's go ahead and set this back to start because I want to have the default values so that now we can talk about the next property, which is the align items property. Let's go ahead and look this up in MDN. We'll type in align items. And you'll see that this is the property that we use when we want to align flex items on the cross axis. So remember, we set this example to a flex direction of row by default, and that means that the main axis is horizontal and cross is vertical. So the align items always applies to the cross axis and is going to decide how these items are aligned vertically. Looking at the MDN docs, you'll see that the initial value is again normal, and if we go to normal, wherever that is, I guess it's at the top here, it says the effect of this keyword is dependent on the layout mode we are in. As you can see in the third bullet point, it says for flex items, the keyword behaves as stretch. And if we come down to stretch, it says the flex items are stretched such that the cross size of the item's margin box is the same as the line while respecting width and height constraints. That's an overly confusing way to say that by default, the align items, if we set it to normal, is going to stretch the height of these items to the total height of the flex container, unless you have a specific height set on those items already. So this brings us to a brief discussion on the width and height properties of flex items. Right now, we don't have any width or height set on either or any of these flex items right here. So they're getting, I guess, what you call the defaults. And with Flexbox, a flex item is by default going to get the width of its inner content, and the height is going to stretch to be equal to the total height of the flex container. As you can see, the inner content is going to be the numbers that we've put in here. And I know there's a little space there, but it's still considered just the inner content. And then the height is, of course, the height of the full flex container. Now, if we come down to flex item number 1, and we give it a width of, say, 100 pixels, it's no longer going to have that default width of the content. It's going to respect that width that we've set on it. Likewise, if we give it a height of, say, 50 pixels, it's going to respect that height as well. So if you put explicit width and height properties on your flex items, by default, they're going to get those so long as there's not, overflow within the flex container, or you've set different properties that we're going to talk about in just a bit. Just as a quick review, the items here, the flex items, do not have explicit width or height properties, and therefore the default height that a flex item is going to get is going to be the total size of the cross axis. So in this case, the main axis is row, cross is column, so total height of that column is going to be the natural height. This is no longer the case when we start putting in different values for the align items. So once we put in something like flex start, you're going to see that all of these items pull up to the top of the cross axis, and they no longer have that total height of the cross axis. And what's happening here is they just have the width and height of the inner content. So if we change that inner content, then it's going to adjust the size. So one way we could do that, let's say that we have this first flex item, we'll come all the way to the bottom, and I'm going to uncomment this little rule that I wrote that made the font size for this first item much larger. And you can see that as we make the content bigger or smaller, the flex item itself gets bigger or smaller because we don't have those explicit width or height properties. Now I'm going to leave that there because it's going to bring up a very good point here in a second. So right now we have flex start. We can also bring these down on the cross axis to flex end. So these are at the end now, and then we can center them with center. And this is actually something that's really hard to do without Flexbox. So really cool part of this Flexbox model. What you'll see with the center is that there's like an imaginary horizontal line going through the middle of the content in these flex items. But we also have this property value called baseline. And what's going to happen here is we actually draw that horizontal line kind of at the bottom of each piece of content within the flex item. So because this first one has much bigger inner content, our flex baseline is going to be in a different spot. So they're not going to be perfectly aligned flush with the top of that cross axis. So far, we've learned a couple of properties: justify content and align items. So we can play around with these. Let's just do a few examples so that we can kind of review and recap. So let's go ahead and say justify content will be center and align items will also be center. This is how you can take content, flex items, and put them in the middle of a container. And this was very difficult to do before Flexbox, so this is a really cool advantage of having Flexbox. And then we can, of course, change all of these. So we can put the justify content to end and put that there. We can also put align items to flex end. I don't know why you'd want to do this, but you can put it at the bottom right corner of the container. So very flexible, no pun intended, of what we can do here with these alignment properties. Let me reset everything. Let's just put these back to the defaults. So all you have to do is delete them and they're back to their defaults. And then we will come down here and comment out this last rule that changes the font size of that first item. So now everything is equal. And what I want to do is actually make each of these items a specific width and height. We'll go with 50 pixels by 50 pixels. One way that we can do that, since we have two classes set here and each flex item has this fi class, we can just target that one class, give it a width of 50 pixels and a height of 50 pixels. And now we have these perfect little squares sitting as our flex items. By default, if you don't change any properties, Flexbox will respect the flex item width and height properties. So we set those to 50 pixels by 50 pixels, and that's what we're getting right here. And if we came down to the flex container again, and we set that align items property to say stretch or something like that, you'll see that they're not actually going to stretch down to the total height because we have those explicit properties set already. But the next thing I want to explore is what happens if you have too many or too little flex items within your flex container. In this example, if you remember from a few minutes ago when we talked about actually it's at the top here, we set the width of the flex container to 408 and the height to 200 pixels. Because the main axis is horizontal as a result of the flex direction equal to row property, the width is really all that we care about right here because everything is going in the width kind of direction. So we set this to 408 exactly for the example I'm about to show you. If you've got a container 408 pixels wide and that container has a 4 pixel border on the left and the right, then the total white space that is available for these flex items is exactly 400 pixels. If each of our boxes are 50 pixels in width, that means that we can fit a total of 8 flex items perfectly within this container. Let's go ahead and do that just to see what I'm talking about. So all we have to do is copy this down 4 more times, and you should see a bunch of items pop up here. Let me just go ahead and change the labels so that we can see all our flex items a little bit better. And now you can see that we have 8 items perfectly fitting within our flex container. But what happens if we take all of these flex items and we double it? So let's say instead of 8 flex items of 50 pixels each, we have 16. So we double it. What happens then? Well, let me go ahead and do that real quick. I'll just copy all of these items and paste them below. And what you're going to see as we extend this is that these items are overflowing outside of the flex container. There's a couple weird things going on as well. If you'll notice, it doesn't look like these items are 50 pixels wide anymore. Now, of course, if you were wondering how wide these elements are, you don't have to guess. You can right-click, inspect element, and you're dropped into the Firefox DevTools. And the reason I'm in Firefox, I know I've been switching back and forth between Chrome and Firefox throughout this series, but I'm in Firefox because the DevTools have an awesome Flexbox little module here that you can inspect elements with and really see what's going on. So all we have to do is come up to this inspector here. We click that so that we can select items on the page. And let's first start with our overall Flex container. When we click that Flex container, the Layout tab is going to drop us down into this section called Flex container. If you collapse that, you'll see that there's also grid in the box model. So these are different, models that we can look at. But if we look at Flex container and then we toggle this little button, you can see all of the different Flex items outlined for you, as well as some overflow space and other elements of the Flexbox. We'll turn this off for now, but we can also go down to the Flex items, and you can see they're being highlighted here on the left as I hover over them. So you can click them with this little inspector here. So maybe we click on number 8, and we can look here within the inspector of everything that's going on with this individual Flex item. We're going to talk more about all of this stuff in just a bit. We're not quite ready yet. The thing that I want to draw your attention to is the fact that if we go down to the box model, which we learned about in previous lessons, we know all about how this works. And you look at the total size of a single element. So we'll click on number 4. You'll see that the dimensions are 33.5 by 50, which is not what we set them to. We set them to 50 pixels wide and 50 pixels tall. So the question is, why is it shrinking the width? Like, we didn't tell it to do that. Why is that happening? Furthermore, if these are overflowing outside of the container, what do we do about that? We obviously don't want to show this to our users. We don't want our Flex items just going indefinitely off the page. And especially if you're making, say, a grid of images where there's hundreds of images and you're using Flexbox to display them, you don't want them going on a single axis, indefinitely to the right or indefinitely down. In this situation, you have two options. The first option is kind of the standard default way of handling overflow in CSS. And this is not specific to Flexbox itself. You can use this with any type of CSS display type. So if I came to the Flex container and I set the overflow property, I can set this to a couple of values, but usually you might want to set it to auto. And if you set it to auto, what's going to happen is these elements are no longer going to break outside of that container. They're just going to scroll. So you see the scroll bar at the bottom of our Flex container now, and we can see all of our items. They're still shrunk a little bit, but we can see them all without, breaking out of the container. But like I said, with that grid of images example, if we could imagine that these are images, we don't want our users to have to scroll left and right to see all the images. We want them to just wrap down to the next line and just have like a nice little grid of images. So the second option that you have here, instead of setting the overflow property, which is just a generic solution, we can set this flex wrap property. And if we set it to wrap, you'll see what happens is these elements go back to their original size of 50 by 50 as we intended, and they're going to perfectly wrap onto the next line. Now you see some white space in here in the middle, and you might say, okay, I don't really want that. I want those to be flush to each other. So naturally what you're going to do is come down to the Flex container. You're going to type in align items like we had said earlier, and you'll type in flex start, something like that. And you won't see anything happen. And the reason is because the rules of the game just changed when we put in this flex wrap property. I know you're probably getting tired of hearing me say that, but as we go through CSS, certain properties set to certain values change the whole game. Just like when we set Flexbox to the container, it changes the behavior of all the children elements within it. This flex wrap property changes how we align items on the cross axis. So instead of align items, we now have to use this property called align content. So if flex wrap is set to anything other than the default, which is going to be no wrap, you'll see it overflows again. If it's set to anything except for this no wrap, then we're going to use, instead of align items, we're going to use align content, which is going to have the same possible values for the most part as align items, but it's going to tell Flexbox how to arrange this new group of wrapped items within the Flex container. So now we can set flex start, or we could wrap them at flex end, or even put them right in the center of everything. So that's how we wrap items to the next line if they're overflowing. At this point, we've actually covered all of the Flex container properties that we can use. Just to do a very quick review, I'll get rid of all this extra stuff here. So get rid of these last 8 Flex items, and then I'll get rid of these last 2 properties here. So just to review, we have, of course, the display flex, which is going to activate Flexbox. We have the flex direction, which we can set to either row or column. So if we set it to column, it's going to go vertical. If we set it to row, it's going to go horizontal. We have justify content, which aligns flex items on the main axis, in this case, the horizontal axis. We can set that to center, which is not going to change anything because it's as wide as the container itself. But if we just commented out this last flex item, you'll see how this works. It kind of centers all of the content in the middle. And then we have align items. We can also put center on that to put those in the middle. Next up, we're going to talk about how do we influence the size and alignment of individual flex items. So if you take a look at what I'm about to do, I can say something like align self, and I can say flex start. And you're going to see this first item drops out of the flow of the rest of the flex items. And we can do this with each individual flex item for a lot of different combinations here. Speaking of this alignment, let's go ahead and start with that because I think it's the easier part of this discussion. So let me just go ahead and comment out the last 4 items here in our container, just so that we have 4, and then within our rules here, I'm going to remove these justify content and align items so that everything is top left default settings. Now, if we came down to individual items, which I have CSS selectors here for on the right, what we can use is this align self property, which is essentially the same exact thing as align items, except it only applies to a single flex item. So in this case, we've set this to flex start, which is the default, so it all looks normal. But if I take this first flex item, so the first box here, and I set this to flex end, you'll see that this drops to the bottom while the rest stay at the top. And I can do this to flex item number 4. So align self, flex end, and you'll see this one drop to the bottom. And then maybe I wanted number 3 in the middle. So align self, center. So this one goes in the middle. You can see how we can individually pick and choose where our flex items are going to go. And of course, our container level properties still apply. So if I came back up to the container and set justify content to center, this whole group will go to the middle. So these work together. It's not one or the other. You use them in tandem. Like I said, the align self property is pretty straightforward once you know align items on the main container. Now the last part we're going to talk about is the sizing of flex items. And this is probably the hardest part of Flexbox, in my opinion, to understand how all of these work. And what we're dealing with here is the flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis properties. We're going to start with flex grow, and this is going to apply to flex items when they don't naturally fill the entire main axis. So in this case, the main axis is horizontal because of the flex direction row property. And in this case, we have 50 pixel wide flex items and we have 4 of them. So this should only fill about half of the total width of the container. Earlier, we talked about how the total white space, the total width for these flex items in this container is exactly 400 pixels. If each item is 50 pixels wide, then 50 plus 50 plus 50 plus 50 is going to be 200 pixels, and therefore the occupied space is going to be 200 pixels, and the unoccupied space is going to be 200 pixels. When there is unoccupied space or empty space along the main axis of a flex container, the flex grow property is going to come into play. By default, this property on each and every single item is going to be set to 0. And what that means is that each item by default is going to take up 0% of the empty space within the container. That is why what we're looking at here is not stretching out to fill the container right now, is because all of these items by default are set to not take up that extra space. But if I come down to the first flex item and I change that default property to a 1, you're going to see that the first item fills up all of that remaining space. So it's going to take up the original width it had of 50 pixels, and then we also know we had empty space of 200 pixels, so the total width of this first item or first flex item now is going to be 50 plus 200 or 250 pixels. Now, of course, with my tutorials, I don't want you to just take my word for it, so let's go ahead and verify what I just said. 50 pixels plus 200 is 250. So if we click the selector up here, select that element, and go down to the box model, you'll see it's 250.5 pixels. And the reason it's a half of a pixel more than what we calculated, I'm not sure that I can fully explain it with the utmost confidence, but I will attempt to. So if we set this back to flex grow of 0 and refresh the page because it's being stubborn, and then if we inspect the element, we'll go to this first element, and what you'll see in the box model is that the inner content of this, so the number itself, is 28.5 pixels. So if we hover over this, you'll see that the box gets drawn around that number. Now, if we pulled in the same exact HTML and CSS, but in Google Chrome, so I'm going to pull in Google Chrome right here, and we're going to select this first box and scroll down to the box model, you'll see that the inner content is 28, not 28.5. So browser differences are of course a big part of web development, but I wouldn't worry about that extra half that we saw when we're trying to make the calculations. Just make sure that you have the understanding of how these are calculated. In programming, being off by 1 is sometimes a catastrophic error, but when we're dealing with CSS, it's not quite as big of a deal. So we will stick with this, and as we go throughout, you're probably going to notice that my calculations are going to be off by just a couple decimals, but just bear with me. So let's set this back to a flex grow of 1. So we have 200 pixels of empty space. Now we don't, because 200 pixels got allocated to flex item number 1. Now if we came down to flex item number 2, which by default has a flex grow value of 0, and if we set that to 1, here's what's going to happen. If we came down here to flex item number 2, the default value for flex grow is going to be 0, no changes as you see. But if we were to set this to 1, you'll see that number 2 element gets part of that empty space as well. So now 1 and 2 are going to be completely equal. Now, how did we get to this? What kind of calculation is happening here? I'm going to try to draw it out for you. So if we come to right over flex item number 1, just make a comment. What we're going to do is take all of the flex items within the container, and we're going to add up their flex grow values. So by default, remember, they are all set to 0. So flex item number 1 has a value of 1 as we set it right here. Let me close this comment so we can see it correctly. So we have a value of 1 on flex item 1, a value of 1 on flex item 2, and then by default, the last two are set to 0 and 0. So the total of all that is going to equal 2. And what you can think of this as is 2 units of empty space. So we'll say 2 units, and you might ask, okay, what unit are we measuring this against? Well, if you remember, there is 200 pixels of empty space, and if we divide that by 2 allocated units, we get 100 pixels per unit. So each unit that we allocate is going to be 100 pixels. But if we were to come down to flex item number 3 and set a flex grow value of 1, that changes it, because now our total sum, we're going to add a 1 in there, and now we have a total of 3 units. We still have 200 pixels of empty space, but now we have to divide that by 3 units, and that should get us to, not sure if I can do that math, I think that's a decimal actually, so 200 divided by 3 is going to be 66.666 pixels. But if we come down to flex item number 3, we set a flex grow factor of 1, and then flex item number 4 and set a flex grow factor of 1. Now everything changes, so we have to update these values in our sum. So now it's 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, so we have 4 units, and we still have 200 pixels of empty space to allocate, because if you have 4 items, each 50 pixels wide, that's 200 pixels. Empty space is 200 pixels in a 400 pixel container. So still have 200 pixels of empty space to allocate over 4 total units. So we'll divide that by 4, and that's going to get us to 50 pixels each per unit. So what's happening here is for each item in this container, we have an original size of 50 pixels, and then we allocate 50 pixels to that of empty space. So they're each going to be 100 pixels equal across the board. And you can see that if you click on here, it's 100.133 pixels. Forget about the decimals here, but they're all equal. So that's how that works. Now, it doesn't have to be a flex grow value of 1. You can also give it 2 or 3 or 4. It's all just dependent on how many units you want to allocate to each flex item. Let's say that we gave flex item number 2 a value of, we'll say 4. Or maybe not 4. Let's go with 3 so that we have an even number. So now our calculation is 1 plus 3 plus 1 plus 1 is going to be 6 units. 200 pixels of empty space divided by 6 units. I'm going to need a calculator for that one. So 200 divided by 6 is 33.33 pixels per unit. So if we are giving the second flex item 3 units of empty space, and each unit of empty space is 33.33, that means that we're giving it an extra 99.9999 or 100 pixels. So we take the original width of 50, we add about 100, so we get 150 pixels wide for the second item. Let's check that, see if we're in the ballpark, and you see that it's 150.25, so that calculation worked perfectly. Hopefully that explanation made a little bit of sense. You just have to think about it in allocated space, empty space, and you can calculate the two pieces by getting the total width of your flex container and then the total width of the items within the flex container, and then breaking it out into units based on the amount of empty space that we need to allocate back out to the items. Now the opposite applies when we have too many items in our flex container. Let me get rid of all these flex grow values so that we can get it back to normal. And then let me also uncomment these divs right here so that we have 8 total items. We know that that fits perfectly, but what if we put in 9? So instead of 8, we have 9, which means we've added an extra one in there, which means that we have 50 pixels of overflow. So remember, each one's 50 pixels wide. 50 pixels times 8 is going to be 400 pixels, which is equal to the total available space within our flex container. So by adding a 9th, we are making the total amount of flex items 450 pixels wide versus the 400 available space, so we have 50 extra pixels of overflow. Similar to how we allocate out empty space to flex items, we can also reduce the size of flex items by the amount of overflow that we have. So if you look at this container, you're going to see that by default, they all fit within the container when we add that 9th item. And the reason is because all of them actually shrunk a little bit when we put that 9th item in there. The reason that they shrunk is because by default, every flex item is going to have a flex shrink value of 1. So if I put that in for flex item number 1, you will not see any change because that's already the default. It's already shrinking by 1 unit. So we know how to calculate those units. You basically take the overflow, just like we took the empty space with the flex grow. So if we have 50 pixels of overflow, let's change this right here to 50 pixels of overflow. And then we have to ask ourselves how many units we're allocating that across. By default, each flex item is going to have a flex shrink value of 1, so that means that each flex item should be allocated equal overflow. In other words, we have to do 1 plus 1 plus 1 all the way to 9. So we have 9 total units. I'm just going to get rid of this because you get the point here. So we have 9 total units with 50 pixels of overflow. So we divide 50 pixels by 9, and that's going to give us, I believe, 5.33 pixels per unit. Let me check that real quick. So 50 divided by 9 equals, no, it's not 5.33. It's 5.55 pixels per unit. In other words, we're going to take the original width of these items, which was 50 pixels, and we're going to subtract off 5.55 pixels from that 50. So in theory, each item should be 44.45 pixels wide. So let's inspect the element. We'll go to any of these here, and you're going to see 44.5 pixels wide, pretty much exactly what we just calculated. Now this is where the Firefox DevTools comes in handy. So if you click on one of these items, it's going to pop up in the layout section exactly how this shrink operation worked. So you can see the flexibility has a flex shrink of 1, and that's going to say minus 5.5 pixels, which is what we just calculated. So it's going to take the 28.5 pixels, which is the inner content width, subtract off 5.5 pixels to get down to 23 pixels, and then you add back in the natural padding and border that is set on these items to get your total width of what we calculated as 44.5 pixels. Now this brings up a good point, because if you look at this model right here, you're going to see that each item has a minimum content width. So if you try to shrink something too much, then it's going to make it so that it will kind of get capped out. It won't shrink past the minimum value of its content. I'll show you exactly how this works. All we have to do is add in a few more flex items. So let's add one more for good measure. And what we see here is that they're clearly breaking out of that container now, just like we saw earlier when we looked at this and we tried to wrap them onto the next line. Now, from the flex shrink perspective, these are breaking out of the container because while they have, calculated the total overflow space and then allocated that out to each of the flex items, the total amount of overflow is going to be greater than the, basically it's going to make them shrink smaller than their minimum values, which is not possible. Let's see if we can calculate this just for fun. So we have 1 through 9, 10, 11, 12. So we have 13 total flex items, which are all supposedly 50 pixels wide. So if you do 13 times 50, let's see what that is. So that's 650 pixels. And if you subtract the 400 pixels that the container width is, you get 250 pixels. So our overflow that we're dealing with now is going to be 250 pixels, and we have 13 units to allocate it over. So we need to divide that by 13, and what that's going to give us is, let's see, 19.23 pixels per unit. So we're going to have to subtract, we're going to have to basically say, let me break down onto the next line just so we're clear. We're going to take the original width minus 19.23 pixels, and what that's going to equal is, let me see, 30.77 pixels. So theoretically, we would just take all that overflow and subtract it from the original sizes to get us to a total width of 30.77 pixels. But if we inspect element and we click on any of these here, you're going to see that this little min property popped up. So it says the minimum size of this element is going to be 12 pixels. So the minimum inner content is 12 pixels. And when you add on the padding and the border of each of these elements, that's going to break you over that value that we had calculated here. So it's basically going to be, the content itself is going to be too big to shrink that much. Hopefully I haven't lost you here. Try to lay out this in a logical manner. And I know this is a lot of detail. It's definitely not totally necessary, but I really think knowing this kind of stuff and how this is calculated is that extra step that you have to take as a developer to really understand what you're doing and be able to debug things and understand, okay, why is this breaking out of the Flex container? Why won't this shrink enough? Those kind of questions. Let's do one more practice problem here, I guess you could call it. So let's go back to 9 elements, which are going to naturally fit within this. But at the moment, they're each being allocated, 5.55 pixels, so 50 minus 5.55 to get it shrunk down to fit. Now, if we wanted to allocate it only to certain items, we can change the defaults. So let's go ahead and say that we want the first 3 items of this Flex container to keep their 50 pixel width. Now, the way that we would do that is we'd go to item 1 and we'd set a Flex shrink value of 0, which is not the default, and we'll copy that down to 2 and 3, and now you'll see that each of these get wider, and if we inspect them, they're each going to be 50 pixels wide, while the remainder are going to absorb that overflow space by shrinking. So just a quick review. If the total width of the items, the flex items in the flex container, do not equal the total flex container, so if there's not enough items, flex grow is going to be what applies, and that empty space is going to be allocated based on the flex grow values. If the overflow happens, so if there's more items that can fit in the flex container, then the flex shrink will apply, and based on the flex shrink values of each item, determines how that overflow space is going to be allocated out. The last property with all of this sizing that we have to talk about is flex basis. Let me get our container back to a spot where we only have 4. So I'll just comment out those just in case we need them later. So now we have 4 items which are explicitly set to 50 pixels wide each. So we set each of them to 50 pixels wide, 50 pixels tall. Now, if we wanted to change those dimensions, we can actually do that using a flex item property. Let's go to the first flex item and set the flex basis to equal 40%. What you'll see is that this first item gets a lot wider, and it's not because it's trying to fill the empty space, it's because it's respecting this flex basis property over the width property that we set earlier. So by default, this flex basis is actually set to auto, and when it's set to auto, what that is basically saying is to Flexbox is go ahead and look for the width and height properties, and if you find them, respect those properties as the width and height of the flex items. If you don't find them, go ahead and size the flex items based on the inner content, and that's the default for flex basis. But you can also assign pixel units and percentage units to the flex basis to override the width and height of your flex items. This unlocks a lot of possibilities, and depending on how you use them with flex grow and flex shrink, you can get a bunch of different combinations. So if I was looking at this flex box right here, I have the 4 items, each 50 pixels wide, and let's say that I wanted to make them even widths and span them across the whole container. One way that I could do that is by coming to each of the flex items and setting the flex grow to be equal to 1. And what that's going to do is equally allocate the empty space as we just talked about. So that's one way to do it. Now we could also backtrack a little bit, and instead of doing that, we can set the flex basis to 25% on each of the items, and that's going to equally give width to each of the items and give you the same exact result. Now, if we come in and try to set the, flex grow property on one of the items, it's not going to change because the flex basis is going to take precedence over that. But in some cases, maybe you don't set the flex basis property on all of the items to equal 100%. So in this case, we've given each of them 25%, which adds up to 100, so it's going to fill the whole container. But let's say that for the first item, we give it 10%. So we're going to be missing 15% of the container, and let me delete that for a second. So now we just have flex basis properties, and they sum up to what, 85%, if I'm calculating that correctly. So there's some empty space here on the right. It doesn't fully fill the container. But now if I put on the flex grow property and set it to 1, that first element is going to take the remaining space, and we're back where we started. So essentially, setting a flex basis of 25 on the last 3 and 10% plus a flex grow of 1 is the same as just doing flex basis of 25% on all of them. So many ways to get to the same answer. The last thing we'll talk about is the order of the items along the main axis in our flex container. So if you wanted to change swap these out. So maybe you wanted to put number 2 in number 1's place. You could do that. All you have to do is come up to the HTML and put number 2 before number 1. And that should just flip them. But in Flexbox, you don't even have to do that. You can actually flip those with CSS. So if I came down to the CSS and I looked at flex item number 1 and I gave it an order of 2, and then I gave flex item 2 an order of 1, now you're going to see that these are flipped. And hold on, I think the reason that this is not working is because you have to set them on all. So we'll set the order on 3 as 3 and the order on 4 as 4. So the 3 and 4 have their natural order, but then 2 and 1 are going to be flipped. So if you set order on all of the flex items, you can determine, the order that they come in. Now you might ask, why is this useful? Well, in many cases, it's really not useful. You might as well just change the order of your HTML and be done with it. But if you are designing responsively, which we talked about in a prior video, I think it was just the previous video, as you're resizing your browser, you may want different elements on the page to go in different orders. So say you have a nav bar at the top, you've got main content, a sidebar, and a footer. Maybe you want to order those differently, whether you're on a desktop or a mobile device. And this would be how you would do that, is you'd set a media query. So you might come down and say @media, and we'd say like min width of 600 px or something like that. And then in here, you could probably set the flex item number 4 to have an order of 1. And then we'll say a flex item 1 will be an order of 4, something like that. So as we are getting bigger than 600 px, that's how that's going to show. But as we shrink it, you'll see that those flip. So we can resize and order them differently based on different screens. At this point, you've learned pretty much all of the main properties of Flexbox. Now, of course, there's some shorthand properties that can make your life easier. So instead of, setting the flex basis and the grow and the shrink values, what you can do is come in and just say flex, and then the first value is going to be the flex grow. So maybe you want to set that to 1. And then the second one's flex shrink, you might set that to 1. And then the third one is going to be flex basis, which is set to auto. So this is a shorthand way of writing flex grow, flex shrink, and flex basis all in one line. So that's just a shorthand property, but not necessary. I wouldn't even recommend using those until you're very comfortable with Flexbox. Well, this is actually a brand new day, same hat, same hoodie, whatever, but I forgot to add the last part to this video, which is actually taking this previous challenge that we had solved. So as you're following along with the full stack roadmap, we solved this pricing card challenge as a part of the original HTML and CSS tutorials, and then also made it responsive in the prior video on responsive web design. What I want to do to wrap up this video is take this design and make it with Flexbox instead of how we did it before. So if I'll remind you just for a moment, what we had to do to get these bottom left and bottom right sections sitting next to each other with a 50% width was something a little bit hacky. If we come up to the HTML, you'll see right here. So this line doesn't look, all that spectacular, but what you'll see is we've got a closing div right here that corresponds to the bottom left section div. And then the starting div for the bottom right section is sitting right next to it, which when you're looking at HTML, that's generally not very good syntax, and that was kind of a hack that we used to remove the white space and allow for the fact that we had 50% widths on both of them. So if I were to enter this down one line just for formatting's sake, you'll see that the bottom right piece of the card actually disappears, and that's because it's going underneath that bottom left card, and then we're hiding the overflow, as you'll see in the CSS for the main card. So we've got overflow hidden. So if we take that off, you'll see it pop up below here. So that's what's going on, and we can solve this very easily using Flexbox and get rid of all of our hacky solutions that we had before. Now, to make this a little bit simpler for us to see exactly how this is working, let's go back to our layout example. This is what we had used to originally build the card so that we could see what we were dealing with, and we didn't have to confuse ourselves with all of the different styling while we're just trying to focus on layout. It isn't pretty, but it will work for our layout purposes at least. And what you'll see is I've come down and added a media query. This is from the prior video. If you haven't watched that, we talk about responsive design and media queries. So basically what we're saying is in this block, we want to apply certain styles to any device that is greater than 500 or greater than or equal to 576 pixels. As you'll see when we shrink this, it changes the layout. And then when we go above 576, then these two style selectors will apply. And you'll see that the width and the height of the card gets applied. And then the bottom left and bottom right section are going to get a 50% width each. Now with Flexbox, this is relatively simple. All we have to do is, if we're looking at this entire card here, it's composed of a top section and a bottom section with two left and right sub-bottom sections. And what we want to do is on the desktop device, so this, what we're looking at right here, we want to have those bottom sections in one row. And then when we shrink it to mobile, we want it to come into a column. So if you remember from just a few minutes ago, we talked about the flex direction, where we can take the main axis and change it based on that flex direction. So what I'm thinking is that for a desktop device, we want flex direction equal to row so that these two go right next to each other. And then on a mobile device, we want it to be in a column. So the way that we do that, since we're designing mobile first here, is we come up to all the main styles here and we go to the bottom section, because that's what we want to turn into a flex container. We don't necessarily want to turn the whole card into a flex container, because the top section is actually fine and it would be overkill to put a Flexbox container on it. But the bottom section is not. So let's go into the bottom section and type display flex. And what you'll see is, I believe nothing will happen at the moment because we're in the desktop view, but let's go ahead and go to the mobile view. And now we've got some things messed up because we're designing mobile first. So right now we're working on the mobile device. So these are still sitting next to each other. And all we have to do to change that is set the flex direction to column. And you'll see that they jump right above each other. That's pretty much it when it comes to the mobile design of this. Let's see if we can find anything that we can remove now. I believe we can remove this vertical line. Okay, we're going to get to this. We'll actually get to this. Let's get the design right first, and then we will worry about that. So at the moment, we set the flex direction to column, and because of that, because we're designing mobile first, that is also going to apply to the desktop design unless we change it in our media query. So let's do that. We'll say bottom section, and we'll give it a flex direction of row again, so the default. So now as we resize, we get a very similar result, and we're actually pretty much done. But we have some redundant styles that we can actually remove now that we're using Flexbox. And this is where the nice parts of Flexbox come in. You don't have to write as much CSS. So we can remove the bottom left and bottom right section widths. And I believe that may screw us up a bit after we change a few things. Hold on. I think we need to change, let's remove the display inline block on the bottom left section and the bottom right. We will remove the 100% width, and we'll remove the vertical align top. So we don't need those anymore. But what you'll notice is now we've got this screwed up, and that is by design. That's not surprising. Let's make sure our mobile is still working. So we're good here. Mobile's still working, but desktop has a little bit of work. And if you remember, the bottom section is our flex container, which means, based on the HTML here, if we're looking at it, the bottom section has two direct children. It has the bottom left section and the bottom right section. And we can actually enter this down on to its new line. Now that we're using Flexbox, we don't have to have that hack. But anyways, the bottom left and right section are the children. So therefore, these two style selectors are going to be the flex items. In this desktop view, we have the flex direction set to row, which means that that bottom section has a main axis that is going horizontal. And if you remember from a few minutes ago, the way that we resize the flex items along the main axis is going to be one of two ways. We can use the flex grow property, or we can use the flex basis. So let's come in here and just try both of them just so I can show you. We'll start with the flex basis. It may be a little more straightforward. So if you put in 50% on the bottom left section, and then you say flex basis 50% on the bottom right section, we have completed the card. It looks great. And as we resize it, it's still going to work. So that's one solution. Another solution is we could come in and we could say flex grow, set that equal to 1, and flex grow equal to 1 on the bottom right section. And this should work just fine too. Now going directly from flex basis to flex grow will not really illustrate that point. Let's get rid of the flex grows for just a second so that we can conceptualize. By default, these two sub-containers down here have a natural width because we haven't given them an explicit width, so they're going to take the content width. The content sitting within them, as you can see, is filling the entire width of their container. Now, these do not fill up the entire section. We've got this empty space here on the right. And the flex grow property is what applies when we have that empty space. And so basically what we're going to do when we enable the flex grow 1 properties, like we talked about, is we're going to split up that space, just give it 1 unit to the bottom left section and 1 unit to the bottom right, and therefore it's going to be, I believe, perfectly equal. Or it actually may not be perfectly equal. It may just be a coincidence that the content is a similar width. Let me make sure that that's correct. So let's just enable these and we can check in the dev tools. So let's inspect and let's see what we're dealing with. So this one is 263 pixels wide. This is 276 pixels wide. So glad we looked at this. I actually was not thinking about this correctly. The correct solution here is probably going to be the flex basis of 50%. It just looks like they're equal when we use the flex grow because they're similar widths by default. Like naturally the content has a similar width in both sections. But if I close out the dev tools and let's say I came up here and just added a bunch of content to one of the list items in the bottom right, you'll see that now that flex grow is not working quite as well because we're not giving them equal widths, we're growing them based on their natural size. So I stand corrected, that is not the correct way to do it. Flex grow, at least. I think flex basis is by far the most reliable way to split these into equal containers. So we'll go with that and call it a day. I think we have solved this to my liking. So this is the basic layout, and then as we shrink it, it goes down to mobile. So as we come over to here, back to our card, and let me bring this guy back up so that we can see everything working okay. So there's our card. Now we got to turn this into a flex box, and we'll do exactly what we just did in the layout example. So if you remember, we came down, we didn't need any of that. We did need a bottom section. We wanted the flex direction to be row on a desktop device. And then in the bottom section, we need to display flex, set the flex direction to column. And let's see what we got here. Looks good. Now we just wanted to remove on the bottom left and bottom right sections. I know there's a lot more styles here. We don't need this guy. We don't need the vertical lines. We don't need the width. All we have to do is add a flex basis of 50% on each of these. So we're looking good there. And I believe we have solved it. I don't think there's anything that we did otherwise. Now there's just one more thing that I want to show you with this that we could use Flexbox for. As you see this $29 per month, these are sitting next to each other. And whenever you have horizontal content, it's usually a decent use case for Flexbox. Let's look at the HTML that we set this up with. So you'll see that we have a price container. That would be the overall parent, and then that parent has two children items. So if we turned price container into a flex container, then the price and the price frequency would therefore become the flex items. Let's find that in our CSS. So here's the price container. We've just set a margin on it, so that's probably going to stay the same even with the flex container. But then we also have price and price frequency, which looks like we have styled right above it. So let me just change the order of this because it makes a little more sense to have the container on top. And what we're going to do is set display flex. By default, it's going to be set to row, so it will put them next to each other. Let's get rid of all the styles that we have within these. I don't think that we need any of them except for maybe the font size and the opacity, because those are not layout related properties. So here's our starting point, and you can see that by default, even after we removed all those styles, that display flex, making that whole container a flex container, is going to still put them next to each other. Now let's just back up and remember exactly what's going on here. We have some HTML where we have a price container, and then we have two items within it. So we have a flex container and two flex items. By default, we've set this to display flex, which makes the main axis on the horizontal, so in a row. And therefore, if we want to align things along the main axis, we use justify content. If we want to align them on the cross axis, we use align items. As you can see, the per month is a little bit misaligned with that $29. An easy way to fix that is to come onto the price container, set the align items, and set those to center. You'll see that that perfectly centers those two right next to each other, and that's a much better solution than what we did before, where we set the position to relative and then we set it -3 pixels to just pull it up a little bit. The last thing we have to do, as you'll notice, there's no spacing between these, and there's no real solution here with the Flexbox. I mean, we could come in here and justify content and say something like space between, but you'll see that that's going to space it out way too much. So that's not really going to help us. So really the best way to do this is just come on to the either the price frequency or the price item and set a margin. So we don't even need this style anymore. Since this is already written, the price frequency, we can just use this, and all we have to say, because this is the per month piece, all we have to say is margin left and give it something like 5 pixels. And that spaces it out nicely, very easy and straightforward. So there you have it. That is how we solve this with a mobile first, fully responsive solution with Flexbox. And it shrinks and gets bigger, and it looks great on all devices. In this video, we're going to be building a testimonials grid, and we're going to be doing it with a mobile first responsive design solution, and we're also going to be using Flexbox. My goal in this video is to not only solve this challenge on Front-End Mentor, but also to apply those skills that we've learned in previous lessons so that you can really start to use them in the real world. Lastly, I'm going to be adding in a few extra pieces to the puzzle. So throughout this series, we have been using CodePen, which is just a nice environment where we have HTML, CSS, and JavaScript all in one place, all hooked up and ready to go. Since this challenge is relatively straightforward, and you'll see as we walk through it, I want to also add in the concept of a code editor. So we're going to be downloading and using Visual Studio Code. And then we're also going to be doing a little bit of version control. And I'm not going to get super detailed into it quite yet, but I'm going to show you the commands that you have to run to get your design pushed up to GitHub and deployed to the GitHub pages so that you can, share a URL with others of what you built. But don't worry, the only prerequisites that you really need are going to be HTML, CSS, and make sure you've watched my Flexbox and responsive design videos. Let's get started. If we come up to Front-End Mentor, this is the challenge that we are going to be creating. And I've already started it, so I don't need to click here. So let me go to my challenges, or I guess profile, my challenges, and then testimonials grid section. So from here, you can download the starter files. So we'll do that. It's going to pop up on another screen for me. So once you've downloaded your files, make sure that you have Visual Studio Code downloaded. It's just a code editor. And I actually made a whole video on code editors. You can check it out up here of which ones I recommend and why. So obviously Visual Studio Code would be one of those. So go ahead and download that. And once you've downloaded it, open up a brand new window. From here, you're going to want to click File, open a folder, and then go find the testimonial challenge starter pack that you just downloaded. So I've got it selected. And this is going to open me up into the workspace. As we start looking at the starter files, if you open up index.html, which is what we're going to actually be working on, you can see that there's all sorts of text already in here, and luckily we have a lot of the testimonials that we will need. They're not really implemented in HTML elements, but it's good to just have this text ready to go. Now, just to relate this back to what we've been using with CodePen, this index.html is basically the same as this HTML box here in CodePen. It's just on our local computer. It's in our local file system rather than up in the cloud. Now your first question is probably, well, how do we actually view this HTML document in the browser? Now remember, HTML and CSS, they are only displayed in the browser, therefore we need a web browser to look at this. The way that we do that is you actually have a couple options. I'll show you the most bare bones option first, and then we'll go into what we're actually going to be using to solve this challenge. To view an HTML document in the browser, all you have to do is go to your File Explorer. I'm on Windows, but this works the same on Mac or Linux. And just go to the folder that you have it saved in, and then find the index.html file. You'll notice that it does not say index.html as you see over here. And that is because the file type over here is Chrome HTML document, so it doesn't display it here in the name. If you right click and go down to Open With, you can choose a browser to open it in. So I might just say Google Chrome, and when we click that, it should have opened it up. If I go back to my browser, it should open it up in Google Chrome. And there's a lot of text here, and that's because we have to actually implement this design, but this is the HTML document that we're looking at. And you can see up in the URL bar, we're actually looking at our local C drive. Now on Mac and Linux, this is gonna look a little bit different, but it's the same concept. It's just the local path to that file displayed in the browser. Now I'm gonna point out a few things here that might be interesting to you. The first thing, you see this little icon up here in the top left portion of the tab. This is a little Front-End Mentor logo or favicon. And you might be wondering, well, how did that get there? Well, the way that we put that there is if we come back to our files and we look at this link tag right here. This is actually putting in that favicon up into the title. Here's some metadata about it, some sizing, but here's the really important attribute, which is the href. And what we've passed in is a relative path. We'll learn a lot more about absolute and relative paths coming up when we start working in the terminal a little bit more. But all this is saying is I want to look relative to the current directory into the images folder over here, and then drop that down and grab me the favicon 32 by 32 PNG, and we can open that up and see the little icon that we have, and that matches the icon that we see up in the tab. Furthermore, in the index.html, we've got the doc type. That's important for just HTML boilerplate. And then I'm actually going to indent this for us so that we can see it a little bit better. We have the head tag, which is pretty standard for an HTML document. Here are some meta tags that help with displaying the site in the browser properly. These are just pretty standard defaults that you might put in. And then, of course, the link we just talked about. Now, the title tag, this is where we actually name the tab that it's going to open in. So we can change this and just say, instead of front-end mentor, we can just say testimonial challenge. And when we click save, open the browser up and click refresh, you'll see that it changed to testimonial challenge. Right here we have some styles. We haven't really been looking at this, but if you come back to our browser and go to CodePen, the CSS right here, there's a couple ways that you can link that up. You can actually use a link tag to link up styles, or you can just put them all in a style HTML tag right here. Now, we're not going to do that because that's not very good practice for a good amount of CSS. You want to break it out into a separate file, which is what we're going to do. So we'll delete all of that. We don't need it. And then finally, we have all of this text, which is basically, if we look at the challenge itself, I wish there was a better way to see this. Oh yeah, we actually have the design here. So if we go to the desktop design, you'll see that we have all of the text, and all this text is right here. I'm going to cut this out, and then I just want to make a new file. So I just right-clicked over here in the file pane, click new file, and we'll just say placeholder text.txt. So if we give it the .txt file extension, it's just a plain text document. We can paste that in and save it just so that we have it, but it doesn't clutter up our HTML. This last part, the attribution, this is just, as we look at it in the browser, it's just this little piece down here. So you can, if you want to, you can go ahead and fill this out and link to whatever you want to, your Twitter account, your LinkedIn account, your GitHub account, whatever you want to do. I'm going to delete it here. I don't really want to clutter up anything. I want to just focus on the challenge itself. So at this point, we have a basic HTML boilerplate. And I'll actually show you a shortcut to get to pretty much exactly this with just a few keystrokes. Let's save this. I'll right-click, create a new file, and we're going to call this test.html. because we're just going to be testing a few things. Within this document, I'm going to show you how to use Emmet. And what Emmet is, if we open it up, this is built into Visual Studio Code. And what you basically can do with it is type shorthand, characters and click tab, and it will extend it out into a code snippet of what you want already. So let me just give you a brief example. If we wanted in this HTML document, you can see Visual Studio Code has identified in the bottom right that this is an HTML document. So if I type H2, it's going to pull up this box that says Emmet abbreviation. And you can click it to see what it's going to abbreviate to. But really, all you have to do is click tab, and it's going to extend it out into the element that you want, and you can just start typing. Similarly, we can actually get this entire HTML boilerplate in just a few keystrokes. So if you type HTML, and we have a couple options here, and you can go through and see exactly what it's going to create. So basic HTML will just give you the main tag. We want something a little better than that. Oops, I already did it on accident. The HTML5, let's go ahead and see what HTML5 gives us. it's going to give us pretty much everything we want here, just like we saw earlier. And then finally, HTML, XML. This is not something that you're probably going to use very often. So if we just click HTML5 or scroll to it with our arrow keys and press tab, it's going to break us out into this boilerplate, which is very similar to what we were set up with when we downloaded the starter files for our front-end mentor challenge. So that's just a handy way to create this, and then of course you can change the title. I don't think there's a link tag for the favicon set up by default, but you've got all the meta tags that are necessary, and you're all set. As we go through this challenge, I'm going to be using those Emmet snippets, and I'll try to mention it as we go along, but just know that that's going on. For now, I'll delete the test file. We don't need that any longer. And now let me show you our workflow. So what we could do is just write some HTML, so H2 tab, and then some title. That's just basic HTML, and click save. And then we can Alt tab or switch back to the browser, open up the tab that we have it on and click refresh, and you'll see the new HTML document. This would be very cumbersome, and it's not a great way to make everything fast. So what we're going to do is we're going to split the screens here, and I'm going to put the Visual Studio Code on the left and the testimonial challenge on the right. Now, obviously, we don't have a lot of room here, so you can always click this right here to collapse that. Might make this a little bit smaller for us. And then when we're working with our dev tools, we'll click Inspect. We're in Chrome right now. You can use Firefox as well if you want. Since we've got these side by side, I'm going to actually redock all of this stuff to be at the bottom. So I can do that. Let me remember where I can do that. Let's click. There we go. You click these three little dots and click this dock to bottom. So now we have a much wider screen to work with. And as you resize this, in the top right corner, you can see what screen size you have. Or you can click the toggle device toolbar, and now we can see it more explicitly, where we can resize the screen up here. So this is probably going to be the better option for us. And we can change the zoom to, let's say, be 75% so that we can see it a little bit better. And let me zoom out just a tiny bit. We don't need the JavaScript console because we're not working with JavaScript, so we can close that drawer. And now all we have is the elements here on the left, so the HTML, and then the styles on the right, or the CSS. And if we click this Select an Element button and we select that H2, we can locate it within the HTML document and then see the relevant styles down here. So that's going to be our workflow, and as we go through this, we can just add new elements, some text, click save, come over here and click refresh. And now you see it's been added to the document. Now there's just one more thing that I want to do, and it's just going to make this whole workflow just a little bit nicer. We're going to come into the extensions piece. Let me just expand this out for us. We'll go to the extensions tab within Visual Studio Code, and let's type in live server. Now, live server is a way that we can get automatic updates every time we click save on our HTML and CSS documents. So let's install this. It's very easy to install extensions in Visual Studio Code. So you can see it's installed. I think that's all we need to do. So this is just another tab that's been opened up. Let's close it. We don't need it. We'll close this out as well. And then all we have to do to get this live server working is come down to the bottom right of our screen and click the Go Live. And it's going to pop up a security box. You need to allow access. And now what you'll see is that we've got a different address. This is actually, we'll get into this a lot more later in the series, but 127.0.0.1, that's our local host. And then 5501 is the port that we're serving it on. And we're serving the index.html document. Now, if we put these next to each other, close this out, and add another, piece of text. So more text. And once we click save, you'll see that it immediately gets updated here in the browser. That's going to be incredibly handy for us, so we don't have to go back and forth clicking refresh every time. And it's also really nice because instead of going to your file folder and right-clicking and opening with a browser, you can just do it directly from Visual Studio Code. I know that was a very long kind of introduction to get us started working on this project, but as I've been trying to do within this full stack series is just take you through every single step. So we're not leaving anything out. We're going through absolutely everything. And that's why I wanted to show you the extensions, the emit abbreviations, the favicons, the meta tags, all of these little details, because as I was learning, I always wondered about them, and oftentimes tutorials would just skip right over them. But we are finally ready to start the actual challenge and start building that testimonials grid. The very first thing I'm going to do, and this is what you should always do, is link up your CSS document. If I open the File Explorer, you'll see that there is no CSS available to us yet because we haven't created it. So go ahead and right-click, create a new file, call it styles.css or whatever you want it, doesn't really matter. This is just a convention. Once you have styles.css, let's just go ahead and put in a basic style. So we'll use the wildcard that selects all elements and we'll give it a color of red. And the reason we do this is just to, verify that everything is working correctly. When we click save, you'll notice nothing happens here. And the reason nothing happens is not because our live server's not working, it's because we haven't told the index.html document that we need to grab that style sheet. So let's use an emit abbreviation. We'll type link, and you can see all sorts of different links that you can use. And if we go down to CSS, click tab, you'll see that we have a CSS link set up for us. And since we are in the same directory, so index.html and styles.css are in the same directory, we can just use this exactly. So it's saying style.css, and just to stay with convention, I actually think it should be style, not styles. Let's just rename it to style.css over here, and then save the HTML document. You'll see that immediately the text color updated to be red. So we know that our link to our style.css is working. If you put in, something like styles.css and click save, not going to work anymore. So that's what's going on there with that link tag. And for those of you who have been following along with the series, if we come to CodePen, what we just did there was we hooked up the CSS and the HTML. By default, when you're in CodePen, you can just type HTML and type CSS and they work together. But when you're not working in CodePen, which honestly most of the time as a developer you won't be, you have to actually come in and link them up with the link tag. All right, so let's get started here on the layout. We'll close the file pane for just a second, and if you look at the desktop design, you'll see that we'll have to kind of flip back and forth. Or what we can do is we can split these editors. So I believe we can split down. And now we can close this top one. And we have the index.html at the top and our desktop design at the bottom. It's kind of small, but it will at least give us a general feeling for what kind of layout we need. If you're like me and get kind of annoyed with all this text flowing off the screen, just click View, toggle Word Wrap, and then everything wraps to our view. I kind of like that, so we'll go with that. And to start us off, let's see what we're dealing with here with the grid. So the first step to solving any HTML and CSS challenge, or just building a web app in general, is to get the layout correct. And we saw that in previous lessons and challenges that we did, where we just put a border on each of our div containers, and then we did the layout, and then we filled in all of the content and styles. So we're going to do the exact same thing here, and you'll see it's not going to be all that complicated. Now, the most obvious place to start, if we make this a little bigger, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 containers, and they all have slightly different styles. It looks like the 2 white containers here may have the exact same style, but for now, let's just give them all a unique ID so that we can select them with CSS a little bit easier. So to do that with emit abbreviations, you can actually just type the hashtag and then whatever ID you want to give it. I'm just going to number these, so we'll say testimonial-1 and then click tab, and you see what it does is it gives an ID attribute on a div. So that's what by default, if you use the emit abbreviations to put a hashtag and then type something, or if you put a dot and then type something and press tab, it will give you a class. So that's just a quick shortcut. So we'll go through and we'll do the same thing here. So we'll say testimonial-2. And then another useful thing in Visual Studio Code, if you go to the end of a line, click Control-C to copy, and then Control-V, it will just paste them down. So there's our 5, and then we can come in here and give this a 3, a 4, and a 5. So we now have all of the containers that we need. When we click Save, everything's going to disappear up here because we just have empty div containers. That's okay for now. The next thing that I'm looking at here, normally I just put a border on everything and make a layout, but this is already kind of a grid, and we might as well start filling in the colors as backgrounds so that we can see what we're dealing with. And then additionally, we probably need to start looking at the mobile design because we're doing this mobile first. So I know this is going to clutter the screen up a little, but let's go ahead and open up the mobile design in the bottom part here. Close this back out. And here you'll just see that every card is going to be stacked directly on top of each other, but they're going to look relatively similar. So here's the desktop, here's the mobile. It looks like on the mobile design, the cards themselves for the grid items or testimonials are going to be the height of the content. So the items with more content are going to be taller than the ones with less. So probably the best way to lay this out at the beginning is to just grab some of this content and put a background on there and just start getting the structure of everything. So let me pull this down. I know that's really small, but we'll work with it. And here in testimonial number 1, I'm just going to put a small amount of content because I don't want our HTML document getting super busy with a bunch of text yet, because that'll take away from the concepts we're trying to learn here. So let's go to the placeholder text, and maybe we'll just grab this really short line of text and we'll put that in a paragraph tag. So we'll just copy it there and click Save. We still have red text. I don't really want that. So let's replace this all selector. Instead of color red, we'll do box sizing border box, because that's our basic CSS reset that we want to do. We want to set all box sizing to border box. So now we got the right text and all of our box sizing is good. Let's resize the screen so that we actually have the browser on the right mimicking a mobile device. So this isn't perfect. I don't know, this is probably not exactly a mobile device. Let's make it even a little bit smaller. Gives us more room to type anyways. But this is close enough, and this is what we're gonna build our mobile design off of. As we talked about in the responsive design video, 576 pixels is kind of our standard mobile device. So anything 576 or below is going to be considered mobile. So that's roughly what we're looking at here. And if you right click and inspect, and then you click this little icon right here to get the full screen, you should be able to see exactly how wide it is. So if we just typed window.inner width, we're at 584. So if we wanted to hit that 576 number or a little bit lower, it'd be right about here. So we'll keep the screen size right here for now, and then as we go up to the desktop design, we'll make it a little bit wider. I'm going to copy this same text just so that we have something into each of these additional testimonial divs. And now we're going to have some text to work with. And then let's look at these colors here. So how do we know what colors to use? Well, we have some starter files, and if we go to the styleguide.md, it's going to give you layouts and then colors right here. So this is where we're going to find the colors that we need. So if we come down to the colors, we see all of them listed in HSL format, and you can use that in CSS, but it's not my preferred way of doing it. And honestly, I haven't seen a whole lot of developers that use HSL. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to convert these to hex codes, and that way we can work with what I'm comfortable with and probably what you'll see more often. Just as a reminder, this is how I'm doing it. I just typed in RGB to hex, and then you get this tool that Google has, and you can just basically come in here, grab an HSL value, paste it into this box here, and then copy the hex code and replace it here. So that's all I'm doing. All right, I've got these all replaced here. So we've got hex values, a little bit more comfortable for most people to be using. And we've got a couple notes on the text colors, but I think these are mostly related to the text itself, so we'll get there a little bit later. I'm going to drag the style guide down to this bottom portion of our Visual Studio Code screen, just so we can have it as a reference. Now it looks like the background of the entire screen is going to be a light gray. So we'll start with that. If we go to our style.css, in addition to the box sizing, we also want to set margin 0 and padding 0 on everything, just so that we don't have any unintended side effects. So when we click save, you'll see that everything gets smushed together because we just excluded the margin and padding that's by default set on a paragraph element in the browser. And now we'll come down here and we'll say on the body, we want the background color to be, I believe, the light gray or the light grayish blue. We'll see which one looks more similar. So there's the light gray. That is definitely too dark. And there is the light grayish blue, which I think that does match, if my eyes are not playing tricks on me. I think the background here matches pretty well. So I think we got that right. So we got the background covered, and now we can start filling out our containers themselves. So each of them, again, has an individual ID. Let's template those out. So testimonial 1, and then we can copy this 5 times. We may not need all of these, but we'll just have them out here for the start. Or actually, of course, we'll need all of these. They're all different colors. So the first one is this purple, the purple card here. So we need to grab that color from the style guide. I believe the moderate violet is what we're looking for. So we'll come up to testimonial 1 and give it a background color of that. And now when we click save, you should see that background color. Now the next one that we're looking for is, it looks like kind of a darkish gray. So very dark grayish blue. I think that's the one that we want. So we'll come to testimonial 2 and do the same thing. And then for the rest of these, I don't want to waste your time. I'm just going to go and kind of guess and check until I get the background colors correct on each one of these pieces to this grid. But the one thing I will say before I speed through this is the numbering of these. So we've got them numbered 1 through 5, but you may be wondering which is 1 and which is 5. For reasons that you will find out later as we design this with Flexbox. This top one will be 1, then 2, 3, 4, and then the one on the right is going to be the 5th one. So just know that as I'm going through and styling the backgrounds on each of them. All right, I've got all of the background colors filled in here. And as you'll see in this mobile design that we're trying to make, there's some room between the edge of the screen and these items within the grid. And what we're going to do to create that is we're going to actually wrap all of these items in one big container. And then we're going to set some padding on that container to bring all of them inwards a little bit. So we'll go to the index.html to do that. And right now, all of these divs are just sitting within the body. But we're going to say we want to create a ID of testimonial grid container. We'll just be very specific with it. Grab the closing div down here and paste it in. So now we want to select this testimonial grid container and put this in our styles. So hashtag, grab the ID, and now we want to set some padding. You can either set it in percentage or pixels. For this, since we're going to be making it responsive, I'm going to start with a percentage. So usually about 2% works pretty well. You can see that you get a little bit of padding there. But of course, when we look at the mobile design and make this bigger, there's a little more padding on the top than there is on the sides. So we can actually use the shorthand padding property to say we want 2% and then maybe 5%, and we'll save that, and I actually got that wrong. So the top and bottom is going to be the first argument, and then the left and right will be the second. Let's bump that up to 3, see what we got. This looks pretty good, so I'll stay with this. I'm fairly satisfied with the spacing that we have here. Something that is really bothering me right now is the text color on these darker backgrounds. So before I get too mad, let's just go ahead and fill that out. So for the first one, we'll need a white text color. So we'll throw that in there. And then we also will just copy this down for testimonial 2. We're good on 3, good on 5, but we'll also need it on 4. And now you'll see that the text is popping out a little bit better. But it's all crammed together, so we need to space things out just a little bit. As you see in the mobile design, there's not only a little bit of space around the inner content of each grid component, but there's also some space between each grid component. On a mobile device like this, a simple way to add the spacing between them is to just set a margin bottom on each of these. And this looks roughly around 20 pixels, give or take. So instead of trying to set that on each of these, let's create a class selector that grabs all of them. And what we could do is we could come down here and grab each of them one at a time, separated by commas, but that's going to get very tedious. The better way to do it is to come to the HTML, and instead of trying to grab them all by IDs, let's assign a class to each of the grid items. So we'll just say grid item is going to be the class name, and then we can copy that down into each of these divs. And here's a little shortcut within Visual Studio Code. If you find the spot that you want to go in and you hold down the Alt key, it's different on Mac, but on Windows it'd be the Alt key, and then you click in a different place, you'll see there's 2 cursors. So we'll click again, and now there's 3 cursors, and then finally 4. And what you can do is now we can type all at once and paste in those those classes that we just created. So there we go. We've got class of grid item in each of these grid items, and now we can come down and just select that and set a margin bottom of 20 pixels. So when we click save, we've got a nice amount of spacing between the items. Furthermore, another similar thing between all of the grid items, if we look at our styles here, is that the padding around the content is the same on each of them. And it looks like, I'm not exactly sure, but it might be somewhere around 20 pixels as well. So we'll start with that and we can tweak it as we go. So we'll set padding of 20 pixels, click save, and now our boxes are looking a whole lot better than they did a few minutes ago. So we are far from done here with the mobile design, but right around this point, once I'm like happy with the general layout. Obviously the text isn't right in here, we're missing pieces, but once I'm satisfied and it doesn't look like completely terrible, then that's when I go to the desktop design and start making it responsive, because I want to get the layout correct before I start, adding a bunch of other things in. So what we will do here is we're going to shrink this Visual Studio Code window a little bit, close the editor so we have some more space, and then make this browser window larger so that we can use the Chrome DevTools. And when we bring this down here, I'm going to click this button right here so we can toggle the device toolbar. And now we have the ability to see this at different sizes really quickly without resizing the entire screen. So that'll be helpful as we can actually see the width up here updating live. So that'll be really helpful as we resize on different devices and design for that. So here's about our mobile design. If you just click this bar, you can get a small mobile device. You can click here for medium and here for a large mobile device. So here's the large mobile device, and the reason it shrunk is because we're at 40%. So let's go to maybe 75%. You can see it a little bit better. And then as we resize this, we're getting into the larger desktop devices. I know I had mentioned about 576 pixels for the breakpoint we're going to use. And again, that is because earlier in this course when we talked about responsive design, I just said, let's go ahead and use the Bootstrap CSS framework breakpoints. They're right here. So they go from 576, 768, 992. In our case, we've got 2 designs only, so we're only going to need a single breakpoint for this. Now we just have to decide at what point do we break. So if you just play around with this design and you just look at the text, right around, so we're at 708 pixels wide right now, and this is getting a little bit wide for my liking with this mobile design over here. So I think 576 right about here is going to be just about the widest we'll go for that mobile design, and that's going to be our breakpoint then. To set that breakpoint, we come over to our CSS, we write @media for a media query, and since we're doing mobile first design, we'll set a min width of 576 pixels. So now we open the brackets up, and any styles we put here are going to apply to anything bigger than 576, so all of this right here. And before we get too far, let's go ahead and test it. This is really important as you're coding, whether it's HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or anything else. Do it incrementally. Don't just write a bunch of code and then test it out all at the end. So let's test it out by targeting a p tag and giving it a color of red, something obnoxious, and we'll click Save. Right now we're at 444 pixels, so we would not expect this style to apply, but as we go above 576, we would expect all the text to turn red. So let's see if it does, and it does. So that means that our media query is working great. Remember, always put these media queries at the bottom of your CSS, otherwise they may get overwritten by other styles. So our goal here, before we get any further, is once we hit above 576, so when this is turning red, and the reason it's doing that is because I haven't saved yet. But once we get above here, we would expect this layout to look like this desktop design over here. So the question is, how do we do that? And the way that we're going to solve this is with Flexbox. I'm just going to expand this VS Code so that we can really look at the design here. So as I look at this, just by experience alone, I'm thinking to myself that using Flexbox, we're probably going to need to split these into subcontainers. Now there's a lot of different ways that you can do it. As always, there's more than one way to solve the problem, but I'm going to choose the most straightforward and beginner-friendly way of doing this. I'm thinking that there is probably a way that we could take all 4 of these items on the left side, wrap those in a container, and then control the overflow of the container with flex wrap and then size them accordingly. But I'm thinking that might get a little bit complex to try to implement. And by adding just one extra container, we can avoid all of that. So what I'm thinking is that we split the overall layout into two containers. So the first container is going to be all 4 of these items right here, and the second container will be this item on the right. By doing this, we can take container 1 on the left and container 2 on the right, and we can display flex, and they will go side by side next to each other. But that doesn't solve how we lay out these items on the left. So what I would want to do within those containers, so remember we have one container on the left, one on the right, and then the left container we can further divide into 2 other containers. So we'll have a top and a bottom container, and in each of those we will display flex so that they sit next to each other, and then we can use flex basis to make the dimensions of each of these a little bit different. I know this is a little abstract, so let me just show you exactly what I mean. So we'll keep that down here, and this all happens within the HTML itself. So to take these 4 items on the left and wrap them in a container, we just need to find them. So here are the first 4, and all we have to do is go at the top of here and set a container. Now we have to decide what to name it so that we can target it with CSS. Naming things is always difficult. I'm not going to overcomplicate it here. We're just going to call it main left and make that div. And then within main left, like I said, we're going to have a top part and a bottom part. There's a couple ways I could do this, but once again, I'll go very simple. I'll just say top, and then we'll name the other one bottom. So at this point, I've got everything laid out correctly. So we want to grab items 1 and 2, so this one, and put it in that top container right here. So we'll do that. We will just cut these away here and put them there. And then in the bottom, we will take items 3 and 4 and put them there. Now finally, we have testimonial 5, and I said we're going to make a separate container for that. But lucky enough, we've already wrapped our entire grid within the testimonial grid container. And if you think about this from a Flexbox perspective, we always have to think container and direct children. Doesn't matter the grandchildren or great-grandchildren, those don't apply in Flexbox. So all we have to know is what is the parent and what direct children does that parent have. This testimonial grid container has exactly 2 direct children. It has the main left, and then it has the testimonial 5, which is that, this tall card here on the right. So now that we've got this laid out, let's save it. And I will now bring this back to the left side of the screen so that we can look at it again. And you'll see that on the mobile device, nothing has changed here. We put all these containers, but since we haven't selected them with CSS, there's really no change to the overall layout quite yet. But now this is where the real magic is going to happen. And what we could do is, since we're now designing for the desktop, we did mobile first with all of these styles. Now we're doing desktop within the media query. But again, remember, you don't have to put everything within that media query. There can be some shared CSS properties between mobile and desktop designs. So the first style I'll add is going to be the testimonial grid container. We want to do work from the outside in. So we'll go to style.css and we'll put that into our media query. And the only thing we need to do here for the moment is write display flex. And when we click save, you'll see nothing happens here because we're still looking at the mobile device. But as we make this larger, now you see that this, the main left container with all 4 of those items go left, and then the last item, testimonial 5, will be pushed off to the right because we've displayed them on the main axis, which is horizontal. Now, if you look at this design, obviously this testimonial 5 has much less width than the rest. So we can set that with flex, and I suppose it's probably about 25%. It looks like 20 to 25% of the total width So let's come to our style.css, and on each item, we can set the flex basis. So in this case, we're going to want to grab testimonial 5 and target that with our ID selector. And then we'll say the flex basis for that, we'll start with 20% and see what that looks like. Okay, that's a little bit small. I'm thinking that we'll need maybe 25%. I like that a little bit better, and we can always tweak it as we go. The next thing we have to do is look at these 4 items on the left, and they obviously, the top 2 go next to each other and the bottom 2 go next to each other as well. Therefore, we need to make the top a flex container and the bottom a flex container. So you'll see the ID is top and bottom. So all we need to do is come over here and say top display flex, and then bottom display flex. But we have a little bit of a problem here because they're not taking up the whole height of that main container. So if we go to the index.html, we have the main left container, and we want this right testimonial 5 to be equal in height to these other testimonials. To do this, we need to also turn the main left container into a flex container. So we'll go right here and display flex, and this is not going to look right for a second because when we do that, it puts everything in a row. But if we change the flex direction of the main left to be column, now it's going to go back and look the same, but now we have control using Flexbox of how those are distributed. So if we look at this main left container, which its direct children are going to be the top and the bottom, which are also flex containers, we can distribute those using the justify content. Since we set the flex direction to column, the main axis is going to be going vertical, and therefore justify content allows us to align on the main axis. We also have the ability to say how large we want these using flex basis. So while top and bottom are flex containers in relation to their children HTML elements, they are flex items in relation to the main left container. So if we come down and set the flex basis to, we'll start with 50% on each of them, and then I'll show you why that's not going to work perfectly. So we'll save that, and now you see that we have these filling up the total height of that main left container. And I was actually wrong. The flex basis of 50% works just fine because in the mobile version, we set the padding, or we set the margin bottom of 20 pixels, so there's already some space between. We'll obviously have to space out horizontally, but we'll do that in just a bit. Now the next question we have to ask is, how do we get these proportions correct with these 4 containers? To do that, we can work directly with the top and bottom, and we can use the flex basis of their children items to do that. So all we have to do is grab, let's see exactly how we need to do this. It looks like these are a complete mirror of each other. So this first one and the fourth one are about equal proportion, and the second and third one are equal proportion. So we know that our percentages are going to work pretty much the same. So to do this, we're going to need to grab testimonial 1 through 4 and put them down in our media query, which is our desktop design. So if we put these at the bottom, remember in our desktop design, these are considered flex items. We can go ahead and get rid of these 2 properties because they're already defined in our mobile version, which also applies to the desktop as long as we don't override them. So we can get rid of all those. But now we can set a flex basis. So the first one, this purple one, looks like it's got about 75% of the width. So we'll go with 75%. And then that means testimonial 2 is going to have a flex basis of 25% because we want to fill up the whole width of that container. And testimonial 3 is going to have a flex basis of also 25%. and then a flex basis of 75% for that last one. So when we click save, you should see the proportions update pretty nicely here. As we compare this design right here to our desktop design picture, you'll probably notice that it looks a little bit wider overall, and you'll see that there's more room around the entire container. So let's just fix that so that we are not thrown off by these proportions. And the way that we'll do that, I believe we can just add a max width to the entire container. So let's look at our index.html, and our testimonial grid container is probably what we're going to want to select. And we've already got that selected in the media query. So on a larger device, maybe we set the max width of, let's say, looks like this might be like 600 pixels. That's just a rough guess. So that's a little bit narrow. So maybe we'll set the max width to say 700 maybe. That looks a little bit better. Let's go up to 750. I think that's kind of in the ballpark. And then to center this, we could use like Flexbox, but honestly, the easier way is this little trick where you set a margin of 0 pixels top and bottom, and then left and right, you give it auto. So it's gonna automatically give the margin to center it. So when we click save, you'll see it all goes to the middle. And now we're starting to see a little bit more proportioned grid here. Now, at this point, I think this is a little bit small, the proportion we've given to that right one. So let's change the flex basis of testimonial 5 to be maybe something like 35%. And then of course, we need to set the left one to be the same. So we need to set the flex basis on the main left, which is all 4 of these items together. We'll set this to about 70%, I think, and then update this testimonial 5 to be 30%. And I think that looks just a little bit better for us. Once we add some spacing here, it should look a lot better. So to finish this off here, the layout, it looks like there's some spacing between each of these items, horizontally. And there's a few ways that we could do this. Actually, I'm now thinking we might even go like 35, 65 here. And now we have these ones which are squished a little bit. So maybe we need to update this container, give it a bigger max width. Then we'll change the 75, 25. At this point, I'm just like adjusting things until we get generally the right fit. So let's try maybe like a 70, 30. That looks slightly better, but I still think we can go a little bit more. So 65, 35. There we go. I think this looks relatively good. And then now that we've adjusted this looks a little bit too big. So we'll claw this one back to 70 and 30. And I think we're looking good here. I think the proportions between this and our design is relatively good. And then of course this bottom one, we need to match the top. So we'll just come down and do that real quick. So 65, 35. So this one needs to be updated to 35 and 65. And now our grid is looking really good. Now to get the spacing horizontally, you'll see that there's these little gutters here. So right now we don't have any spacing horizontally. We could do this with margin, as we kind of did vertically with that margin, but I'm going to try to apply our Flexbox skills to make this happen, which is a totally valid way to do it as well. So the first one we have to take care of is the main left container, which surrounds all 4 of these, and then testimonial 5 here on the right. Right now we have a flex basis of 30% on this far right and 70% on the main left container, so it's split in 2. But if we reduced those by a couple percentages and then we aligned them with space between them, we could add that little vertical gutter in there. So what I'll do is I'll take the main left container and just bring it down to say 68%. So now we have about 2% empty space within the container. So let's save that, and you'll see there's no space because it's kind of added at the end. It's kind of invisible here on the right. But if we come up to the testimonial grid container, and what we do is we justify content, because remember, the main left with all 4 of those items and the testimonial 5 on the right are aligned on a main axis which goes horizontal because the flex direction is set to row by default. So justify content allows us to align those within there. And all we have to say is space between. And when we do that, you'll see that there's a little space added there because we added some extra empty space and then we spaced them out between. We can do the same exact thing with these flex items here too. So the top flex container, the flex basis is 50%, or actually I'm not doing this right. So the top and bottom are going to be the flex containers. So let's just set the justify content on here to be space between to start off. All right, and we'll save that, and we won't see any changes because currently the flex basis equals 100%, so there's no space to add between. But if we reduce, we'll just reduce testimonial 1 to 63%, so we have 2% left over once again, and we'll save it, and now we have that little space of 2% added in there as well. Now, of course, 2% on a large container versus 2% on a much smaller container is going to equal a different pixel width. So as you see in the design, the little gutter here between this testimonial 5 on the right and all 4 of these on the left, that vertical gutter is a little bit wider than the vertical gutters that we just added to these containers right here. So you see how to do it with Flexbox. If you're okay with that fact, then you can just leave it as we have it. But what I'm going to do, just for demonstration purposes, is I'm going to undo everything that we just did. So we'll set everything back to their original percentages. We'll remove the justify contents and save it. And now we're back to this place where we have no space between. And a really simple way that we could do this is we could just look at all of the flex items or all of the grid items here on the left. We can just add a margin to the right of, say, 20 pixels, and it will be equal across the board. So if we look at our index.html, we have all of these individual items with a class of grid item, but we don't want to add the margin right to this last testimonial. So one way that we could do that is we could look at the main left container, which has these 4 items, and then we can select all descendants with a class of grid item, so it only selects those 4. So I'll show you what I mean here. I guess we'll put this up here right under main left, and we'll say main left is the parent that we want to look at, and then we want to grab all grid item descendants of that. And now what we can do, let me just show you what we're selecting first. So we'll set a color of red so that the text turns red, and we'll click save. And now you can see all of these left 4 grid items have red text, but we've excluded the right one with this CSS selector. That's exactly what we want. So we'll add a margin to the right of 20 pixels, and you're going to see that this just gets spaced out really nicely automatically. And that is, it's a little much. Maybe let's go with 15 pixels. And that is exactly how we would add that spacing on the right naturally. And now it's equal between all of them. At this point, the overall structure of our grid looks very good. And now that I'm looking at it one more time, it seems that this right one is still a little bit too wide. And I apologize for going back and forth here, trying to teach and see how to do this at the same time, so it's a little bit tough. So let's bring this back to 25% on testimonial 5 and 75 on the main left container. I think this looks good, and I really hope I don't change my mind on that again. I might, but as of right now, this looks very similar. And the cool thing is, if we resize this down to mobile, so once we hit 576 pixels, it should break and boom, we have our mobile design. So we don't have to update anything on the mobile side of things. We just made this desktop design and it's pretty much responsive. Now the one thing you'll notice is as we shrink it, these get shrunk a little bit. So it may not look perfect, say on like a tablet, but it should work okay. You could always add an additional breakpoint if you wanted to adjust those flex basis numbers so that it looks better on tablet, but I'm not going to worry about that here because I think it would just be distracting from the main lessons. All right, so we have got our layout done. It is responsive, and now we should be able to just go in and look at this entire design here and start adding in all of these components and styling them out. Before we do that though, I'd like to clean up our CSS a little bit because at the moment we are duplicating a lot of our CSS rules. So this is what we would call kind of refactoring. So you write the code out, you don't really worry about doing it perfectly the first time, but then you kind of edit and you iterate on it and make it a little bit cleaner. So what you'll see is we've written this rule of display flex several different times. So what we can do is we can take all of these IDs where we're writing that display flex and put it into one single CSS rule. Some might say this is not worth doing, but I think it is. It's nice to break out our code a little bit. So we want to select our testimonial grid container and display flex. Let me just write the rule first. And then of course we want to select more than just the testimonial grid. So what else uses flex? We have the main left, so we'll copy that in there. So main left, top and bottom. So those are all going to display flex, and now we can get rid of all of those individual rules on each of them. Click save, it should look the same. Down here we have these four flex items all set with flex basis percentages that are very similar. So let's group this together. Let's take testimonial 3, combine it with that rule and delete all of this. And we'll take testimonial 4, combine it with that rule and delete this last one. Save it, should get the same thing. Top and bottom now both have a flex basis of 50%, and that's the only rule. So we don't need them broken out separately. We can just bring those together and delete that rule. Click save, should be the same. And then I'm going to take all of our flex rules and just kind of group them together here. So let me just put those here. Okay, so now we have all of our CSS grouped up a little bit better, and we can start working on adding the content. I'm going to shrink this screen and we'll go ahead and close the dev tools. And we'll just work on this first on the mobile design so that we have some more screen real estate, and then we'll check it on desktop to make sure everything is working. So we'll open up our file explorer and index.html along with our placeholder text, because this is what we're going to actually be putting in to all of these containers. And I'm just going to look at the desktop design. I know we're doing mobile over here, but it's just bigger so we can see it better. I'll go through the first one with you, and then the rest of them are going to be pretty much exactly the same, so I'll let you do those on your own and I'll just speed through it. So with this first card right here, now we have this big quotation. We're going to worry about that totally last. We're not going to worry about that yet. The content itself, it looks like we have a picture, we have a name, we have, this says verified graduate, so they're the status of that person. And then we have the main testimonial and the secondary testimonial. So just looking at this immediately, we need an image tag. We need a paragraph tag, another paragraph tag. Looks like maybe an H4 tag, and then another paragraph tag. So let's get the picture first. This first one is Daniel Clifford. So we're going to need that image, and that's been provided to us. If we go to the images folder, you should see image daniel.jpg. So we can finally start to replace this. So we're on testimonial 1 right here. And we're first going to put in an image. So we'll use the Emmet abbreviation, click tab. And the source that we want is going to be the relative path. And then we'll say images. And then we want image-Daniel. And then the alt attribute, this is for accessibility. You should always put this in here. So Daniel profile picture, just a description of what that is. Click save. You'll see this image come in to our first grid item. We now need to write in his name and verified graduate. So let's do that. We'll just use a p tag. So Daniel Clifford, verified graduate. There we go. We've got those added in there. Now we have to go find the text. So it says, I received a job offer mid-course. Okay, so there's our Daniel. So here's our first piece of text. We'll put that in the p tag right here. So there's that text, and then finally we'll just want one more p tag. And actually, no, this will not be a p tag. Let's just set that as an h4. I think that's roughly what we would want here. That looks okay. We can always switch it later. And then finally, we have this last piece of text. So this is the longer testimonial that we'll put in the p tag right here. All sorts of formatting issues, so I'm just gonna get this all on one line here. It doesn't really matter, but I'm gonna just do this anyway. Okay, so we've got our first card done, and like I said, you can go through and figure out how to do the rest of them. It's the same exact pattern for each of the different testimonial cards. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just take this entire structure and I'm gonna come down and replace each item with it. When we click save, you'll see that it's all looking the same, and then now we can just switch the individual parts. So the second testimonial, if we open up the desktop design, it's going to be Jonathan. So based on the image names here, we have image Jonathan. So we really can just come into find the second one here, so testimonial 2, replace the link here, click save. Now we have Jonathan in here, and then you just update the rest of the text. So I'm going to speed through this and I'll see you when I'm done. All right, we are done, and you can see that I've got all of the text and images in here. Now it's just a matter of styling these. If you look at the main design, they're all about the same. So we have the image in a circle on the left with the name and the verified graduate right under it, and then the actual testimonial below. So it makes no sense to try to target each of these individually. We'll just set a common class among all of them and then style it one time. Let's start with the image and the name to the right of the image. The first thing that we need to do, because how I see this is we've got the image on the left and then the name and verified graduate stacked on top of each other. So to get those next to each other, a great way to do it is Flexbox. So the image will be flex item number 1, and then we'll make a container around the name and the verified graduate, which will be flex item number 2. To do that, we just come to the HTML. We'll go to the first one here, and we'll come right above the image, and what should we name this? We'll just call it a class of header. And then within header, we're going to have the image and then another container with the other text. So I'm going to call that container header text. Okay, so now all we have to do is drop in the image up top, and then these two p tags in this container down here. I'm going to split our style.css to the right here in Visual Studio Code so we can see both. And as we look at the header and the header text, we can come down, since this applies to both mobile and desktop, we'll just write it up in the mobile first section where it applies to pretty much everything. And we'll just put it at the bottom. We want to target header, which is going to be display flex. Automatically, when we click save, you're going to see it jumps on to the correct line. And then these are lined up. So if you look at this, the picture and the text, they're like on the same horizontal axis. So the way that we get that to happen is align items. So we're aligning items on the cross axis to be center. So now that's going to work. And then of course we need to grab the image. So from the header container, we want to grab all images, and we want the border radius to be, it's just a trick to make circular pictures. We want that to be 50%. So you see now we have a circle picture, and then we want the margin right to be, let's call it 5 pixels. Actually, that's not enough, so let's do 10 pixels. Now you can see there's a little space between those. Lastly, we need some space under this header container. So we'll come back up to header, set a margin bottom of maybe 20 pixels, and that will space us out from this top header container to the text under it. Now, of course, this has not applied to the rest of the testimonials, but we will follow the same exact process. As long as we keep the same class on them, these CSS styles should apply just fine. So I'm going to speed through this so you don't have to watch me do it completely. I'm just going to go and create this exact structure below for each of them. And probably should have done this the first time around, but whatever, we'll get through it. Okay, so I got that done, and that's kind of a good lesson there. You usually want to finish like one iteration, so one card, get it all correct, and then apply the styles to the rest. I didn't do that, so had to pay for it with some extra time. The next thing I'm going to do is space out these two pieces of text. So the first one's an H4, the second one is a paragraph tag. So we can select that with our styles pretty easily. All we have to do is look at any grid item class and select the H4s and add a margin bottom. So we'll say grid item H4, and we'll set a margin bottom of 20 pixels maybe. I think that looks okay. So 20 pixels, yeah, that looks pretty good. We're getting close to the finish line here. The next thing you'll notice is there's rounded corners on each of these cards. That'll be pretty easy to apply. So let's go find our grid item style, which selects all the grid items, and we'll set a border radius of around 5 pixels maybe. That'll make those rounded corners, so that looks good. There's also a little bit of a drop shadow on each of these, or at least the white ones, but we'll just go ahead and put it on each of them just for simplicity. So any grid item is going to get a box shadow. You can go to a box shadow tool online. This is just the standard that I always put in there. Is a black color with 20% opacity, and then I kind of tweak these values right here until I get roughly what I want. So you can see there's a little box shadow there. I might spread this out a little bit more. It's not exactly what we're looking for, but it's pretty close, and I'm not too concerned about getting this verbatim to the design. The next big piece to this is the font. So in the style guide, if we go here to the style guide, it's going to tell you what font you need to use. So for typography, the body copy is 13 pixels. We haven't set that yet. Actually, let's do that really quick. So for grid items, you could set this at multiple levels, but for grid items, we'll set the font size to be 13 pixels. Makes it a lot smaller here for us. And then for grid item H4s, we'll set the font size back up. So we'll say maybe 1.2 rem. So that's the root element is going to be the HTML, which I believe is set default to 16 pixels. So that will make it a much bigger text. And I think that looks relatively good. Decent proportions there, so I'm okay with that. And now we have to actually change the font itself. So in the style guide, it says that we need the Barlow semi-condensed font from Google Fonts. I happen to have this open already. Let me expand the screen. And all you have to do is select the styles that you want. So we will do that, and it looks like we need 500 and 600 font weights. So we will go grab medium, which is 500, and 600, which is semi-bold. Now it's saying that we just need to put this link in our HTML document, so we'll copy that. Should be good on this, so let me resize the screen real quick. And now all we need to do with this is put it into our HTML. So we put this in the head, and we can put it right by our style sheet link. So I think usually you're supposed to put this after your style sheet so that this applies. I'm not entirely certain if that matters a ton. Let's save it. By default, it's not going to be using it because we haven't enabled it. So we'll have to come back to our styles.css, and in the body, this might be where we put the font family, and this is where we'll go to the rules here, and we can just paste in this CSS rule actually. So we'll be using Barlow semi-condensed with a fallback of sans serif. Save that, and you can see all of the font is looking a lot closer to our demo here. You'll notice that these white cards have a gray text rather than the black text we're giving it, so let's update that. I believe we have a rule for this already. So we can actually condense testimonial 5 and 3 into one because they have the same styles. And then the font color that we need, if we go to the style guide, is probably this light gray, I'm thinking. Nope, that's a little too light. So we'll try the dark grayish blue. And I think that's a little bit closer. May not be exact, but I'm thinking it's close enough. It's better than the black that we had before. Now the smaller text has a little bit less opacity than the main text, and then we also need to set the font weight. So let's look at the style guide. It says for the typography, or note for the text colors, the verified graduate, okay, we're not ready for that yet. Review paragraphs inside quotes have the same color but are 70% opacity. So in our design here, we have a couple different p tags. So we have the name, verified graduate, and then the testimonial down here. So if we just set the font weight of a p tag and the opacity of a p tag for all of them, that will apply to mostly what we want, because we want this testimonial to have 70% opacity and probably verified graduate as well. And then we can specifically override that opacity style to be 100% for the name later. So let's go ahead and do that. So we'll see if we have something for this already. So we have grid item. So we'll just set the grid item p tags. So any p tag within the grid item, we want to set the opacity to 70%. And then for the name, let's just add a class so we can use the Alt key to come into all of the p tags with the name. Just holding down Alt. And we can give it a class name. And then we can come down into the name selector and give it an opacity of 100%. Maybe not the most effective solution, but it works. And we probably need to select it with header to be more specific. Then our grid item P, because header and name, that's two class selectors, is more specific than grid item P, which is a class and a tag selector. So this one takes precedence and we'll override it. Now I think we just need to tweak a few things with the text here. Not a whole lot. We might want to make the name just slightly larger than that default 13 pixels. So we can come to that rule that we just created. So the name, and we'll say the font size is going to be 1.1 rem. Actually, that's going to be way too large. How about 1 rem, so 16 pixels. That looks better. If you open this up, you might see a little border around these pictures too. So while we're here, we can look at the header image and we can give it a border of 1 pixel, solid, maybe purple. I think some of them are different, but let's just go with purple on all of them. You can see that little border that we have around there. You can tweak that how you like it. Lastly, I think the font weights look okay, but they did tell us to import weights of 500 and 600, so we should probably explicitly set those. So on the grid item H4s, we'll give a font weight of 600. Looks about the same, so not a huge change. For the most part, I think I'm happy with the design we have. It's not absolutely perfect, but it's pretty close. And more importantly, we've gone through a lot of the concepts that we've covered in the previous videos, which is always fun to apply those. Leave a comment if I missed anything. I think the only thing remaining is this big quote up here. And there's a couple ways you could approach this. I do not believe there's any assets for this. Like, this is not an image. Actually, it is. So this is an SVG. And we could use this SVG. I don't want to get too far into CSS and SVGs. It's like a whole other topic, but I'll go ahead and just quickly put it in and show you how to do it. So what we can do is this background pattern quotation SVG. If we click on it, it's just a bunch of numbers, but we can actually put this into an image, I believe. So if we come to our index.html, let me get this CSS collapsed a little bit. And it's obviously on the main card, the purple card here, so number 1. We can pretty much put it wherever we would like here within this main card. So let's make an image, and then the source is going to be images, and then background pattern quotation. So now you see that quote is already in there. That's nice. Now we just need to absolutely position this because it's in that weird spot. So it's like kind of randomly up there in the top right corner. Let's give it an ID. So we'll give it the quote ID, and then we come over to our CSS and we will select quote, and we'll say position absolute. And what that is going to do is position it relative to, I believe, the viewport by default. Let's see how that works. So from the right, we want it to be 20 pixels roughly. Okay, yeah, so it's relative to the viewport. We want it relative to this container itself. So to do that, we need to set the testimonial1 container to be position relative. And once we do that, that quote will come in correctly. Come down to quote, it should be probably more like 30 pixels from the right, and then from the top, it is pretty much flush with the top, so we'll do 0. You can see that gets us a little bit closer. And as we resize this, it's obviously going to change that a little bit. So maybe from the right, we go like 3%. I'm just going to experiment around with this until we get it right. Maybe like 7%. That's closer. Let's just ramp it up to 15. Okay, I like that. I think 15 is pretty good. And like I said, it's flush with the top, so that's good. And then finally, as we resize this, I know this doesn't look amazing. We're just kind of in that middle state where it's like, this is like bigger than a mobile device, but smaller than a tablet. So you're really not going to see this on any device for the most part. So like here is about where you're going to start seeing it. And it looks like the quote is like a little bit above that text. And in our actual design here, it's showing it as behind the text, like overlapping. That's partially because of the spacing that we've given it, so I'm not overly concerned about it. But as we resize it and it does kind of overlap text, we want that to go behind everything. So to do that, we need to go to the styles. We need to set the z index equal to like -1. Or actually, let's set this z index to 1, and then on the testimonial 1, we will set the z index to be 0. So it's above the testimonial card, but then we want it to be below the testimonial text. So we'll set the z index of the header to 3. I think that might get us there, maybe not. There we go. We just need to set it to position relative so that the z index applies. And now it should be going behind any text and stuff like that. So should be good there. And I think our design is pretty much complete. So as you can see, like we could spend the next hour or 2 hours trying to get this to look exactly like the example here. Just if you're curious, I took a second to try to figure this out fully, exactly how we can get it to look like this, and didn't come all the way there, but I did get it somewhat close. So I put a max width of 1440 according to the style guide here where it says the desktop is 1440. And then I set the testimonial 5 and main left containers to 80 and 20% respectively. So this looks okay. I think it's not exact, like I said, but it's a little bit closer. Let me know in the comments if I missed anything, but as we resize this, it should be responsive. We have this like middle state where it's a little bit weird, but honestly, trying to perfect that is just going to be a lot of tedious tweaks that you can kind of do on your own if you want. But the main goal here has been accomplished. On desktop, it looks like this, and on mobile, it looks like this, where we have everything stacked on top of each other. So now at this point, we're going to take this local host that nobody can see, and we're going to deploy this to GitHub pages so that you can pass it off as a link and show off your project. So the way that we'll do that, let's close out everything here so we have a clean workspace. So what we can do is we can open up source control. This is embedded within Visual Studio Code. And what we can do is initialize a repository. And this can be done on the command line too, but I think we should, since we haven't learned Git yet, and I don't expect you to understand any of this quite yet, might as well use the visual interface. So from here, we initialize the repository, and it says control enter to commit on master. So we can write a message, just say first commit and then control enter. We're going to stage all our changes and commit them directly. Yes. And I'm actually set up with GitHub already, so it may ask you to go through some authorization where you have to sign in to GitHub, so go ahead and do that if you have to. Now what we have to do is create a new repository so on our GitHub. So if you don't have an account, sign up for GitHub. You'll need it for the rest of your developer life. Click new repository, and we'll just say testimonial grid front-end mentor challenge solution. Very long repository name. You don't need to make it that long. And we'll just create the repository, make it public. Not too worried about initializing all of this stuff. Now from here, you're just going to copy the HTTPS link, come back to Visual Studio Code, click these 3 dots, click remote, add remote, and then we're going to put in that URL. From there, we should be good. I think we want to push it to the main branch. So let me see what we're working with here. Yep, so we need to push to main. But this is just the name we're giving it. So origin, we're just linking up our code here to the GitHub repository. And again, you don't need to understand this. We're just trying to get it deployed here. So now we're going to click push. Okay. Then let's check it out here. We'll refresh. And you'll see that we have all of these files that we just created from Visual Studio Code here on our repository. Right now, we don't have it deployed to GitHub Pages. The way that we can do that, we can do it here, or we can do it within Visual Studio Code, but quite honestly, doing it within the repository is relatively straightforward since we already have index.html in the main root of the directory. So we'll go to master, find or create a branch, and type GitHub Pages. And it says create branch GitHub Pages from master, which is exactly what we want to do. This is master, what we're looking at right now. So we'll create that branch. And now let's go back to our main repository. And I believe it should publish this to GitHub Pages in the next minute or two. It doesn't happen like instantaneously because what it's actually doing is taking our code files and putting them on GitHub Pages, which is just another server, and then serving them over our GitHub URL. Let's refresh the page. Looks like our environments has been set up now, so we can click on the main repository, we can click GitHub Pages, and then view the deployment. And you can see that what we just created is now live. And this link up here, you can copy and share with someone else. And as we resize it, it of course is going to resize to that mobily responsive width and then desktop responsive.
All right, that is the end of the Front-End Web Development Foundations course. It was a long one. I applaud anyone who got through every minute of it. Hope that you enjoyed it. Be sure to give FreeCodeCamp a like on this video and subscribe to their channel. Once again, there is a link in the description with some additional resources for each of the topics that I covered so that if you want to take it to the next level, you can. While this is a long course, 20+ hours, it's only the beginning. If you want to be good at front-end web development or even extend yourself and get into full stack development, you're going to need to practice. There's going to be a lot more learning to come, but hopefully this course gets you on the right foot. It gets you started in the right direction on your career to becoming a web developer. I wish you the best of luck in your journey. To stay connected with me, I'm pretty active on Twitter at ZG_dev, DEV. So feel free to connect with me there. I've also got a YouTube channel of my own. Would really appreciate you hop over there and check out what I've got on that channel. So long and happy coding.